Picture this, you're dozing off in math class, dreaming of a wild college life surrounded by gorgeous girls, and then boom, you wake up trapped in the shriveled body of a dying old man. Your cultivation is absolute trash. Your lifespan is ticking down to its last few minutes, and a horde of demonic beasts is charging straight at you, ready to eat you alive. Talk about a rough start. That's exactly the miserable reality our unluckiest guy, Yi Junlin, woke up to. But hold up. Transmigrating without a cheat code, you might as well just log out of life right then and there. Right as the Grim Reaper comes knocking, the most wildly overpowered system in history officially activates. The stronger than the strongest system, with absolutely no limits. The rules are dead simple. Facing a level 10 monster, the system auto-buffs him to level 11. Going up against an immortal venerable, a demon emperor, or even the Heavenly Dao itself, he instantly levels up into a supreme being and crushes them all. No blood, sweat, or tears required for cultivation. Zero side effects. Going from a frail geezer with one foot in the grave, Yi Junlin pulls the ultimate Uno reverse card to become the most terrifying entity in the universe. And instead of grinding away at cultivation like everyone else, what does he do? He just lays back, chows down on barbecue, sips his boba tea, casually recruits a bunch of demon lord tier disciples, and turns anyone foolish enough to stand in his way into an absolute joke. Brace yourselves for the craziest, most hilarious, and satisfying playing the pig to eat the tiger ride you've ever seen. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Buckle up and let's dive straight into this wildly overpowered journey. In the eastern region, a pair of swans were flaunting their affection when a voice suddenly rang out, "Holy crap, I actually transmigrated." The swans were startled and scurried away in a panic. A withered hand trembled and then reached up to touch a face. The old man panicked. How had his face turned into this? He remembered that just a moment ago he was clearly catching up on sleep during math class. Suddenly he shouted, "Good heavens, I'm a 185 centimeters hunk who hasn't even had a girlfriend yet. I was just about to welcome a beautiful college life, so how did I wake up as an old geezer?" He pressed two fingers against the center of his brow. "I really can't accept this. Since I've transmigrated, I must become a supreme master in this life. Let me see this guy's memories." This world was the Gulen realm, where cultivators were revered. The cultivation realms were divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, body integration, great convergence, tribulation transcendence, and true immortal. The original host, Yi Junlin, was exceptionally talented, reaching the golden core stage at a young age. With his outstanding talent, he was chosen as the peak master of ethereal peak in the Xuanchen sect, one of the 6 major sects of the eastern region's desolate province. Unexpectedly, during a mission to eradicate evil cultivators, he was assassinated. His Dantian was destroyed, causing him to lose all his cultivation and become a cripple. Over 10 years passed. He became listless and indulgent, living in seclusion in the mountains and ignoring world affairs until his body reached its final flickering moments. After merging the host's memories, his face darkened and he broke into a cold sweat followed by uncontrollable trembling. "After all that, I'm just an ordinary person now, and based on this body's age, I could drop dead at any moment. I just got here." Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he snapped awake. "Wait, based on my years of experience reading web novels, since it's a transmigration, there must be a system. I still have a chance." Immediately he slammed his cane onto the ground, pointed a finger at the heavens and shouted arrogantly, "System, your father is here. Come out and greet your master." He shouted for a long time, but the surroundings remained silent. Refusing to give up, he tried again, "Playing hide and seek with me? Come out, stop messing around." After a round of shouting and cursing, he immediately switched to a fawning expression. "Brother System, I was wrong. I was just joking. At least give me a sign." The space remained dead silent. Suddenly, he thought of something else. Right, he reached into his clothes to feel around, muttering, "Maybe it's not a system, maybe it's the old man in a ring trope. Let me see, I'll have a don't mock the elderly for being poor moment too." He pulled out a ring and stared at it, shouting, "Elder Yao, are you in there?" Still no response. Since the soft approach failed, he turned to threats. "Old man, stop pretending, I know you're hiding in there." Still no one answered. Dejected, he threw the ring aside. Next he raised his cane to the sky, "God damn it," followed by a barrage of ruthless insults, cursing whatever came to mind. Suddenly a system panel surfaced, detected that the host's insults are extremely foul. This system is forced to activate its passive. "Host, please stop cursing. Be a civilized person." Seeing the system appear, he cried out, "System," in ecstasy. With tears glistening in his eyes, he said excitedly, "You finally showed up. You're so unfair. I almost thought this book was going down the mortal path route." The system displayed text again. "Very sorry. I was sleeping too soundly, and just woke up. Here is a compensation for the host. The system grants a beginner's gift pack. Open it." Without hesitation, he said, "Open it now. Congratulations. The host has obtained a special ability, stronger than the strongest. As long as the host faces an enemy with a higher cultivation level, the host will immediately and permanently gain a cultivation level 1 minor stage higher than the opponent. Furthermore, there are no side effects. Hearing this, he couldn't help but swear, "Holy crap, for real? For example, I'm an ordinary person now. What if I go fight an immortal?" The system displayed again. "This system never lies. Feel free to try. I guarantee there will be no problems." He asked again, But if that's the case, aren't I invincible? I'll always be one level higher than my opponent. Why the hell would I even bother cultivating? The system showed a kind reminder to the host. There is only 1 hour left until the end of your lifespan. He hurriedly rushed out with his cane. No way, I'm actually about to die. I need to get down the mountain and find someone to scam for some cultivation to extend my life. After walking for a while, his whole body shook. Great, so you're saying a heavenly demon is waiting on the mountain? You've really screwed me over this time. The system spoke again with a kind reminder. The host has 35 minutes until his natural death. He said helplessly, "Stop rushing me, you're acting like a funeral procession. How can these old bones of mine make it in time?" Looking at the anomalies appearing on the mountain peak, he muttered to himself, "What's going on there? Are those black monsters spirit beasts?" Shu Union, the sect master of the Xuanchen sect, led a group of disciples and shouted, "How bold! Which monster dares to cause trouble in my Xuanchen sect?" A pair of wings swept across the sky, and a figure stood in the air speaking angrily. "You shameless lot of the Xuanchen sect! You didn't expect this demon king to still be alive, did you? Today I will slaughter you all." Shu Union responded with a confident cold sneer. "So it's you, you beast. Back then you slaughtered the Li Kingdom and were heavily injured by me, falling into the bottomless abyss. To think you survived and actually dared to return for revenge, even bringing these little brats." The Demon King's aura exploded, turning the surrounding sky blood red as he laughed loudly. "Haha, is this enough?" The people of the Xuanchen sect were pale with fright. "What, you've actually broken through to the nascent soul stage?" someone asked Shu Union. "Sect Master, what do we do? A nascent soul powerhouse is not someone we can contend with." Shu Union looked at the Xuanchen sect members and consoled them. "Even so, we cannot sit and wait for death. Since things have come to this, our only choice is to fight to the death and protect the Xuanchen sect at all costs." On the other side, the Demon King ordered his minions, attack, kill all these stinking Taoists." Then the humans and demons clashed in a chaotic battle. At this moment, our protagonist was weakly shouting at the foot of the mountain. "Someone hit me." The system popped up again. The system kindly reminds you, the host has 20 minutes of life remaining. Please take self-rescue measures immediately. The protagonist felt helpless and unwilling. No way am I going to be reincarnated so soon. They're too far away, they can't hear me at all. To achieve his goal of becoming a supreme master, the protagonist continued to crawl forward. "It's probably too late to go down the mountain now. I have to use this trick." After a fierce battle, the Demon King snorted coldly. "HMPH, too weak. If this is all the strength you have, then today is the day your sect is destroyed." The Demon King spat out a powerful blast of energy toward the Xuanchen sect members. "I'll show you exactly how strong the power of the nascent soul stage is." In an instant, the Xuanchen sect members fell to the ground, spitting blood. Shu Union sat on the ground, clutching his wound, and sighed. "There's no way. The gap between the Golden Core stage and the nascent soul stage is simply too vast." After heavily injuring everyone, the Demon King laughed with insane confidence. "Haha, who else wants to resist? Just wait for death." Suddenly, the protagonist's voice came from the other side of the cliff, catching the Demon King's attention. "Hey, you stupid bird, where are you looking? I'm talking to you. Turn around." The Demon King roared in fury. "Damn, old man, you really have a death wish, don't you? How dare you humiliate this king?" From somewhere, the protagonist pulled out a handheld megaphone and shouted with all his might, "Stupid bird, if you're not happy, come over and hit me. Your granddaddy is standing right here waiting for you. If you don't come over, you're my grandson." The protagonist thought to himself. "Luckily I found it in time. In this old man's memories there was a megaphone at home that can be activated with spirit stones, otherwise I'd be done for." The Demon King clenched his claws in rage. "I've lived for so long, yet I've never seen someone so arrogant. Haha, I take that back, I've seen one today." Shu Union recognized the protagonist and gasped. "That's junior brother Yi," the woman beside him added. "Is that the Peak Master of Ethereal Peak who was once a legend of his generation?" The Xuanchen sect members began to whisper. "He's been in seclusion for decades. Why did he suddenly appear? He probably wants to do his part. Unfortunately, back then he was ambushed and his cultivation was destroyed, making him a cripple. Even so, Yi Junlin dares to mock the Azure Rock Demon King. Isn't that just seeking death?" The Demon King also recognized the protagonist and laughed disdainfully. "Haha, so it's that old piece of trash from decades ago." On this side, Yi Junlin's voice gradually grew quieter as he muttered, "Grandson, I don't even need cultivation to kill you. I'll turn you into a roasted quail. Come here and meet your death if you have the guts." The system appeared again. "The system kindly reminds you, the host is only 10 seconds away from dying on the spot." At this moment, Yi Junlin's eyelids began to droop, and he thought in a cold sweat, "Why is this stupid bird just jumping around over there? Enough talk. If you don't hit me soon, I'm going to die." The system began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yi Junlin's consciousness blurred as he weakly called out, "Help, hurry." Just then, the Azure Rock Demon King launched a full power strike at Yi Junlin. "Since you want to die so badly, this king will turn you into ashes." Yi Junlin's eyes snapped open, filled with joy. "Great, it's finally here." The system immediately popped up, detected that the host is under attack by an early-stage nascent soul enemy. Activating passive effect stronger than the strongest, obtained middle-stage nascent soul cultivation. Upon obtaining middle-stage nascent soul power, Yi Junlin's appearance underwent a massive change. In an instant, he transformed from a dying old man back into a youth with an extraordinary aura. Feeling the power within him, he muttered to himself, "So this is the nascent soul stage. Yi Junlin raised his hand and circulated his spiritual energy. The system responded, but of course, this system is a professional. By then, the Azure Rock Demon King's attack arrived, only to be casually blocked by Yi Junlin. The Azure Rock Demon King was terrified. How is this possible? Shu Union couldn't make sense of the situation either, exclaiming, such a terrifying aura, just who is it? The woman beside Shu Union was also deeply worried. Is junior brother Yi still alive? On this side, Yi Junlun was still feeling the power in his body. He marveled, is this the strength of the nascent soul stage, truly worthy of being the top combat power of the human realm? Terrifying indeed. By now, the Azure Rock Demon King was breaking out in a cold sweat, stammering, You are also in the nascent soul stage? Then he thought, his cultivation is even higher than mine. Shu Union's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Junior brother Yi is actually a nascent soul powerhouse. It turns out he's been biding his time all these years. He appeared like an ordinary mortal on the outside, but in secret he had broken through to the nascent soul realm. Junior brother Yi, you're a liar. The members of the Xuanchen sect all shared the same expression. Junior brother Yi was actually, that's the nascent soul realm. There are only a few in the entire desolate province. To think our Xuanchen sect produced one. At this point, the Azure Rock Demon King had become terrified and respectful. Fellow Taoist, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. I have decided to resolve the conflict with your noble sect. I will certainly pay a visit when I have time. Yi Junlin's aura continued to surge as he questioned. You destroyed the foundation of my Xuanchen sect and killed countless disciples, and now you're telling me it's just a misunderstanding? A system window popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining cultivation for the first time. Received a random system reward. Divine technique, great desolate sky imprisoning finger. Yi Junlin thought, oh, isn't this little Lin's move? He pointed his fingers like a sword and stared coldly at the Azure Rock Demon King. If I slaughter your entire clan, exterminate your bloodline, and then tell you afterward it was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? The Azure Rock Demon King was somewhat taken aback by Yi Junlin's words. Then he roared angrily, your cultivation might be deeper than mine, but the gap isn't that large. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Yi Junlin pointed at the Azure Rock Demon King. I do not seek trouble, but I do not fear it. If someone provokes me, I shall return the favor 100-fold. Moreover, a monster like you who slaughters the innocent deserves no pity. Hearing this, the Azure Rock Demon King reached the peak of his rage. You forced my hand. Even if I have to burn my inner core, I'll take you down with me. Yi Junlin gathered spiritual energy in his palm and said with disdain, overestimating yourself. Immediately after, he unleashed the great desolate sky imprisoning finger. A giant finger crushed down directly toward the Azure Rock Demon King. Seeing the sky-blotting finger hurtling toward him, the Azure Rock Demon King stammered in a plea for mercy. Wait, Yi Junlin, I'll give you my wife. I don't even want my clansmen anymore. I beg you. I just reached the nascent soul realm. I don't want to die yet. Before he could finish, the great desolate sky imprisoning finger descended. Thus, a formidable figure of a generation, the Azure Rock Demon King was reduced to ashes when the dust settled. Only the remains of the Azure Rock Demon King were left on the ground, with stray feathers floating in the air. The remaining minor demons cried out and scattered to flee. The king is dead. Run, however, to pull up weeds one must remove the roots. Yi Junlin gathered his spiritual energy and blasted it toward the group of demons. Trying to run, a giant hand fell, sending the group of minor demons to join the Azure Rock Demon King. Yi Junlin walked up to Shu Union and said, these mangy birds won't dare bother the Xuanchen sect ever again. Shu Union bowed with his hands clasped. Thank you, junior brother Yi, we really owe it to you this time. He continued with some shame. I'm sorry, I thought your cultivation was crippled and couldn't be restored. I never expected you to have broken through to the nascent soul stage. Su Qinshui, the peak master of Heavenly Fragrance Peak, spoke somewhat shyly. I knew it, with junior brother Yi's elegance how could he not recover? Exactly, junior brother Yi has a humble personality, which is why he hid his brilliance and protected the sect in secret. The speaker was Zhao Dezu, the peak master of Hidden Sword Peak. Yi Junlin breathed a long sigh of relief and thought, fine, you guys are really good at making up your own stories. But this is actually for the best. It saves me the trouble of coming up with an explanation. Suddenly a voice called out from the distance, report to the sect master, disaster has struck. A disciple arrived, supporting a wounded comrade. To deliver the report, the Fenglei sect launched a sneak attack and forcibly seized the sect's spirit mines and spirit veins. Almost all the disciples stationed there were brutally murdered. Shu Union roared in fury. This is absolutely intolerable. The Fenglei sect usually maintains decent relations with us. How dare they be so bold this time? Taking our cultivation spirit veins is no different from cutting off our path to immortality. They want to drive us to our deaths. He turned to Yi Junlin and asked, Junior brother Yi, I intend to gather the disciples to reclaim our resources. What do you think? Yi Junlin thought to himself. The Fenglei sect is one of the 6 major sects of the desolate province. There were constant frictions before, but they were relatively restrained. To invade now is clearly an attempt to take advantage of the chaos caused by the demon race. How incredibly sinister. A system panel popped up. Sign-in mission activated. Please proceed to the Fenglei sect to complete the sign-in. The host will receive an unexpected reward. The protagonist let out a soft exclamation of surprise, thinking, another new mission? Anyway, as long as I can encounter powerful foes, I might as well charge straight into their nest and use them for practice. Yi Junlin looked at the Xuanchen sect master and replied, you all go about your business. I'll head straight to the Fenglei sect to wipe them out root and branch. Hearing these arrogant words, Shu Union gave the protagonist a thumbs up and said, good junior brother, Yi truly has an overbearing presence. With that, Yi Junlin took flight, leaving behind the words, take care everyone, I'll take my leave first. Watching the protagonist's departing figure, the members of the Xuanchen sect were filled with emotion. After so many years, the Xuanchen sect finally showed such strength again. The sect master sighed. When have we ever been this assertive? With Peak Master Yi here, we might even become the head of the 6 major sects in the desolate province. Meanwhile, a burst of laughter erupted within the Fenglei sect. Haha, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After luring the Demon King toward the Xuanchen sect, we conveniently seized all their spirit veins. This way, our Fenglei sect can develop into the #1 sect in the desolate province. However, that Demon King won't set his sights on us afterward, will he? What are you afraid of? Don't you know that the Fenglei sect invited a big shot from the Yuha sect today? With him here, there will be absolutely no problem. Chen Yunhai, the sect master of the Fenglei sect, looked at the old man beside him and asked with a fawning smile, Elder Mu, I heard that my son Chen Shao has performed exceptionally well at the Yuha sect, and has already been taken as a personal disciple by a certain venerable. Is this true? The man called Elder Mu was resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, he replied, Sect Master Chen, I hurried here from Qingzhou precisely for this matter. Your son has been favored by Venerable Zhu, who has bestowed upon him supreme Taoist techniques. His future path to immortality will surely be limitless. Chen Yunhai was ecstatic upon hearing this. Wonderful, by that logic my son has a chance to become an immortal. The elders beside him also hurriedly offered their congratulations. Sect Master, this is truly worth celebrating. Elder Mu took out a black wooden box, handed it to Chen Yunhai and said, this is a high-grade nascent soul pill. Your son asked me to deliver it to you. Chen Yunhai's hands trembled as he took it, stammering, a nascent soul pill. The members of the Fenglei sect congratulated him one after another upon seeing this. Congratulations to the sect master on obtaining the divine pill's assistance. You will surely break through to become a nascent soul cultivator. Holding the box containing the nascent soul pill, Chen Yunhai laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, my son is so thoughtful. Today is truly a day of double blessings. He then turned to Elder Mu and respectfully cupped his fist, saying, by the way, Elder Mu, regarding that Demon King. Before he could finish, Elder Mu spoke up, I will handle it myself. Chen Yunhai was even more delighted. That's wonderful, thank you for your trouble. If Elder Mu hadn't pointed out that Demon King's realm this time, our Fenglei sect might have missed the great opportunity to seize the Xuanchen sect's resources. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded from outside. A Fenglei sect disciple shouted, someone has broken through the layers of formations and forced their way in. The intruder was none other than the protagonist who had come to slaughter them. He stood suspended in midair and asked, is this the Fenglei sect? Chen Yunhai, who had been in high spirits, had his mood ruined by this scene. He roared, who goes there? I think you're tired of living. How dare you trespass into my Fenglei sect's main hall? Yi Junlin gave a contemptuous smile, and then unleashed his nascent soul stage aura, replying, I am Yi Junlin, and I've broken in to exterminate your Fenglei sect. The Fenglei sect members felt the aura radiating from Yi Junlin and were terrified. This aura, he's in the nascent soul stage. A system notification popped up. Ding, sign in at the Fenglei sect completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Human King seal and the Great Void technique. Yi Junlin gave a mental thumbs up, thinking, oh, more familiar skills, very good. On this side, Chen Yunhai was breaking into a cold sweat, wondering how a nascent soul cultivator had appeared and when the Fenglei sect had offended such a person. Moreover, why did the name sound so familiar? Thinking of this, he asked, fellow Taoist, may I ask what brings you to my Fenglei sect? The corners of Yi Junlin's mouth curled up as he radiated murderous intent. Stop playing dumb, didn't you hear my name clearly? I am Yi Junlin, the peak master of ethereal peak of the Xuanchen sect. You colluded with a demon king to invade my Xuanchen sect's territory. Your crimes are heinous. Today the Fenglei sect will cease to exist. Only then did Chen Yunhai react, pointing at him and shouting, Yi Junlin, so it's you, weren't you ambushed and your cultivation completely lost? How could you have become a nascent soul cultivator? He thought to himself. Since he appeared here, it means the Azure Rock Demon King has been killed. Those damn bastards from the Xuanchen sect hid their strength so deeply. He turned back and said, Elder Mu, look at the current situation. Halfway through his sentence, he calmed down again. With Elder Mu here, even if the opponent is in the nascent soul stage, it's just like throwing an egg against a rock. Elder Mu, sitting in his chair, began to release his pressure, saying to Yi Junlin, Kid, kneel and cripple both your hands. Before I change my mind, I'll spare your dog life. Yi Junlin picked his ear with an expression of disdain. Old man, who the hell do you think you are to think I'd give you any face? Elder Mu flew into a rage upon hearing this, saying with murderous intent, how arrogant then. His soul transformation stage pressure surged directly toward Yi Junlin. The Fenglei sect members felt this pressure and were all amazed. The pressure of the soul transformation stage is indeed terrifying, with a soul transformation expert presiding. That Yi Junlin from the Xuanchen sect is doomed. Chen Yunhai laughed out loud. Ha ha, he pointed at Yi Junlin and mocked. Yi Junlin, you were lucky that we couldn't take your life back then, but don't think you can escape today. Once you die, the Xuanchen sect will have no one to rely on. Won't it be easy to capture them then? Hurry up and kneel to beg Elder Mu for mercy. Perhaps you'll even be left with a whole corpse. Ha 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 ha. Yi Junlin revealed a cold smile and muttered to himself, soul transformation, good, very good. At the same time, at the Xuanchen sect's spirit veins, a member of the Fenglei sect was captured. Shu Union asked in a furious tone, what? An elder from the Yuha sect is actually at the Fenglei sect? The man gave a confident smile. Hee hee. Do you think we would dare to blatantly invade your Xuanchen sect along with those beasts if we didn't have the protection of the Yuha sect? The reason an elder is presiding over the Fenglei sect this time is that our young sect master joined the Yuha sect in Qingzhou years ago and is highly valued due to his outstanding talent. He stood up tremblingly and threatened. Although I don't know how you dealt with that beast, I advise you to stop now. Perhaps you can still be left a path to live in the future, serving the Fenglei sect like cattle or horses. Shu Union didn't waste words and finished him off directly. He then turned to the other Peak Masters and said, there's no time, we must hurry to the Fenglei sect to save Peak Master Yi. Su Qinshui, the Peak Master of Heavenly Fragrance Peak, asked, maybe Peak Master Yi has a way to deal with the Yuha sect? Zhao Dezu immediately retorted, that's impossible. A Yuha sect elder is at least a soul transformation stage cultivator. A nascent soul is like a praying mantis trying to stop a carriage before him. Shu Union spoke through gritted teeth. Even if I have to trade my life for his, I will beg the Yuha sect to spare junior brother Yi. He is the hope of our Xuanchen sect. Junior brother, you must not do anything foolish. The scene returned to the Fenglei sect's main hall where Yi Junlin still wore that playful smile. Seeing this, the Fenglei sect members laughed triumphantly. You're about to die and you can still laugh. Haha, this kid must have been scared witless by Elder Mu's soul transformation pressure. With his strength, he probably isn't even worthy of carrying Elder Mu's shoes above them. Elder Mu also looked on with disdain. A cultivator from a small place like the desolate province dares to act wild before me? Your Xuanchen sect is nothing but an ant's nest, something the Yuha sect can wipe away like dust with a flick of a hand, and you are nothing but an insignificant weed. Elder Mu showed a ruthless expression. But since you have provoked me, even if you kneel and beg for mercy like a dog now, I will still exterminate the entire Xuanchen sect. Seeing his long-winded nonsense, Yi Junlin provoked him. Come on, hurry up and kill me. Stop being so talkative. He confidently clenched his fists. Soul transformation stage. The soul transformation stage is jack shit. If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. Whoever runs is a coward. Elder Mu could no longer endure it and struck decisively. You're looking for death? A giant illusory palm materialized and slapped toward Yi Junlin. The Fenglei sect members began calculating their gains again. Once Yi Junlin is dead, the Xuanchen sect will still be in the palm of our Fenglei sect's hand. A system notification popped up. Ding detected that the host is being attacked by a late-stage soul transformation enemy. Activating passive effect stronger than the strongest. Obtained peak soul transformation cultivation. In an instant, the spiritual energy around the protagonist surged violently as he pointed at Elder Mu and said, "Is this all you've got?" Elder Mu was horrified. How is this possible? You're actually in the soul transformation stage as well? How can this be? A tiny place like the Xuanchen sect actually has a soul transformation powerhouse? He felt a wave of secret resentment. The Xuanchen sect is truly sinister to hide such a trump card. How could anyone in this barren, desolate province reach the soul transformation stage, let alone the peak? In the desolate province, the nascent soul stage is enough to establish a sect that stands for 1,000 years, but he had never heard of anyone reaching the soul transformation stage, let alone someone so young. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Yunhai looked at Elder Mu and shouted anxiously, "Elder Mu, what do we do now? You must save our Fenglei sect." Elder Mu reassured him, "What's the panic? Don't forget that I come from the Yuha sect in Qingzhou. Are the methods I possess something this kid could even imagine?" Yi Junlin reached out and rubbed his nose, provoking, "Old man, do you really think your techniques can defeat me?" Elder Mu roared in fury, "Wishful thinking. The techniques of your small sect are worlds apart compared to my Yuha sect. Today I'll let you open your eyes and witness a peak earth-grade divine technique." Countless giant palm shadows appeared as Elder Mu let out a wild roar. Tai Azure Wood Palm. The Fenglei sect members were amazed once again. As expected of the Yuha sect, they use an earth-grade technique as soon as they strike. One must know that techniques are divided into 6 grades: mortal, spirit, profound, earth, heaven, and venerable. In the desolate province, a spirit-grade technique is enough to be a sect's foundation treasure. The gap was immense. Elder Mu acted as if victory was already in his grasp, saying, "Hid, to be able to die by my hand is an honor for a cultivator from a low-class sect like yours." Yi Junlin snorted coldly. "A trivial trick, how dare you display your meager skills before a master?" Immediately after, he unleashed the Human King seal. A massive golden seal formed from spiritual energy instantly crushed Elder Mu's palm shadows. At this moment, the pressure radiating from the protagonist reached an absolute peak. The Fenglei sect members stammered in fear. What is this? What grade of technique is this? Heaven grade? Venerable grade? No, it's none of those." The protagonist waved his hand to strike again. The golden seal suppressed heaven and earth as the massive palm shadow bore down directly on Elder Mew. Seeing the move approaching, Elder Mew was drenched in cold sweat. He exerted all his strength to strike out countless palms in an attempt to block it, but it was useless. He shouted, "Damn it," in anger. Only now feeling a deep sense of dread, he pleaded, Wait, stop, for the sake of the Yuha sect, please spare my life, senior." Yi Junlin gave a cold laugh. "The Yuha sect is jack shit. I don't provoke others unless they provoke me. If they do, I shall punish them. If they dare to come, I'll dare to destroy them." Pleading is useless. Seeing that pleading failed, Elder Mew turned to threats. "If I die here, your sect will surely face total destruction. And you, as the instigator, will have an even worse fate." Yi Junlin smiled indifferently. "Hey, still daring to threaten me when death is at your door? Die." After saying that, Yi Junlin pushed his technique to full power and blasted it toward Elder Mew. By this time, Chen Yunhai was pale with fright, screaming for mercy. "Lord Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Fenglei sect is willing to surrender and serve you as cattle or horses." The Fenglei sect elders behind him also fell to their knees. Yes, we are all willing to follow you, my lord, and serve you." Yi Junlin sneered repeatedly. Hee, you want to be my dogs? You're not worthy." Chen Yunhai grit his teeth and brought up his son as a threat. "Lord Yi, my son Chen Shao has the potential to become an immortal and has been taken as a personal disciple by a Yuha sect venerable. Do you really want to be our enemy? Don't seek your own death." Yi Junlin's eyes were cold. "Oh, potential to become an immortal, just what I wanted. I'll say it again, if you provoke me I will punish you. This time it was your Fenglei sect that first invaded my Xuanchen sect. I said it before. Today you will surely be wiped out. I keep my word." Having said that, the human king seal crushed down upon the Fenglei sect members once again. Before dying, Chen Yunhai screamed shrilly, "Today's humiliation will surely be repaid in blood. My son will definitely take it back 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. After Chen Yunhai died, a box containing the nascent soul pill fell to the ground. Yi Junlin crossed his arms and said, "Then I'll be waiting for your immortal son to come and deliver some experience points to me." Suddenly he looked toward the door. Is that Shu Union?" Shu Union had just arrived. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he was overjoyed. "Wonderful. Junior brother Yi, you're still here?" Yi Junlin asked, puzzled. "If I'm not here, where else would I be? Didn't I say I was coming to wipe out the Fenglei sect?" Shu Union suddenly grabbed Yi Junlin's hand tightly and pulled him along while saying, "Count yourself lucky. I heard an elder from the Yuha sect arrived, but he might just happen to be away. It's not too late to run for your life while you can." Yi Junlin pulled his hand back, waved it dismissively, and said, "That elder you mentioned, I've already beaten him to death." Shu Union simply couldn't believe his ears and snapped back with a question. "What? You actually took out an elder from the Yuha sect? Wasn't he a soul transformation stage cultivator?" Su Qinshui, who was standing nearby, added, "See, I told you. Peak Master Yi's strength is extraordinary. He's perfectly capable of handling things on his own." Shu Union still found it hard to believe this was happening. How is this possible? Junior brother Yi could actually defeat someone in the soul transformation stage?" Yi Junlin replied, "Actually, I am in the soul transformation stage as well. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's hurry up and sweep through the Fenglei sect to plunder their resources." Shu Union nodded repeatedly. Right, looking at Yi Junlin. Shu Union thought to himself, "Junior brother Yi is actually in the soul transformation stage. It's simply unbelievable." Elsewhere, Peak Master Zhao picked up the box containing the nascent soul pill and said excitedly, "Sect Master Peak Master Yi, I found a nascent soul pill. It should be a pill from the Yuha sect." Yi Junlin glanced at it, then turned back to Shu Union and said, "Let the sect master use this nascent soul pill. If you break through to the nascent soul stage sooner, the Xuanchen sect will become a bit stronger." Shu Union accepted it gladly. "Thank you for your help, junior brother Yi." A system prompt popped up. Ding detected a candidate suitable to be recruited as a disciple within a 100-mile radius. Suspected to be a demon sect leader at the true immortal realm. Does the host wish to take them as a disciple? Upon completion, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Hearing this, Yi Junlin was ecstatic. Great, another new mission, and it's a disciple recruitment one. The target is actually a true immortal level demon sect leader. If I go and bump into them with my cheat code, won't I just become an immortal on the spot? By then I'll be invincible in the desolate province and even in Qingzhou. Shu Union watched the protagonist dazing off, not understanding what had happened. Su Qinshui stepped forward and said, "Although we wiped out the Fenglei sect thanks to Peak Master Yi, we have offended the Yuha sect. I'm afraid there will be no place for us in the entire eastern region or even for the Xuanchen sect in the future." Shu Union replied in a deep voice, "That's right, the Yuha sect's power is extremely vast. It's not something our Xuanchen sect can contend with." He then called out, "Junior brother Yi, your talent is peerless. You must not be buried here. Why not leave the eastern region? If the Yuha sect comes to settle accounts in the future, at worst we will die. As long as you are alive, there is hope for the Xuanchen sect's revival." Peak Master Zhao also said, "The sect master is right." Su Qinshui followed suit. "Indeed, Peak Master Yi is a person of stunning brilliance. It would be a great pity if you were to die here." The disciples of the Xuanchen sect echoed the sentiment. "Exactly, Peak Master Yi must take our hopes and carve out a new world. Making the name of the Xuanchen sect resound far and wide once again, we will swear to defend this place to the death, never retreating even until the final moment. Peak Master Yi, you can go and display your talents without worry." Yi Junlin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected everyone to care so much about him. He smiled slightly, thinking the cohesion of this sect was truly remarkable. He placed a hand over his heart in gratitude. Thank you all for your high regard. Please rest assured, since I dared to act, I have naturally considered the consequences. Just leave the follow-up matters to me. Then he patted Shu Yunyan's shoulder and said, I'll leave things here to the sect master. Clean up slowly. I have an urgent matter, so I'll take my leave first. Watching the protagonist depart, Shu Yunyan thought in silence. Junior brother Yi always brushes off his robes and leaves after the kill, hiding his merit and fame deep within. The scene shifted to the purple void bamboo forest where a woman was running for her life. Playful laughter echoed from behind her. Ha ha ha, beauty, don't run, let this Taoist master have some fun, the woman screamed. Get lost, how many times do I have to tell you? I am a man, do you understand? Behind her, a thin, withered Taoist with a lecherous face said, How could a lady this beautiful be a man? Stop trying to trick this old man. Recalling the days when he was a demon sect leader, the woman sighed inwardly about his fall from grace. A tiger down on the plains being bullied by dogs. I, the grand demon sect leader, once shook the middle region. The fire-worshipping demon sect was presided over by a true immortal and possessed immense power, ruling over 100,000 nations with billions of followers worshipping them. The woman shed tears of grievance. Who would have thought those enemies would join forces with various Holy Land powers to launch a large-scale siege on my fire-worshipping demon sect? I could only risk dispersing my cultivation to try and break through the encirclement, hiding in this desolate place. I never imagined I'd fall to such a wretched state. The Taoist chased relentlessly from behind, firing several darts and shouting, Beauty, you can't run, I'm going to catch you. The woman used a crimson flame shield to block the attacks, but she couldn't hold out for long. The shield was shattered, and the woman fell directly to the ground. She struggled to prop herself up, coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough. Seeing that the woman hadn't fallen yet, the Taoist thought to himself, how could someone with a mere foundation establishment cultivation block my golden core late-stage solid element subduing nail? Could she be a genius from some major sect out for trial? The Taoist stopped overthinking and decided to capture her first before anything else, striking once again. The old Taoist sacrificed a long nail, pinning it around the woman to form a trapping formation. The Taoist flew down and laughed out loud. Hee hee, little beauty. This is the end. Surrender obediently. The woman gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Old bastard. The Taoist stepped forward, lifting the woman's chin with a lecherous look. Little beauty, stop resisting. My patience is limited. Be good and just bear with it. At that moment, veins popped on the other's forehead as he suddenly ripped open his clothes to reveal solid pectoral muscles, cursing, Open your dog eyes and look clearly. I am a man, a man. It was only then that the Taoist realized the other party was indeed male. Ha ha ha, a cold wind blew past. The Taoist was dumbstruck. Holy crap, you're really a man? Doesn't that mean I've been chasing you for nothing all this time? The man who looked like a beauty straightened his clothes and replied, You see clearly now as fellow men, stop pestering me. The Taoist suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait a moment, then he revealed a lecherous face again. Actually, a man isn't out of the question either. The man flared up in rage. Get lost, you despicable scoundrel. You won't even let a man go. I would rather self-destruct my inner core than yield to you. The Taoist felt the pressure radiating from the man and was greatly shocked. What grade of technique is this? How could a foundation establishment stage create such a momentum? The man's eyes turned white. Old dog, you've completely enraged me. Go to hell, the Taoist panicked. Wait, let's talk this out. But the move had already struck the Taoist's body with full force. The Taoist spat blood upon impact, screaming incessantly. After performing this move, the man was also exhausted, barely supporting himself on the ground with his hands, letting out a cold snort. HMPH? You brought this on yourself. Looking at the Taoist's still burning corpse, he thought, I'm so unlucky to run into such a thing. My inner core is about to shatter. I must find a place to recover and make plans. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out from behind. Haha, a lecher like that deserves to die. You truly are someone with a significant background. The man turned back and asked, Who is it? An old man leaning on a cane walked over. Don't be alarmed, young friend. I'm just passing by. I'm not that lecher's accomplice and I have a normal orientation. So you can rest assured. After hearing this, the man relaxed slightly and cupped his hands in reply. That's good in that case, fellow Taoist, until we meet again. Just as he was about to leave, the old man blurred and blocked his path, laughing sinisterly. However, compared to that man just now, I am more interested in the secrets you carry. The old man launched an attack, laughing loudly. Hee hee, let me see what exactly is hidden in your head that allows you to master such powerful divine arts. Looking at the attacking old man, the man roared. You old bald donkey, taking advantage of someone's crisis will not end well for you. The man resisted with all his might, thinking, Is my path of recultivation going to end here? I refuse to accept this, I refuse. Suddenly, the bamboo forest trembled and Yi Junlin appeared with overwhelming pressure, forcing both the old man and the beautiful man to resist with everything they had. The old man was terrified. Soul transformation stage? He wondered what had gone wrong. How could a soul transformation powerhouse exist in a remote place like the desolate province? Yi Junlin looked down at them from the air. The old man pointed at the beautiful man with trembling fingers, stammering incoherently. Senior, please show mercy. He is yours. I'll leave right now. Yi Junlin pointed a finger at the old man. A scoundrel like you has no right to live. A golden light instantly pierced through the old man's chest, obliterating him on the spot. The beautiful man looked at the protagonist with a face full of worry. A golden core just left, and now a soul transformation has arrived. Am I really doomed today? Yi Junlin called out to the system. System, you told me this is a demon sect leader and a true immortal level 1? Isn't this just a weak foundation establishment stage? Are you playing me? The system popped up a response. Ding, this system never lies. This person was indeed a true immortal realm demon sect leader, but his cultivation has fallen. Ding, Insight Eye has been activated for the host. Instantly, the beautiful man's information surfaced before Yi Junlin's eyes. Name, Hong Tianye. Gender, male. Cultivation, early stage foundation establishment. Talent, immortal grade fire spirit root. Damaged. Identity, former fire-worshipping demon sect leader ascended to immortality after passing the tribulation. Yi Junlin was somewhat surprised after reading the introduction. Holy crap, it's actually true. Wait, this guy is actually a man? He walked closer to inspect Hong Tianye, thinking, tisk tisk tisk, this skin is white with a rosy tint, the features are exquisite and the long hair is flowing. Many girls would feel ashamed of themselves looking at him. Anyone would mistake his gender. Seeing Yi Junlin staring at him, Hong Tianye became wary. Why is this guy looking at me with that kind of expression? Could it be that he also prefers men? Yi Junlin thought to himself. Although he's only at foundation establishment now, with his talent and experience, it will surely be easy for him to return to his peak. Taking him as a disciple will definitely not be a loss. By now, Hong Tianye was gritting his teeth in anger. After observing for a moment, Yi Junlin spoke. I see that you have a remarkable skeleton. You are a rare talent for immortal cultivation. From today on, I've decided to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Hong Tianye asked back in terror. What, you want to take me as your disciple? Then he thought to himself, could it be that he has seen through my secrets? Indeed, neither magic treasures nor opportunities are things a soul transformation cultivator in this desolate place could imagine. Hong Tianye's face darkened. What, with this level of cultivation, you wouldn't even have been qualified to enter the outer gate of my fire-worshipping demon sect before. A mere soul transformation stage wants to be my master? You're dreaming, Yi Junlin looked at him. I'm looking at your expression, it seems you're not very willing to be my disciple. Hong Tianye panicked slightly. Although the other party wasn't worthy of being his master, he simply couldn't resist with his current cultivation. While there is life, there is hope. Once I recover my cultivation, I will surely turn the tables. He knelt respectfully. Disciple Hong Tianye pays respects to the master. To be able to join master's sect is the greatest honor of my life. Although he was performing the apprenticeship, he thought, it's just an act anyway. I'll humor him for now, and I will definitely avenge today's humiliation in the future. Yi Junlin looked at him and said, Oh good disciple, get up quickly. From now on your master will call you Xiao Hong. Hong Tianye was stunned. Xiao Hong? Then he replied, yes master, but his heart was like an exploding volcano. Yi Junlin looked at him thinking, this kid's fake acting is way too obvious. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as I encounter strong people, I'll become stronger. Am I afraid of him turning against me? A system prompt popped up. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. Reward, divine technique, automatic cultivation. Yi Junlin was secretly delighted. Oh, automatic cultivation, doesn't that mean I can get stronger while just lying around? The system continued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-burying coffin. It contains 108 seals, which will unlock gradually as the host's realm increases. Current level, grade 3 spirit tool. Yi Junlin recalled from his memories that techniques and divine arts all have cultivation progress. They are divided into initial, minor success, great success, perfection and transcendent. At each stage, the power increases tenfold or even 100-fold. The system displayed information about the heaven-burying coffin. It can bury the heavens, the earth and all things. It can refine any living being. In the later stages, it can even bury the myriad worlds of the heavens. The system prompted again. Ding, detected the disciple's aptitude. This system provides free upgrade services. Ding, reward. Fire attribute technique, 3000 burning flames scripture. Ding, reward. Fire element pill, used to repair the fire spirit root and reshape the supreme foundation. Ding, rewards for this mission have been distributed. Is the host satisfied? Yi Junlin thought to himself. The magic treasures rewarded by the system can even drag the Heavenly Dao to be buried along with me. I'm starting to look forward to the amazing power this heaven-burying coffin can display once my realm increases. Yi Junlin smiled with satisfaction. This kind of reward was the treatment a Chinese transmigrator deserved. Haha. Watching Yi Junlin being secretly proud of himself nearby, Xiao Hong clenched his fists in rage. Look at that smug face of his after taking a gifted disciple like me. Just look how arrogant you've become. Just you wait for the day I have my revenge. Yi Junlin suddenly turned his head and shouted, Xiao Hong, you shouldn't always wear your emotions on your face. Do you think I'm not worthy of being your master? Xiao Hong was startled and immediately replied, Master, you misunderstand. I was born with this expression. Then he sneered inwardly. Hey, a mere soul transformation stage cultivator dares to put on airs in front of me, and even thinks he can teach me how to conduct myself. Yi Junlin took out a manual and handed it to Xiao Hong, saying, It seems that if I don't show you some of my methods, you won't be truly convinced by me. Take this manual as an apprenticeship gift. Study it well. Xiao Hong cupped his hands and respectfully accepted it. Thank you, master. However, his heart was full of disdainful mockery. Hey, let me see what kind of trash manual a soul transformation cultivator from this backwater wilderness can produce to fool me. Xiao Hong took the manual and began to flip through it. 3,000 burning flames scripture to give such a trash technique such an exaggerated name, but when he saw the contents clearly, Xiao Hong's eyes widened in total disbelief. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Back then, the inverse chaos raging fire method that helped me attain immortality was already a top-tier fire attribute technique in the middle region. But compared to this 3,000 burning flames scripture, it's practically garbage. This 3,000 burning flames scripture completely overturns my understanding of fire attribute techniques. It has definitely reached the immortal grade, or perhaps even the saint grade in the legends of the cultivation world. All techniques have a clear hierarchy: mortal, spirit, profound, earth, heaven, venerable, immortal, and saint. With the help of this manual, my strength will experience growth beyond imagination, and my return to the true immortal realm is just around the corner. Yi Junlin looked at his expression and asked, "Judging by your face, are you very satisfied with the technique I gave you?" Xiao Hong snapped back to his senses and replied somewhat awkwardly, "Thank you, master, for bestowing this divine technique." He felt he had benefited immensely, yet he still huffed inwardly, "HMPH, I really don't know what kind of dog-shit luck this guy has to obtain such an opportunity in a place like the desolate province." Seeing this, Yi Junlin took out another pill and handed it to Xiao Hong. "Since you've grasped the technique, I'll give you a pill to lend you a helping hand." Xiao Hong was once again struck with shock. This is a fire element pill." Xiao Hong couldn't hide the horror on his face as he asked, "Are you giving this to me as well?" He thought to himself. For a cultivator specializing in fire attribute techniques, a fire element pill is like a divine pill bestowed by the heavens. Not only can it vastly increase one's cultivation, but its rarity is such that even immortals would fight to the death for it. How could a mere soul transformation cultivator possess both of these treasures at once? Even at my peak, I wouldn't necessarily have been able to produce such things so casually. Looking at Xiao Hong's expression, Yi Junlin said with some displeasure, "Xiao Hong, do you still have doubts about the greeting gift I gave you?" Xiao Hong immediately said respectfully, "Master, absolutely not. To be able to join your sect is truly the blessing of 3 lifetimes." But he was still unconvinced in his heart, snorting coldly, "HMPH, this guy probably has no idea how rare this technique and pill are. He definitely picked them up from some ancient ruin. I need to calm down first." Yi Junlin let out a long breath, thinking, what exactly is going on in this demon sect leader's head? His face keeps changing colors. It's quite hilarious, so he spoke up. "Alright, take this pill. I will personally protect you while you cultivate." Xiao Hong immediately responded, "Thank you, master." After saying that, Xiao Hong promptly swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged and began to absorb its medicinal power. Sitting nearby, Yi Junlin watched Xiao Hong's realm skyrocket. Early, middle, late, and great circle of foundation establishment, then golden core, and finally early stage nascent soul. This guy truly lived up to being a reincarnated true immortal. In just half an hour he broke through from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Not bad at all, he's a good prospect. After fully absorbing the medicinal power, Hong Tianye let out a loud shout, "Ah, this feels fantastic. Breaking through realms is actually this fast. Once I return to the middle region, I will surely wash away my past humiliation." After calming his aura, Hong Tianye feigned a couple of coughs. "Cough, cough. I just startled you, master. It was my lack of propriety." Yi Junlin said indifferently, "No matter, follow me back to the sect. I'll introduce you to your martial uncles and aunts while I'm at it." Xiao Hong replied, "Yes." Then he followed Yi Junlin and departed. Meanwhile, outside the main hall of the Xuanchen sect, everyone was excitedly discussing, "Peak Master Yi is simply too powerful. He destroyed a nascent soul with one finger and repeatedly saved the Xuanchen sect from crisis. I really regret being so blind back then and missing the chance to join Ethereal Peak. Otherwise I would be a disciple of Ethereal Peak now. With Peak Master Yi's strength, his standards for recruiting disciples must be extremely high. I wonder what kind of person he could actually favor." Just then, Yi Junlin returned to the sect with Xiao Hong. The people of the Xuanchen sect cheered, "Everyone look, Peak Master Yi is back. Who is that woman behind him? She's so beautiful. Truly stunning. Where did this lady come from to think she's so close to Peak Master Yi?" Xiao Hong scanned the disciples of the Xuanchen sect, thinking disdainfully, "This kind of cultivation sect is far too weak. The cultivation of these people is so low they're not even fit to carry the shoes of my demon sect." By now, the sect master and the others had happily come forward to meet them. "Junior brother Yi, you are..." Yi Junlin casually placed his hand on Xiao Hong's shoulder and introduced him. "This is a disciple I picked up on a whim." Xiao Hong, quickly pay your respects to the sect master. Everyone was stunned. Where did Peak Master Yi go to recruit such a beautiful young lady as a disciple? Enraged, Xiao Hong pointed at Su Qinshui, releasing his pressure as he roared, "I am a man." Su Qinshui was startled and cried out, The nascent soul stage." Immediately after, Yi Junlin gave Xiao Hong a sharp smack on the head and scolded, "Xiao Hong, do not be rude. This is my senior sister. Apologize at once." Though unwilling, Xiao Hong could only cup his hands in apology. "My apologies, I was out of line." But in his heart he thought, "Endure it a bit longer. Once I break through to soul transformation, I will definitely avenge this humiliation." Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction. I'm a teachable youth now that the introductions are over. I'll take Xiao Hong back to Ethereal Peak to get him settled. Go on, you two go ahead. Watching the backs of Yi Junlin and his disciple as they left, Shu Union sighed. Where did junior brother Yi find a nascent soul stage disciple? Truly extraordinary. Su Qinshui was also filled with emotion. Sigh, in less than a day, junior brother Yi has brought us too many unbelievable things. Up on Ethereal Peak, Yi Junlin pointed inside and said, You are now my eldest disciple. Pick any place to live on this peak. Don't be formal. Xiao Hong's face darkened as he stammered. Okay, master. Looking at the dilapidated wooden huts before him, Xiao Hong felt incredibly wronged. What kind of dump is this? Even the residences of the disciples in my fire-worshipping demon sect were 100 times more luxurious than this. I actually have to live in a place like this, Yi Junlin reminded him. Remember, only the weak complain about their environment, the strong learn to adapt. To a cultivator, these are all external things. The house is a bit dirty, just tidy it up. After saying that, Yi Junlin turned and left. Seeing Yi Junlin walk away, Xiao Hong muttered to himself, It's fine, I'll endure. With my current cultivation speed, I'll turn the tables very soon. Yi Junlin, you just wait for me. Qingzhou, Yuhua Sect. A person was kneeling before the main hall, holding a shattered life tablet in his hand. This person was a disciple of the Hall of Instruction, under the tutelage of Venerable Zhuyang of the Yuhua Sect. The kneeling man spoke with a trembling voice, Master, it's all my fault. I was the one who asked Elder Mu to deliver the pill to my father. Drenched in sweat, he continued nervously. Elder Mu's death leaves me unable to eat or sleep in peace. I constantly feel my father's sect will be implicated, so I want to personally return to the desolate province to see the situation. Venerable Zhuyang spoke up, Shower, do you know why I took you as my disciple? Chen Xiao replied, Because I possess the solar body and have the potential to become an immortal. Venerable Zhuyang tightly gripped the life tablet. That is only one reason. The second is because I saw immense ambition in your eyes. How can a person who yearns to become strong be troubled by mere father-son sentiment? The personal disciple competition is imminent. You should prepare early. As long as you defeat the other personal disciples and take first place, the sect will increase the resources given to you. That is the true benefit. Feeling helpless, Chen Xiao wanted to say more, but Venerable Zhuyang interrupted him directly. There are no buts. A mere Fenglei sect is nothing. I will send someone to the desolate province to investigate. You only need to focus on winning that top spot for me. Chen Xiao cupped his hands. I understand. I will not fail your expectations, master. The next day, at Ethereal Peak of the Xuanchen sect, Yi Junlin was lying leisurely on a reclining chair when he suddenly shouted, Xiao Hong, is it ready yet? I can't wait any longer. Holding food in his hands, Xiao Hong responded loudly, It's ready, master. I'll bring it over to you right now. He complained in his heart, All he knows is how to eat all day long. I truly cannot understand it. A soul transformation cultivator actually craves such mundane world food. Yesterday he was lecturing me not to complain about the environment, yet today he's enjoying himself. Yi Junlin took 2 skewers of meat and ate them in large bites, praising, This meat, this dried tofu, incredible. He was even more thrilled internally. This is too delicious. The system's specially made barbecue seasoning is truly amazing. Then he turned to his disciple and said, Come Xiao Hong, you have a skewer too. Don't be so formal. Xiao Hong turned his head away and replied, Master, I have completely achieved Bigu. I lost interest in mundane food long ago. Yi Junlin had a look of reproach. Are you not giving me face? What's the point of cultivating immortality if you end up like this? Xiao Hong had no choice but to reply, Forgive me, master. Since you've put it that way, I'll have 1 skewer. Xiao Hong picked up a skewer and put it in his mouth, thinking, This Yi Junlin is truly an oddity of the cultivation world. What could possibly be good about something like barbecue skewers? Suddenly, Xiao Hong's eyes snapped open, stunned by the flavor, followed by an expression of pure satisfaction. This is too delicious. I've never felt so happy in my entire life. Yi Junlin looked on helplessly. What's going on? Why are you starting to cry at this moment? Xiao Hong was in tears like a young girl. Xiao Hong recalled how he was always hungry as a child and dreamed of eating a single bite of meat. The happiness of tasting meat for the first time was still unforgettable. But since stepping onto the path of immortality, he had focused only on slaughter and climbing to the peak, never again caring about these small blessings in life. Just as his master said, if one cultivates to the point of giving up even the simplest appetites, then what's the point of cultivating? Watching Xiao Hong's realm skyrocket, Yi Junlin was startled. Another breakthrough, early, middle, late peak and great circle of nascent soul reaching soul transformation in a single thought. Holy crap, this guy can break through just by eating barbecue. This talent is too heaven-defying. By now, Xiao Hong had also noticed his own breakthrough and felt somewhat surprised. Yi Junlin offered his congratulations. Xiao Hong, congratulations on breaking through to soul transformation. I'm truly happy for you. As your master, your cultivation is almost catching up to mine. Xiao Hong looked at Yi Junlin with a sharp gaze, having not expected the soul transformation breakthrough to come so quickly. In that case, this absurd master-disciple relationship should come to an end. Yi Junlin slumped back in his chair and shouted, Xiao Hong, you've eaten the meat and leveled up. Come over and give me a shoulder rub. Xiao Hong's eyes turned icy, his whole body radiating murderous intent. Yi, I am now in the soul transformation stage. How dare you still order me around? Xiao Hong immediately unleashed a killing move toward Yi Junlin. A mere soul transformation, Junior. Give me your life, suddenly a voice rang out. Reporting to Peak Master Yi. Peak Master Yi, a disciple ran in and respectfully cupped his hands. The sect master invites you to the main hall to discuss important matters. He says there is urgent business. Yi Junlin gave an oh. Oh, only a day has passed and there's trouble again. Behind him, Xiao Hong was so angry his fists were clenched and his body was shaking. This heaven-sent opportunity was actually wasted like this. But this Yi Junlin is full of openings. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Yi Junlin then set off to leave, throwing back the words, Xiao Hong, I'll go ahead. Your technique is quite comfortable. Remember to rub my legs when I get back. Xiao Hong roared in fury. I'm going to explode. Do you really treat me like a servant? I should have struck decisively just now and strangled that shameless thing to death. Inside the Xuanchen sect's discussion hall, everyone was talking at once. What should we do? Sai, is heaven really going to destroy my Xuanchen sect? Just then, Yi Junlin arrived and everyone greeted him. Peak Master Yi, junior brother Yi, you're here. Yi Junlin immediately asked, everyone, has the sect encountered another crisis? Why the elaborate setup? The surrounding disciples looked at him, their eyes full of reverence. It's Peak Master Yi, he's here. At this moment, Shu Union spoke up with deep concern. Junior brother, here is the situation. A few years ago, the Wei Kingdom, which is under our Xuanchen sect's protection, sent a distress letter. It states that bizarre incidents are occurring frequently across the country, with citizens dying one after another. The manner of death is extremely eerie. Their entire bodies are drained of blood. This phenomenon is escalating in the Wei Kingdom, and several cities with populations of 1 million have turned into horrific scenes of corpses everywhere. I judged it to be the work of a demon, so I sent a team of disciples to investigate, but there has been no news at all. Not a single person returned this morning. The Wei Kingdom reported again that the situation is critical and has now spread to neighboring countries. If left unchecked, the desolate province might fall into chaos. Furthermore, the Xuanchen sect will face the danger of a gap in recruiting future disciples. Yi Junlin asked again. Is the situation actually this severe? Given how wide the scope is, hasn't anyone seen the culprit or taken action before? Su Qinshui replied with a frown. I'm afraid everyone who has seen the culprit is already dead. If things continued this way, the Xuanchen sect might end up with no successors and gradually fall into decline. For cultivators, the desolate province was already a barren land where the nascent soul stage was enough to dominate a region. Furthermore, the Wei Kingdom was within the borders of the desolate province. What could possibly be a problem the Xuanchen sect couldn't solve? Yi Junlin questioned further. Was there truly not even a single reply? Could there be an even more terrifying power hidden behind this? At that moment, a system interface popped up. Ding, new mission activated. Head to the Wei Kingdom to identify the root of the crisis. Upon completion, you will receive unexpectedly generous rewards. Yi Junlin was ecstatic, thinking to himself, System, you really are thoughtful. This system's benefits are simply beyond words. He immediately spoke up. Sect Master, I understand your concerns. According to what you just said, this anomaly began in the Wei Kingdom several years ago, and it is currently the area with the most severe disaster. Therefore, the root of the problem must be there. I've decided to go there personally. Upon hearing this, Shu Union responded. That's wonderful, junior brother Yi truly is a man of great integrity. As long as you are willing to step in, this matter will surely be resolved. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Yi Junlin immediately turned and left. Seeing his hurried departure, Su Qinshui couldn't help but remark, Peak Master Yi is truly a man of action. Shu Union, on the other hand, appeared somewhat helpless and sighed. I hadn't even finished speaking yet. He rubbed his chin and thought, can Peak Master Yi really solve this bizarre affair? Su Qinshui gave him a sharp look and scolded, you blockhead, in this tiny desolate province what could possibly stump a soul transformation stage master? Watching Yi Junlin's receding back, Shu Union regained his confidence and said, true, if even he can't handle it, then the desolate province is probably truly beyond saving. Everyone please focus on your cultivation. Stop overthinking and do not fail the expectations junior brother Yi has for us. The members of the Xuanchen sect responded in unison. After some time passed at the border of the Wei Kingdom in the eastern region of the desolate province, Yi Junlin arrived with Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong thought suspiciously, the meeting just ended. Why is he in such a hurry to come to a backwater place like the Wei Kingdom? Oh well, this trip is the perfect chance to find an opportunity to deal with him. Currently, they had already reached Peach Blossom Village within the Wei Kingdom. Looking down, Yi Junlin said, it seems a band of horse thieves is pillaging the village. Let's go down and take a look. Xiao Hong felt a wave of disdain in his heart. Tisk, do we really have to care about such trivial matters? Below, the village chief of Peach Blossom Village was kneeling and begging for mercy. My lords, our village is famously poor. Usually we only raise some chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. If you want them, please just take them all, but please do not harm the innocent villagers. The leader of the horse thieves gave a sinister grin, kicked the village chief, and barked, who told you that what I want are those animals? I want your lives. I am the chieftain of Black Wind Stronghold. His eyes were bloodshot and his ears were as sharp as an elf's as he continued. Die obediently, that way you'll suffer less. Ha ha ha! The lackeys of the Black Wind stronghold retreated one after another, shouting, "Everyone stay back, the chieftain is about to perform his divine technique." At this moment, the chieftain of Black Wind stronghold emitted a bizarre red aura appearing extremely sinister and evil. This aura was frantically devouring the villagers' life force. The villagers were powerless to resist, only able to flee in despair while screaming, "Help, don't kill me, mother, I'm scared, a monster, this is a monster. Who will save us?" Xiao Hong seemed to notice something and let out a soft "Eh?" This evil technique, he pondered privately. This technique is very similar to an arch-rival of mine in the Middle Region, but he clearly turned to ash under the siege of the various holy lands. Yi Junlin looked at him and asked, "Do you recognize this technique?" Xiao Hong immediately put on an annoying face and lied without blinking. "No, I don't. I just think it's very sinister." Seeing this, Yi Junlin barked, "Brat, what kind of attitude is that?" Xiao Hong, however, was thinking, "If it really is that arch-rival, I'm afraid this trip won't be so easy to return from." By now, the villagers' life force was nearly drained, and they wailed incessantly, "Woo, I don't want to die." Yi Junlin instantly appeared behind the chieftain of Black Wind stronghold and said coldly, "Your nutritional supplements end here. Stop." Seeing someone ruining his plans, the chieftain turned in a rage and threw a punch at Yi Junlin, cursing, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you have a death wish?" Yi Junlin casually pointed at the chieftain's arm, and that arm instantly turned to flying ash. The chieftain's eyes widened, his face full of horror. Yi Junlin's tone was calm. "Don't get excited. We can sit down and have a proper talk." The chieftain let out a pained scream. "Ar!" his lackeys shouted in panic. "Chi, chieftain." Sensing the terrifying aura coming from Yi Junlin, the chieftain began to beg for mercy. A soul transformation cultivator, mercy, senior, mercy." Yi Junlin stepped forward and asked, "Tell me, where do you come from?" Trembling all over, the chieftain stammered his reply. I was originally a guard in the Wei Kingdom's imperial palace. Because I stumbled upon something I wasn't supposed to see. The prince ordered my assassination. I wasn't willing to just wait for death, so I fought my way out of the palace." Yi Junlin asked again, "What was it that you weren't supposed to see? Also, where did this evil technique you're practicing come from?" The chieftain replied. "I often saw the prince sneaking in and out of the back mountain, but I didn't dare investigate further. As for this evil technique, a mysterious organization taught it to me while I was on the run, but I have no idea about their background." Yi Junlin pressed him. "They would just give you an evil technique for no reason? Speak." The chieftain gave a terrified glance at the villagers and answered, "They only required that I continuously use this technique to devour the blood essence of others to increase my cultivation. To stay alive, I had no choice but to do it. As for anything else, I really don't know a thing." After hearing this, Yi Junlin fell into deep thought. It seemed there was a massive organization pulling the strings. Their actions might very well be related to this bizarre crisis. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was also thinking that this method of passing on techniques was extremely similar to that person. Could he really still be alive? But why would he appear in the desolate province? Yi Junlin looked at Xiao Hong and asked, "Xiao Hong, what do you think?" Xiao Hong replied with an innocent expression, "I don't know." In his heart, however, he thought, if this bizarre business is truly that person's doing, Yi Junlin alone at the soul transformation stage won't be able to handle it at all. This great Wei Kingdom will likely be your burial ground, Yi Junlin. I'll see what kind of trump cards you're still hiding. Suddenly, Yi Junlin stepped forward and performed a soul-searching technique on the chieftain. The chieftain's eyes instantly turned blood red. From the chieftain's memories, Yi Junlin saw a faint shadow of that demonic organization. After reading the memories, Yi Junlin said, "He really wasn't lying, but I've discovered a very crucial piece of information. We must head to the Great Wei Imperial Palace immediately." As soon as Yi Junlin finished speaking, Xiao Hong casually waved his hand, releasing flames that burned the members of the Black Wind stronghold to ash. Shrill screams echoed in the sea of fire. Seeing this, the villagers broke into a cold sweat from fear. Yi Junlin was also a bit surprised. Xiao Hong looked at Yi Junlin and asked, "Master, did I do something wrong? Don't these horse thieves deserve to die?" He cold snorted in his heart. "I've endured for so long I finally got to kill a few people to vent some frustration." Yi Junlin gave a thumbs up and praised, "Cough, cough. No, you did well, great job." The villagers behind them also cheered excitedly. "The fairy has eradicated evil and acted for heaven. Our Peach Blossom village will be forever grateful for the great kindness of the two immortals for generations to come." The scene shifted to the main hall of the Great Wei Imperial Palace in the eastern region of the desolate province. The Emperor of Wei sat on his dragon throne with a face full of sorrow, letting out a long sigh. The population of Wei has dropped by 30% these past few years. If this continues, my kingdom will eventually be completely destroyed by these demons. I wonder if the immortals of the Xuanchen sect can help Great Wei weather this crisis." Just as the atmosphere turned heavy, a little girl's voice rang out. Imperial Father, Imperial Father!" A little girl ran in happily, shouting, "I saw two immortals flying toward us from outside." The Emperor and the officials were instantly rejuvenated. "What? It must be the immortals from the Xuanchen sect. My ministers follow me out to welcome them." Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, Yi Junlin and Xiao Hong had already landed. Yi Junlin asked Xiao Hong, "Don't you think the way I chose to enter was very domineering?" Xiao Hong replied, "Master is wise. I also think it was very grand. In his heart, however, he was cursing. HMPH, are you afraid people won't know you've arrived? Just wait until you meet the mastermind. Let's see how you act then. Don't come begging me to save you. The Emperor of Wei and his officials rushed forward in ecstasy. Welcome, immortals. Yi Junlin struck an air of profound mystery and said, I am the peak master of ethereal peak of the Xuanchen sect. Since I have come, I will surely help you resolve the crisis. You need not live in fear anymore. The Emperor of Wei was moved to tears. On behalf of the people of Wei, I thank you, Immortal. He then asked, does the Immortal have any instructions? Yi Junlin and Xiao Hong stepped onto the ground and said, first arrange a place for us to rest, the Emperor hurriedly replied. No problem, this way please. I will personally escort the Immortals there. With that, several people headed toward the resting quarters. In the shadows a figure was lurking and observing, cold snorting, HMPH, just a peak master of the Xuanchen sect, and he dares to talk so big. I was just worried about not having sacrifices to help Master break through to the peak of the soul transformation stage. You've arrived just in time. To briefly summarize the situation, the Xuanchen sect once sent a team to find the source of the anomaly, but those cultivators vanished mysteriously without a trace. Now the Wei Kingdom is in imminent danger and the situation is spinning out of control. Yi Junlin must now take on this dangerous mission. Currently he was lying leisurely in a chair. Beside him, Xiao Hong was fuming with rage. He was so imposing just a moment ago, but now he's back to being slovenly. All he knows is how to slack off all day. How did someone like this reach the soul transformation stage? HMPH, that's fine too. At this rate, my cultivation will soon surpass his. It'll be even safer to make my move then. Yi Junlin ate fruit while glancing at his disciple, thinking, Xiao Hong, your little schemes are written all over your face. Sooner or later, you'll dig your own grave. Your biggest mistake was targeting me. Thinking of this, Yi Junlin kicked off his shoes and lay flat. Then he shouted, Xiao Hong, aren't you curious how I cultivate? Hurry up and bring a basin of water to wash my feet. Once I'm comfortable, maybe I'll teach you a few moves. Xiao Hong grit his teeth in fury. What did you say? A mere soul transformation stage in the backwaters of the desolate province thinks he's worthy of teaching me cultivation. Back then, countless immortals begged to hear my lectures. If you can actually teach me anything meaningful, I'll call you my Grand Master. Yi Junlin urged with an indifferent face, why are you still standing there? Don't want to improve? You're so young and already want to retire early. Xiao Hong's body radiated murderous intent as he walked toward Yi Junlin step by step. I, the Grand Leader of the fire-worshipping demon sect, actually have to wash the feet of a mortal like you? I might as well just drop the act right now. Just as he was about to move, a voice came from outside. Reporting to the two immortals, a bizarre phenomenon has appeared in Wei again. I have urgent matters to report. Xiao Hong froze and glanced toward the door. Yi Junlin flipped himself upright and asked, who goes there? The person outside replied hastily, I am the first prince of Wei, Xiao Hong. This matter concerns the life and death of the Wei Kingdom. I hope the immortals can grant me an audience. Yi Junlin waved his hand to open the door. Come in, what has frightened you so? Yi Junlin sized up the first prince, thinking, could it be him who ordered the hunt for those horse thieves? He doesn't look like what the thief leader described. What exactly is going on? After entering the room, Xiao Hong collapsed to his knees and said, Immortal, I have never dared to tell my father this secret. I suspect the source of Great Wei's chaos is hidden in the palace's back mountain. A few nights ago I saw several giant black bat demons fly into a cave in the back mountain, and recently palace maids and eunuchs have been disappearing frequently. I'm sure it's related to those monsters. Your fame shakes the world and your divine powers are vast. Now only you can save the people of Wei. I implore you to take action and slay the bat demons in the back mountain. Yi Junlin let out a soft "eh?" and immediately released his divine sense to perceive the surroundings. He sneered in his heart, as his divine sense didn't find any anomalies in the back mountain at all. This guy actually dared to lie to my face. Does he take others for fools, or does he have someone backing him and thinks he has the means to deal with me? Thinking of this, Yi Junlin said, fine, then you shall lead me to that cave. He calculated in his mind. I want to see exactly what you're up to. Seeing him agree, Xiao Hong was overjoyed. Thank you, Immortal, please follow me. With the Immortal taking action, the evil in Wei will surely be purged. On the side, Xiao Hong stared at Yi Junlin and thought, I'll let you off for now and settle the score with you later. Currently, Xiao Hong was leading the two toward the cave. The Princess of Wei saw this and frowned, thinking, that's Big Brother. Big Brother is usually ill-behaved, and Father has warned him many times without effect. He actually dared to privately contact the Immortals of the Xuanchen sect. I must tell Father about this immediately. At the entrance of the cave in the back mountain, Yi Junlin asked, First Prince, this place doesn't look like a home for bat demons. Xiao Hong only replied, we're here. Yi Junlin smiled, finally arrived. Then I shall see what kind of ghostly things you've hidden. Xiao Hong now revealed a sinister cold laugh. Haha, I thought I couldn't hide it from you, but I didn't expect you'd actually follow me here so obediently. In the end, you are still too conceited. Have you never heard that there is always a higher heaven and people greater than you? He crushed a message talisman in his hand and laughed loudly. You think you can stop us? Don't think that just because you're a peak master of the Xuanchen sect you're actually an immortal. Yi Junlin, this place shall be your burial ground, he shouted ferociously. Elders, please strike. As soon as Zhao Hong finished, several figures flashed into existence. The moment they appeared, they quickly laid down the five-fold God-binding formation, trapping Yi Junlin and Zhao Hong tightly within it. These men were elders of the Blood Hades sect, all with cultivation at the late-stage nascent soul. A white-haired elder spoke up. Peak Master Yi of the Xuanchen sect, you've certainly made quite a name for yourself lately. To think a mere Peak Master could slay a nascent soul stage demon king, unfortunately. Within this five-fold God-binding formation, even a soul transformation expert cannot escape their doom. Zhao Hong stood with his arms crossed, smiling with the confidence of someone who had already won. Hurry and strike, everyone. Remember, don't be too heavy-handed. We need to leave him alive for my master. As for that woman in red, I'll trouble you all to cripple her cultivation, so this prince can take his time enjoying her. Hearing this, Zhao Hong's eyes turned icy as murderous intent surged. He questioned sharply, "What did you say?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Hong immediately unleashed a killing move. "I had no intention of meddling in this business, but your mouth is far too foul. You actually dared to touch my reverse scale." This single move instantly shattered the Blood Hades sect's trapping formation. Zhao Hong was struck with panic. She actually broke the formation in one move? Impossible. The God-binding formation was actually shattered. Several elders also cried out in alarm. First Prince, we didn't expect the Xuanchen sect Peak Master to bring a disciple who is also in the soul transformation stage. Furthermore, her technique has likely reached the saint grade. Otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to break our God-binding formation. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. HMPH, a bunch of useless old geezers. I hope you can at least perform a great service for my master. While thinking this, he said aloud, I am immortal. Let's talk this out with your cultivation. If you were to join my master's side, your future would surely be limitless. Zhao Hong stared at him. Still daring to entice me? I shall make you wish you were dead. With that, Zhao Hong waved his hand and struck Zhao Hong, sending him flying. Zhao Hong was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, howling in agony. Yi Junlin sighed from the side. Sigh, how tragic. You really know how to strike where it hurts, he then said to Zhao Hong. Alright, don't play him to death yet. I still have questions. With a flick of his finger, Zhao Hong extinguished the flames on Zhao Hong. Yi Junlin walked up to him and asked, Where is your master? Does he really have the ability to make soul transformation experts bow to him? Zhao Hong was charred black all over, yet he still answered defiantly. My master was once an immortal of the middle region. A mere soul transformation stage cannot even be compared to him. You'd better submit to the old gentleman as soon as possible. Otherwise, once master appears, you'll find that even dying is a luxury. Yi Junlin let out a cold laugh. Submit? Truly absurd. I'd like to see just how long your master can stay hidden. For now, I'll start by killing one of you. Yi Junlin casually pointed at an elder. The silver-haired elder turned pale with fright, never expecting that he was also in the soul transformation stage. How could two soul transformation experts possibly exist in the desolate province at the same time? With another flick of a finger, another elder fell. One by one, the elders of the Blood Hades sect went to meet their ancestors, until only Zhao Hong remained. Zhao Hong was completely terrified out of his wits. He trembled and shouted, You, wait! Then he let out a roar. Master, save me! A pillar of red light shot straight into the clouds, dyeing the entire sky crimson. Seeing this, the little princess of Wei asked Imperial Father, What is that? That bloodlight is too terrifying. The attendants hurriedly said, Quick, let's go take a look. Let's hope nothing happens to the immortals. On this side, Zhao Hong felt a familiar aura, and his heart sank. This aura is so familiar, it really is him. Although I can handle Yi Junlin, facing this guy again still makes me feel a bit uneasy. Zhao Hong laughed manically. Haha, master has finally arrived. Your time to die has come. A figure slowly emerged with red hair and scarlet eyes. This person was the leader of the Middle Region's Blood Hades sect. Shi Tianju. Yi Junlin looked at him with a smile. It seems you're the mastermind behind this bizarre crisis. I thought you were a shrinking turtle who didn't dare come out. Shi Tianju looked on with disdain. Cultivator of the desolate province, I admit you have some skill, but you're not yet qualified to fight me. However, that old friend standing over there has piqued my interest. Hong Tianye. Zhao Hong stared at him with eyes full of hatred. Blood demon, I truly didn't expect you to still be alive. Beside them, Yi Junlin wondered privately, what exactly is the relationship between Zhao Hong and this guy? Shi Tianju landed on the ground and said to Hong Tianye, My title of Blood Demon vanished after I was besieged by the various holy lands of the Middle Region over 200 years ago. I didn't expect you to still remember me. Hong Tianye snorted coldly. Anyone who experienced that peak battle would never forget. Zhao Hong then thought to himself, back then Shi Tianju was the strongest existence in the true immortal realm. He sustained himself by devouring human blood and passed his evil arts to many followers. If not restrained, he would surely bring disaster to all living beings. Ultimately, he suffered a backlash and drained the energy of all his followers to sustain himself. Because his methods were too sinister, the top powers of all sides joined forces to crusade against him. And even I, as a member of the demonic path, was forced to participate. To think the long-famed blood demon didn't die and has now appeared in the poorest desolate province of the eastern region. If this news reached the middle region, it would surely cause a massive stir at this moment. Zhao Hong knelt and wailed, "Master, you're finally here. These people want to kill your disciple. You must seek justice for me." Hearing this, Shi Tianju shot a glance at Zhao Hong that instantly killed him before he could say another word. Useless trash. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hong mocked, "The blood demon's methods are indeed as sinister as ever, not even sparing his own disciple." Shi Tianju approached step by step, staring at Zhao Hong as he replied, "It's just a disciple. I can find another one anytime. Since you wanted him dead, I naturally wouldn't let him live. Do you still not understand my feelings for you?" Listening to this conversation that reeked of melodrama, Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. "Oh, there's a big scoop here. What kind of god-tier script is this?" Zhao Hong retreated while replying angrily, "I saw with my own eyes your immortal body crushed to pieces by the 4 great divine artifacts, and even your blood was evaporated clean. How exactly did you escape?" Shi Tianju laughed loudly. "Haha, those self-righteous fools. I had already separated a drop of my life essence blood in advance and hid it in a secret place. After my fall, that drop of essence blood helped me be reborn. What a coincidence. It seems you and I have reached the same destination by different paths. Currently, I am accelerating the recovery of my cultivation, while you are a mere early-stage soul transformation. Why not surrender obediently and offer all your essence blood to me? Only then can we be together forever." Zhao Hong gritted his teeth in contempt. "You're a lunatic. I rejected you countless times back in the middle region, and now even in a new life you're still so obsessed." Immediately, Zhao Hong released his full pressure and flames filled the entire cave. "Do you really think that with your current peak soul transformation cultivation you can definitely handle me?" Seeing this, Shi Tianju said excitedly, "Wonderful, the more you struggle the more excited I get. For others, fighting across levels might have a sliver of possibility, but before me it is nothing but a pipe dream." Zhao Hong also let out a wild laugh. "Haha, how will we know without a fight?" Zhao Hong then unleashed the 5 absolute divine flames. Shi Tianju muttered with some surprise. "This is," he then threw out a blood Hades palm to block. The 2 moves collided violently in midair, creating a massive explosion. Shi Tianju frowned slightly, thinking this is absolutely impossible. This flame is actually so overbearing that even though she is only at the early stage soul transformation, she could shatter my blood Hades palm. Who on earth did she learn this technique from? Seeing this, Zhao Hong snorted coldly, "HMPH, that was just a warm-up." Zhao Hong followed up with Frost Flare. Shi Tianju gritted his teeth and circulated his demonic energy, condensing a soul-eating blood spear to hurl at Zhao Hong, shouting, "You're nothing but a defeated foe, take this." However, before his blood spear could be launched, his palm was instantly shattered by Zhao Hong's flames. His face was full of disbelief. "What kind of fire attribute technique are you practicing? Why is the aura so bizarre?" Then he suddenly clenched his fist and shouted, "Extinguish." And only then did the flames on his arm go out. He then laughed manically. "As expected of the person I've chosen, you truly make me incredibly excited. Did you obtain some massive opportunity before leaving the middle region and then take some powerful expert as your master?" Zhao Hong replied with a cold laugh. "It's none of your business. With this technique I will surely return to the middle region and dominate." Zhao Hong then thought to himself, "Thanks to the support of the 3000 burning flames scripture, the blood demon who once shook the middle region is actually being suppressed by me now. But I must never let him know that this technique was actually taught by a soul transformation cultivator from the desolate province." Murderous intent flashed in Shi Tianju's eyes. "If I let you continue to grow, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be sure of subduing you." He then burst into a wild laugh. "A pity, it all ends here. Now let me show you the true power of the immortal demonic body." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to frantically absorb essence blood from all over. Simultaneously, the commoners across the Wei Kingdom had their blood energy forcibly extracted by Shi Tianju, letting out shrill screams. "Help, someone save me, I don't want to die." Shi Tianju's body became massive. He laughed triumphantly. "Haha, this feeling is truly fantastic. These ants have long been my stored rations. With a single thought, I can instantly refine their cultivation for my use." At this moment, Yi Junlin spoke up. "Zhao Hong, stop wasting time and finish him off quickly." Zhao Hong roared angrily, "Don't you order me around." Then she cursed inwardly. "Damn it, how did things turn out like this? I originally thought that when Yi Junlin encountered the blood demon he would be powerless and turn to beg me, and that's when I'd strike, but the current situation, I'm afraid even my own life might be at risk." Feeling the pressure radiating from Shi Tianju, Zhao Hong thought uneasily, "This aura, has he already broken through to the body integration stage?" The sky over the entire Wei Kingdom turned a dark red and all life was devastated. Shi Tianju's voice resounded through heaven and earth. "Back then, with this precious body, even when facing the siege of righteous path experts, I never fell into a disadvantage. Even when those old monsters joined forces to sacrifice immortal artifacts, they couldn't completely obliterate my immortal body." In the scene, the commoners of Wei were drained of their blood energy, becoming nothing but skin and bones. Shi Tianju laughed manically. "Now my immortal body has recovered 70%. Once I devour all living beings in the entire desolate province, I will surely return to my peak. At that time, no one in the entire middle region will be my match." He swung a massive palm toward Zhao Hong, the move filled with endless murderous intent. Hong Tianye, I gave you your last chance, you brought this on yourself. Die. Xiao Hong stared at the incoming attack, thinking in horror. This guy has actually reached the body integration stage. He hurriedly unleashed purple flame heaven burning in a desperate attempt to block. The two forces collided in the air, shattering the surrounding space, despite giving his all facing the gap of an entire major realm. Xiao Hong was instantly heavily injured. Blood flowed from his mouth as he gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Fighting a monster like the Blood Demon across levels is simply seeking death. I can only burn my Dantian for a desperate final stand. Immediately, Xiao Hong resolutely burned his Dantian and unleashed Purple Flame Voidbreaker and Fire Dragon Raging Flame, which transformed into a golden dragon hurtling toward Shi Tianju. Seeing this, Shi Tianju simply blocked it with one hand, stopping it firmly. He mocked with disdain, "It's useless. Stop your pointless struggling. Your moves are nothing but a tickle to my immortal blood body." He suddenly threw a punch at Xiao Hong, roaring, "It's over." Xiao Hong crossed his hands before him, activating the Golden Flame's sacred shield for a desperate defense. He kept asking himself in his heart, "I've used my strongest move, so why is it still completely ineffective?" Shi Tianju roared with a wild laugh. "Break!" Then the power of his punch increased several times over. Instantly, Xiao Hong's defense was completely shattered, and the residual force sent him flying backward, crashing heavily in front of the King of Wei and the others. The king anxiously cried out, "Immortal!" Nearby, the little princess looked at the distant Shi Tianju and asked in terror, "Imperial father, where did that monster come from? It's so scary." The king didn't answer, but instead felt a sense of despair. Is this the source of the evil bringing chaos to Great Wei? If even the immortals are no match for him, is Great Wei destined to perish today? On this side, Xiao Hong was in agony. He reached out to wipe away the blood, struggling to stand up. Is my path to immortality going to end here? I finally obtained such a technique. I refuse to accept this. Do I really have to beg that damn Yi Junlin? He thought with a heart full of misery. Admitting I'm inferior to him is an absolute humiliation, and besides, he's also just in the soul transformation stage. Against a body integration expert, the gap for a peak soul transformation is just too vast. Will begging him really even help? After blowing Xiao Hong away, Shi Tianju said triumphantly, "You and I are both seekers of longevity. Since you refuse to spend the rest of your life with me, then after you die, merge into my body and let me carry your will to complete that long immortal journey." Having said that, he charged straight toward Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth, watching in despair as Shi Tianju approached. It was over at this moment. Xiao Hong's mind went blank, and perhaps out of survival instinct, or perhaps wanting to grasp the last straw, Xiao Hong shouted at the top of his lungs, "Master, save me!" Shi Tianju was taken aback for a moment, then asked back, "Master, you actually really joined someone else's sect?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Junlin's voice rang out, "My good disciple, you finally remembered your master." Immediately after, he teleported between Shi Tianju and Xiao Hong, standing with his arms crossed and saying confidently, "His master is exactly who you see before you." Shi Tianju let out a burst of contemptuous wild laughter. "Hong Tianye, I truly didn't expect you to fall to such a low state as to take a piece of soul transformation trash from the desolate province as your master. You are truly a disgrace to the demonic path," Xiao Hong thought through gritted teeth. Although he detested Yi Junlin for always ordering him around, the man was his lifesaver after all. Seeing him stand up against Shi Tianju now, he feared that disaster was about to strike. Yi Junlin asked with a smile, "Am I to understand that you're looking down on me, a mantis trying to stop a carriage? If I were at my peak, I could drown you with a single sneeze." Xiao Hong forced himself upright, his face filled with shame. "I'm sorry, your disciple sought your help even though I knew Master was no match for the Blood Demon. If you still have any strength left, please run." Yi Junlin laughed. "Run? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Watch closely as I kill him for you." Shi Tianju gave another contemptuous smirk. "Haha, kill me? I doubt you can even withstand a single move of mine. What makes you think you can?" Then Shi Tianju swung his massive claws at Yi Junlin with boundless arrogance. Xiao Hong shouted in panic, "Don't worry about me, Master. Run." He thought to himself that it was all over. But Yi Junlin remained smiling confidently, standing with his hands behind his back. Ding detected that the host is being attacked by an early-stage body integration enemy. Activating passive effect stronger than the strongest. Obtained middle-stage body integration cultivation. Yi Junlin smiled slightly, and then threw a punch directly at the massive claw, turning it into dust. Shi Tianju roared in pain. "How can this be? Impossible. How could a soul transformation stage?" Sensing the aura radiating from Yi Junlin, he was so terrified he couldn't believe his senses. "Wait, you're not in the soul transformation stage. You're actually in the body integration stage?" Even Xiao Hong cried out in alarm. "What?" he thought to himself. This guy hides his power so deeply. On the surface, he acts like a soul transformation cultivator, but in secret he's actually a body integration powerhouse. No wonder he was always provoking me. He was relying on his body integration cultivation all along. I was almost fooled by him. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking how lucky it was that he hadn't truly turned against him then. On the other side, the little princess of Wei was also very happy. "The immortal seems really powerful. I want to become like him too," the emperor sighed. "Sigh, but the immortal's opponent is a terrifying evil with an immortal body. I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Yi Junlin felt the power within him. So this is what it feels like to break through to the body integration stage. It feels like I could destroy heaven and earth with a casual wave of my hand, Shi Tianju snorted coldly. HMPH, even if we are both in the body integration stage, the techniques of a cultivator from a barren land like yours are worlds apart compared to mine. At this moment, Shi Tianju's body gradually restored itself to its original state. I'll let you poverty-stricken fool witness what true power looks like. After saying that, he threw another punch at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin gave a look of disdain. You are the one who doesn't know what true power is. Having said that, he unleashed the Human King seal. A massive phantom of a giant appeared behind Yi Junlin, then pointed a finger toward Shi Tianju. The two moves collided violently. Moments later, Shi Tianju's arms shattered inch by inch under the attack of the Human King seal. He gritted his teeth in resentment, his eyes full of disbelief. Yi Junlin laughed. Haha, did you say this is the gap between our techniques? He thought to himself. Under the system's automatic cultivation, the Human King seal has already reached the great success stage, making it several times stronger than when I first used it. Shi Tianju restored himself again and charged at Yi Junlin with a roar. Even so, you still can't kill my immortal body. The longer we fight, the less chance of victory you have. Seeing this, Yi Junlin thought to himself, this immortal blood body is quite interesting. It's a perfect time to try a new move. Thinking of this, he spoke up. Then let's try this move. The proficiency of this divine technique had reached perfection. Great desolate sky imprisoning finger. The first finger imprisons heaven and earth, the second finger shatters mountains and rivers, the third finger destroys all living beings, and the fourth finger pierces the vault of heaven. At this moment, Shi Tianju shouted in terror, Damn it, what is this now? He roared, I take back what I said, you are qualified to fight me. Let's stop holding back and decide life and death in one move. He immediately unleashed blood surging to the yellow springs. But Yi Junlin's fourth finger had already struck Shi Tianju directly. In an instant, the demonic energy around him was blasted away, and his body returned to its original state. He asked, Who exactly are you? Looking at the unscathed Yi Junlin, he thought to himself, why did I encounter such a monster in the tiny desolate province? Could it be because I haven't been in the world for too long that the geniuses outside have become this powerful? On the other side, Xiao Hong was also pale with fright. Too strong in the face of this technique, the 3,000 burning flame scripture is simply not enough. No wonder he was so confident before. It turns out he didn't care about me at all. Yi Junlin replied, I am Yi Junlin, the peak master of ethereal peak of the Xuanchen sect. Shi Tianju gritted his teeth. When he sneaked into the desolate province to investigate, not even the sect master of the Xuanchen sect had reached the soul transformation stage. Yi Junlin, I will remember you. Immediately, he unleashed a blood escape art to try and flee. Seeing this, Xiao Hong shouted in panic. Oh no, he's trying to escape. If he gets away, the consequences will be unimaginable. While vanishing, Shi Tianju laughed manically. Yi Junlin, next time I won't be so careless. He then turned into a cloud of blood mist ready to depart. Watching Shi Tianju's receding back, Yi Junlin asked back, next time. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed at the void. In an instant, Shi Tianju was firmly caught by Yi Junlin. Shi Tianju said in terror, No, I'm not finished yet. Yi Junlin said coldly, Consuming human blood is intolerable to the heavens. Get out of this world. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Tianju exploded into blood and gore across the sky. Looking at Yi Junlin's back, Xiao Hong felt a surge of fear. The blood demon who once shook the middle region actually died in his hands just like that. The people of Wei cheered and jumped for joy. Wonderful, the demon has been eliminated by the immortal. Great Wei is finally saved. Thank you, immortal. At this moment, Yi Junlin looked like a true immortal descended to earth. He moved his fingers. System, where's my reward? Be a bit more proactive. Don't make me keep reminding you. Act like the professional system you are. A system notification popped up. Ding, coming. Here's the reward for the handsome and dashing host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious divine bone engraved with runes, which can bestow the user with top-tier physique and talent, destined to become a peerless sovereign in the future. The system displayed the information, Supreme Bone. A mysterious divine bone engraved with runes. It bestows the user with top-tier physique and talent, destined to become a peerless sovereign in the future. Does the host wish to fuse with it immediately? Peerless sovereign? That's incredible. Hurry up, I can't wait. Beginning fusion. After fusing with the Supreme Bone, the host's combat power will skyrocket. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Xiao Hong thought to himself, what is this guy doing now? The energy fluctuations coming from him are actually making me tremble. I don't know what kind of great opportunity he's obtained, but it's absolutely impossible for such a peerless monster to be born in the desolate province otherwise. Damn it, I must re-evaluate his true strength. I have to hurry and cultivate. Only by breaking through to the body integration stage soon can I have the confidence to control him. Thank you, Immortal, for saving the people of my Wei Kingdom. My Wei Kingdom will surely record this in the history books so that future generations will remember the Immortal's great kindness. No need for thanks. As long as you can be a good emperor and treat your people well, that's better than anything. I shall keep the Immortal's teachings in mind. May I ask the Immortal, can I join the Xuanchen sect? I also want to eliminate demons and subduing monsters like you. Hearing this, Yi Junlin used his inside eye to check the little girl's information. Name, Zhao Linger. Gender, female. Cultivation, none. Talent, water spirit root high grade. Identity, princess of the Wei Kingdom. After reading, he was secretly surprised. Oh, her aptitude is quite good, so he spoke up. Linger does indeed have a good water spirit root, she's a good prospect. Since you have this desire I shall agree. The Emperor was somewhat surprised, then said with joy, What, is it true, Linger, why haven't you thanked the Immortal yet? Linger thanks the Immortal, the Emperor continued. The Immortal not only saved Great Wei but also took Linger as a disciple. On behalf of the people of Wei I express my gratitude to both of you. Please move to the Great Palace to rest for a few days. Glancing at the bruised and battered Xiao Hong, Yi Junlin replied, Very well, let's go. The scene shifted to Xiao Hong, who was working hard at his cultivation every second, covered in sweat. Finally, my injuries are healed, and my realm has broken through to the peak soul transformation stage. Hong Tianye, peak soul transformation stage. Since practicing the 3000 burning flames scripture and taking the pills, my cultivation speed has been incredibly fast. His methods are truly extraordinary. Although you saved me this time, I won't let the humiliation I suffered go just like that. Once I break through to the body integration stage, I will surely make you pay back double. Just you wait, Yi Junlin. At the thought of you humbly begging for mercy, I'm filled with anticipation. Just as he was thinking this, Yi Junlin called out, Xiao Hong, come see your master. HMPH, here we go again. I'll give you some face. Although angry, Xiao Hong hurried over. Yi Junlin sat in his chair and marveled. This wuxia novel is quite interesting. It seems the locals also enjoy this kind of slapping faces and acting cool plot. If I transmigrated to this country, maybe I could make money by writing novels too. I'll start with Battle Through the Heavens. It would definitely be a nationwide hit. My pen name will be Mad Potato. At this moment Xiao Hong approached, muttering in his heart. What is this guy talking to himself about again? He said respectfully. Master, what is your purpose in summoning your disciple? Oh, you're here. Come wash your master's feet. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth in rage. He told himself that even someone as strong as the blood demon was killed by him. Now is not the time to turn against him. Endure it. Seeing Xiao Hong's reaction, Yi Junlin asked, What, looking down on your master? Hurry up and wash your master's feet. Xiao Hong clenched his fists and replied, Your disciple wouldn't dare. But in his heart he thought, I was once a demon sect leader, a peak true immortal. The cultivators who died by my hands are more than 10 million. Now I have to suffer this grievance and wash the feet of a desolate province cultivator. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. Good disciple, he thought. Little guy, you want to fight me? When his hands touched the water, Xiao Hong froze. Wait, this water is Tai infinite water. A mortal drinking this water can stay young forever and live to 200. A cultivator drinking this can wash away the impurities in their body, making the physical body flawless and causing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Even a small bottle would cause a mad scramble in the middle region. Such a supreme treasure that countless cultivators dream of. This guy actually uses it to soak his feet. It's simply a waste of heaven's gifts. This also makes me more certain that he must have obtained a massive opportunity. Otherwise, how could he be so extravagant? With so much Tai infinite water, if it were all consumed, it would be of great benefit to cultivation. Wait, this is foot-soaking water. Seeing Xiao Hong's expression, Yi Junlin frowned and asked, What are you doing? Do you think my feet smell? Xiao Hong said with a dark face, No, your disciple was just thinking about other things. Yi Junlin thought to himself that the Tai infinite water rewarded by the system was so plentiful. He didn't expect that using it for foot-soaking combined with his disciple's technique would be so comfortable. Thinking of this, he said again, The water is a bit cold. Warm it up a bit. Xiao Hong didn't dare to neglect and replied, As you command, master. After saying that, he immediately circulated his flames to heat the foot basin. Above him, Yi Junlin had a look of enjoyment. At this moment, Linger suddenly ran in shouting, Immortal, and happened to see Yi Junlin's entranced expression and heard him say, Ah, so good. Her face instantly turned red with shame as she misunderstood. Heavens, what are they doing? I really didn't expect this master and disciple to have this kind of relationship in private. Linger quickly turned and ran away, dying of embarrassment. Yi Junlin looked back and wondered, why did that child Linger run away? Xiao Hong's voice rang out, Master, are you satisfied with this foot washing? For some reason, Xiao Hong's face had also turned red. Seeing this, Yi Junlin said somewhat awkwardly, Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. Xiao Hong, do you have something on your mind? Your master will solve it for you. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, You damn thing, what I could say would scare you to death. I'll let you be smug for a few more days. I'll endure. Suddenly the message talisman on Yi Junlin's body lit up. Oh, it's a message from the sect master. Junior brother Yi, please return to the sect immediately for a discussion. A major event has occurred in the desolate province recently. It appears an ancient secret realm is about to open. If the Xuanchen sect can benefit from it, we will surely prosper. Yi Junlin asked in confusion. An ancient secret realm, Xiao Hong explained from the side. An ancient secret realm is a treasure land that can produce a large amount of cultivation resources, enough for mediocre people to change their fate, jump over the dragon gate and step onto the path of immortality. I didn't expect even the barren desolate province to have such a place, he thought to himself. The news of the secret realm's appearance cannot be hidden. It will surely cause chaos then. This is also my chance. If I can seize a great opportunity and combine it with the terrifying power of the 3000 burning flames scripture, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. A system notification popped up. Ding, new mission issued. If the host can complete the sign-in at the Luotian secret realm, you will receive an unexpectedly generous reward, Yi Junlin asked excitedly. An unexpectedly generous reward? Hurry up and explain to me exactly what is this surprise? Ding, if I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Disciple, pack your things, we're going to see the Emperor of Wei and then return to the Xuanchen sect. As you command, Master. In the Great Wei Imperial Palace, the Emperor was somewhat reluctant to part with Linger. Linger, I really can't bear to let you go. How about you stay here to accompany me? No, she has already joined the Xuanchen sect. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that many people dream of but can never attain. You must cherish this chance and not waste your future. He turned to Yi Junlin and said, Immortal, I will keep your teachings in mind, treat my people well and be a good emperor. I hope you can look after my little daughter. Yi Junlin replied, You have your own fate. Since she has joined the Xuanchen sect, she naturally won't suffer any grievances, but how far she can go depends on herself. Having said that, he turned to Zhao Linger and said, Let's go, Linger, we're returning to the Xuanchen sect. The people of Wei hurriedly and respectfully saw the Immortal off. Linger looked back to say goodbye. Imperial Father, I will come back to visit you when I have time, inside the true inheritance hall of the Yuha sect. The person sitting in the high seat said, Many disturbances have recently arisen in the desolate province. I hear an ancient secret realm is about to open. Furthermore, your father's Fenglei sect has been destroyed, and it was done by the peak master of Ethereal Peak of the Xuanchen sect. Chen Xiao asked, What is this person's realm? The superior replied, Rumors from the outside say he is merely a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator of the desolate province. Chen Xiao was filled with murderous intent, cold snorting, nascent soul, HMPH. I can kill a nascent soul as easily as taking something from a pocket. Master, then who was it that harmed Elder Mu? Venerable Juying replied, It's still unclear. But all signs point toward the Xuanchen sect, however. The problem lies in how such a small sect, with only a nascent soul stage peak master, could possibly kill Elder Mu. Chen Xiao fell into deep thought. If that were true, the killer must be someone else, but regardless, the Xuanchen sect must perish. And that peak master who killed my father must also die. Venerable Juyang stepped forward and said, It just so happens that an ancient secret realm has appeared in the desolate province this time. The sect will send several elders to accompany you, remember. You represent the Yuha sect, and you will be competing on the same stage as various major powers. As for your revenge, handle it after everything concludes. I hope you can distinguish between the primary and secondary objectives. Do you understand? Chen Xiao cupped his hands respectfully. Your disciple obeys your command. After saying that, Chen Xiao turned and departed. At this moment, Venerable Juyang revealed a villainous, sinister smile. Holding a green pearl in his hand, he muttered to himself, Disciple, you must continue to perform well. Only when you obtain the ancestral resources from the secret archives of each sect will I be certain of breaking through the bottleneck of the Great Convergence stage and reaching the Tribulation Transcendence stage. By then we shall truly make a name for ourselves. In the Gulen realm, the soul transformation stage is known as God Monarch, body integration as Heavenly Monarch, Great Convergence as Venerable or Sovereign, and Tribulation Transcendence is called Void Immortal. Once one is associated with the word immortal, they become a hegemon of a region. In the desolate province, such powerful experts barely exist. Because the ancient secret realm contains immortal fate, all parts of the eastern region have been stirred into action. Currently, many forces have gathered in the desolate province. Someone spoke up. What a stroke of luck. Fortunately, this group of cultivators in the desolate province is both poor and weak. How could such immortal fate possibly fall into their hands? Another person said. Isn't the desolate province the most barbaric and backward place? To think immortal fate would appear here. Yet another person echoed, We should hurry over too. Once the Yuha sect arrives, we probably won't even get any leftovers. In the eastern region's desolate province outside the Luotian secret realm, a large number of forces had gathered by now. An elder leading a sect said, With the secret realm's appearance this time, 4 of the 5 major sects of the desolate province have already arrived. Only the Xuanchen sect hasn't shown up. Have they given up? The person behind him replied. That might not be the case. After annexing the Fenglei sect, they're likely planning to vie for the top position among the 5 major sects. Ouyang Feng, the ancestor of the Banchen sect and a soul transformation stage expert, stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I have been in seclusion for a long time. The Xuanchen sect was originally at the bottom. Do they actually want to steal the spotlight from my Banchen sect? Hearing this, several people nearby broke out in a cold sweat. What? The soul transformation stage? I thought the Xuanchen sect having 2 nascent soul cultivators was enough to look down on everyone, but I didn't expect our desolate province to actually have a soul transformation powerhouse. At this moment, the Banchen sect disciples spoke respectfully. Welcome, ancestor, upon your return from seclusion. Ouyang Feng was overjoyed. I didn't expect that on the day of my return I would encounter the appearance of a secret realm. It seems it is truly heaven's will. He released his soul transformation pressure and said to the forces present, This time the secret realm shall be entered by my Banchen sect first. Do any of you fellow Taoists have an objection? Everyone thought to themselves that Ouyang Feng had reached the soul transformation stage and was now the #1 person in the desolate province. Thus they all bowed their heads in submission. We shall obey the God Monarch's decree. The Banshan sect disciples cheered with joy. The sect master is mighty. The sect master is mighty. With a soul transformation expert here who dares to compete, Ouyang Feng laughed heartily. Good, ha ha ha. Suddenly, several war vessels appeared in the distance, accompanied by arrogant voices. The Tianwu Holy Palace is here. You desolate province natives, get back immediately. The Ouyang sect is here. If you know what's good for you, get lost. The ancient secret realm belongs to my Wangji sect. No one else shall lay a finger on it. At this moment, Zhenan Wang of the Shuntian dynasty, riding a carriage pulled by spirit beasts, appeared. His cultivation had reached the late-stage soul transformation. He looked down with contempt. Oh, the desolate province actually has a soul transformation stage expert too. Ouyang Feng looked at the scene before him, cold sweat pouring down like rain. What is going on? There are actually hundreds of soul transformation experts. I struggled so hard to break through to soul transformation to dominate the desolate province for 100,000 years, but how am I so insignificant out here? He hurriedly cupped his hands and stammered. Fellow Taoists, I am Ouyang Feng, the ancestor of the Banshan sect. You all can just call me Xiao Feng. A person pointed at Ouyang Feng's nose and cursed. You old shameless thing, you still want to cozy up to us? Get down there and wait, there's no place for you here. Even if a desolate province native breaks through to soul transformation, they are still of low status. You actually dare to dream of standing on equal footing with us. Old man, get lost, don't be an eyesore. Despite the fear in his heart, Ouyang Feng's dignity could not be trampled upon. He spoke up indignantly. Fellow Taoists, though the environment of the desolate province is harsh, the living beings here are not lowly. We are all in the soul transformation stage, so why must I obediently let you step on my head? He grit his teeth and looked at the sect behind him, thinking, the disciples are all watching me. If I shrink back now because I'm afraid of death, how will I, Ouyang Feng, ever stand in the desolate province again? He drew his longsword, his spiritual energy exploding as he shouted, the desolate province may be poor, but we are never afraid of battle. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to step forward. Upon hearing these arrogant words, those people were enraged and charged forward. Arrogant, you old fool, you have a death wish, everyone. Let's go together and kill this old man. Just then, Zhenan Wang spoke to stop them. Everyone, wait. This old man is just a lowly desolate province cultivator. If we all swarm him, wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? He continued with a smile. How about this? This king will take a slight loss and use only one hand to suppress him. Old man, I will make you understand how vast the gap is between us. After saying that, he casually waved his hand and a massive palm print struck toward Ouyang Feng. Fearless, Ouyang Feng charged out with his sword, letting out a loud shout. Kill! Their techniques collided head-on, triggering a violent explosion in the air. This strike actually made Zhenan Wang look a bit disheveled. He grit his teeth and said, Oh old man, you actually have some skill. It seems I have underestimated you. Ouyang Feng held the advantage and swung his sword to fight again. In that case, let's go again. Seeing Ouyang Feng charging at him, Zhenan Wang's eyes turned bloodshot as he flew into a rage. He sacrificed a massive hammer and roared frantically, You ungrateful old fool, I'm going to kill you. Immediately following that, he sent Ouyang Feng flying with a single blow of his hammer, heavily injured and falling to the ground, spitting blood. Ouyang Feng supported himself with his sword. Though his whole body was trembling, he still mocked contemptuously. Going back on your word, you despicable villain, you've truly disgraced the entire eastern region. Then he said with righteous sternness, To die for my integrity I have no regrets. I only want to tell you that the cultivators of the desolate province shall not be insulted. Hearing this, Zhenan Wang was filled with fury and swung his hammer down once again. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Just then a giant lotus blossomed in the sky. Taking Zhenan Wang by surprise, a voice rang out, Amitabha, why is it so lively today? The crowd exclaimed. That is Master Jingchan of the Hanging Temple from Fazhou, and following behind is the young master of the Zhang family, the strongest immortal cultivation family in Lingzhou. Zhang Tianyi, Master Jingchan's voice came again. Amitabha. Ouyang Feng felt the aura of the newcomers, cold sweat flowing. Such terrifying pressure, they are actually body integration stage powerhouses. Desolate province cultivators simply can't compete for this secret realm. Someone saw another flying vessel arrive and shouted, The Yuhua sect from Qingzhou has arrived as well. The top sects of all the eastern provinces have gathered. Heavens. Everyone looked at the leader of the Yuhua sect and discussed animatedly, That is the holy son of the Yuhua sect, Chen Shao. I heard he possesses the solar body and is invincible among his peers, destined to be the brightest star in the eastern region for the next 100,000 years. Isn't that Chen Shao, the young sect master of the Fenglei sect? He's a talent who came out of our desolate province. Chen Shao scanned the people of the desolate province, thinking to himself, It is precisely because I was born in the desolate province that I was subjected to all kinds of discrimination at the Yuhua sect. The desolate province is truly a disgusting place. An elder of the Yuhua sect heard the discussion and struck out violently, shouting sternly, Is the holy son of the Yuhua sect someone a group of desolate province ants like you are fit to discuss? Failing to distinguish between superior and inferior and polluting the holy son's ears, all of you die. In an instant the people who had just spoken were turned into a pile of flesh and blood. At this moment Zhenan Wang stepped forward and cupped his hands to Chen Shao, saying, Holy Sun Chen, why not leave these poor, pathetic, desolate province cultivators to me to handle so as not to dirty your hands? Chen Shao crossed his arms and replied coldly, suit yourself. Meanwhile, the people of the Xuanchen sect were observing from not far away. Shu Yunian said in a deep voice, as I expected, with the secret realm appearing, that old ghost Chen's son would surely come. Fortunately, our Xuanchen sect hasn't shown our faces yet. The Peak Master beside him advised, Sect Master, while they are fighting over the secret realm, let's quickly leave the desolate province and go into seclusion. Peak Master Su countered, that depends on what junior brother Yi plans. He is the hope of the Xuanchen sect. Speaking of which, where are junior brother Yi and his disciple? Shu Yunian suddenly broke into a cold sweat, stammering, wait, is that junior brother Yi? They've actually already gone over. Chen Shao is there. Isn't going over now just seeking death? By now, Yi Junlin and Xiao Hong had arrived above the members of the Yuha sect. Seeing Yi Junlin, Ouyang Feng shouted anxiously, kid from the Xuanchen sect, don't be impulsive. Yi Junlin glanced back at Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng continued to shout, just making an appearance is enough, whatever you do, don't come over. Yi Junlin grit his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, to actually be stepped on by these outsiders. He stood confidently in the air and shouted loudly, the desolate province can't do without me, everyone listen up. None of you move a muscle, stay right where you are. Chen Shao's face was dark as he asked, who goes there? State your name. Yi Junlin looked down at him with contempt and replied, I am your father, Yi Junlin. Hearing this name, the crowd erupted in discussion. Yi Junlin, isn't that the Peak Master of Ethereal Peak? Isn't he only in the nascent soul stage? Isn't this just suicide? Murderous intent was revealed in Chen Shao's eyes as he whispered, Xuanchen sect Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin gave a provocative smile from above. What are you getting so excited about? Are you looking for me for something? Chen Shao asked with a dark face. Was it you who killed the sect master of the Fenglei sect? Yi Junlin still wore that playful, cynical expression. Oh, you mean that idiot? I have a bit of an impression. He said his son had the potential to become an immortal. Could you be that little brat? Chen Shao grit his teeth in rage. I am his son? Oh my, so you really are the son of that idiot. Chen Shao's pressure exploded as he roared, Yi Junlin, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, Zhen and Wang jumped out to curry favor. Holy Sun Chen, let me capture this reckless kid for you to dispose of as you please. He looked triumphantly at Yi Junlin. Kid, to dare be rude to the Holy Sun, this king shall bring you to justice right now. Just as he was about to strike, Xiao Hong flashed forward and blocked his path. Seeing this, Zhen and Wang teased, where did this little beauty come from? This struck Xiao Hong's reverse scale, and he roared in fury, go to hell. Immediately after, Xiao Hong unleashed a blazing red lotus toward Zhen and Wang. Terrified, Zhen and Wang raised his massive hammer to block. But in an instant, his body was incinerated to ash by the flames, leaving behind only a shrill, wretched scream. Everyone was horrified. A soul transformation powerhouse just gone like that? When did our desolate province produce such a monstrously powerful expert? Ouyang Feng thought with a sigh. And here I was boasting about being the #1 in the desolate province. Truly, there is always a higher heaven. At this moment, Xiao Hong flew back to Yi Junlin's side and called out, Master. Seeing this scene, everyone was struck dumb. Ouyang Feng exclaimed, that senior is actually Peak Master Yi's disciple? Damn it, who was it that said Peak Master Yi was only in the nascent soul stage? Can a nascent soul stage take a soul transformation stage as a disciple? Step forward right now, I promise I won't beat you to death. Has the Xuanchen sect actually become this powerful? Shu Yunian, the sect master of the Xuanchen sect, also rushed over at this time and said, Junior brother Yi, do you have any idea what you're doing? That's the Yuha sect. Run quickly, we'll buy some time for you. The peak masters beside him chimed in. Exactly. As long as you're still here, the Xuanchen sect has a chance for a comeback. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to you here. Yi Junlin waved his hand awkwardly and replied, Sect master, rest assured, I'm fine. He then pointed at Linger and introduced her. Let me introduce you all. This is my new disciple. Linger cheerfully bowed to the Xuanchen sect members. Zhao Linger pays respects to all the seniors. Yi Junlin continued, after resolving the issues in the Wei Kingdom, I recruited a new talent. This child possesses an extreme-grade water spirit root and is also the daughter of the king of Wei. I think she is very suitable for Heavenly Fragrance Peak. Linger immediately walked up to Peak Master Su and said respectfully, Zhao Linger pays respects to Master. Peak Master Su praised happily. This little girl is quite clever. Chen Shao, who had been ignored on the side, flew into a rage. Don't you dare look down on me, Yi Junlin. Every single one of you from the Xuanchen sect must pay for my father's life with your own, he roared. Yi Junlin, get over here and meet your death. Seeing this, Yi Junlin wore a look of disdain. You don't even have the qualifications to fight me. Xiao Hong, go on. Teach him how to behave. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth and thought to himself, HMPH, why do you always order me around like a doorkeeper? Despite his anger, he still rushed forward to engage Chen Shao in battle. Chen Shao let out a cold, loud laugh from the side. Haha, such sharp tongues, are you yourself too afraid to face this holy sun? Xiao Hong countered. To deal with the likes of you, my master doesn't even need to lift a finger. Chen Shao felt a bit flustered now, fine sweat appearing on his forehead. He tried to sow discord. With your strength and beauty, why stay in such a tiny sect and wait for death? Why not surrender to this holy sun? I guarantee the Yuha sect will never mistreat a friend. Xiao Hong rejected him with a dark face. Not interested. Chen Xiao still wouldn't give up and continued to try and win him over. My lady, will you really not reconsider? These words happened to strike Xiao Hong's sore spot, and he replied furiously, my master was right, your father was an idiot, and you're a blockhead too. Failing to win him over and being insulted instead, Chen Xiao was beyond furious. Fine, since you refuse the easy way, then have it the hard way, die. After saying that, he attacked Xiao Hong, his pressure transforming into a long dragon charging forward. Xiao Hong showed no weakness, unleashing meteor flame to meet the attack. The two moves collided, resulting in an even match. Chen Xiao said with some surprise, oh, you actually broke my move so easily. Xiao Hong looked at him with disdain. Is that all? Chen Xiao laughed loudly. Don't get cocky too early, this is only the beginning. He suddenly let out a massive roar, his physical strength exploding as he unleashed the solar divine fist with countless fist shadows smashing toward Xiao Hong. The Yuha sect elders praised, the Holy Sun is indeed exceptionally talented. This top-tier heaven-grade solar divine fist combined with the solar immortal body, let alone a soul transformation stage, even a body integration stage would likely be defeated instantly. Seeing the move hit Xiao Hong, Chen Xiao thought triumphantly, HMPH, you forced my hand. The people of the desolate province subconsciously retreated upon seeing this technique, not daring to make a sound. Chen Xiao wore a victorious smile, however. As the dust settled, Xiao Hong appeared completely unscathed. He was surrounded by countless lotus petals forming a shield. Seeing this, Chen Xiao blurted out in disbelief, this is impossible. He continued to push his cultivation to the limit, roaring, I don't believe it. I have the potential to become an immortal. I am invincible in the same realm. Xiao Hong looked at him as if looking at an idiot and snorted coldly, HMPH, you're truly a frog in a well. All the frustration I've endured from Yi Junlin, I'll vent it all on you now. I'm going to show you the meaning of humiliation. And so the two continued their fierce exchange. Xiao Hong suppressed Chen Xiao throughout almost the entire fight, making him suffer quite a bit. Chen Xiao was secretly terrified. My moves are being easily neutralized by her. Every punch feels like it's hitting thin air, completely ineffective. Am I truly not her match? After a while he pulled back, wiped the blood from his mouth and said to Xiao Hong, I have never seen such reaction speed and combat experience even in the Yuha sect. What right does a tiny insignificant sect like the Xuanchen sect have to take a disciple like you? Xiao Hong looked at him and replied, because you're too weak, you trash. The Yuha sect members shouted angrily, Holy Sun, do not doubt yourself, you are a top-tier genius, 1 in 10,000 in the Yuha sect, you have the potential to become an immortal. Chen Xiao also regained his arrogance, his pressure exploding as he shouted, this Holy Sun has the potential to become an immortal, I haven't lost yet. Solar Sacred Body. Open. At this moment, Chen Xiao activated his physique and unleashed the Solar Eclipse divine ability. His aura advanced further, reaching the initial venerable rank. He roared frantically, Die! Xiao Hong looked at him coldly, childish. I'll let you open your eyes and witness what true. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Xiao Hong's eyes as he continued, invincibility in the same realm looks like it's time to make you see the gap between us. After saying that, Xiao Hong immediately struck. 7-colored incinerating flame. This single move completely crushed toward Chen Xiao. Seeing this, the people of the desolate province cried out in terror. Is this strength truly only at the soul transformation stage? This power could likely slay a body integration stage cultivator. I really don't know who will be the last one standing. In the explosion of the two forces, a figure plummeted. Chen Xiao's body was mangled, and he was sent flying backward covered in wounds. The crowd was in an uproar. That's the Holy Sun of the Yuha sect. I never expected the Yuha sect would actually lose. As the dust settled, Xiao Hong's figure emerged. He snorted coldly, HMPH, how can a firefly's light hope to compete with the brilliance of the moon? The Xuanchen sect members nearby said. Junior brother Yi, this disciple of yours is truly strong. Although we've defeated Chen Xiao, there are still so many elders from the Yuha sect here. You two had better leave this place quickly. Yi Junlin reassured them. Rest assured it's fine. He then shouted, Xiao Hong, good performance. Cook a bit more rice tonight. Xiao Hong cupped his hands respectfully. Thank you, master. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. Wait, what? After being defeated, Chen Xiao muttered to himself in a daze. I lost. Elder Yan of the Yuha sect stepped forward to comfort him. Holy Sun, pull yourself together quickly. Chen Xiao didn't look at him but replied, Elder Yan, I lost. I'm not invincible in the same realm. I've shamed the Yuha sect. Looking at Chen Xiao's state, Elder Yan thought to himself, I never expected the Holy Sun to be defeated by a disciple from this barbaric land. His Dao heart is damaged. If this continues, the Yuha sect's prestigious name will be ruined once and for all. He spoke up, Holy Sun, don't overthink it. Your future is bright. You have the potential for immortality. He then thought that he must stabilize the Holy Sun's Dao heart, and that he must exterminate this group of desolate province barbarians to reclaim the Yuha sect's reputation. He looked at the Yuha sect members and shouted loudly, the debt of injuring our Yuha sect's Holy Sun must be settled clearly. Who will go and wipe out these desolate province barbarians? One man replied fiercely. I will, the onlookers discussed fervently. The Yuha sect's foundation was indeed deep. They had brought 9 body integration stage experts this time. Although that woman had defeated the Holy Sun was only in the soul transformation stage. If they encounter the body integration stage, it will still be like a praying mantis trying to stop a carriage. It's a real pity to waste such world-shaking talent. At this moment that man was charging aggressively toward Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong shouted in panic. "Master," Yi Zhenlin reassured him. "It's fine, Xiao Hong, leave it to me." Ouyang Feng and the others were shocked once again. Peak Master Yi of the Xuanchen sect is actually already in the body integration stage. The desolate province has actually produced a heavenly monarch unheard of in ages. Haha, I thought Peak Master Yi's disciple was enough of a blow to me, but I never expected he himself was a heavenly monarch. To think I once called myself the #1 in the desolate province, how laughable. That elder from the Yuha sect gritted his teeth and condensed his spiritual power. "So what if you're in the body integration stage? Do you think you can contend with me?" He struck out with a massive palm and continued. "For your disrespect toward the Holy Sun, you desolate province barbarian, die." Yi Zhenlin blocked the move with a casual wave of his hand and said, "Oh, is this all you've got?" Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened. Yi Zhenlin had already teleported in front of him to greet him. He gasped, "You?" Immediately after, Yi Zhenlin threw a punch into him, making him scream in pain. Yi Zhenlin looked at him calmly and asked, "Is this all you've got?" He thought to himself. "I didn't expect that after merging with the Supreme Bone, my physical strength would be powerful enough to directly crush a powerhouse of the same level." Seeing this, Elder Yan roared, "All of you attack, kill him." Instantly, the Yuha sect members all charged at Yi Zhenlin together. Yi Zhenlin indifferently unleashed the Human King seal, and the massive golden seal smashed into the Yuha sect crowd. The Yuha sect members were all heavily injured and sent flying, coughing up blood. They couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming in terror, "Cough, cough. What rank of divine technique is this? This guy's strength is too terrifying. Everyone, quickly sacrifice your magic treasures and kill him." Subsequently, an elder unleashed the Biyu sword technique. All the Yuha sect elders sacrificed their magic treasures to blast toward Yi Zhenlin. Their attacks formed a massive vortex. Master Jingchun pressed his palms together and sighed. "Amitabha, how merciful. I'm afraid this donor's situation is looking quite grim." Observing from behind, Zhang Tianyi sneered secretly. "This old bald donkey is truly a hypocrite. He acts all compassionate on the surface but does extremely despicable things behind the scenes. Even I look down on him. However, it's better for a monster like this to die early." The Xuanchen sect members shouted in deep concern. "Oh no, junior brother Yi is in danger. I said we should have run for our lives. Now we can't even if we wanted to." On the side, Xiao Hong remained calm. "What do you all know?" Although there was a hint of worry on his face, he thought, "After witnessing this guy's extraordinary nature in the Wei Kingdom, he surely has many life-saving methods hidden away. Let me see exactly what other trump cards you're hiding." Yi Zhenlin looked at the incoming moves, his eyes turning a dark red. "In that case, let's have you taste this move, the great divine technique of the Supreme Bone." After saying that, he raised his hand and circulated his spiritual energy. At this moment, Yi Zhenlin's entire body was enveloped in intense golden light. Ouyang Feng and the others were terrified once again. "What's happening? What kind of power is this?" In the sky, Yi Zhenlin let out a loud shout. "Heavenly tribulation light?" A massive amount of energy poured down, surging directly toward the Yuha sect members and catching them completely off guard. The Yuha sect members were instantly heavily injured and spitting blood, wailing for help. "This is bad, Elder Yan, save us." The one remaining elder of the Yuha sect immediately sacrificed a Dharma treasure and muttered, "I didn't expect this guy to be so troublesome. The Holy Sun is already heavily injured. If another elder dies, I won't be able to explain it when I return." He then charged out from the war vessel to meet the challenge. The elders were overjoyed at the sight. "Excellent, that's Elder Yan's grade 3 spirit tool, the Stupa Tower. This is Elder Yan's strongest weapon for his promotion to Great Elder." "We're saved." Elder Yan appeared behind Yi Zhenlin and roared, "This is the end. Die." Yi Zhenlin looked back, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "Hey, perfect. You're the only one left I was waiting for." System detected. The host is being attacked by a peak body integration enemy. Triggering passive effect stronger than the strongest. Obtain Great Circle body integration cultivation. Instantly, Yi Zhenlin's pressure at the Great Circle of the body integration stage exploded. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Sensing Yi Zhenlin's aura, Elder Yan shouted in terror. You were actually hiding your cultivation." Yi Zhenlin's move smashed down, lighting up the entire sky. Elder Yan's body was battered as he emerged from the explosion, shouting, "Senior, we admit defeat regarding today's matters. The Yuha sect is willing to withdraw from the competition for the secret realm." At this moment, Yi Zhenlin was like a god of slaughter. He sacrificed the Human King's seal again and said angrily, "You think you can just come and go as you please? All of you, die." Elder Yan threatened in panic. "By acting so heartlessly, aren't you afraid of offending our Yuha sect?" Elder Yan seemed to realize something and shrieked, "Wait, I understand, the outer sect's Elder Mu. It was you who killed him." By now, Yi Zhenlin's massive seal had arrived and he replied with a light smile, "Correct. Since I've already offended you anyway, a few more deaths won't make a difference." Immediately following that, Elder Yan was struck by the Human King's seal, his entire body turning into fly ash, leaving behind only a wretched scream. Every onlooker was struck with horror. Impossible, a desolate province cultivator actually killed a Yuha sect elder with a single hand. Observing from the side, Zhang Tianyi thought to himself, with an elder fallen and Chen Xiao's Dao heart collapsed, the Yuha sect's prestige and strength will likely take a massive hit. He glanced at Master Jingchan and thought, the situation in the eastern region is about to change. Chen Xiao propped himself up miserably from the ground and thought, even Elder Yan was no match for him. My father's killer is actually this strong. Can I even take my revenge? Beneath the war vessel, the Yuha sect disciples whispered in terror, this is bad. The elders have all met with disaster. Quick, take the Holy Sun and leave. Activate the golden warship now. Xiao Hong looked at the group and let out a cold snort. HMPH, you think you can just run away after finished acting all high and mighty? He waved his flames to attack the war vessel, shouting, die for me. Seeing this, the onlookers discussed indignantly, is it not enough to have slaughtered the elders of the Yuha sect? Now they even want to wipe out the Holy Sun. Are they truly going to be so heartless? This master and disciple duo are simply insane. At this moment, Master Jingchan finally took action, unleashing a massive palm strike to block Xiao Hong's flames while continuously chanting a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. He spoke up, young lady, when will this cycle of karmic retribution ever end? Why must you be so ruthless? Xiao Hong retorted angrily. You old bald donkey, don't think I haven't seen through your Buddhist tricks. You just want the Yuha sect to owe you a favor, don't you? This kind of hypocrisy truly sickens me. Master Jingchan replied with a faint smile. Young lady, do not speak such nonsense. Your prejudice against the Buddhist path is far too deep. You are showing signs of falling into the demonic path. I advise you to restrain yourself. Xiao Hong wore a look of pure disgust. Back in the middle region, what he hated most were these Zen cultivators who, despite clearly acting for their own benefit, always lectured others from a moral high ground. HMPH, so what if I fall into the demonic path? I don't need a lecture from you. Master Jingchan's eyes turned sharp, his murderous intent surfacing. Truly obstinate. In that case, I shall personally put your soul to rest. Seeing Master Jingchan attack, Xiao Hong's heart tightened, thinking this old bald donkey pressure is so strong he's actually at the peak of the body integration stage. Just then, Yi Junlin blurred and stood in front of Xiao Hong, crossing his arms as he looked at Master Jingchan and said, what's this, daring to bully my disciple? While I'm not looking. Master Jingchan's face darkened as he looked at Yi Junlin and said, Benefactor Yi, you misunderstand. I only wish to offer some guidance to this junior. Yi Junlin fired back without hesitation. Guidance? You're not worthy, he thought to himself. A true immortal's reincarnation doesn't need guidance from a body integration stage bald donkey like you. Behind him, Xiao Hong cupped his hands with a dark face. Thank you, Master, for the assistance. Your disciple was incompetent. I intended to stop that war vessel, but this old bald donkey interfered and let them escape. Master Jingchan chanted another Amitabha. Mercy, mercy. I merely felt that things were being taken too far, which is why I intervened. If you insist on placing blame, I have nothing more to say. Farewell. Yi Junlin's pressure exploded as he barked. You think you can just run after acting like a big shot? Stay right there. Master Jingchan broke into a cold sweat and turned back to ask, Benefactor Yi, what is the meaning of this? He calculated in his heart. The Hanging Temple is a top Buddhist power in the eastern region. Since you've already offended the Yuha sect, you shouldn't dare to offend the Hanging Temple as well. Yi Junlin looked at him with a cold laugh. Hee hee, you bald donkey are truly cunning, claiming you're doing a favor while throwing the blame on me. Since you're so good at calculating, why didn't you calculate when you're going to die? Hearing this, Master Jingchan grit his teeth in rage. Benefactor Yi, those words are a bit excessive. Yi Junlin ignored him completely and threw a punch straight at Master Jingchan. I've said it, so what? Master Jingchan could only spit out the word you, before quickly activating his golden bell cover for defense. Upon impact, Master Jingchan's golden bell cover instantly shattered, and he was sent flying straight into the crowd from the Hanging Temple. Master Jingchan was truly enraged now. He sacrificed his Zen staff, infusing it with spiritual energy, and roared, You've gone too far. Do you really think my Hanging Temple is a pushover? Since you're so aggressive, don't blame me for being heartless. Om Mani Padme Hum, an Amitabha Dharma image manifested behind Master Jingchan. He had now exploded with the cultivation of the great circle of the body integration stage. The members of various sects were horrified by this terrifying aura. That is the Dharma image divine ability of the Hanging Temple. And he even has the grade 3 9-ring tin staff. Although Yi Junlin has also reached the great circle of body integration, can he really handle this? To dare offend the Hanging Temple, is he tired of living? Master Jingchan's eyes were like torches as he stared at Yi Junlin and said, Benefactor Yi, I gave you a chance, but you remained obstinate. Now I shall send you to the afterlife. With that, he launched a fatal strike at Yi Junlin, who remained perfectly calm. This is actually quite interesting. He raised his hand and summoned the heaven-burying coffin. In an instant, the coffin appeared with the powerful aura of a saint tool, firmly blocking Master Jingchan's attack. Master Jingchan couldn't believe his eyes and cried out in shock. After blocking the attack, the surface of the heaven-burying coffin showed no signs of damage at all. Yi Junlin was overjoyed. I didn't expect that as my realm increased, the heaven-burying coffin would evolve from a grade 3 spirit tool into a grade 6 spirit tool. He then opened the coffin and shouted, Is this the best your divine ability can do? All of you get the hell in here. The monks of the Hanging Temple were pulled in by the powerful suction of the heaven-burying coffin, their wails never ending. "Ah, what kind of ghostly thing is this, Master? Save me." Master Jingchan broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide as he questioned. "An evil object, Xuanchen sect, you actually possess such an evil object?" He turned to the other sects and shouted, "Everyone, this man is an evil cultivator, let us join forces to slay him." However, the members of the other sects were only drenched in cold sweat. At a time like this, who would dare to act? Meanwhile, Xiaohong looked at Yi Junlin's back with wariness. "As I thought, this guy still has trump cards hidden away." Master Jingchan was being dragged in by the suction of the heaven-burying coffin. He shouted, "Benefactor Yi, Amitabha, you are already the mortal enemy of the Yuha sect. Do you really wish to become an enemy of the largest Buddhist holy land in the eastern region as well?" Yi Junlin flew into a rage upon hearing this, circulating his spiritual energy to increase the coffin's suction as he replied, "I hate your hypocritical lot the most. Stop your nonsense and get in." In an instant, Master Jingchan was sucked into the heaven-burying coffin, and his screams vanished. Then the coffin slammed shut. Yi Junlin held the heaven-burying coffin like a god of slaughter descended to earth, asking one word at a time, "Who else?" The members of various sects were terrified, instinctively backing away and not daring to take a single step forward. The entire field was dead silent. Everyone thought, who would dare to go up now? This is too terrifying. The sect master of the Xuanchen sect clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. "Good, junior brother, beautifully done." The peak master beside him was dumbstruck. "Heavens, am I dreaming?" Peak Master Su delivered a heavy slap to his face, making half of it swell up. He cried out in pain and turned to ask, "Junior sister, why did you hit me?" Peak Master Su asked excitedly. "Does it hurt?" he replied. "Nonsense, of course it hurts." Peak Master Su beamed. "Then it's not a dream." Looking at the protagonist's back, Yang Feng stammered, Did the desolate province win?" He continued to tremble as he spoke. "Incredible. He actually suppressed the entire crowd of heroes by himself." He knelt on the ground and shouted with tears in his voice, "Long live Heavenly Monarch Yi, mighty is Heavenly Monarch Yi, divine is Heavenly Monarch Yi." On the other side, Zhang Tianyi had witnessed all of Yi Junlin's battles, his heart filled with fear. He thought, how can this be? Is this still the desolate province? Did we come to the wrong place? Recalling the scene of Master Jingchan being sucked into the coffin, he couldn't stop shaking. He had originally thought that Yi's repeated provocations were a death wish, but he never expected Yi would beat the strongest sect in the eastern region, the Yuha sect, so miserably, and then put everyone from the Buddhist Holy Land, the Hanging Temple, into a coffin. Then he revealed a sinister smile. However, he has already offended both the Yuha sect and the Hanging Temple. I'm afraid there will be endless retaliation in the future. If he can break the status quo of the eastern region, even better. Our Zhang family can sit back and reap the spoils of war. Hee. Just then an anomaly appeared in the sky as a pillar of light shot up from the center of the gathered sects. Seeing this, the crowd forgot their fear and cheered excitedly. "Wonderful, the secret realm has finally opened. This is the first time in my life I've seen such a magnificent secret realm. Can we still go in?" A figure suddenly charged toward the pillar of light from the distance. That person was none other than Yi Junlin. He observed for a moment and calculated, "It's finally open. Now I can go in to sign in and complete the mission. Wait, this group of people outside hasn't been dealt with yet." Thinking of this, his expression changed as he shouted to the crowd below, "Every cultivator of my desolate province has the right to enter the secret realm to explore. Everyone from other sects, get the hell out of here." Zhang Tianyi grit his teeth in rage, wanting nothing more than to charge up and fight Yi Junlin to the death. What did he just say? He won't even give my Zhang family the qualification to enter. A pity the ancestor isn't here. Seeing him about to act impulsively, the elder beside him quickly stopped him. "Young master, he is in his prime right now. Disaster will surely strike him later. There's no need for us to fight a dying man." Zhang Tianyi felt this made sense and let out a cold snort. "Correct? To make someone perish, one must first make them mad. Such an arrogant person won't live long. Let's go." After saying that, the members of the Zhang family retreated. Although the remaining forces were angry, seeing the major powers leave, they also accepted their defeat. Even the strongest Zhang family has left. It seems no one can stop Yi Junlin. "Sai, we ran all this way for nothing. Let him act proud for a while. We'll wait and see what happens next." On the other side, Yi Junlin led the people of the desolate province into the secret realm. "Everyone, let's go!" Upon entering the Luotian secret realm, Yi Junlin and Xiaohong marveled at their surroundings. "I never expected the interior of the secret realm to look like this. It's quite nice." Dane detected that you have reached the Luotian secret realm location. "Does the host wish to claim the reward?" Yi Junlin replied, "Claim it. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Obtained. Heavenly Emperor Dharma Image. Heavenly Emperor Dharma Image. The user can summon a Dharma image to vastly increase their own strength and unlock the additional divine abilities that come with it." Yi Junlin smiled and muttered to himself, "A Dharma image, this reward is quite good. Ha ha." He thought to himself that Master Jingchan's Buddha Dharma image was actually quite troublesome. If not for the heaven-burying coffin, there would likely have been a fierce battle. Not far away, the members of the Xuanchen sect were cheering over the discovery of rare spirit herbs. Heavenly spirit grass, purple spirit vine, golden ginseng. There's even a 10,000-year blood pool. They're all treasures, every single one. Everyone split up to look for spirit herbs, but don't go too deep. Remember to look out for one another. Everyone responded in unison. Yi Junnan looked at them and thought, I originally intended to leave after finishing the mission, but since my fellow disciples are so excited, I'll explore a bit longer. Someone pointed in a direction and said, let's go look over there. Another person replied, all right, let's go together. Suddenly, a giant centipede burst from the ground, attacking the two. Someone cried out in alarm. The creatures in the secret realm are extremely fierce. Everyone, be careful. There's another one over here. We're surrounded. Shu Yunian shouted anxiously. Everyone retreat. There are golden core stage monsters in the secret realm. Do not underestimate them. Xiao Hong stood to the side with his arms crossed and let out a cold, disdainful snort. HMPH, if you want resources, you must have the ability. There's no such thing as a free lunch. On the other side, birds were flying in chaos as a troop of white apes came charging in. Shu Yunian warned loudly, everyone, prepare for battle. Upon receiving the command, the crowd immediately split up to meet the enemy. These white apes had sharp fangs and pale eyeballs. A female disciple was accidentally trapped and screamed, ah, help! Several male disciples stepped forward to rescue her. Let her go, you beast. However, the white ape appeared completely unharmed and opened its massive maw to pounce on the girl. The girl cried out in terror, no help! Suddenly, a blast of fire hit the white ape, making it shriek in pain. Moments later, it was burned into a black ape. Xiao Hong walked over. It's fine, you're safe now. The girl thanked Xiao Hong gratefully. Thank you, Senior Sister Hong, for saving my life. The sect master spoke up. Nephew Hong, I feel at ease with you here. I'll leave the other disciples in your care. These white apes have nascent soul stage cultivation. Their numbers are staggering and they are extremely agile. You must also be very careful. Xiao Hong let out a cold snort upon hearing this, feeling a wave of displeasure. To think he's actually worrying about me. Just then, a large number of white apes attacked from behind him. Xiao Hong turned and waved his flames, incinerating all the incoming apes, and said coldly, do you want to die? This move left everyone in awe. Senior Sister Hong is mighty. Senior Sister Hong is the best, truly worthy of being the one who inherited Peak Master Yi's legacy. Xiao Hong was enraged by these words. All of you shut the hell up. He muttered to himself, where did that guy Yi go? He arrived beside Yi Junlin, who was exploring alone. System, you said there are special energy fluctuations here. Are you sure it's in this direction? Ding host, it is right here. The new mission is just ahead and the reward is much more generous than the sign-in. Deep within the Luotian secret realm stood a towering tree, the great Luo Immortal tree. Everyone looked up and was overjoyed. The great Luo Immortal fruit has finally blossomed and borne fruit, but the opening of the great Luo secret realm has also drawn foreign invaders into our territory. We need to step in and solve this, said a figure composed entirely of rock. This was the rock tribe leader, possessing a cultivation at the great circle of the body integration stage. Beside him was the beast tribe leader, also at the great circle of body integration, who bared his fangs and spoke, I believe the priority is to divide the great Luo Immortal fruit. Once we enjoy this fruit, we can achieve the great Luo Immortal body. Then those intruders will be nothing but ants we can crush at will. But now that white mouse has taken the fruit for itself, and we don't even know where to start. The one speaking was the winged tribe leader, whose cultivation was also at the great circle of body integration. The scale tribe leader, also at the great circle of body integration, spoke up. Who could have predicted the fruit would ripen so suddenly? Even we didn't have time to react. The horn tribe leader, another at the great circle of body integration, echoed, there's no choice. It has already swallowed the fruit and the great Luo Immortal tree has recognized it as master. We cannot attack it during this period or we will suffer the backlash of the tree's power. The wood tribe leader, also at the great circle of body integration, said, it seems the only way is to wait for it to completely finish digesting the fruit. Then we can capture it and use a secret method to refine it so everyone gets a share. That is the most reasonable and fair way. The beast tribe leader let out a cold snort. HMPH, I swear I will make that greedy white thief rat pay the price. Looking back at the ball of light, the crowd remarked. The light is fading, the beast is almost done digesting. At that moment a small claw reached out and an adorable little mouse said joyfully, haha, this little mouse sure had a comfortable nap. It was only then that it noticed the circle of angry tribal leaders' faces surrounding it. Terrified, it stammered incoherently. Bye, big brothers, hello, do you have business with this little mouse? Seeing no response, it hurriedly added, then this little mouse will take its leave now. With that the mouse vanished in a flash. The beast tribe leader roared, how is this stinking mouse so fast? It seems the effect of the great Luo Immortal fruit is indeed extraordinary. The wood tribe leader bellowed, extending his arms to grab it. Stop shouting and chase it, you beast, stand still. The little mouse turned pale with fright, squeaking in a plea, big brothers, let's talk this out. This little mouse is a reasonable mouse. Help, squeak, squeak. Just then a formation appeared in front of it. Unable to dodge in time, the mouse dove straight in. After passing through the formation, it saw stars and felt dizzy. Where did the little mouse just run to? Who am I? Where am I? Over here. The winged tribe leader shot out countless feathers to attack the mouse, saying, to think it awakened the ability of spatial displacement just after digesting the fruit. If we let you escape and you cultivate into a spirit after full digestion, it would be far too terrifying. So you'd better just die here quietly. Faced with the feathers filling the sky attack, the little mouse was covered in wounds and cried out in pain. Ah, this little mouse is going to die of pain. It then fell heavily to the ground. The little mouse didn't want to die, it wanted to live on tenaciously. Suddenly a voice rang out, scaring it out of its wits. HMPH, this ends here. The rock tribe leader appeared and roared. The shockwave of that roar severely injured the mouse again. It crashed into a nearby tree, rolling several times before landing on the ground. By now, several tribe leaders had surrounded it, their faces hideous. A goddamn mouse actually dared to snatch the great Luo immortal fruit. Do you have any idea how precious it is? With your status, what right do you have to enjoy it? Still running. Why aren't you running anymore? Haha. Did you think you could escape our palms after eating the fruit? The little mouse put on a pitiful expression and retorted. Did it have your names written on it? Why can't this little mouse eat it? You're only blaming me now. This little mouse feels very wrong too, another tribe leader said. Do you have any idea that the great Luo immortal tree carries the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm and takes countless years to produce a single fruit? Anyone who swallows it will obtain the great Luo immortal body, which is the invincible physique of this world. That is a physique ranked at the very top of the Kunlun immortal realm. Hundreds of generations of our clansmen guarded this place, finally waiting for the great Luo immortal fruit to appear, only for a bastard like you to snatch it first. Tell me, shouldn't you pay for your crimes with death so the fruit can return to where it belongs? The little mouse's head spun from the lecture. What? So the fruit it stole was that important? Is this little mouse really going to die here today? Which hero will come and save me? Just then, a giant palm struck toward the mouse, accompanied by a roar, "Go to hell!" Suddenly, a powerful force swept in from behind the tribe leader. He turned back and asked in shock, "This aura, who is it?" Yi Junlin stepped out with a dashing air. Ignoring the tribe leader, he asked the system, is the energy fluctuation you mentioned inside this white mouse? Ding, exactly. This mouse has just swallowed the great Luo immortal fruit, and the great Luo immortal body has already condensed within it. Its nurturing potential is extremely powerful. Ding, disciple recruitment mission triggered. If you successfully take the white mouse as a disciple, you will receive extremely generous rewards. Looking at the little mouse before him, Yi Junlin thought to himself, "Oh, great Luo immortal body? Interesting." Below, the little mouse begged through tears, "Hero, save me, these bad people want to eat me." Yi Junlin showed a somewhat helpless expression and said, "Why does this scene feel so familiar? Why does every time I recruit a disciple feel like a rescue mission? When did I become Tang Monk? But it's fine. Xiao Hong is naturally rebellious. This little mouse is white and chubby, looks quite obedient. So taking it as a disciple isn't a bad idea." Just then the beast tribe leader swung his iron hammer. "Intruder, you actually dare to ignore us completely. I will make you pay a painful price." When the hammer fell, Yi Junlin simply raised his hand lightly to block it. He looked at the old tribe leader and said, "This mouse belongs to me. I can give you a path to live." Scram! The other tribe leaders surrounded him, roaring in anger. "We are all at the great circle of the body integration stage. What right do you have to talk so big? Everyone, attack together and kill him." Yi Junlin's face instantly turned cold, and he delivered a heavy punch directly to the beast tribe leader's chest. In an instant the beast tribe leader was sent flying, spitting blood. Cough cough, how is this possible? This guy's plain-looking punch actually has so much power? On the other side, the remaining tribe leaders joined forces to attack Yi Junlin. "Human, you seek death." Seeing this, Yi Junlin truly became angry. He released a terrifying aura. "Since you are so obstinate, I won't be polite." Immediately, he unleashed the great desolate sky-imprisoning finger. The move blasted toward the tribe leaders, triggering a violent explosion. The rock tribe leader frantically opened a defensive shield and shouted, "Don't push us too far." Behind him, the wood tribe leader immediately used a healing technique to treat his companions. Seeing this, Yi Junlin increased the power of the move and praised, "You even know how to cooperate. Interesting." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Fine, I might as well try the new reward I just understood." Heavenly Emperor Dharma Image. A massive Dharma image instantly manifested behind him. The Dharma image looked down majestically at the tribe leaders. The leaders stammered in panic. Under the pressure of this terrifying phantom, we are simply too insignificant. We absolutely cannot beat this person. Who on earth is he? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ouyang Feng was also struck with horror upon seeing this Dharma image, thinking, "This is a Dharma image divine ability, and its aura is even more overbearing than the one at the Hanging Temple. Who exactly is using it? Could it be Heavenly Monarch Yi?" Xiao Hong looked up and fell into deep thought as well. Why did such a powerful Dharma image appear? Even the Dharma images used by experts in the middle region pale in comparison to this one, leaving one with no choice but to submit. He grit his teeth. But is this really his method? Just how many trump cards is he hiding? Yi Junlin stood in the void and shouted loudly, "The Heavenly Emperor is here. Do you still dare to resist?" His eyes were cold as he added, "Kill them all." The rock tribe leader rushed forward and shouted, "Everyone fight him to the end." However, no one responded. The rock tribe leader looked back and saw the other leaders frozen in place, none of them daring to move. Looking closer, their bodies were trembling violently. The rock tribe leader couldn't believe his eyes and said, You all." Yi Junlin looked at him and sneered. "Blockhead, you're the toughest one in here." Immediately, he unleashed the absolute sky finger toward the rock tribe leader. Under this move, the rock tribe leader gradually crumbled and dissipated into the void. Roaring in defiance, "No!" Moments later, his body turned to dust. Seeing this, the other tribe leaders shouted in terror, This is too terrifying. Heavenly Monarch Yi, I admit we were too impulsive just now, let's call a truce. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Yi Junlin turned a deaf ear to these pleas, and the Dharma image's giant palm struck directly at the leaders. With a thunderous boom, the tribe leader's screams rang out. Damn human, with such wild ambition my people will never let you off, Yi Junlin said calmly. A bunch of idiots, what kind of dream talk is this? If you could beat me you would have killed me long ago, so what's this talk about a truce? Looking at the deep crater before him, Yi Junlin remarked. The Heavenly Emperor Dharma image is indeed powerful, but a single move consumed 80% of my mana. I'll have to use it sparingly in the future. Alright, time to collect my disciple. But when he turned around, the little mouse was nowhere to be seen. He wondered, hey, where did my future disciple go? That goddamn mouse. I just said it looked obedient, and yet while I was over here fighting for it, it ran away first, over here. The little mouse was terrified and using every ounce of strength to flee for its life. As it ran, it thought, too scary, that two-legged beast is simply too scary. That phantom just now almost scared the soul out of this little mouse. Although you saved me, you look even scarier than those 6 bad guys. However, the place where the blockhead hit me doesn't seem to hurt at all anymore. And this little mouse has never run this fast before. Could it be the effect of that fruit? Amazing, suddenly. The mouse's eyes widened. Why do I suddenly have a hair-raising feeling? This little mouse feels like that two-legged beast is coming to catch me. Currently, Yi Jun was chasing the mouse at full speed, constantly asking, System, that mouse is right ahead, right? Dang, correct. Host, keep going, you're about to catch up. Yi Jun smiled slightly and praised secretly, this mouse can really run, it must be related to the great Luo immortal body. If not for the system, it really might have escaped. Once I catch it, I can't let it off easily. The little mouse thought in a sweat, it's over, why is he getting closer and closer? The forest is so big, how does that two-legged beast know where I am? In the blink of an eye, Yi Junlin had caught up. The mouse squeaked in terror, its whole body shaking. Yi Junlin lifted it up by the tail. The little mouse struggled incessantly and shouted, this little mouse doesn't want to die. Yi Junlin put on a ferocious expression and said, didn't you say before you'd serve me as a beast of burden? Why did you run? The little mouse stammered in fear. That, your aura just now was too scary. This little mouse couldn't take it and ran away. You wouldn't want to eat me too, would you? Yi Junlin licked his lips and rubbed his chin to scare it. I often eat beef and mutton, but I haven't tasted mouse meat yet. It seems like a possibility. The little mouse shouted through tears. This little mouse's meat is sour. It's extremely bad tasting. You must be mistaken. You'll have stinky farts after eating me. Yi Junlin took the opportunity to tease it further. The more extraordinary you make it sound, the more curious I am to try. Come here, little mouse. By now the mouse had fainted from fear, feeling as if its soul was leaving its body. Looking at it, Yi Junlin laughed. This guy possesses the strongest great Luo immortal body, yet it's so cowardly. No wonder it ran away as soon as it saw me fighting. He pinched the mouse's little cheek and said to himself, it's quite cute though, fine, I'll just raise it as a pet. 2 hours later, Yi Junlin was roasting meat and stewing soup over a fire. The aroma of food wafted into the mouse's nose, waking it up. It rubbed its eyes and said, smells so good, is this little mouse not dead yet? Seeing the boiling soup pot in front of it, the mouse was so scared it hid behind the pot. With such a big pot of water, could he want to? Yi Junlin looked at its startled appearance and said, come over here obediently, don't wait for me to do it myself. I don't want to play cat and mouse with you anymore. Hearing this, the little mouse wasn't as afraid anymore. Instead, it stared at the barbecue skewers nearby, its mouth watering. Seeing this, Yi Junlin handed it a skewer and said, look at you. Here, this is for you. The mouse's eyes lit up and it immediately began gnawing on the barbecue. It kept praising with its mouth full. Smells so good, thank you. What kind of meat is this? I've never tasted anything this delicious. You're actually a pretty good person. Yi Junlin answered with a smile. It's rabbit meat. The mouse looked at the meat in its claws and asked sadly, bunnies are so cute, why eat bunnies? Yi Junlin had the urge to tease it again. If we don't eat rabbit meat, should we eat mouse meat instead? Upon hearing this, the mouse screamed in terror. Oh no, this little mouse isn't as tasty as rabbit meat, let's stick with rabbit meat. Although it's very sad to eat the poor little bunny. It really is too delicious. The little mouse looked at Yi Junlin with a charming expression and asked, Master, can you reward this little mouse with another piece of rabbit meat? Glancing at the little mouse, Yi Junlin's mouth curled up. You can, but first, not only do I want to be your master, I want to be your teacher. Are you willing? The little mouse was surprised by the proposal and asked back, Teacher, this little mouse has no virtue or ability. Can I really be your disciple? And will being your disciple be very dangerous? Seeing it talk so much nonsense, Yi Junlin said with some impatience, you talk too much. Being my disciple means you'll never have to worry about food or drink, and whenever you encounter danger, your master will stand up for you. Do you really not want such a good deal? The little mouse jumped up in joy and said, I want it. This little mouse wants to be Senior's disciple. This little mouse loves having a big backer the most. Yi Jun then stood up and said, Then why haven't you paid your respects to your master yet? The little mouse immediately knelt and performed the ceremony. Disciple Bai Shaoxi pays respects to Master Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. Reward, Supreme Divine Technique. 5-fold Samsara Obliteration Art. The 5-fold Samsara Obliteration Art can destroy and pierce through anything, capable of causing massive scale area of effect damage. Ding detected the disciple's aptitude. This system provides an additional bonus set, Great Luo Dao Scripture. Ding, all rewards have been distributed. The system hopes the host and disciple will love and care for each other. Please do not mistreat small animals. Yi Junlun smiled slightly. Another killing move, very good, but system, you're really worrying over nothing with my noble character. How could I possibly do something like that? Seeing Yi Junlun talking to himself by Xiao, she asked, Master, are you talking to this little mouse? Realizing he had lost his composure, Yi Junlun gave a dry cough and said, Ahem, Master is now going to impart a cultivation technique to you. You must cherish it and practice diligently. You must be Master's good soldier. Ah no, you must be the best disciple. He then joined two fingers and transmitted the technique to Xiaoxi. After receiving the technique, Xiaoxi muttered in surprise, The Great Luo Dao Scripture, just by sensing it, I know it's an incredible technique. It hurriedly knelt to give thanks, praising incessantly. This technique is too miraculous. This little mouse feels as if its mind has been opened. Thank you, Master, for bestowing such a technique. Yi Junlun said calmly, Rise, drink another bowl of soup and eat some meat. The meat is already cooked, Xiaoxi hurriedly replied. Thank you, Master. It picked up the soup bowl and tasted it. The flavor was rich and savory. It thought to itself, Master is so good to this little mouse. Being Master's disciple is truly my blessing. In the future I must definitely repay Master well. Suddenly a sound of shattering echoed. Yi Junlun looked up toward the midair and asked, What's going on? Why is the secret realm breaking apart? Ding, detected that the great Luo Immortal tree's lifespan has reached its end, and it is no longer able to maintain the operation of the secret realm. The realm is on the verge of collapse. Please leave immediately. Yi Junlun looked at Xiaoxi with some concern and said, The secret realm has begun to cave in. We must leave quickly. Why are you crying again? Xiaoxi replied through tears. Master, I don't know why, but this little mouse feels so sad in its heart. Yi Junlun grabbed Xiaoxi, casually tore open a spatial rift and said, Perhaps the great Luo immortal body has some resonance with the secret realm, but the urgent matter is to first regroup with the sect master and the others, and then leave the secret realm. The speed of the realm's collapse became faster and faster, and Yi Junlun sped away with Xiaoxi. At this time, Xu Yunyan was shouting to everyone present, Everyone, leave the secret realm quickly. Be extremely careful not to get injured. A peak master nearby seemed to notice something and let out a soft exclamation. Oh, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Where is junior brother Yi? Should we wait for him? Just then, Yi Junlun stepped out from the void and said, Everyone, the situation is critical. Let us evacuate the secret realm as quickly as possible. The members of the Xuanchen sect were overjoyed. That's wonderful, junior brother Yi. You've finally arrived. We were only missing you and your disciple. Peak Master Yi, what is that you're holding in your hand? Yi Junlun looked at everyone and introduced, Oh, this is my newly recruited disciple. Everyone asked back suspiciously. Disciple? Then they thought privately. The previous disciple might have had a bit of a temper, but at least she was exceptionally beautiful and gifted. How did he recruit a mouse with zero cultivation this time? Then someone else asked, Then what about your eldest disciple? Yi Junlun flew out of the secret realm, leaving behind the words, No need to worry, I sense that he has already made it out. Let's go outside and regroup first. A moment later, everyone passed through the portal one after another. When the people of the desolate province saw Yi Junlun safe and sound, they shouted excitedly, Heavenly Monarch Yi is out. Although the secret realm was dangerous, thanks to Heavenly Monarch Yi we had the chance to harvest so many precious resources. At this moment, Xiao Hong stepped forward and called out respectfully, Master. Yi Junlun threw Xiaoxi over and said, This is my new disciple. From now on you two must care for each other, understand? Xiao Hong was somewhat surprised to hear this. With a wave of his hand he brushed Xiaoxi aside. Sending it tumbling onto the ground, Xiao Hong barked, What? Then he bowed respectfully. Disciple understands, Master. At this moment, Xiaoxi looked dazed. Where is this little mouse? Watching the portal gradually close, Xiaoxi said sadly, This little mouse's home, it continued with a pouting mouth, is gone. Meanwhile, in another area, the various creatures within the secret realm were fleeing frantically. One of the foreign tribes said, Is this the world outside the secret realm? The spiritual energy is actually so thin. A giant blue python flicked its tongue and said, Could these two-legged beasts be the humans mentioned in the records? It feels like their cultivation is just too weak. A monoceros rhino also added, Since we've come to a new environment, we must learn to adapt. I propose we first occupy this land and then redivide our territories. A nearby demoness also said with a laugh, Hee, then let's enslave them first. At this moment, countless creatures from the secret realm gathered before the portal, staring at the people of the desolate province with hostile intent. Seeing this, Xu Yunyan said worriedly, Oh no, these creatures are ancient tribes hidden deep within the secret realm. Their cultivation is far beyond what we encountered before. Just by looking, there are over 100 in the soul transformation stage, and even dozens in the body integration stage. This time, we're in big trouble. The peak master beside him seemed confused and pressed, Ancient tribes, Shu Union explained. In the Kunlun realm there are thousands of tribes and countless creatures. Their origins are all recorded on the Secret Realm's stone tablets. These Secret Realm creatures come from various parts of the myriad worlds and were exiled here. This Secret Realm was already extremely suitable for cultivation, not to mention the presence of countless ancestral powerhouses, he continued with a trembling body. If these foreign tribes join forces, their strength is enough to contend with the 5 strongest cultivation powers in the eastern region. The peak master beside him finally felt fear. What? Then how do we resist? Can we negotiate with them? Shu Union replied with gritted teeth. I'm afraid not. They are wild by nature and we just destroyed their dwelling place. They will surely invade the desolate province for revenge now. I fear catastrophe is upon us. One disciple hearing this screamed in terror. Are we really doomed? What should we do? Ouyang Feng stepped forward at this moment to soothe the crowd. Everyone do not fear, we have Heavenly Monarchy. As long as he is here we can surely stand against these foreign tribes. Hearing this, everyone's spirits rose. That's right, we have Heavenly Monarchy. These guys are definitely no match for the Heavenly Monarch. Mighty is Heavenly Monarchy. Nearby, Xiao Hong felt secret disdain. Truly overconfident, but facing so many creatures he should be fine, right? The system notification lit up. Ding, new mission activated. Make 100,000 residents of the Luotian secret realm join the Xuanchen sect, and the host will receive a desired reward. Yi Junlin asked back with a cold sweat. System, are you kidding me? Dealing with so many otherworldly creatures is very hard, okay? You mean I can't kill them all and can only complete the mission by subduing them? Ding, host, please do as you wish. At this moment a winged being from the foreign tribe stepped forward and shouted, Are you the Heavenly Monarchy they speak of? Yi Junlin looked at him and replied indifferently. Indeed I am, then, he thought to himself, with so many foreign tribes. Can the Xuanchen sect even hold them? And every one of them looks stranger than the last. The various tribes of the secret realm cheered each other on. What's there to fear? There's only one of him. Even if he's at the great circle of the body integration stage, so what? Can he withstand the combined power of all of us? That's right, everyone attacked together. After speaking, the tribes charged toward Yi Junlin like a tide while he propped up a shield to resist, calculating in his heart, what should I do next? I'm good at fighting, but subduing all of them probably won't work. Seeing Yi Junlin besieged, Xiaoxi shouted anxiously. Master seems to be in trouble. Master is so good to this little mouse, teaching me techniques and giving me meat. I can't let Master fight alone. With that, Xiaoxi rushed quickly toward Yi Junlin. From behind, Xiao Hong saw this and cried out in alarm. Where are you running off to? Xiaoxi ignored him and shouted to Yi Junlin. Master, this little mouse is here to help you. Yi Junlin heard the voice and looked back, hurriedly shouting, Xiaoxi, you? Suddenly, a red formation appeared in Xiaoxi's eyes, and then bursts of divine light erupted from its entire body. The people of the Xuanchen sect felt the pressure radiating from Xiaoxi and marveled. Peak Master Yi's new disciple is indeed not simple. This majestic aura actually makes one want to bow down in worship. Xiao Hong was secretly shocked. What is with this mouse? Meanwhile, the tribes of the secret realm felt this familiar aura and were so scared they broke into a cold sweat. This is the aura of the great Luo Immortal Tree. The great Luo Immortal Tree has not abandoned us. Suddenly, they all knelt down and shouted toward Xiaoxi, We implore the great Luo Immortal Tree to guide our future path. Xiao Hong's expression softened slightly as he thought, as expected, everything is within your plan. I knew your master wasn't that simple. Looking at Xiaoxi, who was radiating the aura of the great Luo Immortal Tree, Yi Junlin frowned and pondered. The great Luo Immortal Tree bore the great Luo Immortal Fruit. Essentially, it's a means for it to return to life in a borrowed corpse, so after Bai Xiaoxi ate the fruit it produced the great Luo Immortal body within its body, and a part of the tree's will remains. He looked at Xiaoxi and asked, Xiaoxi, are you alright? Say something. He rushed to Xiaoxi's side and shouted, Xiaoxi, wake up for your master. At this moment Xiaoxi murmured with blurred consciousness, Master is calling this little mouse. This little mouse cannot sleep. Then it snapped its eyes open and used its little claws to frantically slap its own cheeks to stay awake. After a while the awakened Xiaoxi walked up to Yi Junlin and said, Thank you, Master, for waking this little mouse. Yi Junlin patted its head and smiled. As long as you're okay. Seeing this, the foreign tribes could hardly believe their eyes. What? The great Luo Immortal Tree actually took a human as a master? Impossible. How can a mere two-legged beast be worthy of being the master of the great Luo Immortal Tree? Suddenly Yi Junlin used a secret voice transmission. Xiaoxi, now do as master says. Xiaoxi nodded, cleared its throat and smiled with its hands behind its back. Ahem. Hearing the voice, the foreign tribes on the scene all went silent, whispering among themselves. The great Luo Immortal Tree is going to give a lecture. Seeing the silence, Xiaoxi continued. Although the destruction of the secret realm is heaven's will, everyone do not panic. You are all my subjects. I will never abandon you. From behind, Yi Junlin also spoke up. The great Luo Immortal Tree is above, and heaven has the virtue of loving life. Since you have lost your home, our Xuanchen sect is willing to be your new destination. From now on we shall share honor and disgrace and weather difficulties together. Xiaoxi turned back and said happily, Thank you, Master. The various spirits of the foreign tribes asked back with confused faces, I don't understand. You mean for us to bow our heads to humans? Immortal Tree Lord, have you made a mistake? Xiaoxi turned back and with eyes filled with intense killing intent asked, What, are you questioning me? One being from the foreign tribes was so scared he broke into a cold sweat and replied, This lowly one doesn't dare, Shaoxi nodded with satisfaction. That's good, from now on you will live with me and Master at the Xuanchen sect. The crowd collectively obeyed the command. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, sundial. After the sundial is activated, 100 years of cultivation inside is equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Yi Junlin chuckled to himself, successful. But this reward looks pretty average. I have the stronger than the strongest cheat. I don't need to cultivate at all. This thing is indeed useless to me. Then he glanced back at Xiao Hong and hit upon a plan. However, Xiao Hong seems very suitable for cultivating there. With his monstrous talent, he'll surely improve extremely fast when the time comes. I just need to encounter him and leech off the feedback. Simply perfect. But this kid is naturally rebellious. I must discipline him a bit before sending him in. Sensing Yi Junlin's strange gaze, Xiao Hong thought, what does that guy's look mean? Is he blaming me for not helping him? At this time, the members of the Xuanchen sect said joyfully, am I dreaming? These powerful beings are really joining the Xuanchen sect. Sect Master, from now on, our Xuanchen sect is the head of the 10 major immortal sects in the eastern region. This is all thanks to Peak Master Yi. Meanwhile, the people of the desolate province thought with faces full of disbelief, this works too. Although I'm very relieved the desolate province escaped a catastrophe, it seems my Banshan sect won't have much status in the future. Incredible, I knew Heavenly Monarchy could solve the crisis. It was only then that Shaoxi turned back to Yi Junlin and sent a voice transmission. Master, this little mouse did it. They really all listened to this little mouse. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes and praised with a smile through voice transmission. Beautifully done. Master is very satisfied. Speaking of the great Luo immortal tree's will, does it still have any effect on you now? Shaoxi replied frankly. No, after this little mouse woke up it didn't even dare to move behind me. Hearing this, Yi Junlin felt relieved. That's good. Now I'll take you all back to the Xuanchen sect. Shaoxi respectfully replied, yes master. Meanwhile, at the Yuhua sect square in Qingzhou of the eastern region, everyone saw Chen Xiao and his party return and asked curiously, what happened to the Holy Sun? Why does he look so dejected and lost? Exactly, he was so full of momentum before setting out. What on earth happened in the desolate province? Chen Xiao was trembling all over, supported by 2 disciples. The various elders of the Yuhua sect gathered around anxiously to ask, Holy Sun, what has happened to you? Chen Xiao said with great difficulty, I must see my master, an elder spoke up. Reporting to the Holy Sun, Venerable Juyang is currently in seclusion. May I ask what exactly happened? Where are Elder Yan and the other disciples? Chen Xiao replied miserably. Dead, are all dead. Everyone turned pale with shock. What, Holy Sun, who was the culprit? Tell me quickly so I can report it to the sect master. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and roared. It was the true disciple of the Yuhua sect's outer division, Yi Junlin of the Xuanchen sect. Upon hearing the grim news, everyone was struck with immense horror. Even Elder Yan and his group had met with disaster. Damn it, they actually dared to kill an elder of the Yuhua sect and nearly took the life of the Holy Sun. They simply have no regard for us. Declare war. We must declare war publicly. Then wash that barbaric land in blood and pull every related sect out by the roots. At that moment, a man holding a newspaper shouted, Paper, get your paper. Latest explosive news from the eastern region's cultivation world. The cultivators who saw the headlines broke into a cold sweat. This. The Holy Sun of the Yuhua sect was actually defeated by a woman in red of the same realm? The Yuhua sect lost 9 body integration stage experts, and the culprit is the peak master of ethereal peak of the Xuanchen sect. Even in the tea houses, people were discussing it. The world has changed. To think the barbarians of the desolate province would dare kill the powerhouses of the Yuhua sect? The Xuanchen sect indeed has some skill, but as far as the Yuhua sect is concerned, I see no suspense in this battle. Correct, the Yuhua sect is a top-tier cultivation power from ancient times, an immortal holy land that once birthed a true immortal. How can those barbarians compare to such a foundation? Within 10 days, the Xuanchen sect will likely vanish from the face of the earth. In the eastern region's Fazhou, within the main hall of the Hanging Temple, monks were chanting with palms pressed together. A long-bearded, white-haired old monk spoke up, Amitabha, the Yuhua sect has sent word of their declaration of war against the Xuanchen sect. Thus my Hanging Temple must also promote good and punish evil. The blood debt owed to the Xuanchen sect must be paid in blood. The monk beside him understood and replied, Your disciple understands. I will issue the order immediately, calling upon all Zen cultivators in the eastern region to eliminate the demons and defend the Dao together. Meanwhile, in the desolate province, following the collapse of the Luotian secret realm, a dense surge of spiritual energy was frantically leaking out. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things flourish. The originally barren and desolate province began to burst with vibrant life, benefiting countless living beings and causing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Within the Xuanchen sect, its overall strength skyrocketed after the addition of the 100,000 secret realm creatures. However, as news of the declarations of war from the major sects of the eastern region arrived, the Xuanchen sect was once again shrouded in an atmosphere of dense gathering storm clouds. On the martial arts square, disciples gathered in small groups whispering fervently, the Yuhua sect is about to attack, and then there's that group of hypocritical Baldi monks from the Hanging Temple who actually treat us like heretical demons. They truly never change. I haven't seen the sect master or the peak masters these past few days. Where did they go? I heard they're all in seclusion, even Peak Master Yi with such great strength is still working hard at his cultivation. It's truly a great blessing for the Xuanchen sect at this time. On ethereal peak of the Xuanchen sect, Yi Junlin was sitting leisurely. Suddenly he sneezed several times. Xiaoxi ran over with a cheerful face. Master, this mouse succeeded. A supreme invincible pearl milk tea you wanted is finally ready. Yi Junlin was overjoyed and said urgently, quick, put the straw in for me. Xiaoxi nimbly complied, coming master. After taking a big gulp, Yi Junlin thought with a face full of bliss, refreshing, this is exactly the flavor. He then said to Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, you did a great job. I'll allow you to make 50 more cups, but this time you can choose any one cup as a reward. Xiaoxi was being sold and yet was still helping count the money, saying excitedly, really, this mouse, thanks master. Yi Junlin lay back leisurely and thought, the milk tea recipes rewarded by the daily sign-in mission are even better than those I drank in my previous life. Even a professional tea master would have to pay me respect. On the side, Xiao Hong Tianye let out a cold snort. HMPH, this dead rat is too stupid. Sooner or later he'll sell you for money. Yi Junlin glanced at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, where are my spicy squid skewers? Why aren't they ready yet? Look how diligent Xiaoxi is. You're actually not even as good as a mouse. While roasting the meat, Xiao Hong replied angrily, they'll be ready in a moment, master. I'll bring them over right away. He brought the skewers over. Please taste them, master. Master, are you satisfied with the heat? Does the spiciness need adjusting? After tasting them, Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Keep it up, Xiao Hong asked tentatively. Master, can you let your disciple cultivate in the sundial for a few days? I truly yearn for progress. Yi Junlin glanced at Xiao Hong. Look at how impatient you are. Xiao Hong immediately countered. But you've already let the sect master and the others go in first. Xiao Hong was unconvinced and continued to persuade Yi Junlin. Master, I want to become stronger. Only then can I protect the sect. Yi Junlin replied indifferently, it's fine with me here. The sect is safe. Just stay obediently by my side. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth and thought secretly, damn it, I see you're just afraid my cultivation will surpass yours. Watching the scene, Xiaoxi spoke up, master, since senior sister Hong wants to go so badly, then let her go. I can take over her chores too. Yi Junlin followed up and replied, since your junior brother is pleading for you and is even willing to do your work, then I'll allow you to cultivate in the sundial for a few days. You should properly thank your junior brother. Xiao Hong immediately knelt. Many thanks, master, and thank you, junior brother, for pleading for me. Yi Junlin smiled as he stood up to leave. I'm going back to my room. You two take your time eating. Xiao Hong stared at Yi Junlin with a sinister gaze. Just you wait. The day I emerge from seclusion is the day you, Yi Junlin, bow your head. Looking at Xiao Hong's back as he walked away in a huff, Yi Junlin snickered to himself. He looks like he's been triggered quite a bit and is losing his patience. I know you're only acting attentive because you want to make a comeback, but unfortunately, I can become stronger than the strongest. You might as well just obediently level up for me. At this time, Xiaoxi looked at Yi Junlin and asked, Master, the 50 cups of new drinks are ready. Can this mouse drink this jelly-flavored one? Yi Junlin looked at Xiaoxi and smiled. Of course. I said you could pick whatever you like. Xiaoxi thanked him while drinking. Thank you, master. Yi Junlin walked over and patted Xiaoxi's head, laughing. Others pet cats. I pet a mouse, but this texture is indeed not bad. Hearing the word cat, Xiaoxi fled in terror. Cat, where is the cat? This mouse is most afraid of cats. Seeing this, Yi Junlin sighed. That great Luo immortal body of yours is truly a waste. A cat isn't even as big as you, and you have 100,000 secret realm experts in your hands, yet you're actually afraid of a little cat? Xiaoxi replied innocently. This mouse is just instinctively afraid. Yi Junlin observed Xiaoxi for a while, then rested his chin on his hand and asked, why don't you go to the sundial to cultivate? 100 years inside is only 1 day outside. Your great Luo immortal body would make massive progress, Xiaoxi said with a blush. This mouse doesn't want to go. Being unable to see master for 100 years would make this mouse very sad, and besides, cultivating is really boring. This mouse just wants to accompany master and eat delicious things. Hearing this, Yi Junlin laughed loudly. Haha, your personality truly suits my taste. You're completely different from everyone else. On the other side, Xiao Hong, who was walking toward the sundial, sneezed repeatedly. Yi Junlin looked at Xiaoxi and asked again, by the way, isn't it said that when the demon race reaches the soul transformation stage, they can transform into human form? Why have I never seen you transform? Xiaoxi replied casually. Because this mouse forgot. Yi Junlin said excitedly. Then try transforming now and let me see. Xiaoxi bashfully agreed. Then Xiaoxi squeezed its eyes shut as a golden light surrounded its body. A fair leg was revealed. Seeing this, Yi Junlin spat out his drink. Wow, is this a standard Lolita image? Before he could finish, he spat out another mouthful of water. What the hell is this? Xiaoxi's figure appeared. The lower half was human, but the upper half was still a mouse head. It covered its face and asked, what's wrong, master? Is this mouse not beautiful? Yi Junlin rested his head in his hand and sighed. This is more than just not beautiful, it's practically terrifying. He asked, Xiaoxi, are you doing this on purpose? Xiaoxi waved its hands frantically, tears in its eyes. Absolutely not, this mouse has already worked very hard to change. It looked at its own hands and sighed, but for some reason I can only turn into this. This mouse feels very wrong too. Looking at Xiaoxi's pitiful state, Yi Junlin sighed. Fine, it doesn't matter, change back, Xiaoxi replied excitedly. Yes, master. After a while, Xiaoxi still hadn't changed back. Yi Junlin asked impatiently. It's been half an incense stick of time, why haven't you changed back yet? Xiaoxi panicked. Moss Master, this mouse suddenly forgot how to change back. Yi Junlin was left speechless. Is your true form a mouse or a pig, or some mouse-pig hybrid? Xiaoxi said hurriedly. Master, don't worry. I'll practice more in a few days and I'll definitely be able to change back. Yi Junlin could only sigh. Sigh, keep working on it. Xiaoxi nudged closer again coquettishly. Master, do you still want to keep petting this mouse? Yi Junlin waved his hand in refusal. I'll pass. I want some peace and quiet. A moment later, Xiaoxi ran to the water vat and looked at its reflection, muttering to itself, strange, isn't this very pretty? The scene shifted to the eastern region at the border between the desolate province and Lingzhou. Countless warships were sailing toward the desolate province in the sky. One person drank wine while looking out the window with a cold laugh. No one can withstand the wrath of the eastern region's #1 immortal sect. The Xuanchen sect is finished. Ha ha, the person beside him chimed in. No matter how arrogant that man named Yi was before, he's definitely going to die a miserable death this time. I bet he's already peeing his pants right now. Within a certain room, sounds of heavy breathing could be heard. A woman's voice rang out, young master, gentler. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and shouted, young master. We've arrived, the attack has begun outside. A man's angry roar came from inside. You bastard, speak clearly who's attacking or this young master will chop your head off and feed it to a latrine, the person stammered while drenched in sweat. It's the Yuha sect. The Yuha sect legion has invaded the desolate province. A young man walked out, straightening his clothes while asking, what did you just say? Fantastic. The Xuanchen sect is done for. This person is precisely the young master of the Shui family, Shui Tianyi. He revealed a sinister smile. HMPH, a mere country bumpkin dares to act wild in front of me. This young master knew you wouldn't live long. There's a good show to watch now. Desolate province, Banshan sect. The members of the Banshan sect looked at the sky filled with airships and exclaimed, with a formation of this scale, just how many cultivators have been deployed? Ouyang Feng said with a look of concern, Heavenly Monarchy, I beg you not to push yourself this time. If it doesn't work, let's just run. You are the strongest person in the desolate province and the spiritual leader of all local cultivators. If something happens to you, the loss would be too great. On the martial arts square of the Xuanchen sect, disciples were in a state of chaos shouting, enemy attack. Total sect alert. Another person shouted, the great enemy is upon us. Where is the sect master? In the back mountain of the Xuanchen sect, a beam of intense light shot into the sky as the figures of the sect master and peak masters appeared. Peak Master Zhao and Peak Master Su walked out of the sundial, radiating astonishing spiritual pressure. Peak Master Zhao lamented, after 500 years of bitter cultivation, I'm still just a hair's breadth from the body integration stage and still haven't found the feeling. It seems seclusion ultimately has its limits. Peak Master Su, standing beside him, comforted him. Be content. Thanks to the techniques and pills passed down by junior brother Yi, otherwise we wouldn't even have been able to break through the nascent soul stage before our lifespans ran out, let alone 500 years. Peak Master Zhao looked back and asked, what about the Sect Master? Has he not come out yet? At that moment, Sect Master Shu walked out with an incredible presence saying, with the battle imminent, I could only give it my all. Fortunately, I broke through to the body integration stage before the fight. Looking at the entrance that remained brilliantly lit, Peak Master Zhao asked, is there someone else? He wondered secretly. Who is it? This aura is too terrifying. It even overshadows junior brother Yi. At this time, the figure at the entrance gradually became clear, and the one walking out was precisely Xiao Hong Tianyi, surrounded by endless flames and an overwhelming presence. Seeing this, Peak Master Zhao said with gratification, so it's junior brother Yi's eldest disciple. Truly a tiger father has no dog sons. Both you master and disciple are monsters. Quick, tell your martial uncle, what realm have you reached now? Xiao Hong felt as if he had been insulted. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Peak Master Zhao, cursing, impudence, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Hong then unleashed a strike toward Peak Master Zhao, directly wounding him severely. Peak Master Su hurried forward to support him and scolded, Hong Tianyi, your martial uncle only misspoke. We are all from the same sect. How could you be so heavy-handed? Xiao Hong's gaze was cold and disdainful. Same sect, hey, he thought to himself. I am a former giant of the demonic path, a true immortal level powerhouse. How are you ants worthy of taking me in? If not for Yi Junlin, why would I have endured such grievances? But from now on it all ends, Peak Master Su shouted in rage. Have you gone mad from cultivation? What kind of attitude is that? Just you wait. I'm going to report this to junior brother Yi, Xiao Hong replied with disdain. Suit yourself, I don't care about him at all. Besides, that guy can barely save himself right now. If you've got the guts, call him over. He then burst into a wild laugh. Ha, with my current cultivation, it's not yet certain who will be teaching whom a lesson. He rushed forward, intending to seize the sundial, muttering triumphantly to himself. A supreme treasure like this shouldn't be wasted. It's better off being used by me. Seeing this, the sect master and the others shouted sternly. What are you doing? Are you truly not afraid of junior brother Yi punishing you? Xiao Hong turned and threw a palm strike toward the crowd, barking, all of you get lost. Sensing Xiao Hong's aura, the sect master said with concern, this person's demonic nature is truly intense. I didn't expect that after entering the body integration stage even his pressure would be so hard to withstand. Just what is the background of this disciple junior brother Yi recruited? Xiao Hong glanced at them and let out a contemptuous laugh. A motley crew, however, when he tried to seize the sundial it didn't budge an inch. He muttered to himself in confusion, "What is going on? Why won't the sundial move at all?" The sect master was now incensed. Even though he was no match for Xiao Hong, he rushed forward and said, "Hong Tianye, you are junior brother Yi's disciple and the most outstanding genius of our sect. The sect will surely do everything to nurture you. Why are you committing such a despicable act?" Xiao Hong threw another palm strike at the sect master, cursing, "You bastard, who do you think you are? You're not worthy of lecturing me." This move sent the sect master flying backward, leaving him completely unable to resist. He knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth. What kind of cultivation is this? With just a casual wave of his hand, I actually have no power to fight back. Compared to before entering the sundial, the difference was simply poles apart. Seeing this from behind, Peak Master Su shouted anxiously, "Sect Master." Xiao Hong released his pressure once more and let out a cold snort. "HMPH, mere ants dare to tell me what to do. Not killing you just now was my greatest mercy." Suddenly a voice rang out through the clouds. "The Yuha Sect Legion has arrived. Will the mastermind Yi Junlin not crawl out and meet his death?" This gave Xiao Hong a momentary pause. He then turned to leave, throwing back the words, "It's high time for a showdown with those guys." The sect master hurriedly followed. He said to the various peak masters, "Quick, go and take a look." At this moment, Yi Junlin was leisurely drinking milk tea. Homemade milk tea truly was delicious. Seeing him still so idle, Xiao Hong's rage flared up once again. This conduct is simply a disgrace to the cultivation world. He actually wants to cultivate immortality. With that attitude, he only obtained those rare techniques and treasures because he stumbled into supreme opportunities. But now all of these will belong to me. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Hong, Yi Junlin spoke up calmly as ever. "My good disciple, have you emerged from seclusion? Master missed you quite a bit." Xiao Hong didn't drop the act immediately, but instead said, "People outside are about to charge in and take your life. I truly didn't expect you to be so lazy. Are you not afraid of death?" It was only then that Yi Junlin snapped awake. He sat up and asked, "They've already attacked, how come I didn't know?" Xiao Hong waved a hand to remove the barrier around Ethereal Peak and scolded, "You've been staying in this paradise shielded by an acoustic barrier, focused only on enjoyment. Of course you didn't know what was happening outside. Now listen up." At this moment the shouts from outside arrived like an overwhelming tide. "Yi Junlin, come out and meet your death." Yi Junlin remained composed. "Oh, so a war is about to start." Seeing this, Xiao Hong spread his hands and said, "You've seen the situation, but now if you just hand over everything you've obtained to me, I might consider stepping in to save your life." Somewhat surprised, Yi Junlin asked back, "How, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Hong let out a cold, angry laugh. "Ha, don't play dumb with me. We're both smart people. Let's just get straight to the point." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Xiaoxi behind him and was scared out of his wits, screaming, "Mama, what the hell is that monstrosity?" Xiaoxi walked over cheerfully, holding food in her hands as she said, "Master, here are the Orleans chicken wings you wanted. Mousy made them extra spicy. Hurry and taste them." Then she looked at Xiao Hong. "Oh, senior sister Hong, have you emerged from seclusion so soon?" Seeing Xiaoxi approach, Xiao Hong said in a panic, You stay back," he wondered secretly. "Is this that white-haired mouse? Why has it turned into this? What is with this bizarre shape?" He then glanced at Yi Junlin. "What a goddamn freak. I didn't expect this guy to have such strange tastes." Perceiving that look, Yi Junlin thought to himself, "Hey, what is that look for? He couldn't be thinking something bad about me, could he? I am a perfectly upright gentleman." Just then, the sect master and the others also arrived and shouted urgently, "Wicked disciple, what do you intend to do to your master? Junior brother Yi, you must be careful." Subsequently, the three of them saw Xiaoxi and were also startled. This is," seeing their terrified looks, Xiaoxi spoke up to soothe them. "Don't be afraid, everyone, it's just your disciple Mousy." The sect master could hardly believe his eyes, saying, "So it's junior brother Yi's second disciple. This look is truly startling. Junior brother Yi's talent is unparalleled, and his tastes are even further beyond ordinary men." Yi Junlin stepped forward to stop them from continuing. Hey, stop right there. What on earth are you all talking about?" he then asked. "Anyway, tell me, what's the urgent matter that brought you all running here?" The sect master pointed at Xiao Hong and accused, "Junior brother Yi, your eldest disciple has treacherous intent. Not only does he want to seize the sundial, he even attacked us." Yi Junlin looked at Xiao Hong with a dark expression and asked, "My good disciple, is what they're saying true?" Xiao Hong admitted it without any hesitation. "So what if it's true? What can you possibly do to me? Now that a massive army is pressing in, your end is near. Do you still not understand your current situation?" The sect master nearby couldn't help but interject. "Damn it, what a wolfish heart. When has junior brother Yi ever mistreated you?" Xiao Hong clenched his fists and retorted, "You don't know shit." Then he thought to himself, "From start to finish, he has only treated me like a servant to be humiliated. I've truly had enough." Looking at the scene before him, Yi Junlin's face darkened, and he immediately began his performance. "Karma, this is truly karma." He produced tears from somewhere, crying with a sorrow that seemed genuine. "Don't blame him. It's my fault. It's because I failed to sense my disciples' inner feelings in my daily life. It's my mistake. I truly regret it." Seeing this, Xiaoxi also cried out with tearful eyes, "Master!" The sect master was also stunned by Yi Junlin's acting. "Junior brother Yi, this is the first time I've seen you like this." Beside them, Xiao Hong kept saying, "Act, go on, keep acting. I know your face better than anyone. What kind of tricks are you trying to play in front of everyone now?" Yi Junlin walked up to Xiaohong. Xiaohong, Hong Tianye, my beloved disciple, Master truly knows he was wrong. Can you forgive Master? After all, we've been teacher and disciple. Let's start over, okay? Xiaohong reached out to block Yi Junlin. HMPH, cut the crap. Stop making me sick. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Voluntarily admit fault and focus all emotions to create resonance. Reward, Indestructible Overlord Body Scripture. The Indestructible Overlord Body Scripture. A supreme manual that combines power and physical body. Cultivated to the highest realm, one can forge the indestructible overlord body, shocking the ages. After hearing the system notification, Yi Junlin snickered inwardly. Finally finished. This mission was bizarre enough, but at least the reward is decent, so the effort wasn't wasted. Since the mission is done, I'll take my time playing with you now. Thinking of this, he sprawled back into his chair again, saying with a look of pure enjoyment, Xiaohong, you must understand, a teacher for a day is a father for life. No, I will always be your master, Xiaohong asked furiously. What did you say? Yi Junlin pondered secretly. I'll tease him a bit more and see how long he can hold out. If we actually come to blows, I'll just treat him as a delivery of free experience points. He then took a sip of water and shouted, Oh Xiaoxi, come over and give Master a shoulder rub. Seeing him return to normal, Xiaoxi responded happily. Yes, Master. Witnessing this, Peak Master Zhao asked the group, Everyone, do you think junior brother Yi has too much pressure and developed a split personality? Su Qinshui nearby glared at him. Shut up, what nonsense are you talking? Meanwhile, Xiaohong stared at him with a frown, thinking, what kind of scheme is this guy up to now? Yi Junlin looked at Xiaohong and asked Xiaohong, You've been in seclusion in the sundial for 200 years. How do you feel now that you're out? Xiaohong simply reached out his hand and said, Cut the nonsense. Hand over everything you have to me and I might consider helping you. If you dare refuse, today shall be the day you die. Peak Master Zhao whispered to the Sect Master. Sect Master, judging by what he just said, it seems he still intends to help. He has a bit of a conscience. Now that the battle is imminent, if we have his help, we might be able to resolve the crisis, the Sect Master replied with a frown. This matter still depends on what junior brother Yi wants. Yi Junlin, still drinking his milk tea, said with a smile, Haha, are you so sure your current strength is greater than mine? Xiaohong replied, Although you've always suppressed me and wasted my precious cultivation time, I've cultivated in the sundial for 200 years. Both my cultivation and strength have long since surpassed yours. Having said that, Xiaohong released his pressure and barked, Hurry up, stop dawdling. The Yuha sect warships are already closing in on Ethereal Peak. Do you really want to make me take action myself? Feeling Xiaohong's pressure, Xiaoxi thought fearfully, Senior Sister Hong is so scary. The Sect Master also perceived the danger and thought secretly, Hong Tianye is now bursting with ambition and intends to seize all of Junior Brother Yi's opportunities, he shouted loudly. Junior Brother Yi, let me help you. Suddenly a massive surge of energy crashed down from above, aimed directly at Yi Junlin and the others. Sensing the attack, Xiaohong immediately waved his hand in fury, striking the incoming force and roaring, Bastards! Instantly, the attack was reflected back toward its source. Everyone on the warship was struck with terror. Our attack was reflected. Quick dodge. The attack struck the airship directly, causing a massive explosion. The unfortunate souls inside the airship screamed, help! An angry voice rang out. Who did this? Crawl out and meet your death. Xiaohong, filled with rage, flew into the air. HMPH, daring to run wild on my territory at a time like this. Although Yi Junlin is no match for me, the resources in his hands will be mine sooner or later. Before that, I must clear out these flies. Xiaohong flew before the Yuha sect crowd and said confidently, It was I who did it. What can you possibly do to me? An inner sect elder of the Yuha sect, with a late-stage body integration cultivation, pointed at Xiaohong and cursed with angry disdain. A mere woman dares to speak such boastful words here. The elder beside him also condensed spiritual energy in his hand, saying, Let this old man handle her. He leapt toward Xiaohong. Die? Xiaohong looked at him with contempt, as if looking at a fly seeking its own death. Ignorant fool. Die for me. Subsequently, Xiaohong delivered a casual palm strike. The elder's body was instantly engulfed in flames and turned to flying ash, leaving only a wretched scream echoing behind. Xiaohong pointed at the remaining people and said, I'll give you the time of half an incense stick to get the hell out of the desolate province, or you shall die. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Yuha sect roared in fury. What did you say? One man shouted. Arrogance knows no bounds. Do you think you alone can order the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region? That's right, that elder just now was merely caught off guard by your trickery. Do you really think you can stand against hundreds of body integration experts by yourself? Subsequently, everyone drew their weapons and swarmed forward. Everyone, let us slay this woman together and wash the Xuanxin sect in blood. In an instant, thousands of nether phantom shadows flew out from Xiaohong, charging toward the Yuha sect army. He said coldly, You refused the easy way only to have it the hard way. In that case, I shall start a slaughter. He then let out a great shout, Nether soul devouring fire. The body integration elders were driven back one after another, losing a third of their number in the first exchange. A massive amount of blue-black skeletons were currently ravaging the battlefield like a swarm of frenzied locusts. Screams of agony rose from everywhere. Ah, my hand, careful not to get bitten, it's poisonous. Stop, stop at once. A large number of Yuha sect disciples were directly burned to death, their shrill cries for help piercing the heavens. Just then a voice rang out, Amitabha, fellow benefactors, the Hanging Temple has come to support you all. Xiao Hong was slightly surprised, then let out a cold snort. HMPH, another group looking to die. Leading them was Master Weiji of the Hanging Temple, possessing a great circle body integration cultivation. Looking at the scene before him, he thought secretly, "What is going on?" The intelligence clearly said Yi Junlin's disciple had only just reached the soul transformation stage. Why has the situation turned out like this? Could she have some heaven-defying methods? If even the disciple is like this, wouldn't Yi Junlin himself be even stronger? Since they had already arrived, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He ordered the Hanging Temple disciples to launch an attack. "Which? Cease your arrogance," Xiao Hong roared. "It's this group of hypocritical baldies I hate the most again. Die!" A powerful surge of fire blasted from Xiao Hong's hands toward the monks of the Hanging Temple. Watching the flames approach, the monks shouted in terror, "Why can our Dharma seals not neutralize this bizarre fire?" "Amitabha, the flames are burning toward us. No, I don't want to die." A moment later, only the screams of the monks remained. Master Weiji thought in a panic, "We've only just engaged and 10,000 of my inner sect disciples have already vanished into thin air. The loss is catastrophic. Just what kind of existence has this group from the Yuha sect provoked?" He then shouted loudly, "Demon, the Buddha will not let you off." He followed up by striking a massive palm technique toward Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong casually blocked it with flames and said, "Even if the Buddha himself descended, I would slay him all the same." In Master Weiji's pupils there was now only the sight of Xiao Hong's giant flaming hand crashing toward him. Immediately after, a thunderous boom echoed as Master Weiji's pained screams filled the air. Xiao Hong let out a cold snort of disdain. "You don't know your own limits." Witnessing this, Sect Master Shu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "Junior brother Yi, this rebellious disciple's talent is simply terrifying. I'm afraid my tiny Xuanchen sect cannot contain such a grand figure. This isn't just a life and death struggle. She possesses an air of absolute invincibility." Peak Master Zhao, standing beside him, added, "Exactly. Right now she is the one protecting our Xuanchen sect from disaster. We should just agree to her conditions. Whatever happens, we must not become her enemy. Protecting our lives is what matters most at this moment." Yi Junlin was still standing with his arms crossed, watching with a smile beside him. Shaoxi shouted excitedly, "Senior Sister Hong is so powerful. Go, Senior Sister Hong." Yi Junlin rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "This guy has only been in seclusion for 2 days. Let me use my inside eye to see what's going on." His eyes lit up as Taoist runes surfaced in his pupils. He saw that Xiao Hong's cultivation had reached the half-step Great Convergence stage. Seeing this, Yi Junlin smiled secretly. So he broke through to the Great Convergence realm. No wonder he's so confident. It's fine to let him block for me for a while. I just need to wait until he finishes dealing with them. Then I can break through and level up. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared above, and the figures of several powerful experts loomed within it. Someone shouted, "Look, the core elders have come to support us." The disciples of the Yuha sect shouted respectfully, "Welcome, sovereigns." Hearing the word sovereign, Sect Master Shu was so terrified he stammered, Sovereign?" Drenched in cold sweat, he said tremblingly, "This means 18 great convergence stage cultivators have arrived. Is this the eternal and immortal foundation of the eastern region's strongest immortal sect? It's over. Is the Xuanchen sect truly going to be destroyed in my hands?" Yi Junlin continued to listen while rubbing his chin. The 18 sovereigns were the core combat power of the Yuha sect, each a powerful great convergence expert. They had once joined forces to suppress the North Sea Demon King and eradicate the demonic sects of the southern wilderness, and were hailed as the unbeatable myth of the eastern region. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. Interesting, compared to a half-step great convergence, a true great convergence realm is indeed more attractive. Background prompt. After the mission, Yi Junlin returns to his usual self and continues to provoke Hong Tianye. As Hong Tianye defends against the Yuha sect's attack, she displays her breakthrough to the Great Convergence realm, but the eventual arrival of the 18 sovereigns brings a massive crisis to the Xuanchen sect. HMPH, you useless trash are simply a disgrace to the Yuha sect. The speaker was Sovereign Lingfeng, whose cultivation had reached the Great Circle of the Great Convergence stage. Sovereign Jinshe, also at the Great Circle of Great Convergence, added, "To think the strongest immortal sect of the eastern region was beaten into a mess by a little girl. If we hadn't come personally to oversee the battle, wouldn't we be a laughingstock to the world?" Xiao Hong glanced at the group of sovereigns and said, "Where did these old geezers crawl out from? How dare they be disrespectful to me?" Sovereign Jinshe barked in rage. "What did you say?" An elder from the Yuha sect's core council, at the initial Great Convergence stage, spoke up. "Sovereign Jinshe, there's no need to pay attention to a dying person. A mere half-step Great Convergence actually dares to think she can stop our Yuha sect," another person chimed in. "Exactly, and that Yi Junlin is truly arrogant, actually sending out only a disciple to face us. He simply has no regard for our Yuha sect. Let's kill his female disciple first. I want to see if he'll feel any heartbreak hiding inside." When Xiao Hong heard them mention Yi Junlin, she roared in fury, "Scram, I have nothing to do with him." Hearing this, Sovereign Jinshe mocked, "Such deep master-disciple affection. Go capture her, let this old woman destroy her face and then pull out her tongue." As soon as the words were spoken, 3 of them charged forward. "Junior, countless souls have perished under my blue phoenix palm. Today I shall ensure your soul is obliterated and your body is smashed to pieces," another person shouted. I can kill 10 people like you with a single palm, the remaining person also barked. Today I shall take your head to sacrifice to my sword. It will surely nurture a peerless sword spirit. Xiao Hong listened with a face full of disdain. Blood sacrifice for a sword, I'll let you witness what true hell looks like. She then sacrificed a formation diagram thinking, Yi Junlin, once I kill all these ants, let's see what excuse you have left to stay silent immediately. Xiao Hong's move blasted toward the group. At the moment of impact, the three felt a terrifying power and turned pale with shock. This is impossible, she's just a half-step great convergence. My blue phoenix palm is fused with an ancient demon's soul. How could it be broken by a barbarian like? Before the sentence could be finished, the man was heavily injured and sent flying. Another person cried out in disbelief. My shattered vault sword, that monster's flames can actually incinerate even a sword spirit. The remaining sovereigns watching from above frowned. A mere half-step great convergence can actually repel 3 initial great convergence experts. To think such a peerless genius exists in this remote and barbaric land. In that case, we definitely cannot let this girl live. Everyone attack together and kill her. Instantly, the crowd unleashed their ultimate moves: Great Compassion Palm, Star-Plucking Hand, Dragon Subduing Combat Technique, Soul Extinguishing Seal. Below, Xiao Hong also unleashed the Burning Sky Dragon Flame without hesitation. Several fire dragons instantly entangled the attacking sovereigns. The fire dragons continued their pursuit, forcing the sovereigns to dodge in a panic. Sect Master Shu, watching the scene of one person fighting against many, marveled secretly. I didn't expect Hong Tianye to be able to resist so many sovereigns. Unfortunately, the aura of the flames is gradually weakening. At this moment, 3 attacks bore down on Xiao Hong. Seeing this, someone mocked, it seems she's finally reached her limit. If she can't dodge, her body will be split in 2 in an instant. Xiao Hong roared, Silent Demon Flame, devour them for me. The black dragons released by Xiao Hong directly swallowed those attacks. Moments later, the attacks turned into dust and smoke within the black dragons' mouths. Xiao Hong mocked triumphantly, is this all the Yuha sect is capable of? You might as well rename yourselves the Rabble sect. The sovereigns of the Yuha sect looked up, their faces full of disbelief. What? These bizarre flames can actually swallow our techniques and use them for her own. The 3 sovereigns at the top also began to re-evaluate Xiao Hong with strange looks. Suppressing 15 sovereigns single-handedly. Could a half-step great convergence really do this? Even I have never heard of such talent. Are you all blind? This is definitely a heretical technique. This female demon must be eliminated as soon as possible, or there will be endless trouble. Xiao Hong provoked from the other side, you poisonous-tongued old woman, why don't you come up yourself? I'll give you a 3-move head start, so people won't say I'm bullying the disabled. Sovereign Jinche charged toward Xiao Hong in a rage, screaming, bitch, wait until I tear your mouth apart, let's see how sharp your tongue is then. The remaining 2 sovereigns also joined the battle. If this girl lived, she would surely become a major threat to the eastern region within 100 years. She must be killed today, and her soul must be obliterated immediately. The attacks of the 3 slammed together against the black dragon Xiao Hong had condensed. Xiao Hong gritted her teeth in support, thinking, damn it, it's all that bastard Yi Junlin's fault for refusing to give me the secret treasure sooner. She hadn't expected the Yuha sect to send 18 great convergence experts to deal with a tiny sect in the desolate province. It was truly like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, the red-haired sovereign shouted. It ends here. He then struck out with a palm, the overlord palm. In an instant, Xiao Hong was struck and sent flying downward. She struggled to stand, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. Xiaoxi ran over anxiously and asked, Senior Sister Hong, are you all right? Meanwhile, Yi Junlin said with a face of cold indifference, my good disciple, didn't you promise to repel them? Why do you look like a defeated puppy now? Master is very disappointed in you. Xiao Hong shot back in a rage, you still dare to mock me? At least I could retreat in one piece. You just stay here and wait for death. Suddenly, a treasure appeared out of thin air, and the light it emitted enveloped the entire Xuanchen sect. Sovereign Lingfeng, who was controlling the treasure, spoke up, with me here, none of you can dream of leaving the Xuanchen sect. Sect Master Shu recognized the treasure and gritted his teeth. The spatial compass, it's actually the spatial compass, Peak Master Zhao also said. Senior brother, do you remember the records in the ancient texts? During the North Sea Demon Crisis 100 years ago, Sovereign Lingfeng used this compass to evaporate 1/3 of the North Sea in a single thought, turning tens of thousands of demons into flesh and blood. It was said to have once sealed ancient demon gods. Now, the Xuanchen sect likely doesn't even have the right to survive. Xiao Hong cursed secretly through gritted teeth. Damn it, am I really going to die together with these ants? I refuse to accept this. Sect Master Shu looked back at Yi Junlin and asked, Junior brother Yi, why are you still so calm at a time like this? Seeing Yi Junlin's fearless appearance, Xiao Hong roared, eat, 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 what time is it and you're still eating? Dying with someone like this, I truly have no words, it's too shameless. After finishing, Yi Junlin calmly clapped his hands and said to Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, your skills are really good, next time Master wants to try the honey-flavored ones. Xiaoxi asked in surprise, Master, do we still have a next time? Yi Junlin replied indifferently, of course we do. He then flew toward the sovereigns. The red-haired sovereign spoke up, Yi Junlin, you finally decided to show your face. Yi Junlin looked at them with contempt and said, you've beaten my useless disciple like this. As his master, I naturally have to stand up for him. Xiao Hong couldn't help but curse upon hearing this. Fuck your ancestors. The other sovereigns laughed with disdain at Yi Junlin's words. Haha, your fate is sealed. I will skin you, pull out your tendons, strip your bones, and scatter your ashes as a warning to others. The culprit Yi Junlin has appeared. Hurry and capture him. Although his aura was only at the body integration stage, the fact that his disciple had such deep cultivation was indeed suspicious. Immediately, the crowd used all their strength to charge at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. Ding detected that the host is being attacked by an initial Great Convergence enemy. Triggering passive effect, stronger than the strongest. Obtained middle stage Great Convergence cultivation as a system reward. Yi Junlin gathered his strength and took a step back, saying, "You are too weak." Sect Master Shu was once again struck with immense horror. Junior brother Yi is actually a Great Convergence stage powerhouse. It turns out my Xuanchen sect had a sovereign presiding over it all along. Xiao Hong also couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of farce is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how much cultivation are you still hiding? Is this how you play the game?" One sovereign saw through his realm and grit his teeth. The Great Convergence realm, so you were already at the Great Convergence stage? Yi Junlin stood with his hands behind his back and asked, "Would the body integration stage really leave you so disappointed?" Sovereign Jinshe shouted in a rage. "Even if the intelligence was wrong, he's only at the middle stage Great Convergence. He's nothing but an ant on a tree, everyone. Follow me and finish him." The crowd formed an array and attacked. Sovereign Jinshe shouted again, "With my essence blood, Imperial sword slaying immortals, 15 heavens, strike." Yi Junlin looked up and smiled, standing still and letting the flying swords from the array strike him. Sect Master Shu was extremely worried. Why isn't Junior Brother defending? The sword array from the combined attack of 15 sovereigns is difficult even for a peak Great Convergence to withstand. Xiao Hong, however, stood with his arms crossed and thought, what kind of trick is this guy playing now? Has he given up resisting? As the dust settled, Yi Junlin's figure appeared, completely unharmed. He mocked, "Is that it? You haven't even drawn a single drop of sweat from me." He internally evaluated. The indestructible Overlord body scripture is indeed good stuff. It can actually block the combined strike of so many experts of the same level. The sovereigns of the Yuha sect were terrified. This is absolutely impossible. Even a sovereign at the Great Circle of Great Convergence would find it difficult to resist this 15 heavens slaying sword array. He's a mere middle stage Great Convergence, yet he blocked the attack with nothing but his physical body. Seeing that Yi Junlin was fine, Xiao Hong felt even more enraged. As I thought, this guy has been hoarding opportunities again. I must seize them. Suddenly, Yi Junlin appeared instantly in front of one sovereign. The sovereign turned pale with fright and stammered, You are definitely not at the middle stage Great Convergence. Who exactly are you?" Yi Junlin waved his hand and killed him instantly, saying coldly, "The dead don't need to know so much." He then moved toward another sovereign. "And you?" Faced with the sudden appearance of Yi Junlin, the man was speechless with fear. Yi Junlin gave a sinister smile, his eyes shining everywhere his figure passed. A sovereign fell. The remaining sovereigns were terrified by his power and shouted, "This guy's physical body is too bizarre, everyone run!" Another person frantically called for help from the rear. "Great sovereign, please lend us a hand." Yi Junlin charged forward again with unstoppable momentum. As his move approached among those remaining, the red-haired sovereign stood before him. He radiated a terrifying aura, standing with his arms crossed. The sovereigns who had narrowly escaped death were overjoyed. "Thank you, Sovereign Hongwu, for taking action as expected of Sovereign Hongwu. Though that punch was powerful, it couldn't harm you in the slightest. That kid's body refining technique is still quite green compared to yours." Yi Junlin looked at Sovereign Hongwu and said with some surprise, "Interesting. You actually managed to take a punch from me." At this moment, Sovereign Hongwu was also secretly horrified by that punch. He thought to himself, cough cough, body refining was originally my forte. And with the enhancement of the beast soul mark, that plain-looking heavy punch just now actually broke through my defense easily. If another one comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Sovereign Lingshe summoned a massive phantom of a python and said, "This old woman will join in the fun too. I don't believe you can still block a combined strike from 3 of us at the Great Circle stage." Yi Junlin gave them a brief indifferent glance. At this moment, Sovereign Lingfeng also joined the battle, unleashing a move called Universal Great Annihilation. Sovereign Hongwu also threw a punch to kill. "Brat, if you have the guts, take this move." With that, the 3 sovereigns launched their combined attack directly at Yi Junlin. Yet Yi Junlin remained smiling, completely fearless. A system notification rang out. Ding detected that the host is being attacked by enemies at the late stage Great Convergence, triggering passive effect stronger than the strongest. Obtain peak Great Convergence cultivation. In an instant, an aura of the peak Great Convergence erupted from Yi Junlin's body. The 3 sovereigns shouted in terror, "Impossible! His cultivation, the sect's intelligence was wrong. Yi Junlin is actually at the peak of the Great Convergence. Damn it, we've been played." With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Junlin blasted a move toward the 3 sovereigns, not forgetting to mock them. "Thank you for the grand gift. Now I shall return the favor." As Yi Junlin's technique surged toward them, the 3 sovereigns could only desperately try to block it in a pathetic state. Though Sovereign Lingshe was terrified, she said firmly, "Since things have come to this, we can only use the sect's secret technique. We must kill this kid no matter the cost." Sovereign Hongwu agreed. "I concur." Sovereign Lingfeng added, "This battle must be won. For the dignity of the Yuha sect is at stake." The three then joined their forces to activate the secret technique, roaring, "Yi Junlin, that you could force us to use the means left behind by our founder, you can die with pride." At this moment, white patterns appeared on the faces of the three sovereigns, and their eyes turned a ghostly pale. The Yuha sect disciples recognized the technique and whispered fervently, "Could this be the legendary exclusive secret technique of the Yuha sect, the Immortal Dao brand? This is the secret method created by the founding ancestor himself. It is the very foundation of the Yuha sect. After activating this method, their combat power will be infinitely close to a void immortal. This time, Yi Junlin is surely doomed." Yi Junlin continued to observe with a calm and composed air. Seeing the battle above, Xiao Hong was secretly horrified. This secret technique is indeed profound. It is not at all inferior to those of the great sects in the Middle region. Sect Master Shu's expression mirrored Xiao Hong's as he shouted, "What kind of powerful secret technique is this? Has it reached the limit? Junior brother Yi, you must take care." Sovereign Hongwu felt the surging power within his body and thought, in this state, bolstered by the secret technique, "I feel like my whole body is overflowing with power." Sovereign Lingfeng warned, "Hurry. You know this technique cannot be maintained for long. The cost, we have no path of retreat left." Sovereign Lingshe also spoke up, "As long as we can wash this sect in blood, what does it matter if my cultivation regresses or my foundation is damaged?" The three roared in unison. Great obliteration. Art Kid die in an instant. An extremely massive wave of energy blasted toward Yi Junlin. The corners of Yi Junlin's mouth curled up slightly as he thought, "This actually has some weight to it." Immediately he let out a great shout, "Heavenly Emperor Dharma Image!" His massive Dharma image manifested once again. Yi Junlin said contemptuously, "Ants, kneel before this seat." The Dharma image emitted a terrifying pressure as it met the sovereign's attack head-on. Looking at the figure of the Dharma image, Xiao Hong was struck with immense horror. The Dharma image that appeared in the secret realm was indeed him. This pressure is even more terrifying than the primordial demon gods in the deepest parts of the demon abyss, Sovereign Lingfeng shouted in terror. This is a Dharma image, divine ability." Sovereign Hongwu gritted his teeth. "Damn it. I have never seen a Dharma image of this rank." Yi Junlin looked at the three sovereigns and said, "Have you seen enough? Next comes the main course." Sovereign Lingshe replied fearlessly, "Who are you trying to scare? I've seen my fair share of storms." Hearing this, Yi Junlin burst into a wild laugh. "Ha ha!" He then unleashed the absolute sky finger. This single finger pierced straight through the chests of the three sovereigns, leaving them howling in agony. Yi Junlin turned to look at the remaining sovereigns and said, "And you all." The group began to shout at each other in a panic. "Run, run, this monster isn't human. The Yuha sect set us up. He's definitely the reincarnation of some old void immortal freak." Yi Junlin waved his hand and unleashed a move, saying in a flat tone, "This samsara great obliteration art of mine is specifically designed to cure all forms of defiance. Don't worry. I'll scatter your ashes so you don't have to thank me." The sovereigns' cries for help rose one after another. "Save me, help." It was only then that the three main sovereigns felt true fear. He tore through great convergence cultivators with a single hand. He's actually reached this level of strength. The three then used every ounce of their strength to turn and flee. Run, not a chance. Before they could get far, they were firmly grasped by the massive palms of Yi Junlin's Dharma image. He said mockingly, "Still thinking of running?" Although Sovereign Lingfeng was spitting blood, he still threatened, "You monster, the Yuha sect will never let you off." Sovereign Hongwu shouted in a collapse, "A great demon has emerged in the desolate province. It's a great demon." Yi Junlin let out a cold snort and tightened his fingers, sending the two to meet their ancestors. HMPH, so what? If you hadn't come seeking your own deaths, why would it end like this? He then sighed. As expected of a supreme divine technique, though the consumption is a bit high, however, it's time to go deal with that rebellious disciple below. The members of the Xuanchen sect and Xiao Hong were still observing the battle, having witnessed the end of the fight and Yi Junlin's terrifying power. Xiao Hong broke out in a cold sweat. "I'm finished this time." At that moment, Yi Junlin flew down from the sky. Peak Master Zhao asked excitedly, "Big boss, do you still need a lackey to ride your coattails?" Peak Master Su pushed him aside with disdain. "Move it. How could Junior Brother Yi ever need a stinky man like you?" She then said to Yi Junlin, "Junior Brother Yi, you've worked hard this time. Let your senior sister give your shoulders a rub." With that, the two began to bicker. Sect Master Shu stepped forward, cupped his hands and said, "This battle has finally let us witness your true cultivation. How much longer did you plan to keep us in the dark, Junior Brother Yi?" "No, Sovereign Yi." Yi Junlin cleared his throat awkwardly. Keep it down. One must be humble in life." Nearby, Xiao Hong was trembling all over. "What should I do? Now that things have turned out like this, can I still escape? This sly dog is truly insidious. He clearly has peak great convergence cultivation, yet he pretended to be at the body integration stage. I've never seen someone so thick-skinned in my life." While Yi Junlin was enjoying the service of the two peak masters, he looked at Xiao Hong and said playfully, "Oh, so you haven't left yet?" Xiao Hong jumped in fright. "What does he mean? Is this not over yet?" Yi Junlin gripped a meat skewer and said to Peak Master Zhao, "Senior Brother Zhao, I'll trouble you to chop this into mincemeat and use it as fertilizer for the parasol tree in my courtyard." "Thank you, Senior Brother." Peak Master Zhao immediately responded, "Sure, no problem." He then drew his longsword. Xiao Hong was so scared he knelt and begged for mercy. "Please, I beg Master to spare my life. Your disciple is willing to make amends. Please, Master, let your anger subside." Yi Junlin looked at him and sneered. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why so cowardly all of a sudden? Xiao Hong said tremblingly. Master, it was your disciple's arrogance and conceit. I beg Master to give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yi Junlin gave a sinister smile. Slap yourself, don't stop until I tell you to. Fear flashed in Xiao Hong's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and replied, yes. He then began to frantically slap his own face. Seeing Xiao Hong slapping himself, Xiaoxi whispered, Senior Sister Hong, from the side with a pained expression. Sect Master Shu thought to himself, although this kid's personality is rebellious, his potential is limitless. If Yi Junlin can discipline him well, he will surely become a pillar of the sect in the future. Thus he stepped forward and said to Yi Junlin, betraying one's sect should be punishable by death, but Hong Tianye did protect the Xuanchen sect in the end, which balances out his crimes. I suggest sending him to the back mountain to reflect in seclusion as punishment. Junior brother Yi, what do you think? Yi Junlin agreed upon hearing this. HMPH, since that's the case, he's escaped the death penalty but cannot escape punishment. Get the hell over to the back mountain and reflect right now. Xiao Hong's cheeks were now swollen like a pig's as he said with difficulty, Disciple Hong Tianye thanks Master for his magnanimity. He then sped away. Sect Master Shu said worriedly, this disciple of yours really doesn't make things easy. Peak Master Zhao stroked his beard and said, among us only Junior Brother Yi can suppress him. Without Junior Brother Yi in his eyes, we would likely be nothing. Peak Master Su added, after all he is a top-tier genius. The only reason our Xuanchen sect can keep him is because of Junior Brother Yi. Yi Junlin rubbed his forehead and began to act. It's all my fault for being too lax in my discipline which led to his rudeness. Everyone rest assured I will continue to teach him well in the future. He chuckled secretly. I love seeing Hong Tianye look so upset yet forced to swallow his pride and smile. Yi Junlin then leaned back in his chair and shouted, Xiaoxi, your master wants to eat venison. Xiaoxi responded cheerfully, yes master, Mousy will get on it right away. In the back mountain of the Xuanchen sect, Xiao Hong sat there in repentance but said with a face full of resentment, I don't believe you can stay this smug forever. As long as I cultivate diligently, I'll soon reach the peak of great convergence or even break through it. Looking at his red and swollen face, Xiao Hong burst into tears. Yi Junlin, you just wait. In Fazhou of the eastern region, wails of grief rose from the monks upon hearing the grim news. How is this possible? Did Yi Junlin of the Xuanchen sect really reach the great convergence stage? Even the 18 sovereigns sent by the Yuha sect were killed by him. What? A million-strong army completely wiped out? What a sin, my brother was in there too. Since he can kill like that white-haired demon will surely face divine retribution, for he is the #1 mass murderer in the eastern region. In Lingzhou, Shui Tianyi's angry roar resounded. Impossible, those desolate province barbarians didn't just survive, they wiped out the entire coalition. Could it be the reincarnation of some powerhouse from the immortal realm? He secretly felt lucky. Thank goodness I didn't act that day. Otherwise even my father couldn't have saved me. He then shouted, quick, find this young master a few female cultivators. I need to calm my nerves. Hearing this, the servant nearby could only respond blankly. Shui Tianyi cursed again. What are you standing there for? Don't you understand human speech? When I tell you to go, go, or I'll have you bring your mother here. The servant scrambled away in terror, replying, this lowly one will go right now. Inside the true inheritance hall of the Yuha sect, Chen Xiao's trembling voice was heard. Is everything you said true? The messenger replied. Holy son, every word this old man says is true. This news has already spread throughout the eastern region. Our Yuha sect has suffered a crushing defeat this time. The speaker was none other than Elder Mo of the Hall of Discipline. Chen Xiao roared in both fear and rage. Yi Junlin, you truly hide your depth. You were already at the great convergence stage, yet you hid your cultivation. Are you intentionally playing with this holy son? He then thought to himself. I cultivated desperately to reach the body integration stage, hoping to use it as capital to compete with you. I never expected that to be nothing but a pipe dream. Elder Mo comforted him worriedly. Holy son, you mustn't be discouraged. That white-haired demon might be an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, how could he have such profound cultivation? You are still young. The great convergence stage might be his ceiling, but for you it is merely a stepping stone. Though his body was still shaking, hearing Elder Mo's words, Chen Xiao regained his confidence and replied, you're right. This holy son is destined to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. How could I admit such a failure? So what if he's in the great convergence stage? Sooner or later I will break through as well, he then said resolutely. Elder Mo, please report to the higher-ups. I've decided to refine that supreme yang item ahead of schedule. Only then can I rapidly increase my cultivation and strength. Elder Mo followed up with concern. What, holy son, you want to do it now? He then tried to dissuade him. Holy son, I understand your feelings, but you should calm down first. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and made his decision. Elder Mo, please trust me, I only want to become stronger now. The solar true fire is prepared for me. It is something that was already arranged in secret. He covered his face and hissed through his teeth. This holy son shall have a nirvana rebirth. Seeing his determination, Elder Mo nodded in agreement. Very well, this old man shall report it. I hope the holy son is mentally prepared. Over here, Chen Xiao thought with hatred. Yi Junlin, this time this holy son will definitely take your life. 3 months later, at ethereal peak of the Xuanchen sect, Yi Junlin was enjoying his leisure. He shouted, Xiao Hong, bring me a bottle of 82 Lafite. Xiao Hong carried the bottle and replied, "Yes, master." She poured the wine into the glass and respectfully asked Mr. Yi to enjoy it slowly. Taking a sip, Yi Junlin said, "Very nice." Although Xiao Hong had a smile on her face, she was sneering internally. HMPH, this guy has gone crazy again. Something's definitely wrong with his head. When will this miserable life of mine end? Ding, today's sign-in is refreshed. Does the host wish to sign in? Yi Junlin nodded happily. Ding, congratulations host, your luck has exploded, obtained a supreme grade mount. Hearing this, Yi Junlin sat up in surprise and pressed, "What, a supreme grade mount?" In his excitement, he accidentally dropped the wine glass which shattered on the floor. This startled Xiao Hong, who hurriedly said, "Your disciple knows her mistake." Meanwhile, Yi Junlin was excitedly questioning the system. "System, give me the details. What kind of mount?" Ding, it is a Kunpeng. Although it is currently in its infant stage, it already has great convergence rank cultivation. I hope the host looks after it well. A massive image of a Kunpeng appeared as the system continued its introduction. The Kunpeng is an ancient divine beast with infinite growth potential. It is one of the strongest beings in the myriad worlds, capable of soaring through the 9 heavens and diving into the deep abyss. Hearing this, Yi Junlin began to plan with a heart full of joy. How can a cultivator as handsome as I am go out without a flashy mount? Besides, a Kunpeng is the top-tier divine beast that everyone in cultivation novels wants, and now I actually get to ride one, hee hee. Time to go out and properly show off. Seeing Yi Junlin's abnormal behavior, Xiao Hong muttered, "Damn it, he doesn't look angry. How did he go this crazy? Has some other stroke of good luck befallen him?" Xiao Shi ran to Yi Junlin's side, happily holding a letter, and said, "Master, the sect master received an invitation, and he told Mousy to give it to you." Yi Junlin took the envelope and said, "It's an invitation to the banquet of the Shui family ancestor in Lingzhou. I heard that old fellow recently emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the tribulation transcendent stage, shocking the entire eastern region. However, choosing to invite the Xuanchen sect to a banquet at such a critical moment suggests he wants to establish his prestige by flaunting his strengths." Standing behind him, Xiao Hong also spoke up. After breaking through to the tribulation transcendent stage, the Shui family ancestor earned the title of Void Immortal, although not a true immortal. He is certainly not someone we can handle. The Xuanchen sect has made many enemies in the past. Will attending this banquet be dangerous? Yi Junlin looked at him and said, "Danger doesn't exist, just follow me to the banquet." He then thought to himself, "Is a void immortal such a big deal? Believe it or not, I'll make you realize the difference between master and servant. I can also take the opportunity to show off my mount." Haha, ding, random mission triggered. The host is to take the new mount to the Shui family banquet. If you successfully awe the entire audience, you will receive a special reward. Yi Junlin smiled to himself. "System, your mission came at the perfect time. I was just itching to show off a bit." Xiao Shi asked, "Master, when do we leave?" Yi Junlin replied with a smile, "Right now." Xiao Hong thought indignantly, "Where does this guy get his confidence?" Suddenly, Yi Junlin snapped his fingers and a massive vortex immediately appeared in the sky as a gargantuan creature descended. The surrounding spirit beasts were so terrified they knelt and prostrated themselves, not daring to look up. The cultivators witnessing this anomaly also cried out in terror. "What's happening? Is a demon beast attacking the sect?" Above, the massive Kunpeng revealed itself. "Sect master, this thing is actually a supreme rank great convergence demon beast. Why is it appearing here? Has the Yuha sect launched an attack?" Sect Master Shu also said in a panic, "I don't care where it came from, this is an emergency, activate the sect protecting array." Instantly, the Xuanchen sect's array opened. Xiao Hong looked up with concern, thinking could it be? Xiao Shi meanwhile clutched her head and screamed in terror, "The great demon is here." But Yi Junlin was laughing to himself. "Not bad, not bad. It has such majesty even as an infant. I'm afraid even those 18 elders from last time wouldn't be its match. Once it reaches maturity, its strength will be even more terrifying." Xiao Hong was thinking, "An ancient divine beast of this level attacking the sect from the sky, I'll be dragged into this too and will surely die. See, this is your retribution." To everyone's surprise, Yi Junlin flew directly toward the Kunpeng. Xiao Hong was even more terrified. Is this guy suicidal? He's actually attacking it head-on? Yi Junlin had already reached the Kunpeng. Xiao Hong added, "What exactly is he trying to do? It's one thing to go to his own death, but does he have to take us with him?" Then he saw a scene that made his eyes widen in disbelief. "This is impossible." At this moment, Yi Junlin stepped forward, patted the Kunpeng's head and said, "Good boy, from now on I'll call you A-kun. You'll be following me from now on." The sect master and the various peak masters of the Xuanchen sect began to question reality. "Am I seeing this right?" Junior brother Yi subdued it with a casual wave of his hand. "It seems that demon beast knew junior brother Yi all along. Everyone, this beast looks very much like one I've read about in ancient texts." "Those records listed the name of this ancient divine beast as the Kunpeng," Sect Master Shu responded. "Now that you mention it, I remember too. According to ancient descriptions, a Kunpeng's true form is unimaginably vast when mature, capable of swallowing planets and roaming the myriad worlds, but this Kunpeng is clearly much larger than the legends suggest." Peak Master Zhao also said, "I think it's because this Kunpeng is still in its infancy. If it truly reaches maturity, its majesty will be beyond imagination." At this moment, Yi Junlin descended and said, "Everyone, don't panic. This is my mount, the Kunpeng. The peak masters present were shocked once again. Good heavens, this ancient divine beast is actually Junior Brother Yi's mount. Junior Brother Yi is truly favored by the heavens. Perhaps this is just his fate. In the back, Xiao Hong heard this and thought angrily. The most learned immortals of Kunlun once said that these ancient divine beasts had long been extinct, yet now a Kunpeng descendant has not only appeared but has voluntarily become Yi Junlin's mount. This is simply absurd. Why? Why is a person who spends all day depraved and lazy favored even by the heavens? Meanwhile I, a demonic cultivator who has braved 1,000 storms and cultivated bitterly, have my dignity trampled under his feet. Yi Junlin pointed at the Kunpeng and said, Sect Master, we're ready to depart, with a kun accompanying us. You can rest easy. He then rested his chin on his hand and thought, but I feel like something is still missing. Then it dawned on him. Ah, I've got it. He then joined his fingers and cast a spell, and a magnificent building appeared in midair. Yi Junlin placed it on the Kunpeng's head and muttered proudly to himself, that's more like it. Now I can lie down inside. Sect Master Shu shouted in agony. Hey, that's clearly my house. Yi Junlin waved to the group and shouted, disciples, come on up, we're heading out. Xiaoxi responded happily. Alrighty, Mousy is coming up. Senior Sister Hong, Master is telling us to go up. Xiao Hong gave a cold reply. He then gave another cold snort. HMPH. I admit you have great fortune and are indeed powerful, but I don't believe I will forever be beneath another. He flew up and followed, thinking to himself, as long as I am willing to endure, sooner or later I will seize your luck and make it my own. As long as I don't give up, everything is possible. Once everyone was aboard, the Kunpeng turned and flew away. Watching the Kunpengs receding back, the Sect Master and the Peak Masters discussed animatedly. To be honest, I wonder what will happen when Junior Brother Yi attends the banquet at the Shui family. After all, the Shui family ancestor is already a void immortal. That man makes people worry every day. When has Junior Brother Yi ever let us feel at ease? True, conversely, if Junior Brother Yi doesn't cause any trouble, I'll be thanking the heavens, Sect Master Shu worriedly said. The Shui family wanted to act tough to scare the tiger, but the tiger came running on its own. I think the Shui family will definitely regret this. Eastern region, Lingzhou, floating island, Shui family. Experts from all sides had arrived to offer their congratulations. Someone remarked, the Shui family ancestor's promotion to Void Immortal has indeed attracted many families. The more people, the better. This is a fitting stage for me. Inside the manor on the Shui family's main island, cultivators stepped forward with cupped hands saying joyfully, congratulations, the Shui family has finally produced a Void Immortal after 300,000 years. To have the protection of a Void Immortal is truly enviable. Not at all, not at all. Don't think he's just a Void Immortal now. Who knows if he might break through to become a true immortal in the future. That's an existence that can live for over 1,000,000 years. Young Master Shui, don't you think my words make sense? As the eldest grandson of the Shui family, isn't your status even higher now? Forget Lingzhou, you can walk tall through the entire eastern region. Shui Tianyi replied indifferently. Everyone praises me too much. Rest assured, since we're all on the same side, the Shui family will certainly look after you. And Elder asked, by the way, I wonder if the Shui family sent an invitation to the Xuanchen sect. Shui Tianyi replied with a sinister smile. Naturally, though I don't know if the Xuanchen sect will dare to send anyone. They better not send some random nobody to tarnish the threshold of my Shui family, or they won't even get past the front gate. Another asked, what if Yi Junlin comes personally? Shui Tianyi gave a contemptuous smile. Then let that country bumpkin come. Let him witness the foundation of our Lingzhou Shui family. An elder spoke up flatteringly. Young Master Shui is indeed domineering. Even if Yi Junlin is a sovereign, he'll have to obediently come over and toast young Master Shui. The people behind also laughed in agreement. Haha, exactly. After all, young Master Shui's ancestor is a Void Immortal. No matter how powerful a sovereign is, they cannot be compared to a Void Immortal. Shui Tianyi was overjoyed at these words, thinking, Yi Junlin. So what if you're famous? Before this young master, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Heavens, what is that thing? A kun carrying its massive body was slowly approaching the floating island. As it flew past, fierce winds howled, and the cultivators below were paralyzed with disbelief. What kind of demon beast is this? I actually sense the aura of a sovereign. Could this be the Kunpeng? But weren't ancient divine beasts lost to time? Young Master Shui, this is a great powerhouse riding a Kunpeng to attend the banquet. The appearance of a Kunpeng is an auspicious omen. My God, to use a supreme-ranked divine beast as a mount, this blessing is too great, as expected of the Shui family ancestor to have a friendship with such a powerhouse. Listening to the discussion, Shui Tianyi tilted his face up proudly and gave a dry cough. Ahem, correct. This honored guest does indeed have a friendship with my family's ancestor. My parents once mentioned that when I was born, this powerhouse specifically appeared to take me as his godson, though my parents later politely declined, feeling the karmic connection was too great. Thinking back now, it's truly a great pity. Hearing this, everyone believed him without a doubt. There was actually such a thing as expected of the Shui family. I wonder which sacred figure this great powerhouse is. Suddenly a voice rang out from below. May I ask which fellow Taoist has traveled from afar to attend the banquet? I appreciate this sentiment. Yi Junlin, sitting atop the Kunpeng, responded loudly. The ones who have come are the Xuanchen sect. After Yi Junlin announced his name, the cultivators present were struck with shock. It's actually Yi Junlin. There were rumors outside that the Xuanchen sect was an ancient sect. I doubted it before, but now I truly believe it. To even use a Kunpeng as a mount shows how terrifying their foundation is. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than Shui Tianyi. His mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. How can it be him? The crowd turned to him in confusion and asked, "Young Master Shui, didn't you just say drenched in sweat?" Shui Tianyi defended himself. "What did this young master say? I suggest you think carefully before you speak." Seeing this, the guests tactfully wiped their sweat and waved their hands. "No, nothing. Young Master Shui said nothing, and we heard nothing." Though they said this, they cursed inwardly. This guy's skin is truly thick enough. After hearing this, Shui Tianyi gave a cold snort. Hee. At this time, the Shui family ancestor, currently at the initial stage of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, appeared and said, "I truly didn't expect that the one capable of riding a Kunpeng would be a junior from the Xuanchen sect." Upon seeing his arrival, the Shui family members respectfully bowed to the ancestor. The Shui family ancestor approached the Kunpeng to observe it, frowning as he thought, "If the Shui family could obtain this kind of divine beast, sigh, if not for my wariness of the stir the Xuanchen sect has recently caused in the eastern region, I would want to seize the Kunpeng for myself given its origin." Withdrawing his thoughts, he walked up to Yi Junlin and said with a smile, "So it is Sovereign Yi who has graced us with his presence. It is truly an honor for the Shui family. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, automatic cultivation speed for all techniques and divine abilities increased by 50 times. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Junlin was secretly delighted. This trip wasn't a loss. It seems having a mount is indeed useful. Even a void immortal has to show some respect. This reward is very reasonable. He then turned to the Shui family ancestor and said, "On behalf of the Xuanchen sect, I congratulate you on your breakthrough to the tribulation stage." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Shui family ancestor invited Yi Junlin and his party inside. Seeing the bearing of Yi Junlin and his disciples, the cultivators at the banquet discussed fervently. Those stinky monks from Fazhou called him the white-haired old demon, but seeing him today, he's so handsome. He doesn't look scary at all like the rumors say. Look at that woman in red beside him. She must be his eldest disciple. Outsiders call her the Red Fairy. And that little child whose face is unclear must be super cute too. It seems this man isn't an evil person like the rumors claim. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up upon seeing the delicious food. Wow, so much yummy food. Senior Sister Hong looked quickly. Yi Junlin patted Xiaoxi's head and said, "Xiaoxi, eat as much as you want." Xiao Hong on the side just gave a sidelong glance and didn't say a word. Xiaoxi jumped up happily. "Really, then Mousy won't be polite?" Shui Tianyi had been observing Yi Junlin's party since earlier. He stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "Senior brother Yi, long time no see." Seeing Shui Tianyi approach, Yi Junlin thought to himself, "Who is this kid? Are we that close?" Shui Tianyi cleared his throat and introduced himself. "I am the young master of the Shui family, of the direct lineage of the Shui family ancestor." After hearing his self-introduction, Yi Junlin merely picked his nose nonchalantly, let out a short "ah," and thought to himself, "What is this guy babbling about?" Shui Tianyi continued to smile like a blooming flower, saying, "It's quite all right, it's not too late to get to know each other now." Yi Junlin turned away, not even giving him a second glance, and said coldly, "None of my damn business." Hearing this, Shui Tianyi felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly, cursing frantically in his heart. "I am the young master of the Shui family, the future successor to the family headship. My family ancestor is a void immortal. How dare a country bumpkin like you be so rude to me? How dare you?" Subsequently, he turned his head toward the crowd behind him with an embarrassed expression and barked, "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Xiao Hong Tianyi, and he thought to himself, "Is this the peerless genius who defeated the holy son of the Yuhua sect? Truly beautiful and moving, this appearance, this temperament, compared to those common vulgar women I usually toy with. It's simply the difference between clouds and mud." He then began to indulge in his narcissism again. "I am suave and dashing, and I don't know how many female cultivators have fallen for me, unable to extricate themselves. I believe that as long as I take the initiative with my charming charisma, I can definitely win her over." He licked his lips with greed, thinking, "When that time comes, I can use her to keep Yi Junlin in check." Seeing Xiao Hong holding a flower in his hand, Shui Tianyi stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "Does Fairy Hong also like flowers? This flower is named Miaotuo. It is a rare and exotic flower most suitable for viewing. Even my Shui family has only collected 6. If Fairy Hong likes it, please take it. Consider it a small token of my regard." Xiao Hong let out a sigh and gave him a sidelong glance, thinking, "Idiot." In the middle region, this flower is called Star. It is a high-grade material used for refining pills that enhance mental energy and is extremely rare. You people actually treat it as a decorative flower for a vase. What an unrefined country bumpkin. Seeing Xiao Hong remain silent, Shui Tianyi pressed further. "Fairy Hong, what's wrong? Do you not like this flower?" Xiao Hong replied coldly, "Don't call me a fairy, I am a man." Shui Tianyi didn't believe it for a second. "Fairy Hong, you're so humorous. Not only do you have such a great figure, you even know how to joke. How about you come back to my room with me to discuss some cultivation insights?" Kill intent instantly filled Xiao Hong's eyes as he stared at Shui Tianyi and said, "Dare to pester me again and you die." Shui Tianyi's eyes immediately turned dull, and he stammered in horror, What is this sight? In his current hallucination, Xiao Hong stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, radiating heaven-shaking, killing intent. He trembled all over, saying, "Why do I feel that before that blurred red figure? Even the void immortal ancestor of the Shui family is as tiny as an ant." Having said that, Shui Tianyi's crotch instantly became soaked, a yellow liquid pooling on the ground. Then he subconsciously fell to his knees before Xiao Hong with a thud. Witnessing this scene, the crowd cried out in shock. Heavens, has young Master Shui gone mad? He actually knelt directly before Fairy Hong. Could this be the latest popular way to pursue someone? The Shui family head, Shui Tianyi's father, was staring at him from behind with eyes full of killing intent. He strode forward, delivered a heavy slap to Shui Tianyi's face and cursed. "You embarrassing disgrace." This person was the head of the Shui family, with a cultivation at the initial stage of the Great Convergence stage. Shui Tianyi stammered, "Father, Before he could finish, the Shui family head cupped his hands to Xiao Hong in apology. "Fairy Hong, it is my fault for failing to discipline my son." Xiao Hong crossed his arms and said one word at a time. "I am a man," the Shui family head repeated suspiciously. "A man," he then observed Xiao Hong carefully, thinking to himself. Looking closely, the figure is indeed tall and straight, yet it lacks the soft beauty of a woman. The lower body is as steady as Mount Tai. "I'm afraid it's not simply a matter of liking to wear dresses. It seems I have misidentified the gender." He then gave a dry internal laugh. "I really am something." His old face turned red and he said loudly with heavy breaths, "How could I have misidentified you? Fairy Hong, you really are humorous." Hearing this, Xiao Hong grit his teeth in rage, releasing his pressure as he stared at them and said, "You dare to toy with me again and again. Do you wish to die?" Just as his killing intent was piqued, Xiaoxi came hopping over, shouting, "Senior brother Hong," holding a wine gourd, she said excitedly, "Master told Mousy to give this to you. Try it, it's so fragrant." Xiao Hong was still filled with resentment, cursing inwardly, "HMPH, I'm about to be driven mad by rage. It's all because my strength hasn't recovered yet. Not only am I being handled by that goddamn Yi Junlin, even the strength of this Shui family ancestor is something I currently cannot contend with." It was only then that the Shui family head realized Xiao Hong was truly a man, saying awkwardly, "So it was Fairy Hong. Ah no, young Master Hong is actually a man. It was truly a misunderstanding." Xiao Hong sullenly snatched the wine gourd from Xiaoxi's hand and turned to leave. Xiaoxi looked at the remaining wine gourd on the table, her mouth watering and her eyes shining. "Hee, Mousy wants to try some too." After saying that, she lifted her hood and took a large gulp of the wine. Seeing her strange appearance, the people nearby stared with wide, terrified eyes and screamed, "Mama, what kind of ghost is this? Is this the special fetish of that white-haired old demon? What a heavy taste." Yi Junlin walked over helplessly, picked up the hood and reminded her, "Xiaoxi, pay attention. Don't let the hood fall or you'll cause your master to be misunderstood again." After taking a large gulp of wine, Xiaoxi's little face turned red and she let out an appreciative sigh. "Ha, so refreshing." Yi Junlin then led Xiaoxi away. "Come Xiaoxi, let's go over there and have some snacks." "Yes, master." Having lost face in front of everyone, Shui Tianyi was fuming and looking for an outlet for his rage. He ordered his subordinates, "Go bring this young master a few women right now, do you understand?" The subordinates hurriedly complied. In the shadows not far away, Xiao Hong was coldly observing these two. Shui Tianyi grit his teeth in rage, not daring to show it, and could only curse frantically in his heart. "Yi Junlin, you used the Kunpeng to suppress my Shui family's reputation and humiliate me like an ant in public, and that disciple of yours, I will absolutely not let you off. I will make you watch with your own eyes as your disciple turns into a bloody pulp and the Xuanchen sect is reduced to ashes." Suddenly, another pair of eyes was also watching Shui Tianyi. Xiao Hong caught a glimpse of the person's figure and was slightly surprised. Feeling the aura radiating from that person, he thought to himself, such heavy killing intent. Realizing a good show was about to start, he revealed a cold smile. "Hee, it seems there's a show to watch." Arriving at a side courtyard, Shui Tianyi shouted impatiently, "Why haven't the women I wanted been delivered yet?" Two maidservants trembled in fear. "Sorry, young master." Shui Tianyi cursed, "A bunch of useless trash daring to make this young master wait." Before he could finish his sentence, the person who had been following them suddenly burst forth, slashing a blade at Shui Tianyi's back. Shui Tianyi was struck with panic, completely unable to react, and could only close his eyes to wait for death. Fortunately, a protective halo saved his life. The man in black's long blade struck the halo and actually snapped in two. Shui Tianyi screamed, "Who's there?" The assassin was sent flying back by the counterforce, letting out a pained groan. The assassin steadied himself, cursing secretly. "I didn't expect this brat to have such a high-level protective treasure on him." The opportunity was missed, having narrowly escaped death. Shui Tianyi cursed loudly, "You audacious thing, daring to ambush this young master in the Shui family." Just then, the shouts of the guards rang out. "Assassin, protect the young master." The assassin thought, "They're moving fast, I must settle this before reinforcements arrive. As long as I can kill this beast, what does it matter, even if I can never be reincarnated?" He then performed the blood sacrifice calamity. His entire body began to turn red, and holding his broken blade with sky-piercing killing intent, he charged at Shui Tianyi, roaring frantically, "Shui Tianyi, meet your death." Shui Tianyi hid within the protective halo surrounded by guards. He shouted in a panic, Bastard, he's actually burning his blood essence. Is he trying to take me down with him? Stop him quickly. However, the assassin cut down all the guards with only a few strikes. Immediately after, before Shui Tianyi's disbelieving eyes, one of his arms was separated from his body. Clutching his severed arm, he let out a shrill scream. Ah! He retreated, scrambling on all fours, and cried out in terror for help. Where is everyone? Where the hell did everyone go? Stop him quickly. Another wave of guards surged from behind him. The assassin grit his teeth, cursing with intense resentment. Damn it, more than half of my attacks were blocked by these people. Just one more strike and it'll be done. With that thought, the assassin charged frantically again, roaring, Die those who stand in my way. He stared at Shui Tianyi with eyes full of killing intent and hissed, For a rotten person like you, I will definitely slaughter you today. Looking at the incoming assassin, Shui Tianyi screamed and begged for mercy. Hero, spare my life. Who exactly are you? I have never provoked you. Why are you pursuing me so relentlessly? The assassin swung his blade down, laughing wildly. Haha, the sins you have committed can never be washed away in this lifetime. Go to hell. Outside the courtyard, someone ran while shouting, This is bad. There's an assassin in the back courtyard trying to kill young Master Shui. The guards can't hold him back. Oh really? Let's go see. Yi Zhendan rubbed his chin and asked, Xiao Hong, did you notice this a long time ago? Xiao Hong replied expressionlessly, Master, your disciple was only guessing. Yi Zhenlan's meddlesome nature immediately flared up and he started walking. I'm bored anyway. Take junior sister by and let's go have a look. Yes, Xiaoxi was still drinking and was dragged along by Xiao Hong, mumbling drunkenly. Mousy wants more to drink. Returning to the battlefield, the assassin's fatal blow was caught firmly by a hand. The Shui family ancestor's gaze was cold and he said in a grim tone, Audacious. To dare cause trouble in my Shui family. He slammed the assassin's head into the ground and questioned. Speak, who sent you? The assassin laughed miserably, showing no fear. Cough, cough. Who sent me? Hee hee. This piece of trash has committed countless evils. Heaven will not tolerate it. It's a pity you intervened. Otherwise I would have definitely taken his dog life. The Shui family ancestor turned back and asked, Tianyi, do you know him? Shui Tianyi, still clutching his severed arm in pain, replied, Ancestor, he's a madman. I don't know him at all. His head must have been kicked by a donkey. He's obsessed with killing me. Hearing this, the assassin roared in rage, You don't know me? Listen up, I hide neither my name nor my origin. I am Li Wujie. Every cultivator present was greatly shocked. What, Li Wujie? Could he be the Blade Demon Li Wujie? Yi Zhen didn't know the man and asked curiously, Blade Demon, is he very powerful? A cultivator explained, Of course, his blade techniques are fast and precise and his actions are completely without order. He'll draw his blade just because someone rubs him the wrong way, that's right. For a period of time he swept through Yunzhou looking for experts to practice his blade on. The victims found were covered in dense blade scars, making the cultivators of Yunzhou fear for their lives. I just didn't expect this guy to sneak into the Shui family to assassinate the young master. The Shui family head pointed at Li Wujie and asked in a rage, Damn it, how did an invitation to my Shui family fall into the hands of a demonic cultivator like you? Li Wujie sneered. Stop shouting, I stole it. Shui Tianyi also shouted indignantly, I have no grievance or enmity with you. Why are you risking your life to assassinate me? Li Wujie gave a look of extreme contempt. Haha, no grievance or enmity? He roared in grief and indignation. My younger sister died at the hands of your family? Shui Tianyi asked back in shock. Your sister? Li Wujie recalled. My sister's name was Li Xiaofei. We depended on each other since childhood. After reaching adulthood, we traveled the eastern region while cultivating together. That year my sister broke through to the Golden Core stage. She planned to visit Lingzhou to see the most beautiful flower fields in the eastern region. But I happened to encounter an opportunity and was obsessed with practicing my blade, so I couldn't go with her. As a result, after only a few short months, the life tablet she left me shattered. I knew something had happened to her in Lingzhou and rushed here as fast as I could. I spent almost my entire fortune inquiring along the way before learning that my sister had an argument with you at the Zuishan restaurant in Anyang City. Subsequently, she was taken away by your Shui family guards, and there has been no news since then. Everyone in Anyang City knows that the young master of the Shui family is extremely lustful, and there are even rumors that you are secretly practicing the evil method of harvesting yin to nourish yang. Countless innocent female cultivators have been tortured to death by you. Furthermore, my sister was a golden core cultivator. She must have fallen into the hands of a demon like you. I dare not imagine the inhuman torture she suffered before she died. From that moment on I swore I would have my revenge, no matter the cost, so I practiced frantically, seeking out various experts to hone myself, and finally broke through to the body integration stage. But when I was ready for revenge, I found that you traveled with a large group of top-tier guards every time you went out. If I acted rashly, I would surely fail, so I could only endure, constantly looking for an opportunity. This grand banquet hosted by your Shui family was the perfect chance to assassinate you. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. I chose to act on Shui family territory because that's when you would be most relaxed and my success rate would be highest, but I never expected your life would be so tough, you beast. Just a little bit more and I could have killed you. After hearing this, Shui Tianyi murmured the name, Zuishan restaurant, Li Xiaofei. He then revealed a sinister, cruel smile and licked the corner of his mouth. So that's how it is. I remember now, was that feisty little chick your sister?" he continued with a hideous grin. "The female cultivators who have passed through my hands are too many to count. I've long forgotten most of them. But there are always a few who leave a deep impression, still worth savoring even after all these years, and your sister is one of them. I remember it clearly. She had a smoking hot body, but her temper was like a powder keg. She'd go off at the slightest spark." Hearing this, Li Wuji's eyes turned bloodshot, his rage reaching a breaking point. In his mind an image surfaced of Li Xiaofei smiling and calling out to him, "Brother, stop practicing your blade and come play with me." Meanwhile, Shui Tianyi continued with a face full of excitement. "However, that kind of woman is much more satisfying to tame." With one hand severed, Shui Tianyi gestured lewdly with the other. "Female cultivators are numerous and most are forgettable, but a rare few stay in my memory, lingering even years later. There's a real sense of accomplishment in breaking a woman like that." He recalled the scene of capturing Li Xiaofei. "I tried to pick her up at Zuishan restaurant, but she didn't know what was good for her, so I sent my men to drag her back to my room. She was furious at first, even daring to insult me. But after I was finished with her, all she could do was cry and beg for mercy," he continued, salivating, his voice sounding positively melodic in his own ears. "That wild mare was indeed fierce, but in my hands didn't she eventually have to submit and let me ride her as I pleased?" Li Wujie let out an agonizing roar. "Stop, I beg you, stop talking." But Shui Tianyi did not let him off, continuing to recount how he tortured Li Xiaofei. "I tormented her for 3 full days and nights until her cultivation was depleted and her mind was broken. When I found it dull, I casually snapped her neck. Truth be told, giving her a quick end was my greatest mercy." He flashed a despicable smile, taunting, "Li Wujie, since you were so good to your sister, shouldn't you thank me?" He. Li Wujie bellowed in grief and rage, "You beast. You are a beast deserving of 1,000 cuts. Why is someone like you not dead yet? Why are you allowed to live in this world?" Li Wujie was radiating killing intent, his eyes crimson as he roared one word at a time, "I will kill you, ah." The Shui family ancestor's eyes turned cold as he barked sternly, "Presumptuous." He then joined 2 fingers and struck out at Li Wujie, the force sending him flying instantly. Li Wujie was heavily injured, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood nearby. The Shui family head spoke up with a frown. "To tell you the truth, you are nothing but a demonic cultivator. For your sister to serve as a furnace for Tian'er was her way of atoning for her sins in this life. Furthermore, given your sister's worthless life, you actually dared to try and kill the Qilin son of my Shui family. HMPH, based on that alone, you, Li Wujie, deserve to die 10,000 times over." The Shui family head's words were too much for Xiao Hong to bear and his expression darkened. The Shui family head continued to shout, "Begone, send this beast to join his sister. You don't deserve to live." Despite his heavy injuries, the humiliation was unbearable for Li Wujie, who cursed, "You old beast. You speak nothing but utter nonsense." Shui Tianyi put on a despicable face and laughed. "HMPH, it was your sister's honor to die at my hands, and you, a demonic cultivator, hunted everywhere. Who are you to clamor here? All you lost was a sister, but I, the young master, lost an entire arm." The guard beside Shui Tianyi also wore a lewd expression and said, "Li Wujie, for your sister to receive the young master's favor, her death was worth it. Don't act like you're the one being wronged." The Shui family head nodded in agreement and looked at the crowd. "Do you see, everyone knows who is right and who is wrong." Li Wujie trembled with rage, his heart filled with helplessness. You all." This scene was fully witnessed by Yi Junlin. He frowned and thought to himself. He practiced frantically just to avenge his sister, only to be labeled a demonic cultivator. Meanwhile, this prominent young master commits every filthy deed imaginable behind the scenes, yet poses as a righteous cultivator on the surface. How absurd. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a random mission. Option 1. Step forward to protect Li Wujie and take him as a disciple, and have the Shui family ancestor personally execute Shui Tianyi. After the mission is completed, the Shui family ancestor must also feel grateful to the host. Reward: a supreme technique, War God Saint Fist. Option 2. Choose to stay silent in the face of injustice. Reward: 10 low-grade spirit stones. After hearing this, Yi Junlin rolled his eyes in rage and flipped his middle finger at the air, cursing, "Wow, a whole 10 low-grade spirit stones, truly a fortune I could never spend in a lifetime. System, are you treating me like a beggar? Offering this is basically forcing me to pick the first option, though I already intended to intervene anyway. But the conditions are far too harsh." Looking at Li Wujie, he muttered to himself, "To make the Shui family ancestor kill Shui Tianyi willingly and then thank me, what kind of methods would that require?" At this moment, seeing his ancestor backing him, Shui Tianyi grew even more arrogant. He walked toward Li Wujie with his sword. "Li Wujie, it's all over. Remember this in your next life." Having said that, his face turned hideous as he swung his sword down. Just then, Yi Junlin's figure blurred, blocking the attack for Li Wujie. The long sword struck Yi Junlin's hand and actually shattered into pieces. Terrified, Shui Tianyi scrambled back and asked, What is the meaning of this?" The onlookers also began to discuss fervently. "What happened? The Xuanchen sect is actually going to protect that blade demon Li Wujie. He's a demonic cultivator. Does that even matter? The point is, this is Shui family territory. Doing this is like slapping the Shui family in the face, isn't it?" Seeing Yi Junlin intervene, the Shui family head frowned and questioned, "Sovereign Yi, what is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping Tian'er from executing this demonic cultivator?" Yi Junlin gave him a sidelong glance and replied, On a whim I've decided to take this man as my disciple. Anyone who dares touch him touches me. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire field was shocked. Is this guy crazy? How dare he say such a thing? Li Wujie also looked at Yi Junlin with concern. Senior Yu, I know Senior's fame echoes through the eastern region, but why risk the world's condemnation to take me as a disciple? Just then, the Shui family ancestor erupted with a terrifying pressure, threatening, Yi Junlin, have you thought through the consequences? If you leave now, I can act as if nothing happened. Li Wujie also urged, Senior, please leave. I appreciate your kindness. If fate allows in the next life, I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden. On the side, Xiao Hong also thought worriedly, although I pity this man, throwing one's life away for a stranger is the height of stupidity. Suddenly he heard Yi Junlin's voice transmission. Xiao Hong, what are you dazing out for? Hurry up and stand on a united front with your master to protect your new junior brother. Hearing this, Xiao Hong was utterly speechless, so angry he didn't know what to say. He stepped forward and replied, Yes, master. But in his heart he was already cursing Yi Junlin's ancestors for 18 generations. What sin did I commit in my past life to have you seeking death like this? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Seeing that Yi Junlin refused to back down, the Shui family ancestor roared in fury, HMPH, do you master and disciple really think my Shui family is a pushover? He then circulated his mana, his pressure sweeping across the entire floating island. Xiao Hong thought anxiously, the mana in my body can't even circulate. Damn it, is this the gap in realms? At this moment, Xiaoxi finally woke up from her drunken stupor, mumbling, What's going on? Mousy won't drink anymore, won't drink. Yi Junlin, however, looked excited, thinking, that's right, just like this. Hurry up and attack me. Although I haven't figured out how to complete the mission yet, I'll level up and rake in some profit first. Suddenly, another powerful pressure descended from the sky. The Shui family ancestor shouted in terror, Who goes there? He thought to himself. Though I am a void immortal, that person's aura is actually stronger than mine. Does Yi Junlin have another backer? Immediately following that, a voice echoed from the sky. Where is Yi Junlin? Hearing this, Yi Junlin fired back. Which stray dog is barking up there? A figure radiating a terrifying pressure slowly emerged from the void. The Shui family ancestor gritted his teeth against the pressure and asked, May I ask for your name? A wave of fear rose in his heart. He had worked so hard to break through to the void immortal realm, hoping to use this banquet to take the lead and be admired by thousands, only for a more powerful expert to appear and steal all his glory. Yi Junlin, however, was completely unaffected by the pressure and asked back, Who exactly is putting on airs? The man looked down at him and introduced himself. This seat comes from the Yuha sect. My Taoist title is Juyang. The cultivator's present turned pale upon hearing this. I recognize this man. He is honored as Venerable Juyang, the strongest person in the Yuha sect. I heard he is also the master of the Yuha sect's holy son. With the holy son's Tao heart collapsed and 18 elders killed, how could he possibly stay still? Since he has come to the door today, it seems he intends to take action personally. Yi Junlin is in danger now. After hearing this, the Shui family ancestor gave Yi Junlin a sidelong glance with a look of disgust, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. I didn't expect that what arrived wasn't reinforcements but an enemy. HMPH, Yi Junlin of the Xuanchen sect is digging his own grave this time. It seems I won't even need to act myself. Today he will surely die. He then respectfully cupped his hands to Venerable Juyang and said, Yi Junlin is right here. Please feel free to settle your personal grievances. Venerable Juyang gave him a cold glare. Does this seat need your permission to act? Meanwhile, Yi Junlin pointed a sacred middle finger at the sky and provoked, Your grandpa is right here. What can you do to me? Nearby, Xiao Hong was drenched in sweat, thinking, Master, have you gone mad? He thought with a pale face. It's over. Does he really not know the gap between himself and a void immortal? Above, Venerable Juyang began to circulate his mana. He roared one word at a time, Yi Junlin. Out of nowhere, Yi Junlin produced a pair of sunglasses and put them on, still flipping the bird in provocation. What are you barking for, you old dog? I'm asking you again, what do you want? Venerable Juyang was fuming with rage. He condensed a golden orb of light in his hand and barked, Scoundrel, today is the day you die, Mystic Yang World Extinguisher. Instantly, the orb left his hand and blasted toward Yi Junlin. The orb grew continuously as it descended, like a scorching sun falling from the sky. Xiao Hong was filled with extreme anxiety. It's over. The surrounding space is completely locked. Am I going to be buried with this guy? Even the Shui family ancestor and Shui Tianyi were terrified. If this golden orb hits, won't my Shui family manor also be destroyed? Damn it, why do I have to suffer for the trouble this country bumpkin caused? Looking at the orb crashing toward him, Yi Junlin was still taking it easy, thinking, I know how to complete the mission now. Meanwhile, the cultivators attending the banquet were in a state of chaos. What is that? That golden light is far too blinding. Venerable Juyang looked down and said confidently, No one can escape. Venerable Juyang's move had already reached Yi Junlin, yet he remained standing calmly in place. Ding detected that the host is being attacked by a tribulation transcendent stage enemy. Triggering passive effect stronger than the strongest. obtained mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation. Immediately after, the aura around Yi Junlin's body exploded. Xiao Hong said with a face full of terror. He is also a void immortal, he thought secretly. This pressure feels even more terrifying than the ancient demon gods in the deepest parts of the demon abyss. Just then, with a casual wave of his hand, Yi Junlin actually reflected Venerable Juyang's move directly back at him. He mocked, "Is that it? You don't even have enough strength to give me a sponge bath." Seeing his own move reflected back, Venerable Juyang let out a cry of shock. What? He was then forced to act again to neutralize it. The crowd below felt Yi Junlin's pressure and also shouted in terror, "What's going on? He actually has mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation." Shui Tianyi was drenched in sweat, his whole body trembling. "A void immortal? Why is he also a void immortal?" Li Wujie also shouted with concern. "Senior," the people nearby began to discuss again. No wonder he was so arrogant just now. He had nothing to fear. He was clearly hiding his strength on purpose to play with everyone, if not for today's banquet. How much longer did he plan to keep it a secret? At this moment, Venerable Juying was struggling to withstand Yi Junlin's pressure. He roared in rage, "You shameless scoundrel, to possess the cultivation of a void immortal yet deliberately hide it. You've thrown away all the dignity of us cultivators." Yi Junlin replied with a face full of innocence, "You've wronged me, I only just broke through. Before I really was only in the great convergence stage. I can swear to the heavens." After hearing this, Venerable Juyang didn't believe it at all, and cursed, "Nonsense, do you take this seat for a 3-year-old child?" Yi Junlin waved his hand helplessly. "I tell the truth and you don't believe me, I can't help it. Who told me I'm a genius?" Venerable Juyang could take no more, once again frantically condensing spiritual energy to attack Yi Junlin. "I have never seen anyone as thick-skinned as you." He then unleashed the mystic Yang World Extinguishing Seal. Yi Junlin continued to watch the incoming move quietly. He revealed a villainous smile. "In that case, I'll prove it to you." And so, Yi Junlin stood perfectly still, allowing the orbs of light to blast against his body. A massive explosion occurred at his position. Seeing this, the Shui family ancestor let out a disdainful snort. "HMPH, taking your high cultivation for granted and being so conceited, you deserve to suffer a bit at the hands of Venerable Juyang." The dense smoke gradually dissipated, and Yi Junlin's figure flickered within the dust. Seeing Yi Junlin completely unscathed, Venerable Juyang's face changed drastically. "This is impossible." Venerable Juyang was struck with horror. How could this brat's physical body withstand his full-strength strike? Below, the Shui family ancestor's jaw dropped in shock. Even with a protective secret treasure, it would be impossible to remain so completely unscathed. After taking Venerable Juyang's attack, the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth curled into a provocative smile. "Put a little more effort into it. Haven't you eaten? This seat's body is harder than your Yuha sect's mountain protecting array." Internally, he was also secretly amazed. The enhancement the indestructible Overlord body scripture provides to the physical body is truly formidable, and this is far from the limit. Seeing that his technique was ineffective, Venerable Juyang summoned a Dharma treasure and said confidently, "This solar wheel is a Zon-grade artifact refined with the blood and sweat of the Yuha sect. Even a late-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator would be wary of it. This seat wants to see if your bones are harder or my Zon artifact. If you have the guts, face my treasure head-on." With that, he violently hurled the solar wheel toward Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin remained indifferent. As it closed in, he merely reached out a single hand to block it, whispering, "Let me see where your limit lies." Seeing that Yi Junlin had not yet been taken down, Venerable Juyang frantically poured spiritual energy into the solar wheel, roaring, "Damn it, I don't believe you can hold out until the end." Yi Junlin caught the spinning solar wheel with one hand and said, "The spinning is loud enough to wake the dead. Stop." In an instant, the solar wheel was held firmly in his grasp. Witnessing this, the Shui family ancestor reached the peak of terror. "Is this guy a primordial fierce beast in human form? If it were me, I'm afraid I would have been turned into a puddle of flesh and blood long ago." Venerable Juyang's expression was identical. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his own eyes. This was absolutely impossible. The Yuha sect's ultimate weapon, specifically designed to deal with tribulation transcendent stage cultivators, couldn't even break the opponent's skin. Yi Junlin looked at Venerable Juyang with contempt. "This seat's physical body is something you couldn't replicate even if you wanted to." Having said that, he casually swept the solar wheel past Venerable Juyang's neck and said, "I'm returning this trash wheel to you. This seat can give you one more chance." Venerable Juyang's eyes turned bloodshot, his veins bulging as he roared, "You have gone too far, Yi Junlin, I will fight you to the death." Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted from his entire body as he bellowed, "Yuha Ascension Art?" Seeing this, Yi Junlin entered his poisonous tongue mode again. "Oh, I know this move, it's called the chicken feather flying sky art, right?" Golden patterns surfaced on Venerable Juyang's forehead. Seeing Yi Junlin humiliate his sect's secret technique like this, he roared in a fury, "Shut up, who gave you the audacity to insult the secret arts of my Yuha sect?" Next, he condensed an energy ball between his hands and launched a continuous barrage at Yi Junlin, shouting with hatred, "Die, you bastard!" In response, Yi Junlin summoned his Dharma image. He softly uttered 2 words, "Human King Seal." The Dharma image's massive palm rose against the wind, colliding violently with the energy balls launched by Venerable Juyang. Seeing the opponent easily block the attack, Venerable Juyang infused even more spiritual energy into his moves, barking break. The techniques of both sides remained in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Realizing the Yuha Ascension art could not defeat Yi Junlin, Venerable Juyang revealed a sinister smile. I admit you are strong, but let's see how you handle this, he roared frantically, 9 suns burning the heavens. Several massive fireballs manifested above Venerable Juyang's head, he said with absolute confidence. Yi Junlin, this seat sacrifices 1,000 years of longevity to summon the setting suns of the immortal realm. He then hurled the fireballs toward the Shui family's floating island, shouting in ecstasy, I will make you kneel in the center of the sun for all eternity in repentance. The fireballs, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, began to plummet toward the Shui family. The buildings instantly ignited, and the searing heat caused the crowd to scream incessantly. It's too hot even from this distance, it feels like we're being melted. Venerable Juyang is putting his life on the line. Right then, Yi Junlin took out a 5-element ring, his cold gaze fixed on Venerable Juyang. Open your dog eyes and look closely. In an instant, 5 pillars of light shot toward 5 directions, forming a massive vortex that spun to block the falling fireballs. Yi Junlin shouted, 5-pole samsara great obliteration art. Venerable Juyang gritted his teeth with ruthless intent. Today it's either you die or I perish. When the fireballs struck the vortex deployed by Yi Junlin, they were instantly swallowed and vanished into nothingness. Yi Junlin's expression was full of disdain. Are you even worthy? Just like that, all the fireballs launched by Venerable Juyang were completely devoured, with not a single one falling. Venerable Juyang stared blankly at the scene, his entire body trembling violently, unable to believe his eyes. Fake, it's all fake. His eyes gradually turned red as he clutched his head and began to laugh maniacally like one possessed. His Dao heart had completely shattered. What void immortal, what invincible, I have cultivated bitterly for 3,000 years, yet I cannot defeat a mere brat like you, he hissed. Yi Junlin, I shall wait for you on the Yellow Springs Road. For one day you will surely suffer the backlash of the Heavenly Dao. These were the final words left by Venerable Juyang. Xiao Hong was filled with terror. He hadn't expected that a void immortal from the strongest sect in the eastern region would be driven insane by the blow. Just how much strength was this guy still hiding? In midair, Yi Junlin lightly adjusted his sunglasses, his lips curling slightly. Haha, not that blinding after all. Time to finish the mission. He then landed in front of the Shui family ancestor, causing the old man to tremble and stammer in fear. Yi, void immortal Yi, I am thoroughly convinced. Please, what are your orders? Yi Junlin coldly placed his hand on the Shui family ancestor's shoulder and asked, Little Shui, about me taking a disciple just now, do you still have an opinion? The Shui family ancestor, stripped of all his previous arrogance, replied, Void immortal Yi, how could this lowly one dare? Please take him as you wish. Yi Junlin patted the ancestor's shoulder again, causing cold sweat to pour down the old man's body. Void immortal Yi, I beg you for mercy, please have mercy. Yi Junlin merely stared at him and said coldly, My disciple Li Wujie was bullied like that by your Shui family as his master. It is only right that I stand up for him, don't you agree? Do you think that's reasonable? By now, the Shui family ancestor had completely knelt, replying tremulously, Reasonable, extremely reasonable. Then how does Void immortal Yi wish to handle this? Yi Junlin's eyes radiated killing intent as he said one word at a time, I want you to personally kill every single person of the Shui family here. The Shui family ancestor cried out in shock. What? Yi Junlin leaned in and asked, This request isn't too much, is it? The Shui family ancestor didn't dare make a sound but thought to himself, This isn't too much, it's practically subhuman. The Shui clansmen living on this island number in the tens of thousands. How could I possibly agree to exterminate my own clan? He trembled and begged for mercy. Yi, void immortal Yi, could you change the request? Many of the Shui clansmen are innocent. Yi Junlin frowned and barked. HMPH, you only lost your clansman, but my disciple lost his sister. Old man, do you have any compassion at all? The Shui family ancestor shook like a leaf, blaming himself in his heart. I'm afraid the Shui family is reaping what it sowed, he continued to plead through tears. I beg void immortal Yi for grace. Little Shui, I really can't do it. At this point, Yi Junlin's goal had been achieved. He took off his sunglasses to finish the performance. He flashed a cruel smile and said, Who told me I'm a reasonable person? In that case, let's just eliminate the main culprits. Hearing this, the Shui family head and Shui Tianyi roared in a rage. Ancestor at worst will fight him to the death, but the Shui family ancestor asked excitedly, Are you telling the truth? Thank you, void immortal Yi. He knew exactly which was more important now. In his view, changing from clan extermination to killing one person to pay for the crime was an act of great benevolence. Void immortal Yi had indeed shown mercy. Hearing this, the Shui family head screamed in terror, Ancestor, but the only response was the ancestor's cold gaze. Immediately, the Shui family ancestor waved his palm and a surge of extremely powerful spiritual energy instantly pierced through the Shui family head's chest, killing him on the spot. The Shui clansman screamed in horror. Family head, Shui Tianyi also let out a pained cry. Father, he screamed in defiant questioning, why did it turn out like this? Ancestor, why did you do this? But the Shui family ancestor ignored him completely. Looking at Yi Junlin to seek his approval, Void immortal Yi, are you satisfied with this? Yi Junlin's face darkened as he cursed. Satisfied my ass, are you a pig? I told you to kill the mastermind. Why did you kill his father? The Shui family ancestor jumped in fright, replying through cold sweat, "Didn't you say to punish the main culprit? I thought the son's fault is the father's failure to teach, so the responsibility must be borne by his father." Yi Junlin waved his hand and said, "Fine. Just deal with both of them." The Shui family ancestor replied without hesitation, "Yes, leave this to me. I guarantee you will be satisfied." He then gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging as he looked at Shui Tianyi. He lunged forward with his fingers like claws, grabbing Shui Tianyi and roaring, "You bastard, you nearly made the entire clan be buried with you." This move directly locked onto Shui Tianyi's neck, making it impossible for him to breathe. Shui Tianyi's eyes were bloodshot as he coughed violently, his face covered in tears and blood, yet he still managed to squeeze out 2 words. "Why?" The Shui family ancestor gave him no chance to speak, barking sternly, "You brought this upon yourself, you cannot lie." Shui Tianyi's body began to swell, his face turning hideous. Then the Shui family ancestor suddenly tightened his fingers and barked, "Die!" In an instant, Shui Tianyi's body exploded into a mess of flesh and blood. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. "Not bad, fine, the past is wiped clean." Hearing this, the Shui family ancestor was moved to tears. "Thank you, Void Immortal Yi. On behalf of the entire Shui family, I am deeply grateful for your great kindness." Seeing Shui Tianyi die with his own eyes, Li Wujie threw his head back and laughed. "Haha, Xiaofei," with tears in his eyes, he said. "Do you see, that beast finally got his retribution?" Yi Junlin stepped forward, reaching out a hand and asked, "Li Wujie, now that your grudge is settled, are you willing to be this seat's disciple?" Hearing this, Li Wujie knelt heavily, shouting through sobs, "Disciple Li Wujie is willing to join Master's sect. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. If Master says go east, I will never go west. Even if I must walk through fire and water, I will not even flinch." He then kowtowed. Disciple Li Wujie pays respects to Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward. Supreme Fist Technique, War God Saint Fist. Ding. Detected the disciple's aptitude. The system provides a free upgrade service. Ding. Reward. Supreme Blade Technique, Chaos Heavenly Blade Scripture. Ding. Reward. Qian Yuan Blood Burning Pill, which can activate the berserk bloodline hidden within the disciple's body. After reading the prompts, Yi Junlin crossed his arms, thinking with satisfaction. Not bad, the mission was completed smoothly, and I got an excellent disciple. This berserk bloodline sounds quite interesting. System, give me a description. Ding. Berserk bloodline, an extremely rare physique in the myriad worlds. The owner can double their combat power in a short time, but their mind will fall into confusion, acting like a mad demon. In severe cases, they may lose all reason and fall into an endless slaughter until they die of exhaustion. Yi Junlin thought to himself, although it looks dangerous, it might create miracles at a critical moment. He then spoke, "Li Wujie, since you have performed the apprenticeship ceremony, I shall pass you a new blade cultivation technique." With that, he lightly tapped Li Wujie's forehead with his fingertip. Li Wujie replied excitedly, "Thank you, Master." But in his heart, he was a bit skeptical. Master doesn't look like he practices the blade. He probably doesn't know much about the way of the blade. I wonder if there will be a gap in understanding, but no matter what, Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. When he sensed the blade technique Yi Junlin imparted, Li Wujie's eyes suddenly widened in pure horror. This technique was named the Chaos Heavenly Blade Scripture. The moment this blade intent emerged, the swords of all the cultivators present began to tremble violently. The true essence of the technique echoed in his mind. Can slash through time and change day and night. In an instant, those swords uncontrollably broke from their sheaths. Can sever cause and effect. Suddenly, countless blades and swords circled around Li Wujie. Li Wujie was terrified. How is this a blade technique? It is clearly the Heavenly Dao itself. Every move contains the intent of creation. The so-called sovereign rank blade techniques I practiced before aren't even worthy of carrying the shoes of this technique. Master, who exactly are you? He then kowtowed heavily to Yi Junlin once more. Disciple Li Wujie, thanks Master for bestowing the technique. I deserve to die. I actually doubted Master in my heart just now. The Shui family ancestor thought in horror. This guy was as wretched as a stray dog just now. Why is he making even me tremble with fear? Yi Junlin, just what kind of evil technique did you pass to him? Xiaohong also frowned. Slaying a void immortal with one blade. If this mad dog is allowed to fully master this blade scripture, damn it, how could my nether flame lose to a mere blade technique? Suddenly, Li Wujie spat out a mouthful of blood. Covered in a cold sweat, he looked at Yi Junlin and said worriedly, Master, I previously forced a secret technique without regard for the consequences, causing damage to my body. My foundation is severely ruined. I fear I will fail your expectations. Yi Junlin didn't mind at all. He took out the pill rewarded by the system and said, What nonsense are you talking? Take this pill first, you will have an unexpected transformation. Looking at the pill, Li Wujie asked with some hesitation, Yes, Master, what kind of pill is this? Looking at it looked somewhat strange. Yi Junlin asked the system suspiciously in his mind, System, are you kidding me? This chaos pill smells absolutely foul. Can it really help my disciple activate his berserk bloodline? Ding detected that the host is questioning this system's professional capability. The system is very sad. Woe is me. Yi Junlin felt a wave of helplessness. All right, I believe you, okay? He then turned to Li Wujie and said, This pill can activate the bloodline within your body. Although its appearance is poor and the smell is a bit pungent, you can rest assured and swallow it. Li Wujie took the pill and set his resolve. Very well, this disciple shall consume this lump of this pill. With that, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. The pill dissolved as soon as it entered his stomach, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. He let out a pained scream. Arg Moss Master, it hurts so much. As the power within Li Wujie erupted, the surrounding area was instantly enveloped in a red light. The crowd was struck with terror at the sight. Heavens, what's happening to the blade demon Li Wujie? The aura on him is so strange, it makes one's skin crawl. Everyone be careful. His state is extremely unstable, Yi Zhan observed while asking, does this count as activating the berserk bloodline? Ding, exactly. However, the one who activates it will temporarily fall into a state of frenzy unless a powerful force forcibly suppresses them. At this moment, veins bulged on Li Wujie's forehead. His mind clouded as he roared frantically, "Die, all of you, die!" Beside them, the Shui family ancestor muttered to himself suspiciously, what kind of method did Void Immortal Yi use to actually allow his disciple to break through from the initial body integration stage to the Great Circle in an instant? And even though he's only at the body integration stage, he actually makes this old man feel waves of palpitation. Why is that? Xiao Hong also stared at Yi Zhenlin, clenching his fists and thinking, what on earth did that guy give him? Why is the breakthrough so absurd? Even when I achieved immortality in Lingzhou, I never saw such an astonishing growth rate. Meanwhile, Li Wujie was frantically searching for a target to vent his rage. He swung his long blade in a wild chaotic slash. Chaos Heavenly Blade Scripture. This single strike pulverized a building ahead, triggering a violent explosion. The crowd was beyond horrified. How can a mere body integration stage cultivator erupt with an attack of this caliber? The speaker was the palace master of the Ju Dao Pavilion, whose cultivation had already reached the great circle of the great convergence stage. He continued, even though I am an entire major realm higher than him, I'm afraid I couldn't take that strike. How terrifying. Yi Zhenlin watched the rampaging Li Wujie and clapped his hands with a satisfied smile. Not bad. After activating the bloodline, it's truly like a tiger with wings. Suddenly, Li Wujie's murderous gaze locked onto Yi Zhenlin, and he roared through gritted teeth. Kill! Li Wujie charged at Yi Zhenlin, swinging his blade. Master, be careful. Yi Zhenlin smiled confidently, a light flashing in his eyes as he said, then let Master see exactly how strong this new disciple is. Li Wujie struck out with a full-strength slash, but Yi Zhenlin merely raised his hand nonchalantly to catch it. He then summoned his Heavenly Emperor Dharma image. The terrifying pressure descended instantly, making it difficult for Li Wujie to even move, yet Li Wujie continued to roar and charge forward, frantically attacking Yi Zhenlin's Dharma image. Yi Zhenlin marveled secretly, truly extraordinary to be able to withstand a strike from the Dharma image while only at the great circle of the body integration stage. If his cultivation improves in the future, his potential will be simply immeasurable. With that thought, he smiled slightly and suddenly exerted force, saying, but it's time to end this, or the boy's body might collapse. Yi Zhenlin's Dharma image erupted with world-shaking pressure as he shouted, Li Wujie, your master commands you, wake up at once. Under the suppression of the Dharma image, Li Wujie was forced to stop his attack. He resisted with all his might as the blood-colored aura around him gradually dissipated. His body trembled, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes regained their clarity. He looked at Yi Zhenlin and asked blankly, Master, what happened to me just now? It felt as if I lost my mind. My head was filled with nothing but slaughter. I even showed disrespect to you. Please, Master, punish me. Yi Zhenlin stepped forward and patted his shoulder, replying, no matter, it's not your fault. Instead, check yourself and see what's different now compared to before. Li Wujie froze for a moment, asking in confusion, different? He then performed an internal inspection, his expression freezing instantly before he burst into a wild ecstatic laugh. My cultivation has broken through to the great circle of the body integration stage. More importantly, my previously damaged foundation has been completely healed, and my foundation has become even more stable than before. It's as if I've been reborn. He immediately knelt before Yi Zhenlin. This disciple thanks Master for his great kindness, Yi Zhenlin spoke indifferently. Li Wujie, I only activated the berserk bloodline within you just now. Once this power erupts, it is indeed very strong, but it cannot be sustained. You must learn to control it in the future. Li Wujie nodded heavily. At this moment, the Shui family ancestor walked over, his face beaming with a fawning smile. Haha, congratulations to Void Immortal Yi on gaining a beloved disciple. It is truly a day of great joy. Why don't we go inside and have a few drinks? Yi Zhenlin replied coldly. Aren't you trying to play host in someone else's house? Don't forget this was originally your tribulation banquet. The Shui family ancestor replied with a smile. No matter, it's joy upon joy. Little friend Li, wouldn't you agree? The surrounding cultivators whispered among themselves. This Shui family ancestor just killed 2 of his own clansmen with his own hands, and now he's fawning over Yi Zhenlin like this. Who would have thought things would end this way? It seems this white-haired demon is going to stir up storms in the eastern region from now on. Xiao Hong also frowned on the side, thinking secretly, this world truly respects the strong. This old man can actually kill his own relatives and still be so full of gratitude. I must hurry and become stronger. I cannot be handled by him forever. Yi Zhenlin spoke. All right, the matter is settled. Old man Shui, go attend to your celebration. Xiao Hong, go get your junior sister. We're getting ready to leave. Xiao Hong stepped forward, pulled up the still drunk Xiaoxi and complied. the surrounding cultivators respectfully watched as Void Immortal Yi departed. The Kunpeng was summoned once again, and Yi Junlin soared into the sky with his 3 disciples. Below, the Shui family ancestor didn't forget to shout, "Void Immortal Yi, come back often, the gates of the Shui family will always be open for you." In his heart, however, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "I'm so furious, how did a perfectly good banquet turn out like this?" Just as he caught his breath, a subordinate ran over holding the severed arm and asking, "Family head, the young master's severed hand has been found, where should I put it?" The Shui family ancestor looked at the arm of that wretched creature, his face as dark as water. "Take it to the back courtyard and feed it to the dogs." The subordinate was scared out of his wits. The guests at the banquet could only let out awkward dry coughs. The Shui family ancestor turned and roared at the guests, "The same goes for you all, get the hell out." Today's banquet thus ended, and the crowd departed with various emotions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Kunpeng was flying at high speed. It was Li Wuji's first time experiencing riding a divine beast. His heart was filled with emotion. "So this is what it feels like to ride a divine beast. Right now it feels like a dream. Not only did I avenge Xiaofei, but I even took a Void Immortal as my master." He turned to look at Xiao Hong and praised secretly, "Fairy Hong is indeed, as the legends say, possessing peerless beauty. Since I've just entered the sect, it's only right I go and greet her." With that thought, he stepped forward and bowed politely. "Senior Sister Hong is not only exceptionally talented but also strikingly beautiful. I hope Senior Sister will offer me more guidance in my cultivation in the future." After hearing this, Xiao Hong's brow furrowed tightly, his frustration reaching its limit. "Here we go again. Why are all men like this? I'm already upset because Yi Junlin killed Venerable Juyang, and now he's recruited another disciple with a heaven-defying physique. My days of turning the tables are getting harder and harder." Thinking of this, he turned his head away coldly. Li Wujie was left in an awkward position. Did I say something wrong?" Xiaoxi, her face red, walked over to explain. "Everyone often gets senior brother's gender wrong. He hates it most when people treat him like a woman, which is why he has that expression." After explaining, Xiaoxi asked, "By the way, what is your name?" Li Wujie froze for a moment before replying, "Greetings, Senior Sister Bai. I am the disciple master just recruited at the Shui Manor. Senior Sister can just call me Xiao Li." Xiaoxi let out a surprised, joyful shout. "What? Mousy has a junior brother? Fantastic!" Li Wujie continued. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Sister. No wonder Senior Brother Hong's reaction was so cold just now. So he's a man. It seems my attempt at flattery backfired." Xiaoxi warned him. "Remember this, it's Senior Brother Hong's biggest taboo." Li Wujie hurriedly continued to try and win her over. "Truly, everyone around Master is extraordinary. Not only is there a man as beautiful as Senior Brother Hong, but also a Senior Sister Bai as cute as a Mousy." Xiaoxi shook her head dejectedly and sighed. "Not at all, actually. Mousy also wants to become like you guys, but for some reason I'm always stuck in a half-human, half-mouse state. I'm always causing trouble for Master." Li Wujie gave an awkward smile after hearing this. "So Senior Sister doesn't stay like this on purpose. I think this look is quite cute and unique." Then he suddenly produced a cultivation scroll and said happily, "Oh right, speaking of transformation techniques, I once obtained a secret transformation scroll while traveling the eastern region. Perhaps it can help Senior Sister fully regain her human form. If Senior Sister doesn't mind, please accept it." Xiaoxi took the scroll with joy. "Really, that's great. If it succeeds, Mousy won't cause any more trouble for Master." She then excitedly ran to Yi Junlin to show off. "Master, Mousy can fully turn back into a human. I won't lose face for you anymore." Yi Junlin lay lazily on a cushion and replied, "Oh well, that's a good thing, though Master really might miss that fuzzy little mouse." Xiaoxi replied happily, "Don't worry, Master. Mousy can switch at will in the future. Whichever one Master wants to see, Mousy will change into that one." "Master, are we going back to the sect now?" Yi Junlin raised a fist and said, "Back to the sect? Of course not. Since our mount is so flashy, we definitely have to go around and show it off." Akun charge. In the months following the Kunpeng's tour, stories of the Shui family banquet spread throughout the eastern region, and Yi Junlin's cultivation became increasingly mysterious in everyone's eyes. 3 months later in Panxi City, the Zhou dynasty, Kongzhou. At this time, a great war between humans and demons had broken out outside the city, the shouts of battle shaking the heavens. A demon man enveloped in blue flames roared, "Kill, kill all these humans!" The city guards fought back desperately. "Swear to protect Panxi City to the death. Kill, we must not let them into the city." Inside the city, the common people were displaced, their cries and wails rising everywhere. "Woe is us, who can come and save us?" At the same time, the Kunpeng was carrying Yi Junlin's group past this place. Yi Junlin was leisurely playing chess with Xiao Han when Li Wujie returned from scouting to report, "Master, the ghost tribe is attacking the city below." Yi Junlin moved a chess piece without looking up and said to Xiao Hong, "Eat your piece." Seeing Yi Junlin's move, Xiao Hong trembled with rage. "Which family's cannon can jump over so many obstacles to eat a piece directly? I've lived for tens of thousands of years and have never seen someone so thick-skinned." Yi Junlin said shamelessly, "Xiao Hong, you're too weak. Master only used less than 10% of his strength and you've lost everything." Though he had 10,000 grievances in his heart, Xiao Hong still said patiently, "Master, a cannon needs a mount and has restricted movement. That's common knowledge even a 3-year-old child knows." Yi Junlin talked nonsense without blinking. "This is Master's tracking cannon. Got a problem with that?" Xiao Hong could only curse in his heart. "Tracking cannon, my foot, this is clearly cheating." "Wait, what did he say about a tracking cannon?" Yi Junlin then put on a frightening expression. What, you're not satisfied? Are you questioning Master's chess skills? Xiaohong was so scared he broke into a cold sweat and replied, this disciple wouldn't dare. Yi Junlin turned to look at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, what do you think of Master's chess skills? Xiaoxi replied happily. Mousy thinks, Master is the most amazing by now. Xiaoxi had fully transformed into human form and looked very cute. Seeing this master and disciple duo chiming in together, Xiaohong grew even angrier, cursing that dead mouse for only knowing how to suck up. Yi Junlin turned to Li Wujie and asked, Xiao Li, what did you just say? Li Wujie reported, this disciple said there is a group of the ghost tribe attacking the city below. The situation is critical. After hearing this, Yi Junlin thought to himself, the ghost tribe? I heard the ghost tribe is one of the dark races, originating from the ancient forbidden land of the eastern region, the Ming Yuan. That place is also a gathering spot for many other dark races. Rumor has it that during the ancient era the creatures of the Ming Yuan attempted to invade the outside world, but were later driven back by the united human cultivators. Since then both sides have minded their own business, but now the ghost tribe has appeared again. It seems the balance maintained for tens of millions of years is about to be broken. This matter is definitely not simple. With that thought, he suddenly jumped to the front of the Kunpeng and said, in that case let's go check out this group from the ghost tribe. He revealed a sinister charming smile, thinking to himself, let's see what exactly is going on here. Seeing the blue ghost slay their general, a soldier cried out in terror. He cut General Zhang, our strongest, in half with a single strike. It's over, we can't possibly win. The blue ghost general stood atop a pile of corpses on his mount while the lesser ghosts below erupted in wild laughter. Hee, stop your pointless resistance. Occupying this city is only the beginning. All your other fortresses will also fall to the onslaught of my ghost tribe, the blue ghost general added with a maniacal laugh. The entire dynasty will soon be destroyed. Suddenly a flash of sword light swept past and a group of ghost lackeys were decapitated instantly. A woman riding a fierce tiger charged forward, spear in hand, and roared, shut your mouths, don't even dream of succeeding. This was Wang Hua, whose cultivation had already reached the nascent soul stage. She then lunged toward the blue ghost leader, shouting, die! She charged with an aura as majestic as a rainbow. The blue ghost, however, revealed a grotesque smile and thrust his spear toward Wang Hua. The power erupting from the spear's tip sent Wang Hua flying directly off her mount. Seeing this, the soldiers shouted anxiously, Commander Wang. The blue ghost leader sat atop his horse, pointing his spear at Wang Hua and saying, lowly human, kneel before this general. Wang Hua, unyielding even in the face of death, roared, I am the commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. I serve by the order of the Son of Heaven and represent the face of the great Zhou dynasty. How could I ever kneel to a beast like you? If you want to kill me, then do it. Come. Hearing this, the blue ghost general turned livid with rage. Very well, this general shall grant your wish. I will tear your body into 10,000 pieces and hang your head upon the city gates so you can watch with your own eyes as I exterminate your entire great Zhou clan. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed across the dark sky. Akun's massive form gradually manifested. Seeing this, the blue ghost leader was struck with sudden shock, his eyes filled with terror as he stammered, what is that thing? In midair, Akun opened its gargantuan mouth, vacuuming all the ghost creatures inside. Not a single living being within range could escape. The blue ghost was among them. Struggling and screaming in desperation, no. After devouring all the ghost creatures, Akun let out a satisfied low growl. The great Zhou soldiers looked up at the sky in horror. The ghost tribe creatures were all swallowed whole. Is this an illusion? Beside them, Wang Hua was also shocked. Has this divine beast descended from the heavens to protect my great Zhou? A soldier noticed people on its back and shouted urgently, wait, there are people on the divine beast back, so the beast has a master. Which human powerhouse has come to our rescue? Senior, how may we address you? And where have you come from? Yi Junlin took a sip of his milk tea and replied indifferently, Xuanchen sect. Yi Junlin. Who is in charge here? Upon hearing this, Wang Hua thought to herself, so it's the Yi Junlin who has recently become famous everywhere. I heard he once trampled the reputation of the eastern region's #1 immortal sect under his feet. To think my great Zhou would have such a stroke of fortune. At that thought, she led the soldiers to kneel on the ground and replied, I am Wang Hua, commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. I pay my respects to the seniors. Yi Junlin leapt down from Akun's back with Xiaohong and Li Wujie, landing steadily as he spoke. Which dynasty does this territory belong to? And why is the ghost tribe army attacking you? Wang Hua dared not hide anything and reported, to answer, senior, this is the territory of the great Zhou dynasty. I do not know why they are attacking Great Zhou, but according to the words of the fallen ghost general, there will be a larger scale, full-scale invasion by the ghost tribe later. When that time comes, there will surely be a tragic and bloody war. Yi Junlin frowned and asked, the Ming Yuan creatures dare to attack a human nation so brazenly, do they not fear provoking a counterattack from human cultivators? Beside him, Li Wujie also asked in confusion. The ghost tribe prefers gloomy, damp environments with heavy yin energy. What benefit is there in attacking the great Zhou? Xiaohong spoke up from the side. Why think so much? If they come, just kill them. Hearing these words, Wang Hua asked excitedly, Fairy, do you intend to help the great Zhou overcome this crisis? On behalf of the people of Great Zhou, I cannot thank you enough for your great benevolence. Xiaohong, once again misidentified as a woman, gritted his teeth in rage and revealed a smile tinged with killing intent. Beside him, Li Wujie thought in stunned silence, Senior brother truly has a divine constitution for this. He always causes misunderstandings. And the things he hates most are exactly what keep happening. Yi Junlin also frowned in deep thought. This matter is definitely not simple. The sudden emergence of 10 million Mingyuan tribes is by no means accidental. Dane, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Defeat the Ghost Tribe army invading the Great Zhou. Upon completion you will receive a rich reward. Seeing the mission prompt, Yi Junlin thought to himself, I knew there would be a mission. It's perfect to stay here for a while and see if I can gather any clues from these ghost creatures. With that thought he spoke loudly. The foreign tribes are causing chaos and killing the innocent. As a human powerhouse I naturally cannot stand by and watch. Spread the word. I will intervene to help. Wang Hua was ecstatic and kowtowed. Thank you, Senior. Great Zhou will forever remember your kindness. Li Wujie also flattered. Master is wise. On the side Xiao Hong muttered with dissatisfaction. Meddling in others' business again. Subsequently, everyone boarded a Kun. Yi Junlin commanded, let's go, take me to see your emperor. Wang Hua immediately complied. Yes, I shall lead the way for the seniors immediately. Outside the capital of Great Zhou, within the military camp, a man pointed at a war flag on the sand table and said, several demon tribe armies have just broken through the defensive lines we established. They are marching along a shortcut, intending to strike directly at the capital of Great Zhou, another general added. And according to battle reports from various regions, many ghost generals suspected to be in the body integration stage have already appeared. We even cannot rule out the possibility of a ghost commander in the Great Convergence stage presiding over them, the remaining general added. The Ghost Tribe's sudden launch of this great war is clearly a determined effort to occupy our Great Zhou Palace. Could it be that Great Zhou possesses some treasure that attracted their army? The Crown Prince, sitting in the primary seat, spoke up. I understand your meaning, but unfortunately, although I am the Crown Prince, I am also unaware of any such inner details. The general who had just spoken hurried to bow in apology. Your Highness, I misspoke just now. The Crown Prince didn't mind but simply frowned and made his decision. No matter, since the Ghost Tribe army is invading, what we must do is use every ounce of our strength to obstruct them. If we cannot hold them back, we must also escort more common people to evacuate the territory. As long as the people remain, hope remains. Suddenly, a soldier outside reported in a panic, Report, Your Highness, there is a new situation outside. Please come and investigate immediately. The prince and the generals turned pale with shock. The prince worriedly said, Could the Ghost Tribe be playing another trick? He thought with gritted teeth. Damn it, the Ghost Tribe has been harassing us day and night for the past 2 days. Our soldiers are already exhausted. It's simply impossible to fight again. The enemy has 800,000 while we have only 400,000. The initiative is entirely in their hands. How can we win this battle? After stepping out, the prince and his group were frozen in place by the side of the mountain like a coon. A general said in terror, Wah, what kind of divine beast is this? Why has it appeared in my Great Zhou? Quick, order the 3 armies to be on alert and stop it. The prince recognized a coon and hurriedly intervened. Do not act recklessly, that is the divine beast Kunpeng. And I see the officer on its back. It's Wang Hua of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. The general was beyond astonished. What? How could a mere commander manage a divine beast of such a realm? Just then, Wang Hua leapt down from A Kun's back, kneeling on one knee as she said respectfully, Wang Hua, commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, pays respects to your highness. I have specifically invited the divine beast's master, Yi Junlin, to assist the Great Zhou in resisting the Ghost Tribe army. Upon hearing this, the prince turned pale with shock. What Yi Junlin? Could it be that white-haired god of slaughter from the Xuanchen sect? He is actually the master of a divine beast of this level. Wang Hua hurried forward and whispered a warning into the prince's ear. Your Highness, be careful with your words. Actually, Venerable Yi is quite easygoing. He is not as cruel as the rumors suggest. The prince nodded repeatedly. Good, good. He then cupped his hands respectfully to Yi Junlin. The Crown Prince of Great Zhou pays respects to Venerable Yi. Yi Junlin descended from A Kun with Xiao Hong and Li Wujie. Hearing the prince's address, he thought to himself, Venerable Yi. It seems the people of Great Zhou have been so busy fighting the Ghost Tribe that their intelligence is still stuck on the period when I killed the 18 elders of the Yuha sect. Suddenly an eerie voice rang out. Jia, you humans have already been surrounded by my army of 800,000 ghosts. If you're smart, surrender obediently and become sacrifices for my Ghost Tribe. The prince angrily drew his sword to prepare for battle. The Ghost Tribe has gone too far. Yi Junlin immediately ordered, Xiao Hong Wujie, you two go deal with them. The two replied in unison, By your command, master. Subsequently, the two flew out. Witnessing this, the soldiers whispered fervently among themselves, Who are those two? They dare to charge into an army of 800,000 ghosts alone? This is simply seeking death. The other side likely has a ghost commander in the Great Convergence stage presiding over them. This is far too reckless. Between the steep cliffs not far away, the eerie voice rang out again. How laughable! To think it requires mobilizing so much military force just to conquer a human nation like the Great Zhou. I heard the Great Zhou's national fortune is still stable, but with 800,000 against 400,000 the advantage is still ours. With the 100 tribes of the Mingyuan emerging, my Ghost Tribe must seize the initiative. This concerns the rise and fall of our entire tribe. Exactly. Anyway, the collapse of this world is only a matter of time. Once the eastern region changes hands, if we can establish military merit, our tribe will also have a certain say. By now, the ghost tribe had gathered in a dense mass. Seeing Xiao Hong and Li Wujie, they whispered among themselves, "Look there, Jia, human cultivators. Shish, keep it down. Don't scare away the rations. Wait until they get closer." Seeing such a vast number of ghost creatures, Li Wujie excitedly drew his blade from its sheath. An army of 800,000 ghosts with countless in the body integration stage. If it were the old me, I probably wouldn't even have the courage to face them. But now I can actually fight side by side with a peerless genius like Senior Brother Hong. Senior Brother, my blade skills are shallow, so allow me to show off first. Subsequently, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted a command to slay. A ghost head instantly fell to the ground. Following that, he plunged into the ghost crowd like a wolf into a flock of sheep, continuously killing them in seconds. The other ghosts were terrified by his bravery and shouted, "Quick, capture that human cultivator immediately." No sooner had the words been spoken than that ghost was decapitated by Li Wujie. At this moment, Xiao Hong also joined the battle, performing the Golden Crow incineration art. The flames he released instantly burned large swaths of ghost creatures to ash as they howled incessantly. "Ah, these flames can't be extinguished, scatter quickly." Seeing Xiao Hong's moves were so powerful, Li Wujie praised him from the heart. "Senior Brother Hong has great methods, I am in awe." Xiao Hong simply smiled. But in his heart, he thought, so what if that thick-skinned guy recruited a freak? I, Hong Tianye, am still the strongest senior brother. He then said to Li Wujie, "Let's finish this quickly, don't let anyone laugh at us." Immediately after, blade chi and flames swept across the battlefield. Seeing the strength of the two from the rear, the general exclaimed, "Strong, they are truly too strong." The crown prince also wiped his cold sweat, thinking secretly, as expected of the disciples of the white-haired god of slaughter. In just a short moment, they've actually eliminated 500,000 of the ghost army. The ghost commander roared in fury at the sight. "Damn it, who are these two humans to dare cause trouble at the critical moment? It seems they are powerhouses consecrated by the great Zhou dynasty. They must be suppressed and killed immediately. No one can obstruct the plans of my ghost tribe. Attack!" Xiao Hong, who was fighting with excitement, suddenly frowned and looked to one side. A ghost commander was using a technique to attack him and Li Wujie as countless illusions appeared in the void. The corner of Xiao Hong's mouth curled up slightly as he thought, "Time for something interesting." Sensing the aura of the ghost commander, he was secretly startled. "The aura is very strong. It's a ghost commander in the Great Convergence stage. This is going to be troublesome." A ghost commander looked at Xiao Hong and Li Wujie, mocking them with a contemptuous sneer. "Hee, one in the body integration stage and one ant at the initial Great Convergence stage. Dare to oppose us? There's no need for the boss to act. I alone at the middle Great Convergence stage am enough to crush them both." After speaking, the ghost commander charged toward the two. Li Wujie laughed loudly. "Oh, is that so? Perfect timing to use a Great Convergence stage for practice." With that, he swung his blade at the ghost commander. The ghost commander barked in a rage. "Die!" At this moment, Li Wujie's blade had already swept past the ghost commander. The ghost commander still said confidently, "It doesn't even itch, damage like yours." Before he could finish his sentence, his body actually exploded violently in midair. The remaining ghost commanders were beyond terrified, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible, that one blade, could it actually sever cause and effect?" The prince and his group also stared with wide shocked eyes. To kill a Great Convergence expert in seconds while only at the body integration stage. Are all of Venerable Yi's disciples this terrifying? Li Wujie grew even more excited, laughing loudly. "Haha, this is damn refreshing." He continued to charge toward the remaining ghost commanders, shouting, "A middle stage Great Convergence was cut down like tofu. Is that all you've got?" At that moment, a purple ghost creature appeared. It was the leader of the ghost commanders, with a peak Great Convergence cultivation. He stared at Li Wujie and said, "Old Nine was killed in seconds only because he underestimated you. Do you truly think you can stand against so many of us Great Convergence experts alone?" He then gave the order for the remaining ghost commanders to swarm and crush them. Led by their leader, the other ghost commanders launched a coordinated attack on Li Wujie. Seeing this, Li Wujie thought with some concern, "Darn, this feels stronger than I expected. In this situation, it seems I have no choice but to activate the Berserk bloodline." Suddenly, a commotion from behind made him snap his head around, his heart filled with surprise. Jade glazed fire. At that moment, a streak of green flames swept past his side, heading straight for the group of ghost commanders. It was the fire unleashed by Xiao Hong. When the flames collided with the group of ghost commanders, they wailed in agony despite having activated their defenses. "Ugh!" the ghost commander leader roared in fury. "Human woman, I will ensure you pay for this with your life." Witnessing this, Li Wujie couldn't help but marvel, such formidable power as expected of a peak Great Convergence expert. The ghost commander leader laughed wildly with confidence. "Haha, it's too late to be afraid now. You and that stupid woman can both go to hell." Li Wujie froze for a moment. Stupid woman? He instinctively sensed trouble and cold sweat began to pour down his face. He glanced back and saw that Xiao Hong's rage had reached its absolute limit. Li Wujie let out a bitter laugh. "Hey, you guys are finished." Since his reverse scale had been touched, Xiao Hong's fury was at its peak. He roared through gritted teeth, "You pieces of trash, go to hell for me." He then unleashed the soul-devouring black flame, and the pitch-black fire instantly blotted out the sky. The ghost commanders were struck with terror. What is this thing? Seeing his brothers being killed, the ghost commander leader shrieked, "Old second, old third, One by one the clumps of black flame devoured the ghost commanders. Watching his entire squad be annihilated, the leader muttered in disbelief. This is impossible. Soon after, he followed in their footsteps, struggling in agony within Xiao Hong's black flames. His wretched screams echoed through the surroundings. The remaining lesser ghosts were paralyzed with fear at the sight. The black flames continued to sweep toward them as Xiao Hong said coldly, "Ignorant ants." Having witnessed Xiao Hong's terrifying strength, Li Wujie was secretly horrified. Once senior brother Hong flies into a rage, he is practically invincible within the same realm. He truly deserves to be the first disciple master ever recruited. He revealed a confident smile, his gaze steady as he thought, "Hey, this is for the best. If I had dithered any longer, I'm afraid I would have been caught in his frenzy and cut down as well." Suddenly, Xiao Hong sensed something, and cold sweat broke out on his body. He glanced at Li Wujie thinking, did I just sense that wrong? After eliminating all the ghost tribe, Xiao Hong and Li Wujie returned to Akun's back. Xiao Hong reported respectfully, "Master, according to your orders, the army of 800,000 ghosts has been cleared." Yi Junlin was currently lying in his chair, leisurely napping beside him. Xiaoxi spoke up. "Your back, Master said you took far too long." Li Wujie whispered. Senior brother Hong is Master, his heart filled with panic. "Darn, is Master dissatisfied?" Xiao Hong stared at Yi Junlin, his face pale with anger beside them. Xiaoxi shouted, "Master, wake up." Woken by the call, Yi Junlin muttered. He sat up and asked, "Is it all settled?" Xiao Hong replied irritably, "Yes, the enemy forces have been completely cleared by us." He cursed in his heart. "We were out there fighting for our lives while you were here sleeping soundly on the battlefield." Yi Junlin praised. "A job well done. You're getting more impressive." At this time the Crown Prince approached with his party. The prince and his group bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Venerable Yi. We thank you for resolving this crisis on behalf of Great Zhou." Yi Junlin waved his hand and said it was a small matter. "But we are tired. Does Great Zhou have anything good to entertain me with?" Hearing this, the prince hurriedly replied, "Of course, you are our most honored guest. We shall invite you back to the capital for a banquet immediately." The scene shifted to the Hall of Heavenly Harmony in the Great Zhou Palace. Aside from the emperor sitting on the throne, everyone who saw Yi Junlin bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Venerable Yi," the prince gestured upward. "Venerable Yi, before the banquet my royal father wishes to meet you. He has been waiting here for quite some time." Yi Junlin glanced at the emperor, thinking to himself, "This old man certainly puts on airs sitting there waiting for me." From above the emperor spoke, "Venerable Yi, please forgive me for not welcoming you personally. My health has been poor." Yi Junlin was startled. Could this terrifying fluctuation of energy be the national fortune? Sitting above was the Emperor of Great Zhou, a peak Great Convergence expert. Yi Junlin asked curiously, "Emperor Zhou, what happened to you?" He recalled that the emperors of this world would use national fortune as a mysterious power to enhance their strength, heal themselves, or even assist in cultivation. To the common people, this was the very foundation formed by the national fortune. Emperor Zhou seemed to be using it to aid his recovery, but the situation didn't look promising. The emperor sighed, "I have made a fool of myself before you, Venerable Yi." The emperor was suddenly shocked as he realized he couldn't see through Yi Junlin's cultivation, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. "I actually can't see his realm. Has he used some method to hide his cultivation? Is this person truly the legendary sovereign?" Yi Junlin then asked, "Emperor Zhou, can you tell me exactly what happened?" The emperor sighed. "The Mingyuan ghost tribe attacked my Great Zhou without cause. Many ministers in court speculate that a treasure of the ghost tribe is hidden within the palace. However, to this day I still do not know what that treasure is." Yi Junlin asked again, "And how did you sustain such heavy injuries?" Stroking his beard, the emperor replied with worry, "Before the ghost tribe army officially invaded, my ancestral tomb was raided by a mysterious person. That person's strength was unfathomable. My Great Zhou warriors were played like children before him. In desperation I had to use the power of the national fortune to barely repel him." The emperor's body trembled slightly as he continued, "Even more bizarrely, although that mysterious person was stronger than I, he seemed to have reservations and chose to retreat. Shortly after, the ghost tribe began their invasion." Yi Junlin's brow furrowed. It seemed the problem lay within the ancestral tomb, he pondered secretly. According to Emperor Zhou's description, the ghost tribe was ordered to attack Great Zhou by that mysterious person with the intent of seizing the ancestral tomb. There must be a massive benefit hidden behind this, otherwise it wouldn't cause such a stir. But strangely, if that person could crush Emperor Zhou, why did he suddenly retreat? Could there be some kind of taboo in that ancestral tomb? This matter was riddled with suspicion. When he first traveled to this cultivation world and unlocked his cheat, he didn't need to cultivate at all, he just needed to lie flat. But this matter was indeed eerie and interesting nearby. Li Wujie exclaimed, "To think such a strange thing happened." Xiao Hong also frowned in deep thought. "This sounds quite similar to the rumors I heard in the Middle Region." Yi Junlin smiled again. "Emperor Zhou, if you don't mind, could you take me to visit the ancestral tomb?" The emperor appeared somewhat hesitant, and the prince beside him spoke up with a look of difficulty. "Venerable Yi, the ancestral tomb is the resting place of our forefathers. Given your noble status, entering might cause you to be struck by the gloomy aura," the prince continued. "Venerable Yi has performed a great service by assisting Great Zhou against the enemy. The imperial kitchen has prepared a state banquet. Please move to the Hall of Heavenly Harmony for the feast." the emperor added. "Venerable Yi, please be magnanimous. I cannot grant this request. However, as Great Zhou's most honored guest, I will give you the most generous treatment. Any treasure from the national treasury is yours to choose." Yi Junlin waved his hand to show he didn't mind. "It's fine, I was just asking." He muttered to himself that since the system mission wasn't completed, he would have to stay here and observe for a while. Hearing this, the prince laughed. "I knew Venerable Yi was a man of great integrity." This way, meanwhile, in Kongzhou of the eastern region within the Ghost King's palace, a man sat on a throne covered in bones and blood. He drained a cup of blood and tossed aside the skull. This person was none other than the one-horned Ghost King, a cultivator at the initial stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He looked at the girl kneeling before him and said, "The blood of a full moon infant is indeed delicious. Ha ha ha. After guarding for so many years, the opportunity has finally come. If I can successfully swallow the Great Zhou Empire, my prestige within the Ghost Tribe will surely reach new heights. Most importantly, as long as I can gain the approval of those few, there will definitely be a place for me in the future of the eastern region." He then asked, "Why is there no news yet? With the strength of Kunta and his group, it should be enough to force Emperor Zhou to act. The thing I fear most is the national fortune within that old fellow." Suddenly a black shadow appeared. A person wearing a black cloak manifested. Seeing the Ghost King still sitting there, he scolded, "Useless trash, what are you still doing sitting here?" The Ghost King was so terrified he hurriedly knelt. "This lowly one pays respects to the Lord Envoy." The man in black pointed at the Ghost King and cursed, "Currently, the 100 tribes of the Ming Yuan are all engaged in a holy war. As a Ghost King, you dare to hide in the rear and enjoy yourself? Does the Ghost Tribe intend to give up?" The Ghost King was terrified upon hearing this. "I have been wronged. This lowly one has already sent a massive army to attack Great Zhou. I believe Emperor Zhou will soon be forced to act. When that time comes, his weakened nature will be exposed, and I will be even more certain of dealing with him." The man in black barked, "Fool, your army of 800,000 was completely wiped out just now outside the capital. They didn't harm Emperor Zhou in the slightest." The Ghost King was shocked. That was impossible. In terms of body integration experts alone, that army had dozens of demon generals, and over a dozen great convergence experts. Even if Emperor Zhou acted personally, he couldn't have wiped them out so easily. The man in black reached out and said, "The one who wiped out your 800,000 strong army was not the Great Zhou Empire, but a passing cultivator. Great Zhou respectfully addresses him as Venerable Yi." The Ghost King froze. "A sovereign," he spoke in a rage. "A mere great convergence expert dares to ruin my plans, although I don't know how he killed the 10 ghost commanders before my Tribulation Transcendence cultivation. He is nothing but an insignificant ant," the man in black said. "Don't be blindly confident. This nether pill is granted to you. You must take Great Zhou for me. I will not allow another failure." Having said that, he produced a pill. The Ghost King took the pill and replied, "This time this lowly one shall lead the expedition personally. I will not fail your expectations, sovereign." The man in black laughed wildly as he departed through a spatial portal. Only then did the Ghost King dare to take a deep breath, and he flew out of the cave. Outside the cave, the Ghost King gathered the Ghost Tribe and ordered, "All soldiers, follow me into battle." The Ghost soldiers shouted in unison with excitement, "Yes!" A flash of killing intent crossed the Ghost King's eyes as he aimed directly for Yi Junlin. Back at the Hall of Heavenly Harmony in the Great Zhou Palace, Yi Junlin and his disciples were enjoying the banquet with beautiful dancers performing in the hall. Li Wujie drained a large bowl in one go. "This wine has a kick," Xiaoxi praised while holding a large piece of meat. "It's delicious." Only Xiao Hong sat to one side with his eyes closed. Seeing this from the other side, the prince spoke up. "Fairy Hong, are the foods at this banquet not to your taste?" Again misidentified by gender, Xiao Hong gritted his teeth in rage. Yi Junlin chuckled, "Ignore him, he's on a diet." Hearing this, the prince was fully convinced. "I see, Fairy Hong is indeed strict with herself." Xiao Hong was fuming internally. "Dieting my ass, you're a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, yet you're still greedy for these mortal things." At this time the prince smiled again. "Since Fairy Hong cannot enjoy the delicacies, please appreciate a piece of high-grade zither music." He then clapped his hands. A man walked in from outside the hall. He was the #1 musician of the eastern region, Nangang Changfeng. He bowed. "This old man, Nangang Changfeng, pays respects to everyone." The prince stood up to introduce him. "This is our eastern region's foremost musician. The pieces he plays are not only beautiful but contain profound Taoist intent. It is an exceptional experience for cultivators. Once there was a nascent soul cultivator who, as his lifespan neared its end, but relying on his insights from the master's music, he actually broke through to the soul transformation stage, reclaiming his life. Master Nangang, please begin." Hearing this, Nangang Changfeng sat down and began to play. A soft power emanated from the notes. Li Wujie and Xiaoxi were intoxicated by the melody. Listening to the pleasant music, Yi Junlin actually propped up his chin and fell asleep. Xiao Hong meanwhile closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. After a while the music ended. Nangang Changfeng snatched up his zither in a huff. "Crown Prince, if such a thing happens again, there's no need to invite this old man. I cannot tolerate this person." The prince looked awkwardly at Yi Junlin and asked, Venerable Yi, was Master Nangong's performance just now not to your satisfaction? Yi Junlin replied while picking his ear. It was so-so. Nangong Chongfeng lost his reason in rage, pointing at Yi's face and cursing. Shut up, you crude brat, you don't understand music at all. A flash of killing intent crossed Li Wuji's eyes. You dare insult my master? He drew his blade and continued, old man. Do you wish for death? Seeing the tension, the prince hurried to mediate. Senior Li, please calm down. Venerable Yi, Master Nangong's temper is just like this. He has no malice, he's just blunt. But Nangong Chongfeng grew even more furious. He is but a brute who only knows slaughter. On what grounds does he dare evaluate my zither skills as so-so? The prince let out a helpless sigh, thinking secretly, I only hope Nangong Chongfeng can retain some dignity before he dies. Li Wujie looked toward Yi Junlin and shouted, Master Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a random mission. Option 1. The host becomes enraged and orders the execution of Nangong Chongfeng. Reward 10 high-grade spirit crystals. Option 2. The host personally performs a piece making Nangong Chongfeng feel utterly ashamed. Reward 10 bags of supreme-grade spirit pet snacks milk flavor. Supreme-grade snacks. The more they eat, the faster they grow. Yi Junlin asked in confusion. Oh, there's even a mission for this. Option 1 is definitely unsuitable. The reward is too small and it would damage my reputation, while option 2 doesn't give a divine technique. It can help a kun. If it can advance further, wouldn't that be even more flashy? It's not a loss at all. He then turned to Nangong Chongfeng and said, Isn't it just playing the zither? As long as one has hands, it's easy. Nangong Chongfeng was so angry his lungs were about to explode. As long as one has hands, you, a mere martial artist, dare to speak such boastful words. I have studied music under famous masters for 10 million years. You don't understand the value of music at all. The prince gave a wry smile. Specialization exists in all fields, and the same goes for cultivators. If it truly only required having hands, there would be no masters left in this world. Li Wujie looked excited. Master is right, as long as one has hands. Nangong Chongfeng angrily threw his zither toward Yi Junlin. Take it, I shall lend you this zither talisman to fumble with. Let's see what world-shaking melody you can produce if you truly can play. Sows will fly. What does a cultivator who only knows how to kill understand about the way of the zither? The prince shouted worriedly. Can't you show some restraint? Aren't you afraid young Master Yi will start a slaughter on the spot? Yi Junlin reached out to catch the zither and smiled confidently. In my past life I was at least a literary artistic youth. Playing the zither is a piece of cake. Besides, I have the system skills. Ding, automatic upgrade. Ding, quote. Friendly reminder. Skill levels are divided into first glimpse, entering the hall, standing out, transformation, and peak of perfection. The host's current zither skill is peak of perfection. Yi Jun lightly lifted his fingers and asked the system, What is this Mr. Nangong's skill level? Ding, this gentleman's zither skill has only just reached the entering the hall level. On the other side, Nangong Chongfeng urged again, Hurry up, stop dawdling. The prince was extremely anxious. Sigh, it seems Venerable Yi is about to make a fool of himself. Should I go resolve the situation? Perhaps I can still save Nangong's life. Yi Junlin began to pluck the strings, thinking with secret disdain, Someone who's only entered the hall should be kneeling to listen to my level. I'll let the people of this world hear power over the world from my world. Yi Junlin's music began to echo, the notes rising and falling with rhythm. Xiao Hong broke into a cold sweat. What an exquisite melody. How is he playing this? Such a superb level would be top tier even in the middle region. No one would dare compete with him. Nangong Chongfeng's mouth hung open, unable to believe his ears. This music, how is this possible? Li Wujie was incredibly excited. Zither intent, I can actually perceive such profound zither intent. Heavens, it makes my blood boil. I feel like my heart is about to jump out. Yi Junlin's slender fingers moved faster and faster, the momentum in the piece growing stronger. Xiao Hong benefited greatly from this song, his realm continuously breaking through. The prince watched in horror. Fairy Hong, this is middle stage, late stage, peak, great circle of the great convergence stage, to actually have a sudden epiphany in an instant, only one step away from the tribulation stage. And Senior Li too, he actually broke through from the body integration stage to the great convergence stage. Yi Junlin's music continued to echo. It brought benefits to many but pressure to others. The prince struggled with his mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation to resist, thinking in shock. It turns out Venerable Yi isn't a venerable but a void immortal. Yi Junlin's music traveled for thousands of miles, spreading out from the palace like a tide. Heavily injured soldiers outside the palace heard the music and shouted in surprise, This music, my wounds have completely healed, it's miraculous. Many generals also broke through their realms instantly. I've actually stepped into the soul transformation stage. This is a miracle, heaven blesses my Great Zhou. In Kongzhou of the eastern region outside the Great Zhou capital, the Ghost Tribe army led by the Ghost King had approached. He ordered, Tonight the Ghost Tribe shall wash the Great Zhou Empire in blood. Charge! Suddenly a ghost pointed at the light shooting from the city and asked, Great King, look, what is that? Before the words fell, the bodies of these ghost creatures began to dissipate, leaving only shrieks of agony. Ah, what is this, Great King? Save us, save us! The Ghost King watched his tribesmen disappear one by one and shouted helplessly, Who is acting in the shadows? What kind of skill is hiding and peeking? Come out and meet this king! The screams grew more shrill. Ah, Great King, retreat, the humans have a powerhouse presiding over them. The Ghost King's face bulged with veins in rage as he roared. Who exactly is it? He produced the pill the envoy had given him and set his resolve. Since it's come to this, I can only take the nether pill. I will find the powerhouse behind this, no matter the cost. He then swallowed the nether pill. A massive energy began to flood his body. I feel the power within me burning violently. My cultivation has jumped directly from the initial stage of the tribulation stage to the late stage. This music can no longer harm me, he screamed in ecstasy. Kill, 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 kill. No matter who you are, you must die. The Great Zhou capital was about to be destroyed. He charged at the source of the music inside the hall. Yi Junlin was still lost in his performance, the notes remaining high and impassioned. Suddenly, celestial phenomena appeared in the sky. The sun and moon together, and dragon and phoenix manifesting and intertwining in the air. The crowd pointed in excitement. Then the sky turned to night as meteors streaked across, lighting up the horizon. I've never seen such a sight in my life. Could this be the legendary sun and moon together? Dragon and phoenix crying in unison, and stars shining over the clear sky? Heaven truly blesses Great Zhou. Entering the city, the Ghost King looked at the phenomena and stopped abruptly. What exactly happened to this Great Zhou? Suddenly his eyes widened. A zither note flew from the city, piercing through his body before he could react. He could only shout in pain. Arg! His body began to buckle under the power. He shrieked in terror. Who exactly made this move? WHO. If you have the guts, come out and meet this king. His face began to rot as he stared in terror toward the source of the music. The humans actually have such a powerhouse. At this moment only a small portion of his body remained. He was unwilling to accept it because he still hadn't seen who had acted against him. This was his final dying wish, after which he completely vanished into ash. At the same time, Yi Junlin slowly ended his performance. He said with a smile, "How was this seat's power over the world? Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Ghost Tribe army. Reward, Immortal Grade 5 Element Spirit Roots, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire and Earth." Yi Junlin froze, thinking to himself, "System, did you malfunction? When did I defeat the Ghost Tribe army?" The system explained. Ding, the Ghost Tribe army was charging toward Great Zhou just now and was destroyed by the host music. This system is professional, please do not doubt it. Yi Junlin realized, so that's how it is. These 5-element immortal spirit roots are perfect for my 5-pole samsara grade obliteration art. Xiaoxi ran over happily and shouted, "That was amazing, master," Yi Junlin said proudly. "I told you it's easy as long as you have hands." He then looked at Nangong Chongfeng and asked, "Am I right, Master Nangong?" Master Nangong was now kneeling on the ground, his body trembling, tears and snot flowing freely. "Senior is absolutely right. This is truly a divine masterpiece. I was so arrogant as to insult Senior as a brute who doesn't understand music. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die." The prince stepped forward worriedly and called, "Master Nangong." Nangong Chongfeng reached out to stop him. "No, I am not worthy of being called a master. Senior is the one truly deserving of the title. I am but a clown, a complete clown." Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the optional mission. Reward, 10 bags of supreme grade spirit pet snacks. On the other side, the prince cupped his hands and asked respectfully, "Void Immortal Yi, how do you wish to handle him?" Yi Junlin thought to himself that since the mission was done he had no business with him. With that in mind he spoke, "Let him withdraw and practice diligently." Li Wujie stepped forward and asked excitedly, "Master, thanks to your song just now, your disciple has broken through to the great convergent stage." Hearing this, Yi Junlin only gave a soft He glanced at Xiao Hong and thought, already at the great circle of great convergence, the results of this name are indeed different. He broke through to the tribulation stage so quickly. In the hall, Emperor Zhou was radiating a terrifying aura of energy. Below, the prince was overjoyed. Father has broken through, he thought. Great. Father went straight to Void Immortal, and with the national fortune boost, Great Zhou's position in Kongzhou will be even more stable. By now, Emperor Zhou had completed his breakthrough and slowly descended, his gaze profound as he knelt before Yi Junlin. "On behalf of the people of Great Zhou, I thank Void Immortal Yi for playing the divine music and blessing all living beings." The prince thought in surprise, "Father, the dignified ruler of a nation and a Void Immortal powerhouse, is taking such a lowly stance. Just how strong is this person from the Xuanchen sect?" Yi Junlin said softly, "Rise. To be able to break through to the tribulation stage is your own achievement." Emperor Zhou remained respectful. "Void Immortal Yi is too kind. It is only thanks to the divine music you played which brought Great Zhou's national fortune to an unprecedented peak that I was able to break through by chance." Yi Junlin said, "It seems you are truly grateful to me. Indeed, as long as Void Immortal Yi speaks, Great Zhou will surely do its utmost to cooperate." Hearing this, Yi Junlin said, "Good. Then take me to visit the ancestral tomb." Emperor Zhou did not hesitate. "As you command, please follow me. I shall lead the way." At the Great Zhou ancestral tomb, Emperor Zhou said, "In truth, there is nothing inside the ancestral tomb besides funerary objects that might attract grave robbers. This is the end of the tomb." Yi Junlin observed for a while and said, "Indeed, I found nothing unusual." Just then, Xiao Hong reached out and used his spiritual power to do something. An anomaly immediately appeared within the wall ahead. Emperor Zhou cried out in shock, This is... Why would there be such a thing in the Zhou ancestral tomb? I was completely unaware." Xiaoxi reached out to feel it. "Wow, this door is so beautiful, but it's like a phantom. I can't touch it." Beside her, Yi Junlin frowned and said, "This Stargate definitely exists. It's just that it hasn't appeared in the real world yet. To fully activate it, a certain price must be paid." He then asked, "Emperor Zhou, how long has this dynasty existed?" Emperor Zhou replied, "Reporting to Void Immortal Yi, my Great Zhou has existed for 1.2 million years." Great Zhou was indeed one of the few immortal lineages in Kongzhou. and having existed for over 1.2 million years was no small feat. Yi Junlin continued to ask, before Great Zhou, were there other nations or powers? Emperor Zhou stroked his beard in deep thought and replied, according to existing historical records, there have been at least dozens of powers like Great Zhou. Some have even completely vanished in the long river of history. Yi Junlin frowned, thinking secretly, in that case the age of this stargate might trace back to an even more distant era. Perhaps there were records of this gate in the past, but after various upheavals they were long buried in the dust of history. It just so happened that this ancestral tomb was built on this exact location, and even the generations of Great Zhou rulers were completely unaware of it. They simply felt that the feng shui here was excellent. He then turned to Xiao Hong and asked, Xiao Hong, since you could sense and open this door, do you know anything about it? Xiao Hong crossed his arms and replied, regarding the origins of this stargate, your disciple has only heard rumors and has no concrete evidence. Just now was merely a trial and error attempt. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. Then tell me everything you know. Xiao Hong began his account. Legend has it that in the extremely distant primordial era, there were many teleportation points scattered throughout the Kunlun world that led directly to the Great Thousand Worlds. At that time, countless cultivators of the Kunlun world could rely on these points to travel freely through the universe. However, later, for reasons unknown, these teleportation points were all sealed by the ancient sages and could no longer be opened. Li Wujie was shocked upon hearing this. This stargate actually has such a function? The prince wore the same expression. Could the rumors I heard as a child actually be true? I heard that the Kunlun world is an incredibly vast cultivation planet, and originally there were many such planets scattered throughout the endless universe. Emperor Zhou also spoke up. Cultivators of old could indeed travel freely. As long as their cultivation reached the soul transformation stage, they could fly out of the Kunlun world and roam the cosmic void. But starting from some unknown point in time, an invisible force restricted the cultivators of the Kunlun world, making them unable to fly into the universe, leaving them trapped in this world until the end of their lives. The only way to break this was to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, after which they would naturally ascend to the immortal realm. Only through the immortal realm does one have the qualification to enter the universe. The prince grew excited again. If the cultivators of Kunlun could break the restriction and travel to other universes through this door, it would be a great fortune for Great Zhou. Father, in that case, our Great Zhou could expand its territory outward. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Emperor Zhou also couldn't hide his excitement. Exactly. With our Great Zhou's foundation combined with my tribulation transcendence cultivation, Great Zhou's dominance over the world is just around the corner. Hearing this, Yi Junlin frowned and looked at the emperor and prince. Utterly foolish. What kind of beautiful dream are you two having? Emperor Zhou froze. Void Immortal Yi, what do you mean by that? Yi Junlin spoke bluntly. Are you certain Great Zhou has the ability to activate the Stargate and expand outward, rather than being invaded by foreign races instead? If this truly benefited the development of the Kunlun world, why would the ancient sages have sealed it? He pointed at the father and son and continued. Furthermore, have you clarified why that mysterious person retreated? You haven't even dominated Kangzhou yet. And yet you dare to dream of touching the outer realms. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Only then did the prince realize his folly. Void Immortal, your lecture is right, we were too arrogant, Yi Junlin added. Of course, there's also the most critical point. Do you even know how to fully open this Stargate? Hearing this, the emperor and prince lowered their heads in shame. Fine, keep working at it. Perhaps as long as this Stargate exists, Great Zhou's good days will last. The emperor and prince bowed respectfully. As you command, we shall strictly guard this place. Yi Junlin departed with his 3 disciples. Li Wujie spoke up. Master, if it is as you say, those Mingyuan dark creatures truly deserve to die. They are actually willing to betray the Kunlun world and serve as pawns for foreign races. Yi Junlin said, what interests me most now is what exactly happened to the Kunlun world back then. The invasion of the Mingyuan tribes is by no means simple. Given this momentum, this Stargate is definitely not the only teleportation point in the eastern region. It seems time travel and cosmic navigation truly exist. Now things are getting interesting. Li Wujie clenched his fists in excitement. If we want to know what happened to the Kunlun world back then, perhaps the immortals of the upper realm would know. With Master's ability, I believe you will soon transcend the tribulation, become an immortal and ascend to the upper realm. Shaoxi also looked on with yearning. I hope that when the time comes, I can follow Master to that place that countless cultivators dream of. Xiao Hong, however, broke into a cold sweat. The immortal realm is also a place where the strong devour the weak. I fear it is 100 times more cruel than the lower realm. He recalled that after he had transcended the tribulation and become an immortal back then, he didn't choose to ascend immediately. Instead, he stayed in the middle region to further hone himself and help the fire worship sect deal with the aftermath. The biggest reason was the rumor that the hierarchical system in the immortal realm was extremely strict. Currently, those so-called immortals might be figures who can call for wind and rain and are revered by thousands in the Kunlun world. But if they ascend to the upper realm, everything has to start from the bottom. Not many people can endure such a massive drop in status. It's fine if you have a background in the immortal realm with seniors to receive you, but my situation is exactly the opposite. I offended too many powers in the middle region. Once I ascend, I'm afraid I'll be pursued to my death by those above." He then crossed his arms and said, "Ascending to immortality isn't as simple as you think. It's not something that can be achieved just by desperate cultivation." Li Wujie asked curiously upon hearing this. Could it be that senior brother was an immortal before? Xiao Hong didn't answer, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Akun was moving with everyone aboard. Sitting on top, Yi Junlin leisurely drank his milk tea while thinking to himself, "The Ming Yuan has already launched its first wave of attacks. Other places in the eastern region will likely face the same threat. Even the other 4 great regions might not escape this calamity. As for the crisis of the Kunlun world, let me, the man behind the scenes, study it properly." Suddenly he remembered the system reward. "Right, I almost forgot this." He then took out the spirit pet snacks rewarded by the system. Seeing this, Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. "Wow, it smells so good, master. What is this? Is it edible?" Yi Junlin laughed. "This is a snack for spirit pets." Instantly, Xiaoxi turned back into that cute little white mouse. "Mousy is also a spirit pet. I'm master's spirit pet." Yi Junlin was helpless and had no choice but to hand Xiaoxi a bag. "Here, take it and eat it as a snack." Xiaoxi took it happily. "Thank you, master." Beside her, Xiao Hong saw this and thought indignantly, "This stupid mouse only knows how to eat all day and has no drive for progress at all. She's practically identical to that guy named Yi. What a waste of that Daluo celestial body. It's simply a waste of a God-given gift." Over here, Xiaoxi took a bite of a biscuit, and immediately, an anomaly appeared around her, her entire body glowing. Xiao Hong was struck with terror. Mid-late peak great circle of the soul transformation stage. She actually broke through directly to the body integration stage. It hasn't stopped. Initial great convergence. How is this possible on the other side? Xiaoxi had a face full of confusion. Master's snack is too delicious. Why did Mousy suddenly break through? Yi Junlin thought to himself. I didn't expect one bag of supreme grade spirit pet snacks could actually make Xiaoxi soar from the initial soul transformation stage directly to the initial great convergence stage. If she eats a few more bags, wouldn't she become an immortal instantly? Li Wujie, who was practicing his blade, also stopped, staring in dumbfounded shock. "Senior sister Bai Yu, in the blink of an eye your realm is actually on par with mine?" Xiao Hong gritted his teeth. "There's definitely something fishy about that bag of snacks. I'm truly curious what kind of treasure vault Yi Junlin holds to be able to casually take out such treasures that would make the whole world red with envy." Yi Junlin patted Xiaoxi's head and asked, "Xiaoxi, do you want more?" Xiaoxi nodded cheerfully. Yes, Mousy wants to eat more." Yi Junlin handed Xiaoxi a few more bags. "Here, take them and eat." Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. "Thank you, master. To think there are so many, this is great." Subsequently, he took a few more bags for Akun. "Akun, you've worked hard lately. This is your reward." Below, Xiaoxi was excitedly munching on her snacks, the sounds of her eating echoing loudly. Above, Akun also opened its mouth and swallowed the snacks. Instantly, Akun also broke through its realm. Li Wujie began to question his life. My god, even Akun went straight from initial great convergence to the great circle of great convergence. Master is indeed unfathomable. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth and thought, is this way of increasing cultivation fair to those who cultivate diligently? I strongly condemn this unfair behavior. Most importantly, this kind of shortcut definitely has side effects. Even if it were given to me, I wouldn't eat it. Yi Junlin continued to observe Xiaoxi and found that after eating 3 bags the effect was not as significant as the first bag. Her cultivation had only reached the late stage. It seemed the benefits of continuous consumption would sharply diminish. Suddenly a light flashed in the nearby Xiao Hong's eyes, and he sent a voice transmission. Xiaoxi, come here quickly. Xiaoxi happily ran over holding her snack bags. Is senior brother Hong calling Mousy? Is there something you need Mousy for? Xiao Hong put on a serious and scary expression, staring at Xiaoxi to intimidate her. I'm telling you, there is poison in those things master gave you. Xiaoxi jumped in fright upon hearing this, her whole body trembling as cold sweat poured down. With tears in her eyes, Xiaoxi said, that's impossible. Master wouldn't hurt Mousy, and Mousy's cultivation really increased a lot after eating them. Xiao Hong appeared somewhat impatient. HMPH, everything has 2 sides. The pills cultivators take usually carry pill poison, which poisons the meridians while increasing cultivation. These snacks look like they help you break through, but in reality it's like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It's likely that a large amount of toxins has already accumulated in your body. To keep eating is simply seeking your own death. Xiaoxi still couldn't believe it and shook her head repeatedly. How could there be a problem with what master gave me? And Mousy doesn't feel any discomfort in her body at all. Xiao Hong put on the air of a senior brother and said, since you don't believe me, then let senior brother check for you. Xiao Hong probed Xiaoxi's body with his divine sense and was instantly stunned, thinking, this is impossible. Not only are the meridians completely unharmed, but the foundation is extremely stable. There's even extremely pure innate qi circulating in the body. This effect is simply better than immortal pills. Xiaoxi looked at Xiao Hong's shocked expression and asked worriedly, senior brother Hong, is Mousy okay? If there's nothing else, Mousy will leave now. Xiao Hong's face suddenly turned sinister. Leave the snacks, senior brother is doing this for your own good. You'll be obedient, right? Wiping away cold sweat, Xiaoxi said, but this is what master gave to Mousy. When persuasion failed, Xiao Hong simply moved to snatch them away. Seeing her snacks being stolen, Xiaoxi began to cry in distress, trying to take them back. Xiao Hong coldly pointed at her and threatened, "What are you crying for? Get back. And serve master well, also you are not allowed to tell him about this, do you understand?" Aggrieved and fearful, Xiaoxi replied, "I understand." She then scrambled away. Xiao Hong's trick had succeeded and he was secretly proud. "Little mouse, I've got you handled now. Now is the moment for me to strike for the tribulation transcendence realm." With that, he grabbed the spirit pet snacks and poured them all into his mouth. Smelling that strange scent, he wondered, "Hey, why does this thing have a weird smell, and why does my stomach feel so painfully bloated?" When he inspected himself again, Xiao Hong screamed in terror. "Oh no!" A surge of energy was running wild within his body. "At this rate, my physical body will be blown apart. Why was that dead mouse fine after eating them, but I've ended up like this?" He desperately suppressed the internal disturbance, thinking, "This is bad. I feel like I can't hold it in." With a loud boom, the energy within his body suddenly exploded, directly sending Xiao Hong flying high into the sky. Seeing this, Yi Zhan asked, "What's going on? Why did Xiao Hong suddenly fly into the sky?" Beside him, Li Wujie also had a face full of confusion, and in the air, why was there a strange smell? Seeing Xiaoxi's low spirits, Yi Zhenlin asked with concern, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong?" Not daring to report him, Xiaoxi could only reply, Mousy is fine." Suddenly, Yi Zhenlin narrowed his eyes. Seeing Xiaoxi's red eyes, he instantly guessed the truth and gritted his teeth in rage. "So that's how it is, Hong Tianye." At this moment, Xiao Hong had already fallen from the sky. Clutching his aching stomach, he didn't forget to kneel and bow respectfully. "Moss Master." Yi Zhenlin looked at him coldly. "Tell me, what exactly did you do?" Xiao Hong was so scared he held his breath, only able to kneel silently. Yi Zhenlin barked sternly again, "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." Xiao Hong endured the pain and begged for mercy. "Your disciple knows his mistake. Please, master, let your anger subside." Yi Zhenlin frowned and said, "Why did you steal Xiaoxi's snacks?" Beside them, Xiaoxi rubbed her head and stepped forward to make an excuse for Xiao Hong. It was Mousy who gave them to him. Senior brother Hong said he also wanted to try some. Yi Zhenlin knew exactly what was going on. "I know you're unscrupulous when it comes to raising your cultivation, but Xiaoxi is your junior sister after all." Hearing this, Xiao Hong could only remain silent. He seemed to be desperately suppressing the energy within his body. His face flushed crimson as he spoke breathlessly. "Your disciple knows his mistake, master." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened, and with a loud poof, another thunderous fart erupted, launching Xiao Hong into the sky once again. Yi Zhenlin waved his hand and let out a cold snort. "HMPH, it's not over yet. Get your ass back down here in a bit and prepare to be punished." In midair, Xiao Hong thought resentfully, "I really didn't expect that trying to steal a chicken would result in losing the rice. I must be more careful next time." Fortunately, none of my old enemies saw this. Otherwise, I'd have no face left to live in this world in Jiba village. The villagers looked up at the flying Xiao Hong and discussed animatedly. "Hey, look quickly, what a beautiful fairy, and she's making such strange sounds." A little girl pointed upward and replied, "I think that sound is the sister farting." A middle-aged man nearby immediately scolded her. "Nonsense, how could such a beautiful fairy fart? This is a fairy descending from the heavens to scatter immortal blessings upon our Jiba village. Everyone, inhale the immortal chi, quickly, inhale." Hearing this, the crowd excitedly chased after him. "Immortal chi, so it's immortal chi, no wonder the smell is so unique. Hurry up everyone, inhale, we'll miss it if we're too late." After some time, Xiao Hong finally exhausted the waste gas within his body. He returned to Yi Zhenlin and knelt to plead for forgiveness. "Master, your disciple has finished purifying the energy within his body. Please, master, hand down the punishment." Yi Zhenlin spoke. "I know you have a very strong sense of self-esteem. Since that's the case, for the next 3 months, you will be responsible for serving Bai Xiaoxi. You will do whatever she tells you to do as a way to make amends. Have I made myself clear?" Xiao Hong thought to himself. "I never expected that I, the great seat, would sink to the level of being a servant to that mouse. Damn it," but he could only think this in his heart. On the surface, he obediently accepted the order. Crystal clear. "Thank you, master, for your mercy." 3 months later, on the border of the eastern region within the territory of Buzhou at Baozhou Longmen, a flying ship was traveling. A voice came from the ship. "The Medicine King Valley is about to open. I really don't want to miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." Thinking of the medicinal materials in the Medicine King Valley, someone chimed in. "Exactly. The Medicine King Valley is a supreme treasure land filled with opportunities. Legend has it that the master of the valley, the medicine sovereign, was extremely skilled in medicine and was revered by cultivators all over the world during the ancient era. Not only that, he planted all kinds of precious medicinal herbs in the valley and set up a massive spirit-gathering array, directly drawing half of Buzhou's spiritual energy to nourish his herbs. Bringing out even a common treasure herb from there can cause a bloodbath in the outside world. The Medicine King Valley only opens once every 10 years, and the opening time and the number of people who can enter are limited. We finally caught it this time. Competition will definitely be exceptionally fierce then. I heard the first-class cabins over there are full of soul transformation experts. We low-level grunts at the foundation establishment stage are only fit to brag out here," another person said. "What does that count for? I heard that in the top-tier VIP cabins. There are even heavenly kings of the body integration stage, but regardless we still have to give it our best shot. What if we get lucky?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. Fellow Taoist, please hand over your valuables. Don't force this old man to act personally. Hearing this, the several people in the cabin looked out the window with ugly expressions. What, someone is actually committing a robbery? We have a heavenly king presiding over our ship, exactly, who has such guts to dare rob in broad daylight. Let's go out and see what's happening. A man stepped forward, cupped his hands and asked respectfully, "May I ask for your honorable name?" The group said indifferently, "Xuanshan Sect Yi Junlin." Speaking of which, Shaoxi is clearly a man, so how did he get so old? Everyone was terrified upon hearing the name Yi Junlin. It's him, the white-haired god of slaughter Yi Junlin. Is it really him? I don't think that lord would do such a thing. Could it be an impostor? Are you blind? Didn't you see the people standing beside him? They look exactly like the rumors. However, rumors also say his mount is the ancient divine beast Kunpeng. Crap, you actually believe that? That kind of divine beast has long been extinct in the Kunlun world. How could it be his mount? It must be a tall tale. No matter how powerful Yi Junlin is, it's impossible for him to subdue a Kunpeng as a mount. Arg, stop talking nonsense right now. It's best to just obediently hand over our belongings to save our lives. Over here, the fake Yi Junlin thought to himself. It seems these useless trashes have taken the bait. It's time to act. He then gave an order to the fake Li Wujie under him. Li Wujie, go and receive the kindness of these fellow Taoists. The man moved at the call. He drew a long blade, charged forward and shouted, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all your money. Don't force Master Li to start hacking people." Everyone was struck with extreme terror. We'll hand it over. Please don't hurt us." The fake Li Wujie roared again. "Go upstairs, everyone. Get out here obediently and hand over your storage rings to Master Li, or don't blame me for showing no mercy." Hearing this, everyone complied obediently, except for one room which remained completely silent. Seeing this, the fake Li Wujie barked, "Do the people on the top floor want to play dead? Do you want me to come up and deal with you personally?" A man stepped forward to dissuade him. "Master Li, please don't. Inside are two distinguished guests from Guangzhou. They are big shots, you see." The fake Li Wujie let out a loud laugh. No matter what kind of big shot they are, they have to give my master face. If you know what's good for you, get your asses down here, or once my master acts personally, you'll surely die." The person trying to stop him was scared witless. Just then a voice came from the room. "Fellow Taoist, we are from the Wendaozong of Guangzhou. This trip has been quite inconvenient. We shall certainly pay a visit to your noble sect another day." The fake Li Wujie's heart skipped a beat. "Wendaozong, isn't that a top-tier sect in the eastern region, second only to the Yuha sect? I heard they've produced several immortals, but on second thought even the Yuha sect has to cower before Yi Junlin." Whatever. At that thought he let out a cold snort. "HMPH, that's for later. Right now get down here and see Master Li immediately." As soon as the words fell, an old man and a young girl appeared. The old man was named Fan Dejung, and the beautiful girl was named Miaoli. Seeing them, the fake Li Wujie barked, "You brat, what's with that look you're giving Master Li? Are you trying to play some tricks?" And Miaoli was furious, flames instantly igniting on her fists as she prepared to charge. "Who are you calling a brat? You're asking for death." Fan Dejung nearby quickly stopped her. "Miss, don't be impulsive, let me handle this." He thought to himself, this four-person combination really does look like the rumored Yi Junlin and his party. Although I can't sense his void immortal cultivation, I heard he's extremely good at hiding it. It's better to be careful. At that thought he stepped forward and said, "Here are 5 million top-grade spirit crystals and several spiritual tools. Please accept them. I hope you will stop here and tell Void Immortal Yi that this is a small token of regard from my Wendaozong." The fake Li Wujie gripped the ring and smiled triumphantly. "Smart move, I'll go back and report to Master right now." And Miaoli nearby was extremely indignant. "Uncle Fan, why did you do that?" Meanwhile, the fake Li Wujie laughed in his heart, preparing to retreat. Hee, rob and run. So exciting. Facing a great convergence warrior is indeed a bit stressful. Luckily my acting was superb. The fake Yi Junlin then spoke, "I have received the kindness of you fellow Taoists. Until we meet again." And Miaoli stood with her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Uncle Fan, you've disappointed me too much." Fan Dejung didn't care and said, "Miss, I only did this to protect your safety. If I didn't give him face, and if that Yi Junlin really is as bloodthirsty as they say, he would surely have killed us all. He doesn't even care about the Yuha sect. If something really happened to you, I would be the sinner of the Wendaozong." After hearing this, and Miaoli stopped blaming Fan Dejung and turned her rage toward the fakes, like master, like disciple. That Yi Junlin is too much. On what grounds does he get to be so lawless? Can he just do whatever he wants in the eastern region? Fan Dejung sighed. Who told him his cultivation was unfathomable? He even killed a void immortal of the Yuha sect right on the battlefield. That was the Holy Sun's master. It's a pity that void immortal traveled 10,000 miles, thinking he could kill Yi Junlin, only to find that the opponent was hiding his cultivation in the end. Venerable Juyang was killed instead. It was a miserable death, and Miaoli remained unwilling. Damn it, how can there be such an evil person in the world? I must get stronger and kill this scum personally. Fan Dejung smiled. Exactly. With your talent, miss, you will eventually break through the tribulation stage and even achieve immortality. Don't forget you are someone with the astral immortal body. This physique is not much inferior to the solar immortal body of the Yuha sect's holy sun. And Miaoli gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Rest assured, Uncle Fan, I will cultivate hard. Yi Junlin, you just wait for me. In a forest somewhere, the group of impostors were gathered together. The old man playing Shaoxi laughed. Yi Junlin's name is really useful. Every robbery these past few days has been a hit, without a single accident. The man playing Li Wujie also laughed loudly. Damn, I was scared to death just now. Luckily, that venerable from the Wendao zone was intimidated by Yi Junlin's reputation and obediently backed down. To think even a venerable was respectful to me. Haha, the person playing Xiaohong let out a cold snort. You almost peed your pants just now. Look at yourself. Was he respecting you? He was respecting the demonic blade. Li Wujie, what the hell are you? Hearing this, the fake Li Wujie was furious and drew his blade to hack at him. Fake Xiaohong, who are you talking to? You're just a whore used by 10,000 men. Forgotten how many times you've been at Fengchun Tower? Do you really think of yourself as the Red Fairy? Pitui, the fake Xiaohong, also grew angry. I'm going to rip your mouth apart. Seeing these two bickering, the fake Yi Junlin barked sternly. Both of you shut up. Can you show some ambition? Do you even know how much you're worth? Let me tell you. You are not irreplaceable. I can find someone to replace you at any time. If you know what's good for you, be smarter. The two trembled all over in fear. The old man followed up. More and more people are passing by lately. We must seize the opportunity. We'll do one last big job and then disband, but before that, we're going to do something big. Just then, the Kunpeng flew over the group. The old man cried out in shock. What is that thing? The massive Kunpeng swept over their heads, leaving them slumped on the ground in terror. The fake Li Wujie said, "That's terrifying. What rank of demon beast is that?" Watching the Kunpeng recede, the fake Yi Junlin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily it didn't stop, otherwise we wouldn't have even been enough to fill its teeth. Atop the Kunpeng, Xiaohong was grooming Shaoxi's fur. Shaoxi sighed comfortably. So nice, thank you, senior brother Hong. Yi Junlin lay to one side and said, Xiaohong, your punishment time is almost over. I'll give you a grand gift. Shaoxi, go and bring out the chocolate sundae cone I painstakingly prepared. Shaoxi happily ran to get it. Found it, it's the whirlwind cold treat, Yi Junlin said. Xiaohong, this is the most delicious thing in the world. I saw that you've worked hard these past 3 months, so I prepared it specially for you. Don't let my kind intentions go to waste. Xiaohong was a bit skeptical. Thank you, master. Holding the chocolate sundae cone, he thought. Even after the punishment is over, this guy named Yi doesn't forget to humiliate me. How can I even eat this thing? Seeing Xiaohong not moving, Yi Junlin asked, What's wrong, Xiaohong? Are you dissatisfied with my reward? Hearing this, Xiaohong steeled himself and took a lick. Suddenly his eyes lit up, his heart filled with amazement. Cool and refreshing, melts in the mouth, it's really delicious. It seems this guy named Yi has no ill will toward me this time. Li Wujie walked over and said, Master, we have entered Buzhou. I heard the Medicine King Valley is about to open in a few days. Suddenly he saw Xiaohong licking the cone with great relish. Seeing his look of enjoyment, Li Wujie thought to himself, Senior brother Hong is eating so happily. Could this be master's final punishment? I didn't expect senior brother Hong to look so satisfied. It must be hard on him. Yi Junlin asked curiously, What kind of place is the Medicine King Valley? Li Wujie replied, The Medicine King Valley is a treasure land filled with opportunities. There are all kinds of rare heavenly treasures and legendary spiritual medicines inside. It's a place that absolutely cannot be missed. Ding, detected that the host has entered Buzhou. Sign-in point refreshed. Please complete the sign-in at Medicine King Valley to receive a rich reward. After reading the system notification, Yi Junlin looked excited. Aha, sounds pretty good. We've been wandering aimlessly for several months anyway. Let's head to Medicine King Valley this time and see what it's really like. Eastern region, Buzhou, Longmen Inn. Yi Junlin and his party walked inside and Li Wujie spoke up. Master, this is the largest inn within a 100-mile radius. We can stay here for a few days and wait for Medicine King Valley to open before heading in, Yi Junlin remarked from the side. Why does that name sound so familiar? Fine, let's stay here. Seeing people enter, the server greeted them warmly. Welcome, honored guests, please come inside. Yi Junlin immediately said, Server, give us 2 of your more secluded rooms. Right away, please follow me to the 2nd floor. Standing behind him, Xiaohong asked in confusion, Master, why are we acting so secretive? Yi Junlin replied, Sigh, I'm too famous now. I must have countless crazed admirers. If my identity is exposed and everyone swarms over for autographs, think of how distressing that would be. After hearing this, Xiaohong let out a powerless sigh at the sheer level of narcissism. I really shouldn't have asked. This guy's logic truly cannot be measured by common sense. After entering the room, Yi Junlin asked again, Server, do you have any signature dishes here? The server introduced them with an animated expression. Let me introduce a few of our specialty dishes. I guarantee they have an authentic, original flavor. He began listing the dishes. Look at this one, it's called braised lion's head. This lion's head is actually taken from a nascent soul stage gale lion. It has a crisp, refreshing texture with a lot of bite. Then we have this sweet and sour carp. This carp is no ordinary creature. It contains a trace of true dragon bloodline, making it exceptionally delicious. As for this stir-fried beef, the ingredients are taken from a heaven-ascending bull with a cultivation at the soul transformation stage. Eating it will greatly increase one's strength and has the effect of strengthening one's blood and qi. Shaoxi's mouth watered as she pointed to the menu, and asked, What about this one? Shaoxi thinks this looks very tasty. The server replied cleverly, You certainly have a sharp eye, guest. The ingredients for this dish are taken from an extreme ice rat. Every slice of meat is cut as crystal clear as a snowflake, hence the name snowflake jade meat. I suggest you order it with a hot pot to swish and eat. Upon hearing it was rat meat, Xiaoxi clutched her head and shook it repeatedly in terror. Wah no, Xiaoxi definitely doesn't want to eat that. Beside her, Yi Junlin cleared his throat and gave a dry cough, saying, aside from that snowflake jade meat, bring everything else you just mentioned to the table. The server's eyes flashed with the light of spirit stones, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since anyone ordered these famous dishes. I've encountered a truly big spender this time. With that thought, he hurried to respond, right away, honored guests, I'll go inform the kitchen to prepare your order with top priority. Xiaoxi now had a dark expression, tears welling in her eyes. While mice are so cute, why would anyone eat mousy meat? On the other side, Li Wujie asked, Master, why don't we stay on the Kunpeng's back and just wait for Medicine King Valley to open? Yi Junlin explained, that's where you're wrong. With Medicine King Valley opening soon, the winds and clouds are bound to gather. We have to personally experience this kind of atmosphere. Who knows, something interesting might happen. After hearing this, Li Wujie reached a sudden realization. His master had indeed considered everything. This disciple is in awe. Beside them, Xiao Hong raised a hand to signal, whispering, it seems people are discussing us. Yi Junlin said nonchalantly, that's normal, I have many fans. Let me hear which of our heroic deeds they're talking about. With that, Yi Junlin pricked up his ears to listen closely. Outside, the crowd was debating, it's truly a sin. I ran into that goddamn bastard Yi Junlin earlier, and the spirit stones I saved for a lifetime were all snatched away by him. Damn it, me too, and it wasn't just spirit stones, but also 6 or 7 treasures, 30 green sovereign rank talismans and 5 earth grade pills. He took the whole lot. Sob, it seems everyone staying at the inn has been robbed. I thought I was the only unlucky one targeted by that old dog. Hearing these words, Li Wujie was so angry he wanted to draw his blade and hack those people down. This group was simply talking nonsense and insulting his master. Beside him, however, Xiao Hong began to laugh with schadenfreude. Hee, Yi Junlin, so you also have times when you're cursed by 10,000 people? Do you see, this is the will of the people. Yi Junlin remained very calm. Don't get excited. This is clearly someone impersonating me to commit fraud. It seems they are also victims. Xiao Hong, if you want to laugh, go ahead. Don't make yourself sick by holding it in. Xiao Hong's face changed instantly, and he gnashed his teeth in a mock rage. Curse them, these ants truly deserve to die. Master, just give the word and your disciple will strike immediately, not leaving a single soul alive. Yi Junlin was startled by Xiao Hong's split-second change in acting. That's far too fake, Xiao Hong. The discussion outside continued. I heard the Red Fairy was as beautiful as a celestial being with an unparalleled cold elegance, but seeing her with my own eyes, I found she's completely different from the rumors. She exudes a sense of worldliness all over, practically like a woman from a brothel. You're absolutely right. Based on my years of experience frequenting places of pleasure, that Red Fairy's beauty is average at best. I really don't understand how outsiders hyped her up to be so divine, as expected. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Fellow Taoist, your evaluation is very objective. When I saw that Red Fairy, my mouth was almost watering. That place was truly magnificent and vast. It made me really want to reach out and play with it for a bit. Suddenly, Li Wujie caught a glimpse of Xiao Hong's chest. In an instant he met Xiao Hong's murderous gaze. Junior brother Li, what are you looking at? Li Wujie immediately looked elsewhere, stammering an explanation. Ho Hong's senior brother, actually, some sand blew into my eye, please don't misunderstand. Beside them, Yi Junlin sipped his tea and laughed. Xiao Hong, be a bit more magnanimous. Besides, they're discussing the impostor. Furthermore, that person is a woman and you are not. Why would a big man like you get angry over such a thing? Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth, unable to respond. Yi Junlin continued to tease. Xiao Hong, have you completely accepted the title of Red Fairy? Otherwise, why is your reaction so intense? Xiao Hong shook his head repeatedly in rebuttal. I have not. Yi Junlin gave another oh, and Xiao Hong was so angry he slammed the table and stood up. I really have not. Just then, the server arrived with the food. Hey, honored guests. The food is all here, please enjoy. Looking at the table full of dishes, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled. It smells so good. After setting the table, the server retreated to the door and said, honored guests, please take your time and enjoy. I shall take my leave now. Please call if you need anything. Yi Junlin said, alright, pick up your chopsticks. The truth will come to light sooner or later. After the server left, he muttered in confusion, why did those guests just now look a bit familiar? Over here, and Miaoli was speaking to Fan Dejung. Uncle Fan, did you hear that? Everyone is cursing that Yi Junlin. In my opinion, this is where the people's hearts lie. After hearing this, Fan Dejung replied, Miss, those are nothing but idle chatter over tea. A truly strong person won't be swayed by outside rumors and slander at all. So what if they are pointed at by 1,000 fingers? And Miaoli puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Uncle Fan, why are you always speaking up for that bastard? Seeing his young mistress angry, Fan Dejung's tone softened. Alright. I won't say any more. Let's eat first. The food here is no worse than our Wendaozong's. Hurry and try it. After finishing the meal, Yi Junlin's party was preparing to leave. Xiaoxi couldn't stop praising the food. It was so delicious. Xiaoxi is stuffed to death. At that moment, Yi Junlin's party passed by on Miaoli's table. Seeing Fan Dejung staring at them, and Miaoli asked curiously, Uncle Fan, what are you looking at? Drenched in a cold sweat, Fan Dejung said, I can feel that the strength of those few people is unfathomable, especially the leader. He makes me feel a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of my heart. Hearing this, and Miaoli also broke into a cold sweat, asking further, how could that be? Could it be another void immortal? We just ran into one, Yi Junlin. So why has another appeared? Fan Dejung replied. After all, with Medicine King Valley opening soon, who knows how many powerful cultivators will gather at this inn, miss. Once we step out the door, we must be even more careful late at night. A demon man appeared with a group of followers. Someone asked, Honorable priest, are you certain we should act now? The man replied. To weaken the human resistance, tonight's massacre plan will begin with this inn. This person was none other than a high-ranking priest of the evil snake tribe. Yelujiyu shouted, Action, begin deploying the illusionary dream array. Everything is for the holy war of the nether abyss. At his command, countless snake men rushed into the inn, scattering to various locations to drip their blood essence while chanting incantations. Purple blood as the guide, ghostly scales weaving dreams, one poison to consume the soul, 100 loathings to devour the heart, Yelujiyu cautioned. You must remain extremely vigilant. Lock down the entire inn for me and let there be no mistakes. If even one escapes, the entire plan will fail. Our evil snake tribe has sent away countless human cultivators with this single move alone. Any human below the level of void immortal will fall into an endless nightmare, never to wake for all eternity. The array is complete. Even if a golden immortal descended, they could forget about breaking it. At this time, Xiao Hong and the others were falling into a deep sleep. The humans were to be forever lost in the dream world. Inside Li Wuji's dream, the world was shrouded in a blood-red light. Kunlun world, holy war battlefield. An old man wept loudly. Is heaven truly going to destroy my Kunlun? Suddenly, a flash of sword chi swept past and more than half of the demons and ghosts were annihilated instantly. The leader of the ghosts asked, which powerhouse has taken action? Li Wujie stood in midair holding his long blade proudly as he said, It is I. Seeing him, the cultivators present were all overjoyed. It's brother Li, the blade god Li Wujie, the strongest blade cultivator in the Kunlun world, the number one in the way of the blade throughout the ages. We are saved. Li Wujie gripped his hilt, his gaze full of killing intent. Those who invade my Kunlun must be executed. He then unleashed a single strike and the leader's head instantly fell to the ground. He stood on high ground holding his long blade and shouted, The Kunlun world shall be protected by me. Below, the crowd cheered, Blade god Li Wujie, you are our hero. Long live Li Wujie. Meanwhile, in Hong Tian's Xiao Hong dream, he was sitting high upon a throne with the crowd below kneeling respectfully. We pay respects to the cult leader, Xiao Hong spoke. This seat announces that the era of the fire worship demon cult's rule has arrived. Hearing this, the crowd below shouted in unison. The cult leader's magic is boundless. The holy fire burns the heavens. Worship the fire as supreme. Through 1,000 autumns and 10,000 years only the fire is eternal. In Bai Shaoxi's dream, a scene of dreamlike wonder. She was enjoying various flavors of desserts, so delicious, too delicious. This is simply paradise. On the other side, Yi Junlin was finding it hard to sleep. He stood quietly by the window and sighed, Damn it, I thought my heroic name would spread through the eastern region. Who would have thought it would become a stain? Sigh, truly the world's morals are declining and hearts are no longer what they used to be. It's been a long time since I signed in. Let's see if I can do a makeup sign-in. Ding, of course. Beginning to distribute makeup sign-in rewards now. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 top-tier sovereign rank flame talismans. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bags of top-grade spirit pet snacks. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the #1 flute in the myriad worlds. The longevity flute. Yi Junlin asked in confusion, the longevity flute? System, what rank is this thing? Ding, no rank. The power of this flute depends entirely on the level of the host's flute-playing skill and your own cultivation. Yi Junlin understood after reading. Oh, I remember my flute-playing skill has already reached the peak of perfection. Just in time to play a piece to dispel the gloom in my heart. With that said, he blew the long flute. The notes were melodious and spread in all directions. Hearing the movement, Yelujiyu wondered in confusion. What is that sound? Suddenly his hands and feet began to move and he started to dance like a young girl. This music is too wonderful. It made him think of his childhood life in the tribe. Seeing Yelujiyu dancing wildly there, the snake men beside him were struck dumb with shock, shouting, Lord Yelu, what are you doing? Quickly maintain the illusionary dream array. But when he looked at the other snake men, he found everyone was spinning and dancing in sync. He cried out in shock. You lot! A powerful demonic aura erupted from him as he roared. Exactly who is playing tricks? Get out here and meet this priest. However, there was no response, only the rhythm of the flute. Immediately following, he also dropped his staff and began to dance even more frantically than the others. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's flute music, Fan Dejung immediately jolted awake from his dream. He wiped away cold sweat and gasped for air. I actually fell into a trap just now. This old man hasn't dreamed in tens of thousands of years. Exactly who could make someone sink into such a deep dream world? He looked anxiously toward Miaoli. This is bad, miss. Wake up. Fan Dejung immediately joined his 2 fingers and pressed them against Miaoli's brow, letting out a sharp shout. After a moment, Miaoli slowly opened her eyes, saying with lingering fear, Uncle Fan, why did you? Fan Dejung said grimly. We fell into a trap. And Miaoli was shocked. A trap? No wonder I felt like I didn't want to wake up. The longer I slept, the more exhausted my spirit became. Fan Dejung glanced out the window and speculated. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy has deployed the illusionary dream array. Legend has it that this is one of the oldest and most wicked formations. It can cause cultivators to unconsciously sink into a deep dream world until they die silently in their sleep. Hearing this, and Miaoli's skin crawled. What a vicious method. What is their goal? Is it for murder and robbery? Fan Dejung strode out, not denying in Miaoli's words. The Medicine King Valley is about to open, and the winds are changing. Anything could happen. Besides, I heard flute music just now. But it has stopped. Miss, don't wander off. I'm going out to check the situation. Outside the inn, the group of snake demons had also regained their senses, looking at each other in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. Fan Dejung rushed out and shouted sternly, "So it's the Mingyuan wretches, the legendary evil snake tribe." The snake demons immediately discussed their options. One snake demon said, "Lord Priest, but was interrupted by Yelu Jiu. Although we were interrupted just now, most of the human cultivators are still in their dreams. As long as we fix it in time, we still have a chance." Fan Dejung leapt up with his sword. "You Mingyuan wretches, how dare you attack our human cultivators?" The priest looked at him without fear and sneered. "So what? My Mingyuan army will eventually sweep through the entire eastern region. Killing a few of you cultivators now to baptize our flag is nothing excessive." Fan Dejung felt a trace of trepidation, and stopped his advance. "You are audaciously bold. This is human territory," the priest retorted. "You and I are both in the great convergence stage, but behind me are dozens of body integration stage elites. What do you have to fight us with?" Just then, Li Wujie and Xiao Hong also appeared. Li Wujie was filled with rage, roaring loudly, "HMPH, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you Mingyuan scumbags again. I didn't kill enough of you last time, and my hands are itching now." Xiao Hong also spoke up. "So it's you filthy lowly creatures who want to plot against this seat?" The priest's heart jolted. Two more great convergence experts had appeared. Fan Dejung was also secretly startled. This sense of pressure was far too terrifying. This is definitely not an aura an ordinary great convergence expert could possess. And most importantly, why does this nameless powerhouse give me a strange sense of familiarity? A snake demon said in terror. "Lord Priest, what do we do now? The opponent has 3 great convergence experts," the priest shouted. "Don't panic, quickly channel all your power into me. Hurry!" The snake demons complied, and the priest began to chant a spell. Performing the Netherbone escape, a barrier instantly enveloped the snake demons. Li Wujie, Xiao Hong and Fan Dejung quickly rushed forward to intercept. "Not good, they're trying to escape. Don't let them succeed." The priest sneered. "It's useless. This scepter is a holy relic bestowed upon me personally by the clan leader back then. Even if a tribulation transcendence expert intervened, they would find it hard to keep us here, let alone you lot." "Ha ha!" Just then, Yi Junlin's flute music rang out again. Li Wujie froze. The music gave him an urge to dance. Xiao Hong also gritted his teeth, restraining his body. The priest turned pale with shock. "No, not that damn flute again." In an instant, the group of snake demons uncontrollably began to dance again. The priest even used his scepter like a pole, dancing in an extremely seductive manner. He screamed, "Stop this at once!" Watching this scene, Xiao Hong felt a surge of shame. "What are they doing?" Li Wujie gripped his hilt and cursed. "Bastards, is this a provocation?" Fan Dejung looked toward the source of the flute music and sighed in amazement. "It's this music. It was this that woke me up just now. It seems this inn truly hides crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Inside the room, and Miaoli heard the flute music and followed the sound out of curiosity. "Who exactly is playing the flute? It's so beautiful." She pushed the door open slightly and walked in. What met her eyes was the silhouette of Yi Junlin immersed in his performance. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her eyes lost focus, and she stammered, "Senior, I am truly sorry for disturbing you. I actually wanted to." Seeing in Miaoli like this, Yi Junlin's narcissistic soul was ignited once again. Could my identity have been exposed? Has a crazed fan come to my door? With that thought, he put away the flute, stepped forward and took in Miaoli's hand. Under in Miaoli's blank stare, he said confidently, "Since my identity has already been exposed, I won't hide it any longer. Come, I'll give you one of my precious autographs." And Miaoli was completely dumbfounded, frozen on the spot. Thinking she was overly excited, Yi Junlin asked again, "Tell me, where do you want me to sign?" And Miaoli was still in a state of shock. Being held by a man for the first time, her face was as red as a ripe tomato. She thought, what is with this guy? Why did he pull me into the room without saying a word and then start talking about giving me an autograph? What should I do? She then shoved Yi Junlin away and said, "Young master, please let go of me. I walked into the wrong room. I don't need your autograph." Yi Junlin pointed at his own face, looking confused. What do you mean? If you don't want an autograph, then why were you standing at my door?" And Miaoli jumped in fright, trembling as she shrank back, then covered her face and stammered an explanation. "My name is Miaoli. I was attracted by your flute music just now and stopped at the door. I didn't mean to disturb your mood. I don't actually know you, nor did I want your autograph. May I ask for your honorable name? Could it be that you aren't very famous in the eastern region, which is why I don't recognize you?" Yi Junlin rubbed his chin as the realization hit him. "So that's it. I was being presumptuous. I am Yi Fan from Guangzhou. As for fame, I suppose it's all right." And Miaoli cried out, "You're from Guangzhou?" Seeing in Miaoli's shocked expression, Yi Junlin asked in confusion, "Indeed, is there a problem?" And Miaoli recalled the past and said, "Master Yi, actually, My previous impression of Guangzhou was very poor. My elders said it was a barren land, the worst province in the eastern region, without even a single soul transformation expert. She then looked at Yi Junlin and continued excitedly, but now because of the emergence of the Xuanchen sect I've gained a new understanding of Guangzhou. I suddenly realized that place has been severely underestimated. Yi Junlin asked curiously, so your impression of Guangzhou has improved now? And Miaoli became even more indignant upon hearing this. No, it's become even worse, that Yi Junlin, the master of Mist Peak in the Xuanchen sect, he relies on his high cultivation to commit every possible evil. Lately he's even been bringing his disciples to Buzhou to rob cultivators. Even Uncle Fan and I became his victims. For a dignified void immortal of the tribulation stage to engage in such lowly behavior, it is simply a disgrace to the cultivation world of the eastern region. After hearing this, Yi Junlin wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, coughing dryly. He then shamelessly began to praise himself. Miss Anne, I think there must be some misunderstanding. In the eyes of us Guangzhou people, Yi Junlin is a unique and perfect handsome man. Not only is his strength formidable and his character upright, but he also has a flawlessly handsome face. Even a man like me almost falls for him. How could such an excellent person do things that ruin his reputation? It's impossible. And Miaoli wore an expression that suggested she saw through everything. Master Yi, there are no outsiders here. You can tell me the truth. Don't worry about being retaliated against by that white-haired old demon if word gets out. Yi Junlin was completely speechless at this girl. Miss N, your imagination is truly far too rich. And Miaoli continued, Yi Junlin must be using brutal methods to oppress the people of Guangzhou, forcing you to lie against your will, but in reality your fear of that white-haired old demon has seeped into your bones. Your daily life must be very hard, right? Don't be afraid. Justice will eventually triumph over evil. I will work hard to become stronger. Then I'll kill that white-haired old demon and save the suffering people of Guangzhou. By now, Yi Junlin had no way to deal with her and could only hold his head and sigh, and Miaoli asked again, Master Yi, looking at your expression, am I wrong? Yi Junlin gave Miaoli a thumbs up and echoed repeatedly, yes, 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 keep it up, I have great faith in you. Go defeat Yi Junlin and save Guangzhou. Hearing this, and Miaoli was overjoyed, her eyes shining. Rest assured, Master Yi, I will do it. She then looked out the window and said in surprise, Oh, Uncle Fan seems to be outside. She then ran out and shouted, I'm here. Fan Dejung asked with a face full of worry, Miss, why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to stay in your room? And Miaoli replied somewhat shyly, I heard some beautiful flute music just now and followed the sound here. Fan Dejung pressed urgently, Wait, you mean you found the person who was playing the flute? And Miaoli pulled Yi Junlin over to introduce him. That's right, it's this gentleman. His name is Yi Fan. Fan Dejung bowed respectfully with cupped hands. Master Yi, I truly admire your methods. Yi Junlin replied leisurely. It's nothing, just mastering a few special little tricks. Beside them, and Miaoli was completely lost at this moment. Xiao Hong and Li Wujie also returned. Seeing Yi Junlin, Xiao Hong was about to call out, Master, but he stopped after only one syllable. Yi Junlin glanced at him and sent a voice transmission, Don't expose me, just call me Brother Yi. Xiao Hong's face froze. Though puzzled, he still spoke, Yi, Brother Yi, the trouble outside has been settled. Upon seeing Xiao Hong, and Miaoli was instantly attracted by his appearance, thinking to herself, he's so beautiful, practically like a fairy. She then asked, and these two are? Yi Junlin introduced them. This one in red is called Wang Kuihua and this one with the blade is called Li Tiden. Xiao Hong's face turned grim upon hearing this, thinking, what on earth is this guy doing? Why give me such a rustic name beside him? Li Wujie smiled and cooperated. That's right, I am Li Tiden. And Miaoli thought, so beautiful yet named Wang Kuihua, what a pity. She then cupped her hands and said, Greetings to you both, then we shall stop disturbing you until we meet again. Master Yi. Watching the two leave, Li Wujie asked curiously, Master, that just now was? Yi Junlin said. I believe that gang of impostors will definitely make another move. We won't expose our identities for the next few days to avoid alerting them. Hearing this, Li Wujie nodded repeatedly, praising his master's wisdom. Behind them, Xiao Hong had a look of disdain. Pa, this guy's brown-nosing skills are exactly like that dead mouse's. He then thought through gritted teeth, why on earth do I have to be called Wang Kuihua? On the other side, Fan Dejung sighed to Miaoli as they walked. That Master Yi is extremely extraordinary. Even though he didn't show himself tonight, he repelled a strong enemy and resolved the crisis with just his flute music. Dealing with Mingyuan creatures is as easy for him as taking something from a pocket. Impressive, truly impressive. And Miaoli asked in confusion, Uncle Fan, is it necessary to be so hyperbolic? Fan Dejung stopped and said, his two followers are so powerful, yet they treat him as their superior, and for some reason when those people are together, they give me a strange sense of familiarity. In short, their behavior is odd. We should be cautious. Miss, go back and rest. The Medicine King Valley is about to open. And Miaoli responded, yes. In the pitch-black night sky, a pillar of light suddenly rose. Piercing the clouds, a group of cultivators rushed out excitedly. The Medicine King Valley has opened. It's actually opened. Strange, the timing is different from the predictions. Why is it so early this time? Fan Dejung and Miaoli also leapt down, saying, Miss, let's head out too. At this time, Yi Junlin was biting a cold drink spoon. He said to Xiaoxi, thanks for the tiramisu. The taste is really not bad. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. As long as Master likes it, Xiaoxi can make it for you every day. Yi Junlin continued, I didn't expect the Medicine King Valley to open so quickly, let's go too. At this moment the area outside the Medicine King Valley in Buzhou of the eastern region was already crowded with people, all discussing excitedly. Haha, I can feel it. There are countless heavenly treasures waiting for us inside. If I can dig up one top-grade treasure medicine, there's hope for me to break through to the Great Convergence stage. If one can become a venerable, their lifespan can reach 50,000 years, enough to roam the world freely and leisurely. Not only that, while supreme treasure medicines are indeed precious, obtaining a Medicine King is more than enough. If one can acquire a single Medicine King, there is even a great hope of breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage. A Medicine King will likely cause even the big shots of the Tribulation stage to fight until their heads bleed. What chance do small fry like us have at this moment? And Miaoli spoke up and asked, Uncle Fan, what exactly is a Medicine King? Fan Dejung explained. Medicinal herbs are also divided into different ranks. They are classified as spiritual medicine, treasure medicine, Medicine King, Great Medicine King, and Immortal Medicine, each further divided into grades from low to supreme. In the cultivation world, spiritual medicine is the baseline, but once an herb reaches the rank of treasure medicine, large-scale auctions are held, attracting various factions to compete for them. Just tossing one out at random can drive people mad. As for Medicine Kings, they are extremely rare. For tens of thousands of years there has been almost no trace of a Medicine King in the eastern region. For a famous herb like that, even those in the tribulation stage must undergo a bloody struggle to obtain it. And Miaoli came to a sudden realization. The competition is actually that fierce, but with so many people, can the Medicine King Valley accommodate them all at once? Fan Dejung replied. The Medicine King Valley has restrictions on both the number of people and the time allowed inside. If a cultivator encounters a life-threatening danger, they will be automatically teleported out by the valley's defensive array. Overall, the layout of the Medicine King Valley was very reasonable back then. Everyone is very grateful for that senior's benevolence. Seeing an old monk leading several others in meditation nearby, Fan Dejung recognized him and warned Miaoli. I didn't expect Master Randang of the Shuangkong Temple to come as well. He is a tribulation stage powerhouse. It seems this struggle will be exceptionally tragic. Once we enter the valley, you must not act on your own. You must stay by my side, do you hear me? The monks sitting there opened their eyes and spoke excitedly. Amitabha, with Master Randang leading us this time, we will surely be able to gather enough true medicine, that's for certain. Master Randang once entered the Medicine King Valley alone and obtained a significant fortune which allowed his strength to advance even further. Excellent, excellent. With Master Randang taking action, the Medicine King Valley is as good as ours. This old monk sitting here was indeed Master Randang of the Shuangkong Temple, a peak tribulation stage cultivator. He thought to himself, the Medicine King Valley is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The mysteries hidden within far exceed your imagination. Even as powerful as I was back then, I nearly suffered a collapse of my Dao heart. Returning here this time, I have undergone bitter cultivation. Though my appearance has aged, my courage is greater than before. After years of tempering, he had already compensated for his past shortcomings. My strength has long since advanced by leaps and bounds, even facing those little creatures in the Medicine King Valley this time. I believe I can handle them with ease, perhaps even annihilate them all. On Yi Junlin's side, Li Wujie spoke up. Master, this is the Medicine King Valley. I've heard this Immortal Valley contains a massive amount of heavenly treasures. Treasure medicines that are hard to find in the outside world can be seen everywhere here. Shaoxi behind us looks very excited too. Yi Junlin merely gave a faint thinking to himself. Although the herbs inside are rumored to be miraculous, they definitely can't compare to the rewards given by the system. But since I'm here, maybe I'll run into something interesting. A moment later, the teleportation portal finally opened. The crowd cheered and shouted in excitement, it's open, it's open, it's finally open, get in there, charge. Fan Dejung also led Miaoli inside. Miss, let's go. Master Randang looked at the monks behind him and instructed. The few of you stay outside to provide support, the others follow me into the valley. Yi Junlin's group was also stepping inside at this moment, and Shaoxi seemed full of enthusiasm. Subsequently, the cultivators on the scene entered one after another. After entering the valley, Yi Junlin marveled, so this is what the scenery inside the Medicine King Valley looks like? Spectacular indeed. Suddenly, Xiao Hong's eyes widened and he shouted in terror, why are you still marveling? How can this be? My realm has actually dropped to the 9th level of qi refining. Beside him, Li Wujie also said, me too. Yi Junlin frowned and thought to himself, why is there no change in my cultivation? It seems the Medicine Sovereign's restriction is completely useless against the system. He rubbed his chin and revealed a sinister smile. In that case, I'll just pretend to be at the 9th level of qi refining as well. After all, playing the pig to eat the tiger is my specialty. With that thought, Yi Junlin said, it seems this Medicine Sovereign has suppressed everyone's cultivation to the same level, making the competition fair and preventing high-level cultivation from causing damage to the Medicine King Valley. This design is truly ingenious. Beside him, Li Wujie said, it's just a pity the realm suppression is so severe I can't use my beloved famous blade. I'll have to make do with this old kitchen knife. Yi Zun glanced at the knife and asked curiously, "Oh, you still keep this most ordinary of Dharma tools even now?" Li Wujie smiled and said, "The kitchen knife may be old, but it was the first knife I used when practicing my first blade style. It has stayed with me since I was at my weakest. I just didn't expect that I would have another chance to fight side by side with it." Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin understood. "So that's how it is." Ding detected that the host has arrived at the Medicine King Valley. "Would you like to sign in?" Yi Junlin was overjoyed. "Sign in." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Dao Enlightenment Tea, which can be drunk during leisure time." Yi Junlin curled his lip. "System, what kind of crappy reward is this? You know I don't need to cultivate. Whatever, it'll be good for quenching thirst." Seeing Yi Junlin's expression, Xiao Hong secretly gloated. "It seems this guy surnamed Yi is troubled by losing his cultivation. If we are in the same realm, I will definitely find a suitable opportunity to strike with all my power. I will surely defeat him then." He revealed a sinister smile. HMPH, just you wait to die. In his mind he even hallucinated the image of hanging Yi Junlin up and whipping him. Suddenly, Li Wujie's words interrupted Xiao Hong's fantasy. "By the way, I heard that in the Medicine King Valley battles, if your life is in danger, you'll be automatically teleported out, so we don't need to have any worries, we just need to give our all." Xiao Hong was fuming with rage. How can there be such a crappy rule? If I can't kill this guy surnamed Yi, I'll definitely be retaliated against once we're outside. What a humiliation. The plan failed before it could even be implemented. "Damn it," Yi Junlin observed Xiao Hong's expression and laughed secretly. "This guy must be thinking about taking advantage of the cultivation suppression to get revenge. I really want to see his face when he finds out my cultivation hasn't changed at all." Just then, Xiaoxi suddenly noticed something strange and shouted, "Master, look, these herbs have spirituality. They can actually move." Li Wujie laughed excitedly and charged forward. "Haha, heaven is truly helping me. To think so many herbs are delivering themselves to our door." Xiao Hong also rushed forward and warned, "Don't be careless. These herbs that have gained intelligence are the same as us. They are also at the 9th level of qi refining." On the other side, a mushroom shouted angrily, "Brothers, Lord Medicine Sovereign has sent us more toys. Quick, catch these humans and torture them mercilessly just like before." These mushrooms were called clovers and their medicinal rank was treasure medicine. Beside them were bristlegrasses, also treasure rank. They shouted excitedly, "I'm going to strip them naked and make them run through the valley like dogs on leashes." Li Wujie charged forward with his kitchen knife and let out a cold snort. HMPH, since when did even herbs dare to be so insolent? Xiao Hong was not to be outdone. HMPH truly seeking death. Subsequently, a fierce battle broke out, with the mushrooms constantly shooting sharp energy blasts at Xiao Hong and the other. Explosions echoed continuously. After clashing, Xiao Hong thought, "What? I've already used 40% of my strength, yet I still haven't managed to burn it to death. Outside the Medicine King Valley, this one move would be enough to kill a cultivator of the same rank." That bristlegrass roared in a fury. "Stinky woman, you dare to injure me? See if I don't strip you naked, hang you from a tree and give you a thrashing." Xiao Hong's reverse scale was touched, and his rage instantly erupted. Veins bulging on his forehead, he shouted, "Seeking death, red soul demon flame." Subsequently, he was enveloped in raging flames. The group of bristlegrasses laughed loudly. "Haha, just a woman, bring it on. I won't show any pity for the fairer sex." Having said that, they once again launched a dense barrage of sharp spiritual energy at Xiao Hong. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Xiao Hong, this bristlegrass turned to its companions and shouted, "What are you all staring for? Hurry up and come help me. I'm about to be burned to death by this stinky woman." In an instant, the other bristlegrasses also launched a powerful spiritual energy shock at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong's flames were quickly suppressed. He was horrified, thinking, "This is impossible. With the support of my cultivation technique and immortal-grade spirit roots, my combat power is comparable to the Foundation establishment stage. Logically, they shouldn't be my match at all. To think I can't even burn these few crappy qi refining level 9 weeds." From the rear, Li Wujie charged forward and performed the Chaos Heavenly Blade scripture, slashing down as he shouted, "Senior Brother Hong, I'm here to help you." In an instant, the combined strike of the two blasted toward the herb group nearby. Xiaoxi jumped up to cheer. "Senior Brother Hong, go. Junior Brother Li, go." Yi Junlin watched with his hands behind his back, thinking, so this is the Medicine King Valley, where medicine is king. Interesting. Given the talent of Hong Tianye and Li Wujie, they should logically be able to defeat those in the same realm or even one realm higher, but now they were actually fighting to a draw with this group of herbs in the same realm. There is definitely something wrong with these herbs. He closed his eyes to sense for a moment. "I see, the reason these herbs are so strong is that they are buffed by a formation here. It seems the Medicine Sovereign is behind this." Yi Junlin's eyes turned slightly cold, but what is his purpose in doing this? If not for Hong Tianye and the others' formidable strength, they would have probably been defeated long ago. He observed upward for a while and thought, "I thought suppressing cultivation was for fairness, but it's actually a deliberate attempt to strengthen the herbs to suppress human cultivators. Clearly, the Medicine Sovereign is playing favorites, and the Medicine King Valley has opened many times, yet none of the previous participants ever revealed the truth of this place. Truly a bunch of people who, having been caught in the rain, want to tear everyone else's umbrella." A cold smile curled the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth. "Since you want to play favorites, I can't fall behind either." With that thought, he casually snapped his fingers. The protective formation here was instantly broken. Yi Jianlun laughed. Let me see, without the formation buff, how will you bunch of weeds still act so arrogant? Immediately after, the formation in this area changed. The moves struck by Xiao Hong and Li Wujie together suddenly gained the upper hand, firmly suppressing the group of herbs. Seeing this, Xiao Hong was overjoyed. They don't seem to be able to hold on anymore. Finish them in one go. And burn them to death. By now the flames had already reached the group of herbs and they screamed in terror. What's going on? Why can't we suddenly block it anymore? Wait, fairy sister, stop burning us. We know we were wrong. Xiao Hong's anger had not subsided, and he let out a cold snort. HMPH, go to hell for this seat. The herbs were so scared they turned and ran. Xiao Hong shouted, don't even think about escaping, all of you turn to ash. Having said that, he launched a mass of raging flames that swallowed the entire group of herbs. Over here, Li Wujie was excitedly waving his kitchen knife to collect the herbs. Senior brother Hong, show some mercy. They have no room left to resist. Why not let me do the harvesting? These are all top-grade medicinal materials. Xiao Hong followed the momentum and stopped his hand with a cold snort. Yi Jianlun walked over. Not bad, it's finally over. Xiao Li, collect them carefully. You can take them back to make soup. Li Wujie replied, yes master. Beside them, Xiao Shi poked a flower with a stick. Hey, this guy is still moving. Not far away, a severed root was quietly withdrawing from the battlefield, and subsequently launched a streak of spiritual energy into the sky. The spiritual energy transformed into the shape of an axe in midair. This was not the symbol of the Medicine King Valley, but looked more like a distress signal from the axe gang. Seeing this, Xiao Shi jumped in fright. Yeah, you scared Mousy to death. Yi Jianlun muttered to himself in surprise. What is this? Could it be a distress signal from the axe gang? Xiao Hong said excitedly. No matter how many reinforcements come, I'll burn them all clean. From behind, Yi Jianlun reminded them. Becoming arrogant again so soon? If not for Xiao Li's help just now, you'd probably be drenched in sweat by now. Didn't you notice anything wrong? Hearing this, Li Wujie said, I noticed. That was simply not the strength those herbs should have originally possessed. If we go deeper, I'm afraid what appears later will be even stronger. By then, most cultivators entering the Medicine King Valley will likely, Xiao Hong also spoke up, this medicine sovereign suppresses humans but strengthens herbs. He is simply a hypocrite. I thought he was a sage of the human race, but he actually pulled a stunt like this, making the place open only once every 100,000 years just to trick the world into thinking he's generous. Li Wujie, hearing Xiao Hong's words, immediately jumped to the medicine sovereign's defense. That's impossible. They say the medicine sovereign is a benevolent and generous master with peerless medical skills, a figure revered by the entire eastern region. I don't believe he'd set a trap. Maybe he just loves these herbs so much that he treats them with special care in this realm. Xiao Hong sneered. Hey, if he truly loved his herbs, then why open the Medicine King Valley at all? Why not just shut it forever? This whole act is nothing but hypocrisy. Yi Jianlun casually cut off their bickering. Enough, we'll take it one step at a time. I want to see for myself exactly what game this medicine sovereign is playing. Meanwhile, presiding over the high seat was the leader of the Axe Gang, Ginseng King III, a Medicine King rank gold grade herb. He demanded, who sent that distress signal? Who dares to cross our Axe Gang? A group of medicinal herbs chimed in angrily. Reporting to the third king, Lord Ginseng King, we haven't identified them yet. Could it be another faction lurking within the valley? No, we've lived in peace for years. Who would dare attack the Axe Gang? Could it be humans? After all, today is the opening day of the valley. But no, humans are so weak, how could they possibly threaten our noble medicine race? Ginseng King III stood up, erupting with a terrifying pressure as he roared. All of you shut your mouths. He reached out and gripped the handle of his axe, holding it across his chest as he said, the Medicine King Valley has opened once again after many years. I shall go see for myself exactly which audacious fool dares to raise a hand against our Axe Gang. The scene shifted to near the entrance of the valley, where a group of cultivators was being ensnared by spiritual grasses. Ah, stop, help, someone save us. How are these herbs so strong? I'm a genius of my sect, yet I can't even beat a common weed. Run, the Medicine King Valley is one giant trap. The seniors from the past hid the truth to deceive us. There must be a conspiracy. Deep within the valley, Master Randeng was continuously launching palm strikes at the herbs above. A powerful protective barrier enveloped his body. As he fought, he thought, the last time I was suppressed to the same realm, my weaknesses were exposed, and I was humiliated by these things, but it's different now. The hour of revenge has arrived. The monks behind him were busy harvesting herbs full of praise. Master Randeng is truly formidable. These things are no match for him at all. We will surely return with a full harvest this time. Exactly along the way, we saw royalty and sect masters being bullied by these herbs and treated like slaves. But we are the exception. It's truly gratifying. This flattery made Randeng's heart swell with joy, his eyes gleaming. Just then a monk shouted a warning, Master, be careful, another group of herbs is arriving as reinforcements. Randeng replied calmly, Amitabha, they come at the perfect time, saving this old monk the trouble of searching for them. The herbs charged forward in a rage. You dare lay your hands on our noble medicine race, you old bald donkey, death is too good for you. With that, they launched a simultaneous assault on Randeng. One herb shouted, don't get frustrated, focus your attacks in this Medicine King Valley. We are the masters. This old man won't hold out for long. They bombarded him repeatedly, yet Randeng remained unscathed within his protective light screen. Suddenly a ball of energy streaked toward him. It instantly shattered Randang's protective barrier. The herbs erupted in laughter. We finally broke his shield, kill him. Randang, however, revealed a sinister smile. You think you've broken my defense? How laughable. To deal with you lot, he continued. This old monk has traveled the most famous mountains and rivers over long years, using any means necessary and exhausting countless resources to study the art of body refinement, overcoming every single weakness. Now my Vajra indestructible body has reached the stage of perfection, only one step away from the legendary soul transformation physical realm. So what if my realm is suppressed? As long as I possess this Vajra physique, you cannot harm me. As he spoke, Randang's Vajra indestructible body fully manifested. His entire form appeared as if cast from bronze and iron, radiating a piercing light. This old monk wants to see if there is anything left in this Medicine King Valley that can threaten me. With that, he threw a punch at the herbs, sending them into wails of agony. After a brief battle, Randang turned to his disciples and said, "Gather these herbs. We are moving on." The monks obeyed, joyfully gathering the medicinal materials. The scene shifted to Fan Dejung and Miaoli. Fan Dejung sat down, panting for breath, and said, "It is fortunate that the young mistress possesses the astral immortal body. Even with your cultivation suppressed, you can still erupt with great power. Otherwise we would have struggled to withstand the herb's onslaught. But why is the strength of these herbs so terrifying? Could it be the work of the medicine sovereign?" And Miaoli cursed in a fury. "I used to think the medicine sovereign was a good man, but now I see he's just a sinister and cruel old bastard." Fan Dejung let out a sigh. We have only just entered the valley. Who knows what dangers await us in the depths? At this point I'm actually hoping the Medicine King Valley closes early and teleports us out, lest we be humiliated by these herbs and have our Dao hearts ruined." Suddenly, a branch from above lashed out at Miaoli, swiftly coiling around her leg. The branch crackled with bolts of lightning, and Miaoli cried out in shock and quickly struck at the branch, but her attack seemed to have no effect. The branch suddenly erupted with a massive surge of lightning, causing Miaoli's body to convulse violently. It then hoisted her up, hanging her upside down in the air. Seeing this, Fan Dejung shouted in desperation, "Young mistress!" He struck at the tree trunk, roaring, "Release her at once!" He was answered by a flurry of whipping branches that sent him flying. Fan Dejung was struck with horror. Could this be the Nine Thunder Tribulation Lightning Vine, a middle-grade Medicine King ranked herb hanging in the air? And Miaoli screamed in terror, "Let go of me, let me go! Uncle Fan, save me!" Fan Dejung repeatedly unleashed his techniques at the herb, but it was all in vain. The herb laughed mockingly. "Haha, this is quite fun." With a face of utter dejection, Fan Dejung said weakly, "Young mistress, please forgive your Uncle Fan's incompetence. This middle-grade Medicine King is equivalent to a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. With my cultivation suppressed at the Qi refining stage, my strength is simply insufficient for the task." And Miaoli wept. "It's all right, Uncle Fan, you've done your best." Fan Dejung hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Lord Medicine King, I beg you to show mercy and spare us. At least let this child go. I am willing to suffer in her place." The Medicine King chuckled sinisterly. "Hee, I've waited so long for you all. Do you really think I'll let anyone go? You humans are so naive. Look at this woman. Isn't she enjoying my lightning?" With that, it released another surge into Miaoli, making her wail in pain. Fan Dejung was shaking with rage. You? Just then, Yi Junlin's party walked over. Yi Junlin asked, "What kind of game are we playing here? A tentacle game. Isn't that a bit too shameful?" Seeing someone arrive, Fan Dejung called out for help in a pleasant surprise. "Fellow Taoists, it's you. I beg you to lend a hand. If you succeed, the Wen Daozong will surely offer a heavy reward." Seeing the lightning, Xiaohang recognized it. "Oh, it's the Nine Thunder Tribulation Lightning Vine," Li Wujie said excitedly. "Tisk tisk, that's a middle-grade Medicine King right there." Yi Junlin gave the order. "Miss In and I have a bond of fate. How could I stand by and do nothing? Go get him." At the mention of Wang Kuei-hua and Li Tiden, Xiaohang thought indignantly, "Damn it, he's calling us like we're his dogs. Do you have no sense of shame at all?" Li Wujie, however, charged forward with excitement. "Wang Kuei-hua, I'm going in first. Remember to cover me." Though fuming internally, Xiaohang replied, "Got it, Li Tiden. I'm coming to help." Yi Junlin smiled secretly at Xiaohang's frustrated expression. Seeing more people, the Medicine King laughed loudly. "Haha, more people have come to bring this master new toys." Xiaohang's hands ignited with a furious flame. "I'll see if you can still laugh once I've roasted you through." Xiaohang and Li Wujie then coordinated their attacks against the Medicine King. After being struck, the Medicine King roared in a fury, "Arg, damn it, you humans actually dare to wound me." Xiaohang charged again, blasting the Medicine King with his ice-soul demon flame. The Medicine King suddenly chuckled sinisterly. "Don't get too ahead of yourselves." It quickly threw Miaoli aside below. Fan Dejung caught her and said, "Miss, let's pull back first to stay safe. Let them deal with the Medicine King." Covered in wounds, and Miaoli said with deep concern, "We are all at the 9th level of Qi refining, and despite my astral immortal body, I was no match for the Medicine King, yet they can actually fight it to a standstill. Uncle Fan, were you and my father lying to me? Am I not a genius at all?" Fan Dejung didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sigh, it's not that the young mistress is weak, but that the world is vast and there is always someone better. I truly don't know the origin of these people. With such formidable strength, I shouldn't be ignorant of their names." And Miaoli replied, "Young master, ye told me they're from Wangzhou." Fan Dejung's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself, "Wangzhou? Realizing a certain possibility, he broke into a cold sweat. That can't be. On the other side, the Medicine King unleashed lightning toward Xiao Hong and Li Wujie. This master is going to tie you up and shock you until you can't even catch your breath. Lightning intertwined branches then surrounded the two from all directions. Seeing this, and Miaoli said urgently, "This is bad. Are even they not enough?" Fan Dezheng remained silent. Yi Junlin thought to himself that they seemed to have reached their limit and decided to give them a hand. Suddenly he noticed Xiaoxi shouting something. Senior brother Hong and junior brother Li are in danger. Mousy is going to save them. With that, Xiaoxi transformed and charged out. Yi Junlin called out in concern but then changed his mind. It's rare to see Xiaoxi take the initiative to fight. Perhaps I can see her combat potential now. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong muttered angrily, "Damn it, I underestimated the advantage the Medicine King has in this place. It's hard to deal a fatal blow to it. It's one thing to be bullied by that guy named Yi, but now even a plant dares to step on my head." Suddenly he caught sight of Xiaoxi rushing over. "What is this stupid mouse doing here?" Li Wujie also shouted urgently. "It's dangerous here. Senior brother Bai, get away." The Medicine King let out a cold snort. "HMPH, even this little thing dares to join the fray? Do you think this master will show you any mercy?" Xiaoxi's eyes gleamed as her small hands gripped one of the Medicine King's branches and she shouted in a rage, "Don't you dare look down on Mousy!" In that moment, Xiaoxi erupted with incredible physical strength, ripping the branch apart as she shrieked, "Stop bullying my brothers!" The Medicine King let out a pained pig-like scream. Xiaoxi then began to shred those branches with her sharp claws, her eyes filled with killing intent and her face flushed with rage as she shouted, "Senior brother, junior brother, I've come to save you." Xiao Hong and Li Wujie both broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Xiao Hong thought, his face pale, "This has to be a dream. This stupid mouse that follows us around all day actually has this kind of brute strength?" Li Wujie's jaw also dropped. Senior sister Bai, you were actually this strong?" Fan Dezheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "So the smallest one is even more ferocious than the other two." Yi Junlin was also a bit stunned, thinking, is this the power of the #1 immortal body in the myriad worlds? Truly extraordinary. On the other side, Xiao Hong said, "While this mouse is creating an opening for us, let's finish it off together." Li Wujie nodded. "Kill." With that, the two unleashed their ultimate moves, the Red Soul Demon Flame and the Chaos Heavenly Blade Scripture. A moment later, the Medicine King breathed its last. Xiaoxi ran happily to Xiao Hong. "That was great, we won. Will senior brother praise Mousy?" Xiao Hong turned away with a look of dissatisfaction. "I finally had a chance to show off and now you want to gloat. I stopped being your servant long ago." Seeing Xiao Hong's reaction, Xiaoxi's eyes welled with tears. Did Mousy do something wrong? Seeing this, Li Wujie crouched down to comfort her. "Senior sister Bai, you were so magnificent just now. Senior brother Hong, wouldn't you agree? If not for senior sister, we would have been in real trouble." Xiao Hong still couldn't accept losing to a mouse, but he still let out a cold snort. "HMPH, you truly were impressive today." Hearing this, Xiaoxi wiped her tears and said, "Oh, it was really nothing. Mousy just wanted to help." And Miaoli then stepped forward. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your help." Miaoli is deeply grateful. Li Wujie waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such formality, miss. It was merely a small effort." Xiaoxi shyly used her hat to cover her face, whispering, "Oh, there are outsiders." Seeing this, and Miaoli said, "Why is this little junior sister so shy? I saw you just now and you were incredible. I truly admire you. You don't need to worry about your appearance. You are very cute." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi took off her hat and asked joyfully, "Really? Master, did you hear that? This big sister really admires Mousy and she doesn't mind Mousy's looks at all." Hearing this conversation, Fan Dezheng was startled. "Master, it seems my deductions are becoming more and more accurate." Yi Junlin stepped forward and patted Xiaoxi's head. "All right, look at how delighted you are." Xiaoxi beamed with a smile as bright as a flower, and Miaoli looked at Yi Junlin in confusion. "Are you this little girl's master?" She wondered in her heart exactly what kind of existence could cultivate such powerful disciples. Yi Junlin replied, "Indeed, I cultivated this girl with great effort. She cost me quite a lot of painstaking care." Behind him, Xiao Hong heard this and let out a helpless sigh, thinking, "You actually have the nerve to say that? What did you cultivate in her? Her cooking skills?" Xiaoxi gave another sweet smile. "That's right, Master taught Mousy many things and he is especially good to Mousy." And Miaoli replied, "I see." She felt a bit puzzled. Why did these four people look so familiar together? It was as if she had seen them somewhere before. Yi Junlin caught the look on Miaoli's face and thought to himself, this girl doesn't seem simple. I wonder if she has noticed any clues. Just then, a group of herb spirits rushed to the scene. One of them reported, "Reporting to the Ginseng King, we have found the humans. The fluctuations from the battle just now all came from them." A Medicine King rank flower spirit let out a cold snort. "HMPH, I recall this is the Thunder King's territory." Seeing this array of enemies, Fan Dezheng broke into a cold sweat. There were actually so many treasure medicine rank herbs. This was big trouble. Xiao Hong scanned them, pondering secretly, "Oh, there is an extremely overbearing aura among this group." The Ginseng King then spoke, "You lowly humans dare to cause trouble in our territory, and even killed Little Thunder." Xiao Hong's battle intent ignited instantly. "Oh, this place really is a treasure trove. The quality of these medicinal materials is much higher than elsewhere. There's even a Medicine King of this caliber." The Ginseng King angrily raised its battle axe. "Audacious, lowly humans actually dare to covet this king?" Yi Jun had been observing and then spoke. Judging by the style of that axe, it seems these are the axe gang reinforcements called by that group of weeds just now. Li Wujie looked at Xiaoxi and asked, but this tree seems even more formidable than the last one. Senior Sister Bai, can you still help us? Xiaoxi clenched her fists and said with determination. Mousie will do her best. The Ginseng King roared its orders in a rage. Charge, capture them all, on this side. Xiao Hong and Li Wujie also charged forward excitedly. Suddenly, Xiaoxi's figure flickered, appearing before the Ginseng King as if by teleportation as she shouted, your opponent is Mousie. The Ginseng King burst into wild laughter. Haha. It's not just humans who dare to underestimate this king. Now even a mouse doesn't take me seriously. This is the joke of the century. With that, it swung its great axe in a continuous barrage toward Xiaoxi, who blocked them with her physical body. After a moment, Xiaoxi stopped, panting for breath as she said, Mousie is spinning so fast she's getting dizzy and wants to puke. I'm not fighting anymore. Mousie is quitting. On the other side, the Ginseng King swung its axe down, saying with contempt, HMPH, you want to fight this seat? Your cultivation is still far too shallow. Die, you stinking mouse. Xiaoxi squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Tears beginning to flow. Suddenly, the Ginseng King's eyes widened and it screamed in terror. You? Yi Junlin appeared and flicked the great axe with his fingertip, causing it to shatter instantly. He said with a smile, I must say, you Ginseng spirit, you're a bit too conceited. It seems I'll have to stew you into ginseng soup before you'll learn to be honest. Xiaoxi hugged Yi Junlin and sobbed, Master, Mousie has disgraced you again. Yi Junlin comforted her. Don't think too much about it. Go help the others. Leave this one to your master. Xiaoxi responded, okay, and then ran off. Nearby, and Miaoli watched this scene and said nervously, Uncle Fan, Master Yi is going to take action. Fan Dejung also replied with a grave expression, for some reason I still cannot see through his cultivation. Just how unfathomable is he? The battle erupted as the Ginseng King charged rapidly at Yi Junlin, its fists raining down like hailstones, but Yi Junlin stood calmly in place, allowing it to attack. He asked the system secretly, System, if I take action seriously, will my cultivation be exposed? Ding, rest assured, host. Each time the Medicine King Valley opens, it suppresses your cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refining. However, because it cannot break through this system's defense in the eyes of others, you will always be at the 9th level of Qi refining, while in reality, your cultivation has not changed at all. Yi Junlin revealed a sinister smile. Then I'm relieved. With that, he casually swung a palm, sending the Ginseng King flying, and Miaoli asked in confusion, Uncle Fan, is this really power that can be erupted by someone at the 9th level of Qi refining? Fan Dejung replied with his mouth agape. This is too bizarre. Could it be that Master Yi wasn't at the 9th level of Qi refining to begin with? Can he break the restrictions of the Medicine King Valley? After being sent flying, the Ginseng King questioned in rage, You human, what kind of trickery are you using? This is absolutely not the power a 9th level Qi refiner should have. Yi Jun continued to play dumb. I am but a minor Qi refining cultivator. What tricks could I possibly use? It's clearly because you are too weak. Why don't you try hitting me again? The Ginseng King roared in a fury. Insolent human. Taste this king's golden iron fist. With that, it leaped up again, swinging its fist toward Yi Junlin. Fan Dejung was struck with horror. Such a powerful aura, this punch likely has the power of the Golden Core stage. Can Master Yi still block it? Yi Junlin revealed a sinister smile, then summoned the human Emperor seal and countered with a heavy punch toward the Ginseng King. With a thunderous boom, the Ginseng King was smashed into the ground, the impact point instantly shattering into pieces. Fan Dejung cried out in shock. What on earth is that? Why can a 9th level Qi refiner perform such a terrifying move? And Miaoli was equally terrified. Exactly, how did he do it? Does he possess a unique secret method that can break through the cultivation limits? The Ginseng King trembled, roaring unwillingly. Crafty human, you dare to deceive me. You couldn't possibly be in the Qi refining realm, you liar. Yi Jun spouted nonsense without blinking. As heaven is my witness, I really am in the Qi refining stage. If you think I'm too weak, then you should practice more. The remaining herb spirits saw their leader defeated and turned pale with fear. Impossible, how can humans be this strong? In all these years, this is the first time we've encountered something like this. Woe is us. The Medicine King Valley is doomed. Li Wujie was overjoyed. As expected of Master, even with his cultivation suppressed to the same level as ours, his strength remains beyond our reach. Xiao Hong furrowed his brow, thinking, this is unscientific. The aura of this Ginseng King could clearly suppress me completely, yet this guy was able to defeat it so easily. Why is it that when we're both at the 9th level of Qi refining, you can be this strong? I used to entertain the delusion of suppressing him while at the same level. It seems that was truly a fool's dream. At this moment, the other spiritual grasses scattered in terror. The king is dead, brothers, run for your lives. Li Wujie took the opportunity to give chase. Thinking of running? Your all top-grade treasure medicine, stay here for me. After a bout of combat, Yi Jun watched Li Wujie gathering the spoils and praised, Xiao Li, well done. Collect all these medicine treasures. Li Wujie respectfully accepted the command. Thank you for the praise, Master. It was all thanks to Master subduing the Ginseng King. This disciple is only picking up the leftovers. Suddenly, a group of cultivators approached from the distance, saying excitedly, Everyone look, there are treasure medicines everywhere. Heavens, they've all been defeated. Aside from Master Randeng, are there other senior experts in the Medicine King Valley? There are a few people ahead. It seems they did this. A monk pointed at the Ginseng King on the ground and cried out in shock, Master, look at this ginseng spirit, it is most unusual. Randang looked over and blurted out, that is a supreme medicine king. The cultivators were also stunned. What? Even a medicine king can make those in the tribulation transcendent stage envious, let alone a supreme medicine king. If this were in the outside world, those hidden old monsters of the eastern region would surely go mad trying to seize it. If they were the ones who subdued the medicine king, who would dare harbor ill intentions? A monk suddenly grew greedy and charged toward the ginseng king, snorting, HMPH, since a supreme medicine king has appeared and is unclaimed, how could our Shuangkong temple sit idly by? Li Wujie immediately blocked Randang with his blade, shouting sternly, you old bald donkey, you dare to snatch our things? Get the hell away from here. The monk was repelled and severely injured. Only then did Randang speak. Amitabha, excellent, excellent. Does this benefactor know that the one you injured is from our Shuangkong temple? Li Wujie rebuked fearlessly, you thief baldies, come here to steal our spoils and still dare to call yourselves Buddhists? You're nothing but a bunch of hypocritical bandits. With that he pointed his long blade directly at the group of monks. A monk retorted angrily, you bastard, how dare you speak such nonsense? Who can prove you defeated this thing? You simply arrived one step before us. Another monk chimed in. Indeed, I advise you rogue cultivators to be smarter. If you offend our Shuangkong temple, don't even dream of having a place to stand in the eastern region. Randang also spoke with a look of displeasure. The benefactor's words are mistaken. Li Wujie laughed loudly. Ha ha, old bald donkey, it seems you're very unhappy. Then come and try me. An old monk spoke again. Vile creature, do you know whom you are being insolent to? This is a genuine tribulation transcendence powerhouse. You think you're worthy of being the master's opponent? The spectating cultivators were struck with terror. What? A tribulation transcendence powerhouse? Although we sensed this master's realm was high, we didn't expect him to be a void immortal in the Medicine King Valley. Even figures with prominent status are but ants before a tribulation transcendence powerhouse. Hearing this, Li Wujie broke into a cold sweat. Tribulation transcendence? But in the next instant he stopped caring and shouted, I don't care who you are here, everyone is at the 9th level of chi refining. Even if it were outside, I'd still cut you down. Randang was somewhat surprised and asked in confusion, you certainly talk big. May I ask for this benefactor's honorable name? Li Wujie pointed at himself and said confidently, listen well, your granddaddy's name is Li Tiden. The monks burst into thunderous laughter. Haha, Li Tiden? What kind of rustic dirt cheap name is that? Which village did you crawl out of? Indeed, you don't even have a sect, yet you dare to clamor before a tribulation transcendence expert? Seeing that Li Wujie was merely a nameless nobody, Randang prepared to act. Benefactor, the baleful aura on you is too heavy. Allow this old monk to resolve it for you. Li Wujie gripped his kitchen knife and said excitedly, come on then, it's not often one gets the chance to exchange moves with a tribulation transcendence powerhouse. Chaos cross slash. Subsequently, a red and a yellow streak of true chi collided violently in the air. After a moment, Randang's protective barrier shattered, and his figure staggered backward. Li Wujie excitedly launched another attack. Again, this is too refreshing. Below. Randang immediately used the Golden Buddha Holy Seal to block, and so one attacked, while the other defended. The spectating cultivators were struck with horror. I truly didn't expect this Li Tiden to be so strong to be able to fight the master for so long. The master must not be using his full strength. After all, if he used his full power against a nobody, it wouldn't sound good for his reputation. Meanwhile, Randang's brow was furrowed as he thought, this old monk cultivated bitterly for 100,000 years for this Medicine King Valley. Can I not even take down a junior? I have no choice but to use that move. He then began to channel his energy, his entire body enveloped in golden light. Li Wujie's heart skipped a beat, and he observed with gritted teeth. At this point, the blade chi Li Wujie slashed out no longer had any effect on Randang. Randang spoke, Benefactor, stop wasting time. Even if you hacked for 3 days and 3 nights, you wouldn't be able to harm this old monk in the slightest. Unexpectedly, Li Wujie stopped his attack and under Randang's shocked gaze spat directly onto the protective layer. Randang angrily smashed a fist toward him, roaring, vile creature. Li Wujie swiftly sidestepped and slashed at Randang but still couldn't harm him at all. He gritted his teeth and pondered, attacks are ineffective. He charged up again and taunted, old bald donkey, is your last name by any chance Turtle? Referring to a turtle's shell. Hearing this, Randang said, Benefactor, why must you be so stubborn? After all, we won't be staying in the Medicine King Valley forever. Another monk also clamored, you think you're impressive because you can fight the master to a draw here. If you have the guts, stay here forever. Once you're out, you idiot, just wait for death. At this moment, Yi Zhenlin's gaze turned icy and he spoke with killing intent. I was the one who captured this Medicine King, yet you people from Shuangkong Temple have the audacity to try and snatch it. You're simply asking for trouble, and being beaten like this is exactly what you deserve. Randang immediately retorted. Benefactor, the moment you all attacked together, the nature of this matter changed. Besides, who stipulated that anything fallen on the ground belongs to you? The old monk believed that only what was in one's hand truly belonged to them. After speaking, he once again activated his defense and hid inside like a shrinking turtle. Hearing this, Xiaohong lunged forward in a rage. Old bald donkey, are you looking for death? Randang let out a cold snort, his face full of disdain. HMPH, you think you can stop this old monk with just your group? Don't waste your energy, this Medicine King belongs to me. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed behind Xiaohong, and he blurted out in shock, This is, Yi Junlin appeared before Randang and said, "Old bald donkey, do you really think no one can handle you?" Subsequently, he swung his fist, unleashing the battle-winning punch. Seeing Yi Junlin's strike, Randang broke into a cold sweat. Why was the power contained in this single punch so terrifying? He even felt as if it had surpassed the restrictions of the Medicine King Valley. Immediately after, Yi Junlin's punch shattered Randang's defensive barrier and slammed heavily into his chest. A thunderous boom echoed as dust and smoke filled the forest. Randang was sent reeling backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. The monks behind him, unaware of the reality, continued to mock. "With those amateur moves of yours, you dare to show off before Master Randang? Exactly, all bark and no bite. Try again if you have the guts." In the front, Randang's expression had turned grim to the extreme. Yi Junlin said with a smile, "How was the taste of that punch just now? I only controlled my power to the absolute limit because I didn't want the reputation of beating you to death to spread." Hearing this, Randang replied, "The Buddhist gate is merciful. Benefactor, please do as you wish." After uttering those parting words, Randang led the group of monks away. One monk asked in confusion, Master, is it over just like that? A winner hasn't even been decided yet. Master, are we just giving up these precious medicines?" Randang walked ahead in silence, his heart burning with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging as he shot a vicious glare at the monk. The man jumped in fright. "I understand, we're leaving now." On Yi Junlin's side, he snapped his fingers and said, "At least you're a sensible bald donkey." Meanwhile, during the retreat, Randang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A monk cried out anxiously, "Master, what happened to you?" Randang replied calmly, "This old monk is fine, just a minor injury." But his body wouldn't stop trembling, and he thought in shock, just who on earth is that? To have this kind of strength within the Medicine King Valley. Has the age of great contention truly arrived? Can even I not escape the torrent of the times? Murderous intent filled his eyes. "Fine, there are restrictions here. I couldn't finish you in one blow. Just you wait. I will personally deliver you to the afterlife in the future." At the Medicine King Valley headquarters, a meeting of Medicine Kings was being held. The Cherokee Rose Medicine King's face was dark, and he spoke with deep concern. "Human cultivators are running rampant in my Medicine King Valley. Even the Thunder King and the Ginseng King have been captured at this moment of life and death. Everyone make a decision quickly. Shall we hide until the valley closes, or shall we resist? Why should we hide? This is our territory. All the human cultivators who came here before were enslaved by us. We absolutely cannot back down this time. We should unite to resist." The speaker was the Blood Jade Flame Bone Bamboo Medicine King. The Red Essence Ganoderma Medicine King held the same view. "Exactly, resist. We are the masters here. If we surrender, we'll never be able to hold our heads up again." The Cold Soul Mystic Lotus Medicine King also spoke up. "But that human cultivator is extremely powerful. Even with Medicine King level combat power, it's hard to counterattack, and there's even a risk of being suppressed." The Deer Antler Medicine King expressed his concern from the side. "Indeed, especially that white-haired guy. He defeated the Ginseng King in just one move. It's simply terrifying." The Fleece Flower Root Medicine King suggested, "Why don't we ask that one to take action? He was a terrifying existence back then. Having followed the Medicine Sovereign, as long as he's willing to act, he can surely crush those humans," the Cold Soul Mystic Lotus Medicine King said, but with his personality. "I'm afraid he'll refuse us. You all know how he is." Blood Jade Flame Bone Bamboo let out a cold snort. HMPH, right now the Medicine King Valley is facing an existential catastrophe. As the first successor of the Medicine Kings, will he just watch as we are chopped up and thrown into soup pots? Is he worthy of the Medicine Sovereign and his kin? Don't hesitate. At this critical moment we have no choice but to go all out. Subsequently, the Medicine Kings left the meeting room to see the Supreme Medicine King, the Great Demon Mushroom King. Upon seeing him, the Medicine Kings all knelt. Cold Soul Mystic Lotus spoke, "Greetings, Great Demon King. We beg the Great Demon King to save the Medicine King Valley." Red Essence Ganoderma also pleaded, "Please wake up, Great Demon King, please wake up." At that moment, the Great Demon King above opened his eyes and a powerful force erupted from within his body. Seeing this, several Medicine Kings were overjoyed. "Look, the Great Demon King is awake," but immediately after, the Great Demon King suddenly jumped down from the stone pillar and hid behind it, staring at the Medicine Kings in terror and stammering, "You don't come over. If there's something to say, just say it from there." Cold Soul Mystic Lotus looked back at the Medicine Kings with some embarrassment. "Please be patient with him, new Medicine Kings. The Great Demon King suffers from social anxiety. He's afraid of seeing new faces and only likes to be alone, hating to be disturbed above all else." Subsequently, the Medicine Kings kowtowed and pleaded again, "Respected Great Demon King, those human cultivators are slaughtering our kin in the valley. If we don't resist, our race will perish. The Medicine King Valley needs your salvation. Great Demon King, we beg you." The Great Demon King spoke in rage and disbelief. "Impossible." The Medicine Sovereign set a restriction, forbidding human cultivators from threatening us. "Unless the opponent is the greatest genius of the ages, the strongest person in history," the Medicine Kings replied with mournful faces. "It's true. Many of our kin have already met a cruel end. Now only you can save us, your strength is the greatest and your seniority the highest. As long as you're willing to show yourself, the entire race will surely unite to face the invaders." The great Demon King backed away in terror. "No, I can't do it. I just want to stay here peacefully. Besides, Medicine King Valley's opening time is limited. The humans will be teleported out eventually. Everyone should just hide for now." Red Essence Ganoderma clenched his fists and said, "Great Demon King, you're being too naive. The target of those humans is you. You are the oldest existence in the Medicine King Valley. They'll never stop until they catch you." The great Demon King turned pale with fear. "What? Are there many humans coming to catch me?" Red Essence Ganoderma put on a terrifying expression to intimidate him. "Exactly. They are extremely cruel. After they catch you, they'll humiliate you collectively. They'll torture you and then take you outside to be auctioned. At that time, countless humans will surround you, touching you all over." The great Demon King shrieked. Don't say any more." Blood Jade Flamebone Bamboo joined in. "Great Demon King, as long as you deal with the most difficult one among them, leave the rest to us." "Exactly. Helping us is helping yourself. Once it's done, you can go back to sleep in peace and no one will dare disturb you again." Hearing this, the great Demon King's interest was piqued. "Fine, I'll only handle the most powerful human. The rest of you can deal with the others yourselves." Having achieved their goal, the Medicine Kings shouted in unison. "Thank you, Great Demon King." The great Demon King said, You all go out and wait for me for a moment." After speaking, he hid behind a tree again. Seeing this, Deer Antler muttered in dejection. Sigh, looking at him like that, can he really suppress those humans? He seems totally unreliable beside him. Cold Soul Mystic Lotus smiled. HMPH, don't underestimate the great Demon King. He is a Golden Core Stage Supreme Medicine King. Dealing with those human brats will be as easy as blowing away dust. On this side, a man was cupping his hands in a respectful bow to Randang. "Master Randang, I am the Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect. Once we leave the Medicine King Valley, could you sell me a few precious herbs? Rest assured the price will surely satisfy you." Randang replied with joined palms. Amitabha. Meeting his fate, the Buddha delivers those with whom he has a connection. Benefactor shall surely have his wish fulfilled. The man hurriedly bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Master." Just then, the crowd became restless. "Master, I want thunderstruck wood. The price is negotiable, just name it." "I want dragon blood grass." Randang opened his palms and smiled. "Excellent, excellent. This old monk shall surely help all fellow Taoists achieve their wishes." Right at that moment, the group of Medicine Kings charged over with furious expressions. A monk pointed toward them and shouted, "Enemy attack!" Randang was overjoyed at the sight. "Good timing, this old monk was just worrying about not being able to find them and now they've delivered themselves to my door." Blood Jade Flamebone Bamboo roared excitedly. "Old bald donkey, still gloating? I've come to harvest you." Seeing this formation, Randang was ecstatic. So many Medicine Kings, this is a fortune bestowed upon this old monk by the Buddha. If you refuse to realize your errors, this old monk shall deliver you to the afterlife. After speaking, he activated his personal defense. Cold Soul Mystic Lotus and Blood Jade Flamebone Bamboo struck at Randang simultaneously. Die, old bald donkey. However, when the dust settled, the defensive barrier was completely unscathed. The Medicine Kings were shocked. "What strong defense!" Red Essence Ganoderma immediately screamed. "Great Demon King, it's this old bald donkey." Hearing that there were reinforcements, Randang broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "What? Great Demon King? Could there be a demonic powerhouse presiding over the Medicine King Valley?" But when Red Essence Ganoderma looked back, the Great Demon King had long since vanished. At that moment, the Great Demon King was sprinting in the opposite direction. Red Essence Ganoderma rushed forward to stop him. "Great Demon King, we're counting on you. Otherwise, we're all going to be caught and turned into soup." The Great Demon King's eyes spun in circles as he shrieked in terror. "Yeah, there are too many people." The crowd over there was buzzing with discussion. "Isn't this just a mushroom? So this is the Great Demon King they were talking about." "Ha ha!" Just then, Randang suddenly realized something was wrong. This is a mushroom recorded in the ancient texts of Xuankang Temple. Azure all over, it's called the Immortal Chaos Mushroom. If a cultivator can refine and consume it, their strength will surely soar. One's lifespan can be extended by 1,000,000 years, and if brewed into a soup, it can even accelerate cultivation speed. My sincere heart must have moved the Buddha. The day of my ascension to immortality is just around the corner. Subsequently, he threw a palm strike. This mushroom has a connection with the Buddha, so this old monk shall take it first. Watching the palm print fly toward him, the Great Demon King froze in place, but immediately after, he began kicking and punching wildly in a rage. "This is too much. Why did you hit me on the head?" At this time, the crowd also discovered in shock. "Heavens, this mushroom is actually a Golden Core perfected Supreme Medicine King." Randang was fearless and let out a great shout. "Vile creature, cease your chaos!" Behind him, Red Essence Ganoderma shouted excitedly, "Great Demon King, he wants to catch you and sell you at an auction." The Great Demon King flew into a massive rage. "I will never let you succeed." Randang was full of confidence. "This old monk has the Vajra indestructible body. You can't do anything to me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was pinned to the ground by the Great Demon King and subjected to a flurry of kicks and punches. At this moment, the Great Demon King was performing the mushroom's secret art. Grandpa Mushroom is angry. Striking the 8 directions, the Great Demon King kept bouncing on Randang. I'll teach you to hit me on the head, I'll teach you to hit me on the head, Randang screamed in pain repeatedly. He gnashed his teeth and roared, vile creature, have the guts to let this old monk stand up. Suddenly several branches lunged forward, binding Randang's hands tightly. Then quickly coiling around his legs, hoisting him up in a matter of moments, he wailed in grief and indignation in his heart. Just kill me already. Being humiliated by a broken mushroom in public, how can I ever deliver the people to the afterlife again? The great demon king pointed at Randang and said, I've settled it for you. I don't care about the rest. The medicine kings stared at Randang with sinister smiles. Leave the rest to us. Randang was struck with absolute terror. What do you want to do? The Buddha will not forgive you. His body began to tremble as cold sweat poured down, and he thought, is this old monk going to experience a humiliation like the one 10,000 years ago all over again? On this side, Yi Junlin and his disciples were dealing with a medicinal herb. Yi Junlin's brow furrowed slightly as he looked in another direction, thinking, oh, interesting. The aura over there is unusual, far exceeding all the other medicine kings. He revealed a sinister, charming smile. The power behind the scenes of the Medicine King Valley had finally appeared. At this moment that herb began to cry and beg for mercy. Seniors, stop hitting me. This junior was just passing by. I'm not in the same group as those herbs that bully humans. What do you seniors want? I'll give it to you directly. Hearing this, and Meowly said, really, the fruit on your branches looks very beautiful. The herb turned pale with terror, breaking into a cold sweat. This, as long as you lot spare me, I'll give it all to you. Even spirit beasts won't eat these when they fall on the ground. Take them all. After speaking, it let the fruits fall one by one. Fan Dejung smiled and said, Miss, these are astral primordial fruits. Consuming them can enhance astral power, which is of great benefit to your physique. Originally, the Wendao sect had searched throughout Guangzhou without finding a single trace of these immortal fruits. Now, obtaining dozens of them in the blink of an eye was truly a stroke of immense luck. And Meowly was beyond excited. Exactly, Uncle Fan, this trip was definitely not in vain. Once I consume and refine these fruits, my soul will surely break through once again. After handing over all the immortal fruits, the medicinal herb asked cautiously, Seniors, can this lowly one leave now? Xiaohong roared. Scram! The herb immediately took off like it was strapped to a rocket, vanishing from the scene. Thank you, Senior. Yi Junlin then spoke. Everyone, there's an unusual aura over there. Let's head over and take a look. Perhaps we can find the power behind the Medicine King Valley. Li Wujie said excitedly, really, can we finally uncover the secrets of the Medicine King Valley? Beside him, Xiaohong frowned and thought to himself, why can't I sense any aura at all? Is this guy truly at the 9th level of qi refining right now? And Meowly ran over and handed several star fruits to Yi Junlin. Master Yi, it's all thanks to your disciples that we got these fruits. Please take a few more. Yi Junlin waved his hand, no need, you keep them. Fan Dejung also spoke up. Master Yi is truly magnanimous. If there is ever a need for the Wendao sect in the future, just give the word. Yi Junlin then replied, you're too kind, let's head over together. A moment later, Yi Junlin and his party reached their destination. Seeing the scene before them, everyone's expressions varied. How can there be so many Medicine King rank herbs? This is absurd. Heavens, it's spectacular. It's truly unbelievable. At that moment, a group of Medicine Kings was kicking, whipping, and using every means possible to beat and humiliate a group of human cultivators. Xiaoxi pointed in one direction and asked in confusion, Master, that pitch-black thing looks so familiar. Yi Junlin remarked casually, how long has it been? How did that old bald donkey end up in such a state? Randang was currently being hung up by the herbs, with a stinky mushroom constantly spraying a thick fragrance on him, while the other cultivators were bound by the herbs. Hurry up and crawl for me, bark like a dog, faster, woof woof woof. Yi Junlin mused, to be able to humiliate Randang and the eastern region cultivators like this, it seems the strength behind this is indeed extraordinary. Li Wujie pulled out his kitchen knife again. The stronger the herbs, the higher their rank, and perhaps a supreme great medicine king was hidden here. Upon noticing Yi Junlin's party, the Red Essence Ganoderma shouted arrogantly, you newcomers, did you see their fate? Kneel and beg for mercy immediately. Yi Junlin stood there composed. I'd like to see who gave you such audacity. At this moment, covered in filth with herb droppings on his head, Randang thought, kid, enjoy being a person while you still can. You'll soon regret being so naive. Hearing this, the Red Essence Ganoderma flew into a rage. White-haired boy, was it you who killed the Thunder King and the Ginseng King? Unfortunately, now that the great Demon King is presiding here, you are only fit to be our plaything. Fellow kinsmen, let us respectfully request the great Demon King to act. The other Medicine Kings shouted in response, Great Demon King, Great Demon King, Great Demon King. Beside them, Xiaohong and Fan Dejung turned pale. The great Demon King. Does such an evil and terrifying thing truly exist here? Even in my prime, I wouldn't have dared call myself a great Demon King. Just who is he? Yi Junlin, however, was fearless. I truly want to see what this so-called great Demon King actually is. But when the Red Essence Ganoderma looked back, a great Demon King had long since vanished. It ran off in a frantic search and finally brought the great Demon King back, pointing at Yi Junlin and saying, Great Demon King, this guy is the worst and strongest one. Only you can defeat him. Yi Junlin looked at it curiously. You are the strongest existence in the Medicine King Valley, and Meowly wore the same expression. This is the great Demon King. The great Demon King stood with its hands on its hips and replied, Duh, that's right. But its body was uncontrollably trembling. Beside them, Xiaohong recognized it and blurted out in horror, Wait a minute, could this be the immortal chaos mushroom? Yi Junlin asked in confusion. Wang Kuiwa, what kind of mushroom did you say? Is this thing powerful? Xiao Hong explained. This is the immortal chaos mushroom. Consuming it can enhance one's strength and lifespan. It possesses infinite mysteries. Rumor has it that this is the closest thing to an immortal medicine. Fan Dezheng broke into a cold sweat. Close to an immortal medicine? Then isn't that a supreme great medicine king? That would be at the Golden Core Peak cultivation. Master Yi, be careful. If things go south, we should find a way to teleport out immediately. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Don't panic, I know what to do. The great demon king then erupted with an incredible aura of rage. You humans are too wicked, always thinking of eating me. Why do you keep disturbing my sleep? Why? The great demon king's aura exploded, and an angry ghost face accompanied by overwhelming pressure surged downward. Xiao Hong's brow furrowed as he thought, what terrifying pressure. My current strength is far too inferior to it. Yi Junlin, however, smiled brightly. With a flick of his finger he condensed spiritual energy and slashed through the air. The great demon king collided head-on with Yi Junlin's move and was instantly sent flying with not even a trace of its mushroom shadow left. Seeing this, the herbs screamed in terror. Great demon king, and Miaoli was equally horrified. Uncle Fan. Master Yi's moves seemed completely unaffected by the qi refining realm. His methods are so formidable that he can ignore the restrictions of the Medicine King Valley. In the back, Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth and pondered, this is too absurd. How did he do it? The reason the medicine race here is so strong is all due to the rules set by the medicine sovereign. And those rules are methods that only an immortal can perform. Once inside the Medicine King Valley, everyone is subject to those rules. Unless one is equal to or stronger than the caster, they shouldn't be able to ignore or break them. Staring at Yi Junlin's back, Xiao Hong had a bold theory. Could he be? But the thought was dismissed as soon as it appeared. No, absolutely impossible. He couldn't possibly be that kind of existence. If he were, I would have had no chance of escaping his clutches. On this side, Li Wujie asked with concern, Wang Kuiwa, are you okay? Distraught. Xiao Hong roared. Scram, he thought to himself. HMPH, a casual question, and it hits me right in my bad luck over there. Randang's mouth was wide open in shock. Oh Buddha, what is going on? The power of the palm he hit me with before was nothing compared to the strength he used against the Great Demon King. And now he just sent the Great Demon King flying with a casual wave. My Buddhist heart is truly about to collapse. At this time, the Great Demon King slammed heavily into the ground, shattering the earth and sending dust flying. It was so aggrieved that tears flowed, as it thought, I was actually sent flying? That's impossible. Back then, the medicine sovereign personally set the restrictions and promised me that no mortal could break them. Why has it become like this now? Could it be because too much time has passed and the restriction has failed? Yi Junlin held up a finger ready to make a move. As he looked at the Great Demon King with contempt, Great Demon King, if you have no other skills, then I'm going to catch you and stew you in a soup. The Great Demon King roared in a fury, you bastard, I will never let you have your way. With that, it charged at Yi Junlin again. Yi Junlin simply waved his hand and delivered several slaps, spinning the Great Demon King like a ball before winding up a punch. A golden air current rapidly gathered, and then slammed heavily into the Great Demon King's face, making it spit out a mouthful of blood. It cursed in its heart. It seems this guy really can ignore the realm suppression. That old codger, the medicine sovereign, was truly unreliable. The rules he set could actually be broken by a human cultivator. A glint flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes as he activated his eternal tyrant body, followed by another heavy punch to the Great Demon King. That single punch smashed a giant crater into the ground, sending debris flying and creating a shockwave that looked like a massive explosion from afar. The surrounding trees were knocked over in both directions. The Great Demon King lay in the crater, doubting itself. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to beat a human in the Medicine King Valley. I really am too weak. Seeing the Great Demon King defeated, the other Medicine Kings cried out in terror. The Great Demon King lost. It's over. Everything is over. Our Medicine King Valley is completely finished. The Great Demon King trembled, tears streaming as it foamed at the mouth and blamed itself. My skill was inferior. I can't blame the Medicine Sovereign or anyone else, only myself. My life has been long and boring. In the next life, I don't want to be a mushroom anymore. I want to be a human. Standing above and looking down at the Great Demon King, a new mission suddenly popped up for Yi Junlin. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating a disciple recruitment mission. Successfully recruit the immortal chaos mushroom as a disciple to obtain a peerless divine technique. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. This technique allows you to manifest 2 clones with cultivation and strength identical to the original. After reading the notification, Yi Junlin was speechless. System, are you serious? Not even sparing a mushroom, but the reward is indeed tempting. He then looked at the chaos mushroom and began to entice it. Don't want to die? Then I can give you a chance. Yi Junlin thought confidently that since this mushroom was so afraid of death, it would surely agree immediately. But before he could even state his conditions, the chaos mushroom shouted, I refuse. Yi Junlin froze. The mushroom wasn't playing by the script. He let out a surprised, ha, he asked in confusion. I haven't even said the conditions and you refuse? Do you really want to die? The chaos mushroom let out a breath, looking ready for death as it replied. Yes, I don't want to live anymore. Yi Junlin frowned in silence, wondering if it really was tired of living. but the reward 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones was far too cool and powerful to miss. At that thought he put on a coaxing smile and said, "Then before you die, do me a favor." The Chaos Mushroom asked curiously, "What is it?" Yi Junlin replied, "Be my disciple." The Chaos Mushroom was speechless, thinking, where in the world is there someone asking a dying person to be their disciple, truly thick-skinned. Yi Junlin then revealed a sinister smile. "Brother Mushroom, as long as you nod and agree, I will do my absolute best to smash you into pieces, ensuring you a quick and painless death." The Chaos Mushroom turned its back in anger, putting its hands on its hips and snorting, "Are you insane? Who asked someone like that? I'm not interested." Seeing this, Yi Junlin's face darkened, his brow furrowing as he began to threaten. "In that case, I'll have to throw you into a pot first, kill a few chickens, add some other herbs and simmer you repeatedly. To make a pot of delicious chicken and mushroom stew, I'll eat every last bit, leaving not even a scrap." Yi Junlin produced an iron pot and a ladle from nowhere, and grinned wickedly. "Come here, I'll grant your wish right now." After hearing this, the Chaos Mushroom burst into tears on the spot. "Wow, that's too terrifying." With that thought, it immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. I agree to be your disciple." Ding, congratulations to the host on successfully recruiting a disciple. Reward, Peerless Divine Technique, 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Ding, disciple's aptitude detected. Granting the Supreme Cultivation Method, Azure Emperor Longevity Scripture. Yi Junlin was secretly delighted. He had finally succeeded. He then turned to the Chaos Mushroom and said, "Rise, from now on you are my disciple. You shall call me master. I will protect you and never let anyone eat you." Upon hearing this, the Chaos Mushroom's face turned a healthy red with joy, its eyes sparkling like stars. Yi Junlin reached out to cast a spell. "This is the cultivation method granted to you by your master. Go and cultivate it." He then transmitted the technique to the Chaos Mushroom. The Chaos Mushroom sensed the extraordinary nature of the method, its eyes glowing. "Is this the Azure Emperor Longevity Scripture? What a mysterious and profound technique." The medicine race was naturally weak and disliked conflict, relying solely on the rules left by the medicine sovereign to suppress humans. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged into the sky from the Chaos Mushroom's position. As the dust cleared, a handsome and heroic young man appeared. He whispered, "This Azure Emperor Longevity Scripture has not only solved the cultivation flaws of the medicine race." He slowly stood up and examined his transformed body, adding joyfully, "It has also greatly enhanced my combat power, allowing my medicine race to undergo a complete transformation." And Miaoli was astounded at the sight. Master Yi fought and fought, only to end up taking a disciple and even helping a medicinal herb transform into a human. What kind of strange hobby was this? Fan Dejung wore the same expression. To be able to transform into a human before even becoming an immortal medicine. What kind of immortal secret technique is this? Li Wujie clenched his fists. His master's strength was truly unfathomable. Shaoxi also shouted happily, "Great, Mousy has another junior brother." The Chaos Mushroom knelt before Yi Junlin. "Thank you, master, for granting this fortune. Please accept your disciple's bow." Yi Junlin nodded with a satisfied smile. You are a promising student." Only Xiao Hong in the back was deep in thought. HMPH, just how many more secrets is this guy hiding? Not only recruiting a disciple but also helping him transform, he must have another motive. Suddenly he was startled, a cold sweat breaking out. "I see. This immortal Chaos Mushroom is very likely to evolve into an immortal medicine in the future." He could almost see the image of Yi Junlin refining the Chaos Mushroom. The value of an immortal medicine is something even immortals would fight over until their heads bleed. This guy must be playing a calculating game, likely waiting for the right opportunity to refine and consume him. On the other side, Randang looked miserable, his eyes wide as he completely lost faith in the Buddha, thinking, "This old monk truly doesn't understand this world. Does it mean that from beginning to end I'm the only one who has suffered the most?" He then waved his arms and shouted, "Come here, someone save me quickly, get me out of here." At this moment, Yi Junlin stroked his chin and plotted, "Since you've already entered my sect, I need to give you a suitable name. I'll call you." The Chaos Mushroom looked at him with anticipation, hoping for a beautiful name. He was truly looking forward to it. Yi Junlin thought for a moment and blurted out, "Xiao Hei." The Chaos Mushroom stared blankly, then comforted himself in his heart. "Though simple, it doesn't matter. This low-profile style suits me well." Thus Xiao Hei spoke, "Thank you, master." Yi Junlin remembered something and asked curiously, "Right, master wants to ask you, since the medicine sovereign agreed to open the Medicine King Valley, why did he set up methods to suppress human cultivators?" Xiao Hei answered, "Because the old medicine sovereign is also of the medicine race, so he wanted to protect us from the catastrophe of extinction." Everyone was shocked to hear this secret. From the side, Li Wujie pressed further. "What? That medicine sovereign wasn't even human?" Xiao Hei nodded. The medicine sovereign is a rare Kylan medicine. He knew well that the world is treacherous and unpredictable. Xiao Hong was also startled to hear of the medicine sovereign's origin. A Kylan medicine, that is a legendary immortal medicine that seizes the essence of heaven and earth if someone could refine and consume it. Even a dead person could be brought back to life, gaining invincible combat power and a direct path to immortality. Yi Junlin helped Xiao Hei up and asked again, "In that case, the medicine sovereign must have made a significant sacrifice to protect you all back then, right?" Xiao He looked behind him with a worried expression. The group of medicine kings back there was fuming with rage, shouting loudly, "Isn't it all thanks to you humans?" The Red Essence Ganoderma began the account. In the past, many human factions coveted the Medicine King Valley, burning, killing, and looting here every day. Those herbs with low cultivation had no power to fight back. They could only become commodities for trade or food on a dining table. As it spoke, it burst into tears of rage. To ensure the safety of our kin, the medicine sovereign did not hesitate to deplete his own medicinal power to satisfy the desires of those human powerhouses, buying survival space for the medicine race. Li Wujie was quite surprised upon hearing this. Oh, the medicine sovereign actually used his own body to carve out a path of life for the medicine race at this moment. Xiao He also spoke up. But the medicine sovereign's power was finite, while the greed of the major factions was infinite. Thus, the medicine sovereign resolutely charged into the immortal realm, using himself as the price to bargain with them. To trade for the safety of the medicine race, the immortal realm set a condition. The Medicine King Valley must open once every 10 years, and in exchange, the immortal realm would provide protection. On the surface, the medicine sovereign compromised, but he secretly reinforced the formation, suppressing human cultivation to ensure the safety of the medicine race. These things are only known to us high-level herbs. Many small herbs attained immortality under the medicine sovereign's protection, allowing the Medicine King Valley to maintain its current peace. Xiao He clenched his fists and continued, even in such a dull and desperate environment, the medicine race would never deal a lethal blow to kill the human cultivators who enter the valley. They only wanted to relieve their boredom and pass the time. After hearing this tragic past, Yi Junlin sighed. The medicine sovereign sacrificed himself for others to seek a glimmer of hope for his race. He is indeed admirable. Li Wujie was moved to tears. The medicine sovereign's righteousness is grand. Even Fan Dezhong sighed with emotion. I have always admired the medicine sovereign, although I knew he wasn't a human of the eastern region. Making such a massive sacrifice for his kin truly makes me admire him even more, and Miaoli also said. Looking back at what human cultivators did in the past, it's truly shameful. Simply humiliating. Suddenly, the teleportation portal to leave the Medicine King Valley opened, and someone shouted, "The portal to leave is open. I can finally leave this godforsaken place. Whoever wants to come back can come. Anyway, I'm never coming back." At this time, Randang looked furious again, thinking through gritted teeth, "Amitabha, I'm finally free. Once this old monk is out, I will surely use blood to wash away this ugly humiliation." After the portal opened, the cultivators left one after another, and Yi Junlin's group also prepared to depart. Yi Junlin turned to look at Xiao He and asked, "Xiao He, do you not plan to come with us?" Xiao He appeared somewhat hesitant. Me, Xiao He thought to himself. I originally thought I could go back to sleep after the crisis was resolved, but now a major change has occurred. Not only have I been taken as a disciple, but I've also been taught a supreme technique. Should I go and see the vast world outside, or, sensing the hesitation in Xiao He's eyes, Yizun waved his hand in farewell. "Master respects your choice. If fate permits, let us meet again in 100,000 years until we meet again." Xiao He asked himself, do I really want to stay here and continue idling? Why does my heart feel so empty? Am I going back to that long and tedious life? He looked toward the teleportation portal. No, I don't want to go back. He then charged straight out, shouting loudly, "The world is so big, I want to see it. Master, take me with you. I want to see this world." Yi Junlin nodded in response. "Good, Master will take you to roam far and wide from now on." Seeing Xiao He depart, the medicine kings asked each other in confusion, "Why did the great demon king leave too? Did he become so excited after taking human form? He must have been coerced by that human. Damnable humans, but since they're all gone, we can continue to live our peaceful life for another 100,000 years." Outside the secret realm, onlookers were all excited to see the cultivators flying out. "Look, they're coming out. Look at those happy faces. They must have reaped a bountiful harvest. It's truly enviable. I only regret that the number of people allowed into the Medicine King Valley is limited. I'll never have the chance in this life." Just then, Randang walked out, thinking furiously, "Damn it, I'm finally out." Seeing him emerge, the monks joyfully went to meet him. "Master, how was the harvest this time? Do we even need to ask?" With Master Randang leading the way, our Shuangkong temple must have returned with a full load. Randang looked furious, staring at the monks with murderous intent. "Does this old monk look like he returned with a full load to you?" The monks were terrified and broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "Master, forgive us, this junior has spoken out of turn." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Everyone who entered the Medicine King Valley, stay right there. No one is allowed to move." The speaker was none other than the group of people impersonating Yi Junlin. The fake Li Wujie shouted with a ferocious expression, "Whoever dares to resist, don't blame my master for being merciless. My master Yi Junlin is a void immortal powerhouse." The cultivators who had just emerged from the Medicine King Valley, covered in wounds, said angrily, "You've got to be kidding me. Another robbery? Simply shameless to the extreme." A nearby cultivator gestured for silence. "Shish, keep your voice down. Do you want to die speaking so loudly?" At this moment, and Meowly spoke up in anger. Damn it, it's this group again. Yi Junlin's face was now dark. Very good, I hadn't even gone looking for you, and yet you've delivered yourselves to my door. The impostors were still smiling with full confidence, completely unaware that a great disaster was imminent. Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth in absolute rage. To find a woman to impersonate this seat. This is simply an insult to this seat. I must grind your bones to ash. Li Wujie felt the same way. I, the dignified blade demon who strikes terror into the hearts of men, have actually been smeared as a common bandit. Beside them, Xiao He had not yet adapted to the secular world and hid behind a tree in fear. There are truly so many people. Xiao Shi comforted him from the side. Don't be afraid, junior brother, master and senior brothers will handle it. Hearing this, Xiao He stammered in reply, thank you, but may I ask how should I address you, senior sister? Xiao Shi laughed happily. Mousie's name is Bai Xiaoxi. Xiao He bowed. Senior sister Bai, please take care of me in the future. Xiaoxi jumped up with joy. Oh, you're so cute, no need to be so formal. Xiao He looked at the impostors and asked in confusion, Senior sister Bai, why are those mortals dressed so similarly to everyone else? Xiaoxi answered, oh, those people are impersonating us, robbing everywhere and ruining our reputation. Xiao He was dumbfounded. Ah, there's even such a maneuver? You humans really know how to play. Randang was already fuming with rage from the humiliation in the secret realm, and now he had encountered a robbery. He walked aggressively toward the group and asked with a fierce expression, You benefactors, are you certain you want to do this? The fake Li Wujie was terrified. What do we do? This old monk doesn't seem to fear us. The fake Xiao Hong also showed a look of fear, thinking, this is the aura of the tribulation stage. It's a void immortal. The fake Yi Junlin comforted them. What's the panic? Yi Junlin killed the void immortals of the Yuha sect at the Shui family home. As long as I stay calm, I can bluff this old bald donkey. He then walked up to Randang and said unhurriedly, Fellow Taoist, do you know who I am? Very few in the entire eastern region can stop what I want to do. The monks behind Randang broke into a commotion of fear. Master, he is the god of slaughter, Yi Junlin. He previously annihilated the million-strong army of the Yuha sect. In that battle, our Shuangkong temple also lost many elders and disciples. Randang let out an "oh" upon hearing this, then stared at the fake Yi Junlin and said, So it's you. Heaven truly helps this old monk. The fake Yi Junlin felt hollow inside. Is this bald donkey a high monk from Shuangkong temple? They seem to have a grudge against Yi Junlin. I've hit a hard rock this time. Randang looked at him and continued, Amitaba, it is an honor to meet you, benefactor Yi. This old monk has long heard of your great name. The fake Yi Junlin thought to himself. His attitude is so polite, it seems he doesn't intend to settle old scores. This name of Yi Junlin is truly useful. The cultivators on the scene began to discuss. Master Randang is actually being so polite to him. They are clearly enemies. Has this Yi Junlin already become powerful to such an extent? Li Wujie turned to Yi Junlin and asked in confusion, Master, is that old bald donkey really giving us face? Yi Junlin answered with a smile, That old bald donkey's stomach is full of bad water, just watch the show slowly. The fake Yi Junlin then spoke, Since that's the case, meeting is fate. Next I hope fellow Taoist can stay your hand, otherwise Randang not only didn't stop him but smiled sinisterly. What does benefactor Yi think of this? This old monk understands completely. Why don't I lend you a helping hand with that? He soared into the air. The fake Yi Junlin was startled, not understanding what was happening. Randang sacrificed a Dharma treasure, a golden alms bowl, and then injected spiritual power into it. The golden bowl slowly grew larger in the air. Randang raised his hand to lift it high, then performed the Arhat world-suppressing bowl. The golden bowl inverted and came down, trapping all the impostors within. Seeing this display, the fake Yi Junlin shouted in terror, Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Randang revealed a treacherous smile. Virtuous, meeting is fate. This old monk shall personally deliver you all to the western paradise. By now, Randang's Dharma treasure had enveloped the entire area, including the other cultivators present. Everyone looked at him in terror, puzzled. Master, we have no grievances with you from the past or present. If you want the precious medicines, we can give them to you. Is it because of the dealings in the Medicine King Valley? We can swear never to speak a word of it. Randang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he shouted with a face full of rage. What dealings? He was calculating precisely in his heart. The key is that you saw with your own eyes this old monk being humiliated in the Medicine King Valley. Such a thing must never spread through the eastern region. This old monk might as well kill everyone to silence them, and let Yi Junlin take the blame. This way I can kill 3 birds with 1 stone and even gain a good reputation for punishing evil. Below, a person held up a token and shouted, I am a prince of the great Yan dynasty. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? An old man also spoke up. This old man is a core elder of the Chankin sect. If something happens, the sect will surely investigate to the end. Randang was fearless, extending massive sharp claws as he spoke coldly. Enough nonsense. All of you go to the afterlife for me. His sharp claws descended, firmly clutching the body of every cultivator below, rendering them unable to move. As the claws closed, these several cultivators instantly exploded. Seeing this scene, the fake Yi Junlin was filled with extreme terror. I plan to wash my hands of this after this last job. How did things turn out like this? On the surface he forced himself to stay calm, looking at Randang and asking, fellow Taoist, do you intend to eliminate even me? Randang said through gritted teeth, how could I? This old monk has the utmost respect for benefactor Yi. Moreover, this old monk has a request. You are greedy for wealth while this old monk is greedy for fame. I hope you can fulfill this wish. Looking at Randang above, the fake Yi Junlin thought to himself, this old bald donkey is making a very loud calculation. It seems he wants to use me. No, he wants to frame the real Yi Junlin. But this works out too. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and replied, fellow Taoist, go ahead and do as you wish. I, Yi Junlin, will take full responsibility for whatever happens afterward. The cultivators on the scene pointed at him in rage and questioned, you old demon, you actually colluded with this bald donkey to take our lives. It was truly a case of harming others only to end up harming oneself. They wouldn't even find peace in death on this side, and Miaoli also cursed indignantly. Uncle Fan, this Yi Junlin is truly insane. Fan Dejung stroked his beard and whispered, Miss, keep your voice down. Haven't you noticed that Master Yi and his party look exactly like this group of people? Only then did Miaoli react, her mouth hanging open in shock as she froze on the spot. She then spoke up, Uncle Fan, I actually had a premonition all along. After what just happened, I even feel that Master Yi is the real Yi Junlin. Fan Dejung smiled slightly. Calm yourself first, miss. Let us watch how things unfold. At this moment, a golden lotus suddenly appeared above Randang's head, slowly blooming in all directions. Below, the many cultivators clutched their heads and wailed in agony as they suffered a divine sense attack. Li Wujie said with a smile, Master, according to your instructions, the entire process has been recorded in the memory orb. Yi Jun, and stood with his hands behind his back and let out a cold snort. HMPH, let's see how this group of bald donkeys tries to maintain their facade of mercy in the future. His gaze suddenly turned icy since the evidence was in hand. It's time for me to get some exercise as well. With that said, he immediately charged toward Randang. He transformed his fingers into claws and struck directly at Randang's Dharma treasure protective screen. Instantly, the screen shattered. Randang turned pale with shock and barked, who is it? Yi Junlin smiled slightly, his demeanor confident. Standing with his hands behind his back, he announced loudly, Xuanchen Sect Yi Junlin. The cultivators below were utterly astounded. What? He said he is Yi Junlin? Wait a minute, isn't he the one from the Medicine King Valley earlier? Subsequently, the crowd of cultivators turned their gaze toward the group of impostors in a rage. If he was the real Yi Junlin, then those people were all fakes, and Miaoli shouted joyfully, Uncle Fan, Master Yi really is Yi Junlin, I knew it. Fan Dejung also stroked his long beard and laughed. Back at the Longmen Inn, I felt this person was by no means ordinary. After entering the Medicine King Valley, that feeling grew even stronger. Sure enough, just as the legends say, he is a divine dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, far beyond what ants like us can reach. At this moment, the fake Yi Junlin was dumbfounded with terror, cold sweat pouring down as he cried out in his heart, I'm dead for sure this time. We've been acting for so long, and it turns out the real person was watching from the sidelines all along. It's over, all over. To the side, Randang gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words through his clenched jaw. Amitabha, benefactor truly has an elegant leisure, forcing this old monk to be polite to you for so long. He looked at Yi Junlin again and said, no wonder you could humiliate this old monk in the Medicine King Valley. So you are Yi Junlin. Very well, new grudges and old scores, today they shall all be settled at once. Yi Junlin still looked at him with an unhurried demeanor. Old bald donkey, I've already recorded the play you just performed. Guess what the world will think of your Shuangkong temple if I make it public? Randang let out a confident cold snort. HMPH, if no one here leaves alive today, who will ever know? Moreover, your recent fame is all because of these deeds you've supposedly done. Yi Junlin looked at him with disdain. You're far too confident, Randang roared in a fury. In the Medicine King Valley, this old monk's realm was suppressed, which is why I fell into your trap, but things are different now. After speaking, he transformed his hand into a claw and lunged at Yi Junlin. Vile creature, die! He unleashed a burst of Buddhist golden light. Seeing this, Li Wujie below was a bit worried. This old bald donkey is at the peak of the tribulation transcendence stage. Will Master be in danger? Beside him, Xiao Hong still wore a leisurely look, thinking, this guy definitely has a hidden trump card. How could someone who can break an immortal's rules be simple? At this moment, Yi Junlin watched calmly as Randang's move approached. Just then, a system notification arrived. Ding detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy with a peak tribulation transcendence cultivation. The system will activate the Meet Strong Become Stronger passive effect. The host obtains Great Circle Tribulation Transcendence cultivation. Yi Junlin's eyes sparkled. It's here. After obtaining the Great Circle Tribulation Transcendence cultivation, Yi Junlin merely raised a hand to dissolve Randang's attack, saying contemptuously, hey, is that all? Randang suffered an immediate backlash on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he blurted out in disbelief, you, how can you? He gritted his teeth in a rage. The man had hidden himself so deeply. I didn't expect you to be at the Great Circle of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Yi Junlin looked at him and asked, tell me, how do you want to die? Randang let out a cold snort. HMPH, so what if you're at the Great Circle of the Tribulation stage? This old monk's bitterly cultivated Vajra indestructible body was prepared specifically for the battles in the Medicine King Valley. Even for someone in the Tribulation stage, killing this old monk is impossible. With that, he activated the Vajra indestructible body once more. Yi Junlin looked at him coldly. I gave you a chance, yet you didn't know how to cherish it, Randang roared. Vile creature, cease your arrogance, great veneration, heavenly dragon. A golden dragon phantom, condensed from spiritual energy, appeared above Randang's head. It let out a mighty roar and then charged at Yi Junlin with its bloody maw wide open. In its presence, Yi Junlin appeared insignificant. He stood there calmly and let out a cold snort. HMPH, nothing more than a little loach, he shouted. Supreme Bone, a much larger palm appeared in the sky, slowly pressing down. Yi Junlin shouted again, Hand of the Heavens. That palm rapidly lunged forward to seize the golden dragon phantom. The golden dragon now appeared trivial before the giant hand. Yi Junlin's gaze was icy. Annihilate! He clenched his fist tightly. Above, the giant hand followed his movement, firmly clutching the golden dragon phantom. The golden dragon couldn't break free and could only let out a powerless roar. In a matter of moments, the golden dragon phantom began to fade, with clear signs of shattering visible. Randang was dumbfounded, his eyes bloodshot. This is impossible. The Xuankong Temple's supreme technique was actually annihilated in an instant. After destroying the golden dragon phantom, that giant hand lunged toward Randang once more under his terrified gaze. He let out a shout of presumptuous, and immediately activated the Vajra infinite lamp. A projection of the Buddha appeared behind him, with a strange green lotus petal in its hand radiating powerful energy. He then reached out to block the giant hand. Yi Junlin let out a cold snort of disdain. HMPH, overestimating yourself. The spiritual energy on his palm surged instantly, followed by a sudden grasping motion. Randang's defensive layer shattered with a loud crack. He was sent flying back with heavy injuries, spitting blood continuously. His body plummeted to the ground like a broken kite, smashing into the earth and creating countless cracks. Seeing this, the group of monks was struck with extreme terror, yet not a single one dared to step forward to help. Randang lay miserably in the crater, reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, followed by a series of coughs. Yi Junlin stroked his chin and marveled. Oh, not dead yet? His body trembling, Randang struggled to crawl out of the pit, thinking, this old monk's strongest defensive move, invincible within the same realm, actually lost in a physical confrontation. In that case, it's time to use the precious medicines from the Medicine King Valley. Glowing spiritual grasses and treasure medicines flew out one after another from the bodies of the Xuankong Temple monks. This phenomenon even appeared on the cultivators who had entered the Medicine King Valley. These herbs converged toward Randang in a continuous stream. His eyes lost their pupils, turning entirely white. He joined his palms together, and golden light erupted from them. In a few moments, a dazzling golden lotus throne appeared behind him. He spoke in a deep voice. The battle has only truly begun. Standing on high and looking down at him, Yi Junlin said contemptuously, No, it can end now. Randang muttered to himself in confusion. What does he mean? Yi Junlin revealed a sinister, charming smile. I admit your defense is strong, but how will you handle this move? At this moment, Yi Junlin raised his hand and the surrounding spiritual energy converged frantically like violent lightning. Randang shouted in terror. This punch technique is? Yi Junlin asked flatly. Do you remember it now? Despite the fear in his heart, Randang still let out a contemptuous cold snort on the surface. Laughable. The power of that punch was less than a mosquito bite. Yi Junlin swung his fist and countered. Hee, what if I said I only used 1/10,000th of my power back then? Randang froze, his face changing drastically. What? The killing intent in Yi Junlin's eyes surged as he gave a great shout. Die! This punch directly pulverized Randang's defense and landed square on his chest, blood spraying out once again. Randang's face began to contort. He couldn't help but gape his mouth, his eyes wide open. Immediately after, his body began to disintegrate, with various parts splitting apart and exploding in midair. In this manner, a powerhouse of a generation was completely reduced to ash, leaving not a single trace behind. Standing like a god of war, Yi Junlin's eyes still burned with a fierce fighting spirit. The crowd below was struck with extreme terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. He's dead, the evil monk is dead. Then came waves of cheers. It's Yi Junlin. Senior Yi has saved us. From now on, my life belongs to Senior Yi. Whoever dares to say Senior Yi is a villain, I'll fight them to the death. He is a hero, that's right. From now on, whoever dares to smear Senior Yi's reputation, I'll never hear the end of it with them. The cheers rose and fell. Senior Yi, hero, hero, hero. Yi Junlin looked at the cheering cultivators below with a look of immortal poise, a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing this, and Miaoli completely fell for him. Her eyes filled with adoration as she covered her blushing cheeks. Master Yi is too amazing, too handsome. Fan Dejung continued to stroke his beard and sighed. Master Yi's strength has already surpassed this old man's imagination. Of course, miss, as long as you work hard, you can surely become this strong. Li Wujie also shouted excitedly. Master is mighty. You have opened your disciples' eyes once again. In the back, Xiao Hong thought with a dark expression. Master Randang's defensive power was extremely rare even in the middle region, yet he was blown to nothingness with a single punch. Just where is this guy's limit? The group of monks was now pale with fear, calling to each other, Quick, back to the Xuankong Temple. Suddenly, Li Wujie appeared behind them, draped in killing intent. Where do you bald donkeys think you're going? He swung the long blade in his hand and the bodies of the monks were instantly sliced to pieces, blood staining the area red. Li Wujie showed no mercy toward these evil monks. On the other side, Yi Junlin walked over to the group of impostors. Now it's time to settle the score between us. The group of impostors was trembling with fear, their faces turning pale. They immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly to beg for mercy. Senior Yi, please spare our lives, we are the despicable ones. We beg your excellency to be magnanimous and not lower yourself to our level as ants. These people immediately pointed at the fake Yi Junlin and accused him. It was him, he's the one who forced us. That's right. I was doing perfectly well at the Fengchun Tower, but he insisted on tricking me into coming here. I used to be a simple farmer who only wanted to follow him for a meal. I never thought I'd be led into a pit. The fake Yi Junlin also hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He glared at those people in a rage. You ungrateful wretches, you ate well and drank well following me, and now you want to wash your hands of me? Yi Junlin looked at this scene and thought a bit helplessly. Tisk, this impostor is truly a coward. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Every debt has its debtor. It's better to let the victims handle this. With that thought, he turned to look at Miaoli and asked, Missin, how much did they rob from you? And Miaoli pointed at the group of impostors in a rage and said, Bastards, hurry up and spit out this young lady's 5 million top-grade spirit stones. The cultivators behind them also crowded around in a fury. And our Lingshan sect's Dharma treasures and talismans and our Lishong sect's treasures, spit them all out. They then immediately rushed toward the group of impostors to demand their lost items. And our things, hurry up and take them out to return them to us. Return it all. The group of impostors could only stay in place and be at everyone's mercy. Yi Junlin clicked his tongue twice. With so many creditors, they're in big trouble now. Li Wujie gave a thumbs up in approval of Yi Junlin's idea. These ants are simply not worthy of Master's intervention. And Miaoli walked out from the crowd and came before Yi Junlin, saying, Thank you, Master Yi, for helping us reclaim our treasures. I always felt you had a secret, but I didn't expect you to really be Yi Junlin. To think I was blinded for so long. Yi Junlin looked at her and smiled slightly. Actually, I wanted to reveal my identity at our first meeting, but you were so full of hatred for that impostor that I could only go along with the plan and continue acting. And Miaoli turned her face away in embarrassment. HMPH, it's all the fault of those ants who played me for a fool. I even vowed to get stronger to act on behalf of heaven. Thinking about it now, it's truly laughable. Yi Junlin waved his hand to indicate it didn't matter. Don't mention it. It's called having a pure heart. It is of great benefit to one's cultivation. Combined with your astral body, your future is limitless. I have high hopes for you. And Miaoli followed up with a look of joy. Really? Then I will definitely work twice as hard to surpass you in the future. Yi Junlin nodded. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. He then snapped his fingers to summon a kun. The Kunpeng descended from the sky, its massive body blotting out the sun as it came before Yi Junlin and his party. They flew onto its back one by one. Yi Junlin turned back and said, Missin, until we meet again. And Miaoli and Fan Dejung also waved goodbye to him. Yes, if fate permits, let us meet again. As the Kunpeng carried everyone further and further away, the crowd of cultivators began to discuss animatedly. The rumors were true. Senior Yi's mount really is the ancient divine beast Kunpeng. Senior Yi truly is a prodigy of the eastern region, both kind and powerful. I was so foolish to easily believe those rumors smearing Senior Yi's name. We must find a way to clear Senior's name. After all, he is our savior. Exactly, we must show our gratitude. Having said that, these several cultivators turned to look at the group of impostors with faces full of rage. Then let's start by making these culprits pay the price. Exactly. The impostors turned pale with terror, cold sweat pouring down. What do you want to do? Everything has been returned to you. It has nothing to do with us. He was the one who took it. But how could the cultivators let this group of impostors go? Immediately after, a group brawl broke out, with fits of agonizing screams echoing from the scene. Ouch! Leftover banana peels and apple cores flew everywhere in the air. The scene shifts back to Yi Junlin's side. The Kunpeng was soaring above the pristine white clouds. Xiao Hei's mouth was wide open in shock, thinking to himself that the back of this Kunpeng was so vast it was practically like the Penglai immortal realm. Yi Junlin walked over, put an arm around his shoulder and said, Xiao Hei, from now on you have officially joined us. Let me introduce your senior brothers to you. He pointed at Xiao Hong and said, This is your first senior brother Hong Tianye. He has a bit of a short temper. If there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, you can ask him for guidance. Xiao Hong squeezed out a stiff smile. Right. If fourth junior brother encounters any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Xiao Hei jumped in fright and blurted out, What? I stayed in the Medicine King Valley for 100,000 years and never saw such a stunning beauty, and yet he's actually a man? Yi Junlin walked over again and patted Xiaoxi's head as he introduced her. This is your second senior sister, Bai Xiaoxi. She is also your master's mistress and housekeeper. If you have any difficulties in your daily life, you can go to her. Next, he patted Li Wujie's shoulder. This is your third senior brother, Li Wujie. He is your master's scout and vanguard. If you're ever bullied, you can find him to help you settle it. Xiao Hei bowed with cupped hands. Xiao Hei greets the senior brothers. And senior sister, please take care of me in the future. After the introductions, Yi Junlin said, Alright, since we're done with the introductions, everyone go about your business. Xiaoxi, come over and give your master a shoulder massage. Xiaoxi happily responded, You got it, Mousy will surely make master satisfied. After Yi Junlin left, Xiaohong's gaze turned fierce as he thought to himself, putting on an act. Isn't it all just so he can refine him later, but who knows, maybe I'll be able to get a share of the pie when the time comes. Feeling Xiaohong's gaze, Xiao He broke into a cold sweat from the terror. He immediately turned and ran away, thinking his first senior brother's gaze was too terrifying. Why did it feel like he wanted to eat him? Subsequently, he came to Li Wuji's side and asked, "Third senior brother, what are you doing?" Li Wujie was chewing on some kind of tree root and turned his head to ask, "Fourth junior brother, want some?" In Xiao Hei's eyes, Li Wujie was staring at him like a demon at that moment, making him tremble all over as he thought, "Third senior brother is actually inviting me to eat my own kin? This person is too terrifying. Is it too late for me to run now?" Suddenly, Li Wujie stared at the thing in his hand as if he had realized something. He then laughed loudly, rubbing his head as he said, "Oh, look at my brain. Senior brother really didn't mean it just now." By now, Xiao He had already fled in terror, shouting, "Third senior brother is too terrifying." Li Wujie also broke into an anxious sweat. "Oh no, I've completely blown it. I've left such a bad impression on my junior brother." On Yi Junlin's side, he was lying on a reclining chair, comfortably stretching his limbs. Now it was time for a cup of tea. Xiaoxi looked at the faint fragrance rising from the teacup, her eyes sparkling. "Master, this smells too good." Yi Junlin looked at her affectionately. "Xiaoxi, let's brew some tea to drink." Just then, Xiaohong also noticed those tea leaves. He hurriedly asked, "Master, could this be enlightenment tea?" Yi Junlin looked at Xiaohong's stunned expression and answered with a bit of schadenfreude, "That's right, you recognize it." Xiaohong was extremely shaken internally. It really was enlightenment tea. This was an extremely rare spiritual tea. Even a tiny pinch could trigger a struggle among the various top-tier powers of the central region. That was a treasure produced in extremely small quantities every 10,000 years by the oldest Lingyun High Immortal of the central region, specifically for true immortals to savor a small cup. In the past, this seat could only smell the tea's fragrance from afar. Now, am I actually going to have my wish fulfilled? At that thought, he stared intently at the teacup and asked eagerly, Master, might your disciple have the honor of asking for a cup to taste?" Yi Junlin nodded and said, "Naturally." With that, he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xiaohong. "Here, give it a try." Taking the teacup, Xiaohong recalled the past. "This is the enlightenment tea that countless immortals in the central region have spent 10,000 years seeking without being able to get even a small cup. Now this seat can finally have his wish come true." Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and threw his head back to drink it down. Suddenly, he was drenched in sweat, his eyes bulging. What a powerful force! He hurriedly set down the teacup. His body seemed to be undergoing some kind of qualitative change. Raging flames erupted from within Xiaohong's body. At this moment he was as if a god of fire had descended into the world. Seeing Xiaohong roaring, Yi Junlin asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why did this kid suddenly turn hostile?" At this time, Xiaohong's cultivation was breaking through continuously. Early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and then peak of the tribulation transcendent stage. On the other side, Li Wujie was also scared witless by this aura. What on earth is going on? In the blink of an eye, first senior brother has broken through to the peak of the tribulation stage. After the breakthrough, Xiaohong excitedly let out a long howl toward the sky. "Ha ha ha!" Yi Junlin immediately rushed over and gave him a loud slap. "What are you haw-hawing about?" Xiaohong turned his head in anger. "You?" Yi Junlin asked with a dark face. "What, you have an issue with your master?" Xiaohong instantly turned pale with fear. "Your disciple had no intention to offend. Please forgive me, master." Yi Junlin waved his hand. "Pay more attention next time." Then he called the other disciples over. "My disciples, you all come and have a taste as well." Xiaohong stood to the side, dejected and trembling with fear. Everyone stepped forward, each holding a cup of tea in their hands. Li Wujie spoke up, "Thank you, master, for bestowing the tea." Xiaohong also picked up a cup and asked, "Master, your disciple takes the liberty of asking, how much of this enlightenment tea do you have left?" Yi Junlin took out a tea jar and said flatly, "Here, it's all in here." Xiaohong cried out in shock. "This much?" he thought to himself. The enlightenment tea that countless true immortals once dreamed of but could not obtain. He actually had an entire large jar of it. Yi Junlin put on a roguelike expression and asked, "What, are you afraid it won't be enough to drink?" "If you want a drink, don't be shy." Xiaohong's eyes sparkled. "Really? Thank you, master." Subsequently, everyone took a sip of the tea. Instantly, Xiaoxi and Li Wujie both broke through, their faces full of excitement. Beside them, Xiao He was stunned, thinking, "This aura is too strong. The effect of this tea is actually this great?" Li Wujie turned back to look at Yi Junlin in gratitude. "Thank you, master. Senior sister Bai, you've actually reached the late stage of the tribulation transcendence realm." Xiaoxi also joyfully felt the changes in her body. "Master, I feel stronger just from drinking a little bit, and this tea is really delicious." Li Wujie then looked at Xiao He and said, "Fourth junior brother, hurry up and drink. This can help you gain insights and level up." Hearing this, Xiao He looked at the teacup in his hand and also took a sip, thinking, "Senior brothers and senior sister have all improved so much. I wonder if it's useful for the medicine race." Suddenly, bursts of powerful spiritual energy shockwaves erupted from within his body. Li Wujie couldn't help but cry out in shock. Golden core peak, nascent soul, soul transformation, body integration, great convergence peak, Everyone present broke into a cold sweat watching this. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Luckily I stopped at the peak of great convergence, otherwise my senior brothers would have lost all their face." Xiao Hang thought to himself that because of this enlightenment tea everyone's realms had improved so much, although the second cup couldn't increase their cultivation further. Their comprehension of the martial Dao had improved significantly. Yi Junlin thought to himself, "This enlightenment tea is stronger than all the previous cultivation rewards combined." Ding detected that the host disciple's cultivation is improving at a divine speed, triggering a new mission. Go to Shuangkong Temple to check in to receive a rich reward. Yi Junlin's gaze turned serious. A new mission had arrived, just in time to go and settle accounts with those bald donkeys. At that thought he spoke up. "Xiao Li, bring the memory orb. We're going on a trip to the Shuangkong Temple." Li Wujie grew excited, shouldering his battle blade as he responded. "Yes, master, the Shuangkong Temple is the supreme holy land of Buddhist cultivation in the eastern region. This time we must dampen their arrogance," Xiao Hang thought to himself. "I didn't expect the liquidation with those bald donkeys to happen so soon. The abbot of Shuangkong Temple is unfathomable. Can this guy handle him?" Eastern region, Buda province, Luoshan country. Smoke filled the air here and the land was covered in scars. At this moment, a group of villagers was being slaughtered by monks. Rather than delivering all living beings, they were taking pleasure in it. The people could only wail toward the heavens. A woman clutched an evil monk's robes and begged in tears, "Please don't take my son away. I'm willing to suffer in his place." That monk lifted the child with one hand, a sinister smile on his face. "The Buddha is merciful. Benefactor, your sins are heavy. The son must pay for the father's debt. Let your son come to pay the debt." Just then a streak of light sped toward them, hitting the evil monk directly and making him grunt in pain as he released the child. A general led soldiers in a cavalry charge, shouting loudly, "Insolent! This is the territory of Luoshan country. How can you people of Shuangkong Mountain be allowed to act so lawlessly here?" This person was Murong Hai, the city lord of Loyu City, with a peak nascent soul cultivation. That evil monk let out a cold snort of disdain, a powerful energy erupting around him. "HMPH you again. Even if your sovereign came in person, he wouldn't dare interfere. What do you think you are? These poor children are being taken in by us. Under the merciful teachings of the Mountain Lord, their futures will be limitless. Don't delay their future," Murong Hai roared in fury. "What bullshit, Mountain Lord? An animal draped in a cassock actually dares to speak of Buddhist teachings? Those children you took away, I'm afraid they've all ended up in its belly, haven't they?" The evil monk was furious, swinging a fist at Murong Hai as he roared, "Audacious, you dare to slander the Mountain Lord." Murong Hai also drew his sword to meet the attack. "You beast, take this." The two moves collided. Due to the vast difference in strength, Murong Hai was knocked off his horse, sliding a distance before steadying himself. A general stepped forward to help Murong Hai up, saying with concern, "City Lord Murong, be careful. This subordinate is here to help you." Murong Hai was overjoyed. "Commander Yang, you've come at the perfect time." He then pointed his sword at the evil monk. "Demon monk, surrender now." The evil monk was completely fearless, muttering, "Benefactor Yang, please show your merciful heart." Before Murong Hai could even react, he saw the Commander Yang behind him had a murderous look in his eyes as he suddenly swung his hammer in a sneak attack from behind. Caught off guard, Murong Hai was sent flying. The ground shattered as he spat out blood, lying heavily wounded in the crater, gnashing his teeth in rage. His entire body trembled. "Yang, you!" The evil monk revealed a sinister smile. "Amitabha, is Benefactor Murong surprised?" That general also revealed his true colors. "Only you are still ignorant and foolish, insisting on opposing Shuangkong Mountain. Everyone else has already taken refuge," Murong Hai roared in fury. "Shameless, you colluded with Shuangkong Mountain to murder the city lord. The imperial court will never let you get away with this." The evil monk laughed loudly. "Haha, Luoshan country is already in our pocket. Who would come to investigate? The previous few city lords were only delivered because they were stubborn and unyielding. Did the imperial court send anyone?" Murong Hai was struck with extreme horror. "How could this be?" The evil monk continued. "Benefactor Murong, this monk warned you long ago. Since you refuse to see reason, then this monk shall send you to the western paradise." Murong Hai was unwilling to accept his fate. He gripped the long sword in his hand and exhausted his last ounce of strength, his aura rising once more as he roared, "Bald donkeys, I'll fight you to the end," a general said with disdain. "Stupid." Just then, Yi Junlin and his party arrived. Yi Junlin's deep voice rang out, "Fellow Taoists, do not be impulsive." Suddenly, the Kunpeng opened its massive maw and dove downward, terrifying the crowd below beyond words. The three men simultaneously looked up. Murong Hai cried out in shock, "Could this be the ancient divine beast of the Kunlun world?" The Kunpeng, the evil monk and that general also stammered in terror. Is this a supreme great demon of the tribulation transcendent stage? Why would it appear here?" Above, Yi Jun revealed a sinister charming smile, pointing down as he commanded, "Akun, swallow all these bald donkeys for me." Receiving the order, the Kunpeng suddenly opened its massive maw and began to devour the group of evil monks. Agonizing screams rose and fell. The leading evil monk was struck with absolute terror. "This great demon of the tribulation stage is actually that person's mount? You've got to be kidding me." The general was unable to escape his ill fate either and was sucked in as well, screaming for mercy. "No, senior, have mercy, spare me." In the blink of an eye, all the evil monks had been devoured by the Kunpeng. Murong Hai exclaimed in shock, The Kunpengs devouring, watching the corpses of the evil monks litter the ground. The general was struck with terror, thinking, the bald donkeys are all dead, what am I going to do? At that moment, Yi Junlin and his party leaped down from the Kunpeng's back and approached Murong Hai. Yi Junlin looked him over and asked, why were these demon monks slaughtering and looting here? Murong Hai immediately answered respectfully, reporting to Senior, this humble one is the city lord of this city, Murong Hai. Those men were fake monks, lackeys of Hanging Mountain. They came here to kidnap 800 boys and girls for the Lord of Hanging Mountain to consume. Fortunately, Senior intervened and saved us. Yi Junlin asked in confusion, Hanging Mountain, what is its connection to Hanging Temple? Murong Hai answered indignantly, exactly that. The Lord of Hanging Mountain was originally a grey wolf spirit who was once enlightened by the abbot of Hanging Temple. But after receiving offerings and incense, it snuck out to establish its own sect. It has 3 great demon protectors under its command and leads 45,000 minor demons. He gnashed his teeth as he recalled the tragic sight of the wolf demon eating children, and added passionately, that beast uses the name of Buddhism to recruit fugitives, sending them to the 36 nations of Buddha province to kidnap boys and girls. On the surface it claims to be enlightening them to convert to Buddhism, but in reality they are all swallowed alive. Hearing this, Li Wuji's face was filled with rage. What a beast! Does no one in Buddha province step forward to eliminate them? Murong Hai let out a sigh. Initially the rulers of various nations sent envoys to Hanging Temple for help, but they all vanished without a trace. It's clear that the beast has someone backing it. Hanging Temple is the leader of Buddhism and a holy land of the eastern region. The abbot, Shu Yun, is the spiritual leader of the Zen cultivation world. They have never admitted to any connection with that beast, so the nations have had to swallow their resentment, and I could only resist with my life beside them. Xiao Hong spoke with a grim expression. HMPH, those hypocrites didn't dare investigate the evil karma created by their abbot and feared damaging Hanging Temple's reputation, so they surely eliminated the envoys in secret. Murong Hai gnashed his teeth. No one dares to question Hanging Temple, and even if they did there would be no result. Just then the general suddenly bolted to run away. Yi Junlin saw through him instantly, and asked with a cold gaze, you dog of Hanging Mountain, where do you think you're running? The man froze in his tracks, sweat pouring down like rain. Murong Hai pointed his sword at him and roared, you beast, you colluded with Hanging Mountain and caused the deaths of several previous city lords. If not for Senior being here I would have fallen by your hand as well. Yi Junlin sneered. If I haven't guessed wrong, that grey wolf spirit is plotting something, isn't it? Otherwise you wouldn't be in such a hurry to show your face now. The general was so terrified he immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. Yes, the Mountain Lord, no, that beast, it's going to hold a great birthday banquet soon, so it ordered us to speed up the kidnapping. The quota is extremely heavy. Murong Hai was shocked. 800 boys and girls from this city alone. If you add up Luoshan country and the other 35 nations, how terrifying would the number be? All of you deserve to die. The general's face turned pale as he argued, Hanging Mountain's power is vast and its backing is strong. Who would dare provoke it? So I also, it's not my fault. Yi Jun let out a cold snort. HMPH, then go to hell and accompany those beasts. With that he raised his hand, spiritual energy converging at his fingertip, and gave it a light flick. The general was instantly thrown high into the sky. Looking at the massive maw before him he pleaded in terror. Senior, have mercy. Just then a system notification arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the Hanging Mountain mission. Eliminate the Grey Wolf Spirit. Upon completion you will receive a special reward. Yi Jun smiled just in time. I was just about to go clean up those beasts. Subsequently he turned to Murong Hai and asked, are you willing to lead us to Hanging Mountain? Murong Hai immediately knelt and replied, this official is willing. Thank you, Senior, for intervening to save the people from misery. You are truly a benevolent man. Yi Junlin felt a bit guilty. A benevolent man? It's rare to hear someone evaluate me that way. Yi Junlin then waved his sleeve and everyone leapt onto the Kunpeng's back. Murong Hai was struck with amazement, thinking, this is actually the divine beast Kunpeng. To think there's such an elegant residence on its back. He then asked respectfully, may I take the liberty of asking for Senior's honorable name? This humble one will surely engrave it in my heart. Yi Junlin looked at him and replied, Yi Junlin of the Xuanchen sect. Upon hearing this, Murong Hai was filled with awe. So it is Senior Yi. But he immediately felt a jolt of shock. Wait a minute, isn't Yi Junlin that white-haired old demon from the rumors, the one known for his terrifying fame as the god of slaughter? This is completely different from his image in the Buddha province rumors. Nowadays, monks are burning, killing, and looting everywhere, while the god of slaughter is eliminating demons and saving the world, this world. Who is truly the demon? The scene shifts to the Grey Wolf Spirit's lair at Hanging Mountain in Buddha province. The individual currently gnawing on a child's arm was the Lord of Hanging Mountain, Wei Xingling, with a cultivation at the Great Convergence Peak. He looked down and asked, how are things progressing? A bird-type demon cultivator replied, reporting to the Mountain Lord, the disciples are nearly back. The birthday banquet will be held in 5 days. We will surely be able to gather all 66,666 boys and girls. This person was one of the 3 great protectors, the 5-colored chicken king with a cultivation at the soul transformation peak. Hey, I will surely do my utmost. Please rest assured, Mountain Lord. Another protector also spoke up. The golden ox king, soul transformation peak. The final protector, the wild boar king, also at soul transformation peak, added, thinking of those children with their tender skin and meat makes my mouth water. Hee hee hee. The gray wolf spirit licked the corner of its mouth. Excellent, another 60,000 plus children with great wisdom roots are coming to form a connection with my Buddha. Hee hee hee. Suddenly the gray wolf spirit's ears twitched slightly as it sensed something unusual. A powerful demonic aura erupted from it as it looked outside with a ferocious expression. What a strong presence, who dares to trespass here, it ordered. Follow me to take a look. With that, the group of demons flew out of the lair. By now the Kunpeng had arrived with Yi Junlin and his party. Murong Hai pointed below and said, Senior, ahead is the lair of those beasts of Hanging Mountain. Yi Junlin spoke with confidence. From this day forth, Hanging Mountain shall no longer exist. Akun, you've eaten so many demon cores and spirit herbs along the way, you've finally broken through to the tribulation transcendence stage. Just then, the gray wolf spirit arrived with the 3 great protectors and shouted sternly, which small fry? Before it could finish its sentence, it froze. Meeting its eyes was the massive Kunpeng. From above, Yi Junlin spoke. Let these scum open their eyes and see what a true demon king looks like. The protectors beside the gray wolf spirit were struck with extreme terror. Mountain Lord, what on earth is going on? In an instant, a Kunpeng released a violent surge of spiritual energy that swept through the area. Those wolf demons were completely powerless to resist such a terrifying attack. The demons spat blood and were heavily injured before they even realized what had happened, plummeting to the ground like sharp arrows and smashing a deep pit. Rocks pierced through the air. Murong Hai was amazed. To destroy the entire Hanging Mountain with just one move, is this the legendary ancient divine beast Kunpeng? In the crater, a hand gripped the rubble tightly as someone crawled out. He looked up at the Kunpeng in the sky with resentment. A tribulation transcendence demon beast, I was careless. You just wait. The gray wolf spirit sneered and touched its brow with 2 fingers. This king has dominated the far west for 200 years, and my backing is Hanging Temple. Even the rulers don't dare provoke me. You demon beast, dare to cross your ancestor? In an instant, a Buddhist phantom appeared in midair, its powerful pressure shattering the surrounding rocks with a dazzling golden light. The gray wolf spirit laughed wildly. I have Hanging Temple backing me. Even if you are a tribulation transcendence demon beast, don't think you can look down on this Mountain Lord. At this moment, the Buddhist phantom above opened its eyes and a terrifying force whistled toward the Kunpeng, suppressing it so that it couldn't move. Li Wujie was beyond excited. This strike actually contains the aura of the tribulation transcendence peak. Hanging Temple is indeed interesting. Murong Hai gnashed his teeth in worry. It's too strong. Just a phantom of the abbot of Hanging Temple has such power. Can Senior Yi block it? Beside him, Xiao Hong was also filled with concern. Even though I am also at the tribulation transcendence peak, I wouldn't dare say I could steadily take this hit. How will this guy handle it? Yi Junlin, however, only curled the corners of his mouth slightly. You think you can show off before me with just this? He thought to himself. As expected, there are demon monks providing protection. Yi Junlin gave a light flick toward the air and the phantom's attack instantly froze in place, unable to advance even a fraction. The phantom gradually dissipated, and the gray wolf spirit suffered a backlash, screaming in agony. Its face turned deathly pale as it roared in disbelief. No, absolutely impossible, it calculated in its heart. That was the phantom of the abbot of Hanging Temple, possessing at least the strength of the tribulation peak. Could it be that this guy is even stronger than that? But I can't sense his cultivation at all. This is definitely someone I cannot afford to provoke. By now, Yi Junlin had left the Kunpeng's back and was standing in the air, looking down at the group of demons. The demons were so scared they immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Senior, have mercy, this lowly one was blind. How did I offend Senior? Yi Junlin's face was grim as he spoke with dominance. You built a stronghold here and blocked my path. The gray wolf spirit gnashed its teeth but didn't dare resist. This lowly one will scram immediately and never set foot here again. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin and asked in confusion, You want to return to Hanging Temple? The gray wolf spirit hurriedly answered, Exactly. I have a deep connection with Hanging Temple. If Senior has time to visit our temple, I will surely introduce the abbot to discuss the Tao with Senior. It thought to itself, Since you know my relationship with Hanging Temple, you should be sensible. Yi Junlin nodded. Just as it happens, I am also going to Hanging Temple. Why don't we go together? The gray wolf spirit was ecstatic. Excellent, excellent, thank you Senior for not minding, it plotted in its heart. Once we reach Hanging Temple it will be your funeral. But just as that thought moved, a sharp sword chi had already swept past its neck. Its eyes widened, only managing to spit out the word, you. Yi Junlin looked calmly at its severed head and said, I never said I'd let you return alive. He then turned to Li Wujie and said, Xiao Li, collect this head. It's a greeting gift for the abbot of Hanging Temple. Li Wujie picked up the gray wolf spirit's head and smiled. Yes, master. Yi Junlin then said to Murong Hai, City Lord Murong, Hanging Mountain has been leveled. You can go and save those children without worry. Murong Hai bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior. Your great kindness is something Murong Hai and the children will never forget. Just then a system notification arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Eliminate Hanging Mountain mission. You have obtained the 9-rank mysterious grade, Kongyuan Sword. The Kongyuan Sword was a mysterious and ancient flying sword containing terrifying power. Its quality would improve as the user's realm increased. Looking at the information on the Kongyuan Sword, Yijun rubbed his chin and evaluated power so terrifying it's beyond imagination. Exactly how strong it is, I'm really looking forward to it. The scene shifts to Mount Fantuo, Pure Land Country, Buda Province, Eastern Region. The place was wreathed in clouds and mist appearing like a painting. At the foot of the mountain, monks joined their palms and climbed the stairs. Inside Hanging Temple, a monk walked slowly forward. After entering the temple, he bowed respectfully to the person sitting in meditation ahead. Abbot, the Dharma platform is about to open, the disciples are all ready. Sitting at the head was the abbot of Hanging Temple, Shu Yun, with a cultivation at the Tribulation Transcendence Great Circle. He closed his eyes, joined his palms and replied, You may withdraw." He secretly felt suspicious in his heart. The mark one left on that wretch was actually broken, not to mention that far west land looking across the entire Buda province. There are only a handful of cultivators who can contend with this old monk. Just who could it be? Never mind. That wretch was committing evil outside, so its death can be considered karmic retribution. I only hope the person who took action knows when to stop. If things get out of hand, it will surely affect Hanging Temple's reputation. Recently, Elder Randang suddenly attained nirvana, and Hanging Temple has been plagued by many troubles lately. I must discipline the monks well after the Dharma assembly is over. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people was striding up, and one spoke. Since the last time I listened to the great Master Abbot's lecture, my comprehension of the Buddhist golden body has deepened significantly. This person was the first prince of Pure Land Country. A person behind him echoed, "Even facing an attack from a demon emperor, I have the confidence to resist." This person was the second prince of Pure Land Country. He continued, "It's still first brother who has the higher comprehension. I am still somewhat confused." Walking at the back was Princess Mingyue, who said with a smile, "Second brother, didn't you say a while ago that your realization of the 6-syllable mantra had become even more thorough? You even said you could suppress a demon emperor." The second prince looked at the first prince with a hint of awkwardness and said, "Big brother, don't listen to our little sister's nonsense. How could my shallow cultivation ever compare to yours?" The first prince took the opportunity to throw an arm around his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Don't be so humble, second brother. Once we return, let's have a proper sparring session." The second prince stammered in response, All right then." As the three continued forward, Princess Mingyue spoke up again. "Our father's birthday is in 2 months. I hope that through this Dharma platform opening I can gain new insights into Buddhist truths to make him happy." Inside the Hanging Temple, Shu Yun, seated at the head, was preaching the Dharma. All bodhisattvas and mahasattvas should thus subdue their minds. All living beings of every kind, whether born from eggs, from wombs, from moisture, or by transformation, I lead them all into the nirvana of no remainder to be liberated. Below, the monk sat in meditation with closed eyes, listening with total focus. Suddenly, Shu Yun opened his eyes. At that moment, Yi Junlin and his party descended gracefully from above. The monks seated there also sensed their arrival and turned back one after another with wary gazes. One monk let out a sharp shout, "Sirs, you have trespassed into the Hanging Temple and shown disrespect to the Buddha's gate. Leave at once." The princes and princess of the Pure Land Country also showed expressions of indignation. Who were these people to dare act so arrogantly? Yi Junlin surveyed the group of monks for a moment, then threw something out and said loudly, "This seat has come today specifically to deliver a gift." The monks scrambled to catch the object, appearing extremely strained under its weight. One monk clutched his head and shouted, "Audacious madman, you dare to smash the reputation of the Hanging Temple. Do you intend to become an enemy of the Buddhist gate with such barbaric behavior?" Yi Junlin let out a cold snort. "Stop flattering yourselves. A bunch of demon monks like you cannot represent the entirety of Buddhism." He pointed at the faces of the monks and rebuked them. "There are those among you in the Hanging Temple with the face of a Buddha but the heart of a snake, hypocritical and filthy. Today this seat shall strip off your skins and let the world see your ugly countenances for what they truly are." Princess Mingyue was struck with horror, thinking, "Heavens, has he gone mad? He dares to cause a scene in the Hanging Temple?" The first prince of the Pure Land Country also gnashed his teeth and thought, "To think someone in Buda Province dares to cause trouble here, by insulting the Hanging Temple. Where does he leave the dignity of my Pure Land Country?" The monks were consumed by rage upon hearing this, and immediately charged toward Yi Junlin's party, shouting, "Vile creature, this is no place for you to run wild. Seize him and hand him over to the abbot for judgment." A glint of contemptuous killing intent flashed in Li Wuji's eyes. "Hey, with just you lot." With a light wave of the long blade in his hand, a blood-colored blade chi surged directly toward the monks, sending them scrambling in terror. The first prince evaluated through gritted teeth. What overbearing blade intent! This person's blade arts have reached perfection. He is by no means an ordinary individual. Princess Mingyue, however, appeared extremely excited. "Wow, how powerful!" High above, Shu Yun's gaze darkened, and he thought with a cold tone, "Trouble has found its way to my door after all. But with Zen cultivators from all over the world gathered here, this must be handled steadily." He then flew through the air to the front to confront Yi Junlin's party. A glowing lotus mark appeared on his forehead as he spoke. Amitabha, greetings, sirs. May I ask in what way my hanging temple has offended you? Please inform this old monk and I shall surely handle it properly to give you an explanation. Yi Junlin looked at him and revealed a disdainful smile. Keep acting. Go on, keep acting for me. You truly are a master of performance. Xu Yun did not grow angry, his voice remaining low and somber. Sir, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of my hanging temple, but all things under heaven must be weighed by reason today as this old monk opens the Dharma platform to teach Buddhist truths. Your unprovoked intrusion and disruption requires a reasonable explanation. At this point, Li Wujie behind him had already produced a memory orb and held it out. Yi Junlin said contemptuously, "This is my explanation." Li Wujie activated the memory orb, causing it to glow. The image of Randeng conversing with the fake Yi Junlin appeared in the projection. The monks immediately recognized the man and cried out in shock, This is Elder Randeng." Xu Yun furrowed his brow thinking, Randeng again, this person must be related to Randeng's death. The monks in the back continued to point and gesture. That is the white-haired old demon Yi Junlin. It looks like he intends to rob the cultivators from the Medicine King Valley. He is as evil as the rumors say. Fortunately, Master Randeng stepped forward to stop him. Truly my Buddha is merciful, the first prince also spoke. The demon Yi is cruel by nature. Although Master Randeng has stepped forward to block him, there will surely be a fierce battle. The projection continued to play, and a voice rang out from the memory orb. Since that's the case, meeting is fate. Next I hope fellow Taoist does not interfere. Otherwise, HMPH. Seeing this, Xu Yun said, Virtuous, virtuous. One who has left home is merciful, meeting evil to transform it, disregarding life and death. Randeng's self-sacrificing behavior is exactly the ideal our hanging temple has always conveyed. The memory orb continued playing, showing Randeng using a Dharma treasure to suppress human cultivators. His voice echoed through the scene. Benefactor Yi wants wealth and this old monk wants lives. I hope you can fulfill this wish. This old bald donkey calculations are quite loud. He meant for me. No, he meant for that fake Yi Junlin to take the blame? But then the reply came, fellow Taoist, go ahead and do as you wish. Once it's done, I, Yi Junlin, will take responsibility to the outside world. The princes and princess of the Pure Land country cried out in horror. What is going on? Why would this master strike at his own people and collude with the white-haired old demon? As Xu Yun observed the battle, his face began to darken. Randeng, you muddled fool. To do such a thing and even let yourself be recorded. Next, the projection showed the battle between Randeng and Yi Junlin, where Yi Junlin defeated Randeng with a single punch. The crowd below was struck with extreme horror. It was him. He killed Master Randeng. Yi Junlin has actually come to Buddha Mountain in person. It was Yi Junlin who saved those cultivators. Randeng actually wanted to kill them. Instead, it was Yi Junlin who stepped in to stop it. An elder of the Hanging Temple actually engaged in such lowly behavior. Yi Junlin stood there with his arms crossed thinking, let's see how you talk your way out of this one. The first prince shouted a warning, little sister, quickly get behind me. Princess Mingyue asked in confusion. Why should I hide? It was Yi Junlin who saved those cultivators. He is a hero, the first prince explained. This matter is far too strange. Let us observe further before deciding. Xu Yun furrowed his brow and thought, I didn't expect Randeng to actually be killed by him. But the priority right now is that I must restore our reputation. With that thought he spoke. Yi, you demon, you truly are despicable to dare fabricate lies on a memory orb to frame Elder Randeng and ruin the reputation of my hanging temple. To think such lowly methods could deceive the people of the world is truly laughable. Yi Junlin let out a cold snort. Hey, I knew you'd deny it. What about this then? With that he threw the head of the gray wolf spirit directly toward Xu Yun. The head landed before Xu Yun, causing him to blurt out in shock, What? The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth curled slightly. Old bald donkey, I helped you find your lost pet. Aren't you going to thank me properly? Xu Yun hurried to distance himself. Don't speak nonsense. This old monk has no connection whatsoever with this beast. He thought to himself. So this vile creature was also killed by you. Yi Junlin activated the memory orb again to show more. Look at how much evil this stupid wolf did in the Far West, relying on your backing. For all these years, the people of the Far West have lived in misery. They came to the Hanging Temple many times for help. But to protect your reputation, you secretly sent people to eliminate them instead. The projection showed the gray wolf spirit summoning a phantom of Xu Yun. This mountain lord has the Hanging Temple backing me. Even if you are a tribulation transcendence demon beast, don't think you can look down on me. The crowd present was struck with horror once again. I remember now, the Hanging Temple did indeed keep a gray wolf. I recall seeing it in the temple a long time ago. Could Master Xu Yun really have condoned this beast's evil deeds? Could the images in the memory orb be forged? I have indeed heard rumors of people using the name of the Hanging Temple to kidnap children. Just then, a person said with a tremble, The images in the memory orb are real. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the speaker. The man continued, This old man is an elder of the Tianqiang sect, and I swear upon the reputation of the Tianqiang sect, there is absolutely nothing amiss with the images in these memory orbs. Everything recorded is the absolute truth. The princes and princess of the Pure Land country were all shocked. The number one sect of the Pure Land country would never lie. With an elder of the Tianqiang sect personally testifying, it can no longer be doubted. Heavens, this is too terrifying. Shu Yun truly is far too despicable. The crowd also began to point and accuse with rage. But Shu Yun is a hypocrite on the surface but condones the evil deeds of monsters in the shadows. Oh Buddha, what is the truth? Yi Junlin withdrew the memory orb and said, if anyone still doubts it's fake, feel free to go to the far west to verify. Everything I've shown just now is an irrefutable fact. He is the highly respected leader of the Buddhist gate in your eyes. Shu Yun, you are a wolf in a cassock. What stains your lotus throne is not the text of sutras, but the blood and tears of the children who died tragically in the far west. Yi Junlin spoke through gritted teeth. Even if you chant Amitabha for 10,000 years, you can never deliver the millions of wronged souls you pushed into hell. The first prince over here also spoke through gritted teeth. To think we were deceived for so long. The crowd began to boil with indignation. This is simply a disgrace to the Buddhist gate, a disgrace to the world. Shu Yun, you old thief, you are unworthy of being a disciple of Buddha. Get out of the eastern region, get out of the eastern region. Shu Yun's hands clenched tightly, the prayer beads in his hand snapping and scattering. The shouts of get out of the eastern region and get out of the Buddhist gate echoed in his ears. A powerful pressure erupted from within him. He then let out an angry roar. Shut up! The pressure from this roar swept across 10,000 meters, bringing the shouting to an abrupt halt. Shut up! This single shout caused those present to bleed from their 7 orifices as they clutched their heads in agonizing wails. Yi Junlin immediately deployed a defensive barrier to block Shu Yun's pressure and protect the cultivators behind him. The first prince held the princess and looked toward Yi Junlin, saying, "Thank you, Senior Yi." The second prince also felt a lingering fear. That was close. I was almost killed by the sonic attack. The abbot intends to kill us all to silence the truth. Big brother, little sister, let's hurry back and report this to our father. The crowd in the back also began to flee. Run, quickly, run. The abbot has gone mad. Seeing this, Shu Yun shouted, "No one is leaving." A giant Dharma treasure appeared, enveloping the entire Buddhist area as sand and stone flew everywhere. Realizing they were trapped inside, everyone grew worried. Shu Yun, what do you think you're doing? With a face full of rage, Shu Yun said, Amitabha. Today, as this old monk opened the Dharma platform, the demon Yi infiltrated our ranks. This old monk joined forces with fellow disciples and cultivators from all paths to combat the demon, and it was only with our full effort that he was slain. Unfortunately, the other fellow Taoists were martyred in the process. Amitabha, the cultivators present, gnashed their teeth in rage. Shu Yun, you are digging your own grave and burying the reputation of the Hanging Temple. Yi Junlin let out a cold snort. Truly a disciple of the same temple as Randeng, equally despicable. The first prince pointed at the group of monks and shouted sternly, "Are you going to collude with him as well?" Those monks, covered in cold sweat, said, "Everything the abbot has done is for the sake of the Hanging Temple. We will never betray him based on the one-sided words of the demon Yi. Amitabha, we shall protect the Hanging Temple even at the cost of our lives." The princess saw this scene and spoke up. "Big brother, second brother, they have already been controlled by Shu Yun," the first prince said. "Now we can only force our way out over here." Yi Junlin grew even more excited instead. He spoke his command, "Say no more. Xiao Hong, go." Flames rose around Xiao Hong, his eyes filled with killing intent, but he cursed in his heart, "You old bastard, you really dare to use this seat like a dog." Seeing Xiao Hong charge, Shu Yun also swung a palm to meet the attack. "You've come at the perfect time. I'll use you to sacrifice to the array." Xiao Hong also charged forward aggressively. "Shut your mouth." At the foot of Mount Fantuo, in the Pure Land country of the eastern region's Buddha province, everyone looked toward the mountain and noticed something unusual, feeling confused. The Hanging Temple has actually activated its temple guarding array. Could they be facing a crisis? To dare trespass into the Hanging Temple is to make an enemy of the entire Buddhist gate. In the capital of the Pure Land country, a general reported, reporting to the sovereign, "A sudden change has occurred at the Hanging Temple. The 3 highnesses are still inside. Please give your instructions, sovereign." With a face full of worry, the Pure Land sovereign said, "Quickly assemble the capital guards and head to Mount Fantuo." The general responded, "As you command." He then walked into a certain area, holding a jade pendant that radiated a strange spiritual aura. He smiled sinisterly. "The time has come, over here." Li Wujie watched the battle between Xiao Hong and Shu Yun and said, "Damn it, it's all this cursed array causing trouble." High above, Xiao Hong revealed a wicked smile and let out a cold snort. "HMPH, this caged Buddha prison is good enough to suppress mortals, but in this seat's eyes it's far too weak." Hearing Xiao Hong's words, Shu Yun let out an even more furious roar. Arrogant Bodhidharma palm. Spiritual energy surged from his hands like ocean waves as he struck at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was not to be outdone and immediately performed the Golden Crow incinerating flame to counter. His entire body enveloped in raging flames. The two moves collided instantly, the dispersing spiritual energy completely igniting the surrounding space. Shu Yun let out a cold snort. "HMPH, although you are at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, you are not to be feared. Since you excel in fire-type techniques, then let us compete against the Buddhist gate to see who is truly stronger." Subsequently, he unleashed the 9 nether karmic fire and blasted it toward Xiao Hong. On this side, Xiao Hong also countered Shu Yun with the Vermilion Phoenix Departure Flame. 2 forces, one red and one purple, held their ground against each other in midair. Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth and let out a cold snort. You old bald donkey, your flames actually contain the power of the 9 nethers. You have colluded with the nether abyss race, yet you still dare to call yourself a high monk of the Buddhist gate? Shu Yun revealed a sinister and arrogant smile. What does a demon from the outer paths know of the true law? This is precisely the Buddhist karmic fire that shall incinerate your sins. Just then the Kunpeng dove from high above toward the hanging temple's sect-protecting array below. Seeing this, Shu Yun was startled. Is that a Kunpeng? Why would an ancient divine beast, a tribulation stage demon emperor, appear at Mount Fantuo? Could it be another trick played by Yi Junlin? At that moment the Kunpeng opened its massive maw and blasted a surge of majestic power toward the hanging temple's sect-protecting array. On the Kunpeng's back, Shaoxi shouted loudly, "Master, eldest senior brother Mousy and fourth junior brother have come to help you." To the side, Xiao He felt a bout of wordlessness at Shaoxi's sycophantic enthusiasm. Below, Shu Yun's face was full of disdain. He leapt up from the ground and let out a cold snort. With just a single Kunpeng beast, it is impossible to break through my mountain guarding array. He condensed power in his palm. On the other side, Xiao Hong sneered. "Is that so?" Above them, Shaoxi shouted, "Fourth junior brother, let's combine our strength to break the array." At this time, Shaoxi, Xiao He, and the Kunpeng simultaneously unleashed their power, blasting toward the hanging temple's sect-protecting array. The three-pronged offensive accurately struck the same point of the formation, triggering bursts of shattering sounds. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the array, and Shu Yun thought in sheer terror, how is this possible? There is actually the power of the tribulation stage on that divine beast back. Could the demon Yi have disciples in the tribulation transcendent stage as well? The Kunpeng, coordinating with Shaoxi and Xiao He, once again unleashed a fierce assault on the sect-protecting array. In an instant the array crumbled before the joyful gazes of the gathered cultivators. The monks present, however, were filled with dejection. Cultivators shouted one after another, "The array is broken, everyone run!" The first prince led the princess and shouted, "Little sister, let's go." Seeing everyone escaping, Shu Yun angrily swung a palm strike. "Come back here, no one even dreams of running." Just as Shu Yun's move was about to strike the crowd, another technique suddenly intercepted it. The two forces collided, triggering a violent explosion in midair. Yi Junlin made a stylish appearance. It was precisely he who had blocked Shu Yun's move just now. Yi Junlin waved his hand and teased, "Surprised? Is it unexpected?" Shu Yun was so angry his eyes turned bloodshot and veins bulged all over his face. "No, if I let these people spread the news, the hanging temple will no longer have a place to stand and my reputation will be ruined in an instant." He immediately ordered the monks, "Intercept those fleeing for me, not a single one is allowed to leave." The monks responded in unison and charged aggressively toward the cultivators. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. "My good disciples, escort the cultivators out of here." Shaoxi and Xiao He leaped down from the Kunpeng's back and landed by his side, responding, "Yes, master." Xiao He unleashed a divine ability, manifesting countless tree branches to entangle the group of monks, while Shaoxi bravely charged into the enemy ranks, closing her eyes and throwing a flurry of wild punches at the monks, leaving them dazed and disoriented. By now, the prince and princess of the Pure Land country had escaped to the outer perimeter and met with the reinforcements sent by the sovereign. Seeing the prince and princess safe, a general said respectfully, "First prince, it is good that you are unharmed. Has the hanging temple been invaded by demons and heretics?" The prince cursed in a rage. "Invaded my foot. The abbot of the hanging temple is the true demon. Go and report this to my father at once." Inside the temple, Yi Junlin looked at Shu Yun and mocked, "Shu Yun, you've been tossing and turning for half the day and can't even beat my disciples. Why don't you just kill yourself to apologize?" Shu Yun pointed at Yi Junlin and roared in a fury, "In your dreams, demon Yi, did you think the foundation of my hanging temple was only at this level? Such a massive commotion has been made, yet you still haven't appeared?" Suddenly a furious roar erupted from the inner hall. "Who dares to make a clamor here?" Shu Yun joined his palms in a bow and said respectfully, "Shu Yun respectfully invites the two sages to emerge, to slay demons and eliminate heretics, and to protect our mountain gate." Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden Buddhist light burst forth from a palace building. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth curled slightly. Interesting. At that moment a Zen staff burst through the roof and spun rapidly in midair, followed closely by a ring that was also spinning at high speed. Seeing this, the monks cried out in joy. "It's the demon-subduing staff and the Vajra bracelet. The two sages of the hanging temple have emerged from seclusion. We are saved." The two Dharma treasures flew straight toward Yi Junlin, appearing intent on killing him in one blow, but Yi Junlin calmly leaped back to avoid them. A curve formed at the corner of his mouth as power condensed in his palm. He gave a sweep of his fingers and shouted, "Back!" A barrier sent the two Dharma treasures flying back. The treasures subsequently flew back into their owner's hands and two old monks appeared. The one with darker skin was one of the three sages of the hanging temple, Elder Longshang, peak of the tribulation transcendent stage. The other was also one of the three sages, Elder Qing Jing, peak of the tribulation transcendent stage. The two stared at Yi Junlin and rebuked, "Audacious, who dares to disturb the Buddhist sanctuary of our quiet cultivation?" The monks below cheered in unison, "Amitabha, we welcome the two sages, Elder Longshang and Elder Qing Jing." Back in the day, these men were as famous as the abbot and were collectively known as the three sages of the hanging temple, recognized as the strongest and most revered Buddhist powerhouses in the Luotian realm. I have heard the legends of them shaking the eastern region since I was a child. I never expected that the two sages had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, only to witness their true countenances today. Amitabha, Xu Yun also spoke with joy. Two elders, it has been a long time. If I were not forced by circumstances, I would not have wished to disturb your quiet cultivation, he thought to himself, so slow. Any later and I would have had to go meet the Buddha. Long Shang asked Xu Yun, who is this person, to think he dares to trespass into our temple and wound you so miserably? Qing Jing also looked at Xu Yun and said, indeed. Even the mountain guarding array has been activated. The Hanging Temple has never encountered such a powerful enemy. As the abbot, how do you explain this? Xu Yun answered. He is the demon Yi, who has been stirring up unrest in the eastern region. This demon forged a memory orb to ruin the temple's reputation and incited the crowd to come here and cause destruction. I was forced to activate the array to fight this demon to the death. Indeed, the elders of the Yuha sect and the Great Sun Venerable both perished at his hands, and now they wish to destroy the Hanging Temple. Please, two elders, uphold justice for the Hanging Temple. Yi Junlin let out a cold snort of mockery. Your ability to flip black and white is truly peerless. My presence here to escort the cultivators' withdrawal is precisely to prevent you from killing them, to silence the truth. Xu Yun pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted, Demon Yi, cease your sophistry. Today shall be the day of your death. I swear to protect the Hanging Temple to the death and shall thoroughly eradicate you. Demon, two elders, join me in slaying this evil and maintaining our orthodox lineage. Having said that, Xu Yun stomped the ground and leapt into midair. He gripped his scepter tightly, his body radiating a piercing golden Buddhist light as the ground beneath his feet crumbled from the immense force. The monks cried out in shock. Is that the leader of the Hanging Temple's three great Dharma treasures, the 9th rank profound weapon, sky-piercing staff? Long Shang and Qing Jing also flanked Yi Junlin from the left and right. Long Shang roared, excellent demon-subduing staff technique, vile creature, die. Yi Junlin still stood with his hands behind his back. Xu Yun, scepter in hand, charged straight toward Yi Junlin. Demon Yi, be annihilated. Yi Junlin summoned a long sword, his body radiating a terrifying pressure. It was the Kongyuan sword, a 9th rank profound weapon, he said with disdain. A mere 9th rank profound weapon, who doesn't have one? Sword, come. With a light swing of his sword, he blocked the combined strike of the three. The trio was instantly repelled. Xu Yun blurted out in disbelief. I didn't expect a demon like you to also possess a 9th rank profound weapon. Yi Junlin let out a cold snort. HMPH, the treasures I possess are more than you could ever imagine. We'll just see if you have the life left to witness them. He evaluated in his heart. It truly is a good sword, but unfortunately, I don't have a suitable sword technique yet. Just then a system notification popped up. Ding, detected that the host has checked in at the Hanging Temple. Would you like to receive the reward? Yi Jun thought to himself, perfect timing. I thought you had swallowed the reward. Receive. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. You have obtained a set of supreme tier sword techniques, Immortal slaying sword technique. Yi Junlin's aura shifted abruptly, his entire body erupting with a sky-high murderous intent. Getting exactly what I was thinking about. Not bad. Since I have this reward, I won't hold a grudge against you, system. On the other side, Xu Yun and the others also sensed the change in Yi Junlin and said in horror, what? Such terrifying murderous intent. Yi Junlin casually slashed out a sword strike, a searing flaming sword chi pressing directly toward the three. The trio quickly activated their respective Dharma tools to block the hit. Xu Yun struggled to hold it back and asked, Demon, what sword technique is this? Yi Junlin answered with murderous intent. Listen well, this is called the donkey-slaying sword technique, specifically for killing you lot, sanctimonious, despicable and shameless bald donkeys. Hearing such an insult, Long Shang was consumed by rage. He swung his staff down, roaring, arrogant, spouting mad words. Yi Junlin effortlessly raised his sword to parry. Is that all you've got? I am the great demon lord, you should use a bit more strength. Seeing his attacks failing to break through, Long Shang turned to the two behind him and shouted, this demon is so insolent, and you still haven't acted. Xu Yun subsequently unleashed the Vajra Lotus 10,000 Leaves Array, and Qing Jing also injected spiritual energy into his Dharma tool. Centered on Xu Yun, the group launched a fierce assault on Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin stood his ground, unmoving as a mountain, all moves blocked outside by his defensive layer below. Xiao Hong frowned and thought to himself, he can actually fight three peak tribulation powerhouses at once and still appear so at ease. Just how many trump cards does he have left? I can never see through him. Li Wujie looked on with an excited face. As expected of Master, so what if your Hanging Temple has three profound weapons? What can they do? Long Shang was struck with inexplicable horror. This demon is truly difficult to handle. I never encountered such an opponent even when we shook the eastern region back then. Qing Jing also spoke up. Xu Yun, exactly what did you do to provoke this great demon? The old abbot warned you before he passed away not to make enemies for this temple. You even took a vow back then. Look what it has come to now. Hearing this, Xu Yun could only gnash his teeth in silence, unable to respond. Yi Junlin smiled slightly and slashed out with his sword again. The sharp sword chi forced the three into a pathetic scramble to defend, their figures retreating repeatedly. Yi Junlin said contemptuously, I thought you were so formidable, but it turns out you're only at this level. After being humiliated, Long Shang said, this demon is going too far. You two, let us use that power. Qing Jing nodded. Fine, it has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. If not used now, then when? Shu Yun formed the array. Shu Yun subsequently began to form hand seals, golden light erupting around him. Demon Yi, you forced my hand today. Even if you die 10,000 times, it will not atone for your crimes. The sea seal Samadhi shines in 10 directions, the light of the white law where all goodness gathers. 100 sufferings and worldly toils transform into sweet dew. The solemn pure Buddha land opens the hall of awakening. Die. Yi Junlin watched as the three rose into the high air, combined their efforts to strike a majestic Buddhist seal, and targeted him. Murderous intent filled Shu Yun's eyes. Kill! Yi Junlin was also a bit surprised and let out a soft "eh." Li Wujie shouted in worry. This is bad. Master is in danger. Their power has instantly increased dozens of times over. Xiao Hong also spoke up. That is the power of incense and faith. Shu Yun stared at Yi Junlin and silently chanted a Buddhist epithet, Amitabha. He sighed in his heart. I originally planned to rely on this incense power, accumulated over tens of thousands of years, to break through to the true immortal realm. Now I have no choice but to exhaust it here. Though it pains me, it must be used to kill the enemy. Incense power can be gathered again in the future. Yi Junlin looked at the scene before him and smiled. Is this your final trump card? He thought to himself. The pressure brought by these three people far exceeds any opponent I've faced before. For the first time I feel excited. It's a pity they are only at the great circle of the tribulation stage and cannot trigger the meet strong become stronger effect to make me an immortal on the spot. Shu Yun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Be annihilated. The three launched their total offensive at Yi Zhang simultaneously. Just then the Kunpeng suddenly burst into the Hanging Temple's barrier, its massive maw gathering energy. A moment later, it blasted an extremely powerful energy stream toward those three monks. Seeing this, Shu Yun roared in a fury, Beast, I shall surely subdue you to be the guardian sacred beast of the Hanging Temple. He struck out a massive long Buddhist seal, the power completely suppressing the Kunpeng with dense spiritual energy threads coiling tightly around it. Yi Junlin flew into a massive rage. Old bald donkey, you actually dare to touch my A-kun? Shu Yun said with disdain. So what if I touched it? Yi Junlin raised his long sword, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Hee, then I'll let you witness. What is one chi transforms into three pure ones? At that moment, Yi Junlin had already manifested the technique, and three identical figures of himself appeared instantly. Li Wujie was startled. How were there suddenly two more masters? Xiao Hong was also struck with amazement. Yi Junlin actually possesses such a divine and miraculous supreme technique? Is this an ancient inheritance or a great Dao he created himself? He mused inwardly. I once caught a glimpse of a true immortal, but after following this guy for so long, I've realized I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. At this time, Yi Junlin's two clones were staring at the group of monks with different expressions. Longshang was terrified beyond measure. This, Qing Jing also spoke up. The aura and cultivation of these three figures were completely identical. These were definitely not simple puppet clones. Shu Yun, however, wore a face full of disdain, thinking that one chi transforms into three pure ones was nothing more than a bluff. Forget too, what if there were 10,000 clones without the support of profound weapons? They are ultimately just phantoms. Yi Junlin let out a cold snort. Who said they don't have any? Subsequently, each of Yi Junlin's clones produced a Dharma treasure, the heaven-burying coffin, the rebirth flute, and finally the Kongyuan sword, with each clone holding one. This lineup was enough to sweep away everything, Shu Yun blurted out in disbelief. What? 9th rank profound weapons? They are all 9th rank profound weapons. Long Zhang's eyes also widened. The entire Hanging Temple only possessed a single 9th rank profound weapon. How could this guy casually pull out three? The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth curled slightly. Are your wretched remains enough for my Kongyuan to take a single sip? Hearing this, Shu Yun roared in a fury. Demon Yi, do you think you can deal with us just because there are two more of you? Yi Junlin retorted. Why don't we find out after you try? Subsequently, the two sides collided violently, their momentums evenly matched. Suddenly, Shu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking in disbelief, impossible. Under the empowerment of the power of incense and faith, I can't even withstand a single move of his. Longshang and Qing Jing charged forward simultaneously. Vile creature, cease your arrogance. Shu Yun, I'll lend you a hand. Longshang faced the Yi Junlin holding the heaven-burying coffin, while Qing Jing faced the one holding the bamboo flute. The Yi Junlin clone with the coffin smiled slightly. Your opponent is me. The Yi Junlin clone with the bamboo flute also began to play. What's wrong? We agreed on one-on-one. Why are you still trying to strike someone else? On the other side, the Yi Junlin holding the Kongyuan sword unleashed the blood slaughter heavenly maiming art, sending a sword chi filled with intense killing intent directly toward Shu Yun. Shu Yun was struck with horror. Danger, he gnashed his teeth and gripped his scepter with all his might to block cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Yi Junlin did not stop there, immediately following up with Green Cloud Mist Realm. Unleashing countless sword chi transformed into sharp flying swords toward Shu Yun. The sword rain poured down and Shu Yun could not dodge in time, his body instantly pierced by the sword chi. He could only endure the agonizing pain and persist through gritted teeth. Longshang, who was struggling to withstand the heaven-burying coffin, spoke with difficulty. Cough so strong, Qing Jing, wait for me to come and help you. At this time, Qing Jing was dizzy and disoriented by the flute's sound, clutching his ears tightly as he shrieked in pain. Ah! The clone with the coffin waved a hand, directly sending Longshang flying. You can barely look after yourself, yet you still have the mind to worry about others. When Longshang looked over, his eyes widened in terror. Shu Yun was now drenched in blood, completely powerless before the Yi Junlin clone holding the Kongyuan sword. Long Shang gnashed his teeth. This demon's clones are actually strong to such an extent. The three of us combined are actually being suppressed until we can't catch our breath. He leapt toward Shu Yun and shouted loudly, "Shu Yun, things have come to this. Only by coordinating to use that move do we have a chance at victory." Upon hearing this, Shu Yun also hardened his heart, thinking, "I didn't expect it would truly come to using this move of last resort, but if we don't defeat him, I'm afraid we'll truly meet our end here." He then spoke, "Two elders, lend this old monk a hand." Yi Junlin's clones looked at them with curiosity. "Oh, what other tricks do you have up your sleeves?" The monks began to form hand seals, and the spiritual energy of the three intertwined and merged into one, their power surging relentlessly. Shu Yun opened his mouth and let out a roar. Terrifying power continuously flowing into his body. At this moment the three had almost merged into a single entity, with a head peering out in every direction and arms each holding a dharma treasure, a hideous sight. Yi Junlin burst into laughter. "Oh, interesting. 3 heads and 6 arms, I didn't expect you 3 bald donkeys could even transform into Neza." Long Zhang's head roared sternly. "Demon Yi, your time has come." Qing Jing also spoke up. "Amitabha, back in the day we 3 sages of the Hanging Temple reached the pinnacle of the eastern region's Buddhist gate precisely with this move." Shu Yun followed up. "This old monk and the 2 elders shall act on behalf of heaven today to eradicate you, demon," he mused inwardly. "We must settle this quickly. Every second my body endures a burning pain. I won't be able to hold out for long." The 3 Dharma treasures then merged into one, 3 realms unified. Great Sun Tathagata stance. Shu Yun gnashed his teeth to gather all his power, his gaze sharp. "This move will definitely eliminate you." Yi Junlin smiled slightly. "Interesting, it seems I should get a bit serious as well." Just in time to test the strength of this one, Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Yi Junlin's gaze turned cold as he gripped his long sword. Gazing at the universe star-leading longevity, the sword falls and the heavens fall silent. Several blue dragons roared out from the long sword in Yi Junlin's hand, coiling and circling around. Shu Yun, Long Shang and Qing Jing roared in unison, "Demon Yi, die!" Subsequently, the massive 3-in-1 body crashed toward Yi Junlin, who simply stood in place and gave a flat wave of his hand. He let out a cold snort, a mantis trying to stop a carriage. "Kongyuan, today I shall use the blood of these false Buddhas to baptize and consecrate you." The 2 moves collided and a massive explosion erupted in the air below. The crowd shouted in worry, "Master, ouch, my eyes are about to be blinded by the flash. My heavens, how can the human race be so terrifying?" What was the result? A powerful energy wave swept in all directions. Below, the monks and cultivators fled in terror. "This kind of power is unheard of. It's too terrifying. Run. If we stay any longer, we'll lose our lives." From the midair where the battle erupted, someone fell straight down and crashed into the ground. Those below who were unaware of the truth discussed, "The abbot and the others must have won, right? Why is it the demon who's falling?" However, Yi Junlin was seen looking down from above completely unharmed, while it was the 3 monks who had been shattered and had plummeted to the earth. The monks wailed in disbelief. "No, abbot, elders," Yi Junlin asked coldly. "Who else refuses to submit?" Qing Jing spoke up unwillingly. "Demon, do not be so pleased with yourself. With the good karma of my Hanging Temple, allies of the righteous path will surely come to act on behalf of heaven and slay you. Alas, I never thought the Buddhist holy land that saves all living beings would be trampled by a demon. This old monk feels deeply ashamed before the ancient sages for failing to protect this pure land and ruining all their hard work." In the back, Shu Yun's heart was pounding. "Even in the merged state, we were no match for this demon. I must find a way to retreat." Yi Junlin let out a sigh. "The 2 of you can save it. For thousands of years the Hanging Temple has acted lawlessly, which is intolerable by heavenly principles. This land was defiled by you beasts long ago." Long Shang roared in a fury. "Stop your bloodless slander. The Hanging Temple has always taken mercy in saving the world as its duty. Our disciples travel down the mountain to eliminate violence and bring peace, accumulating virtue and doing good. I will not allow you to wantonly smear us," Qing Jing also said. "Do you think winning allows you to insult us as you please?" Yi Junlin picked his ear perhaps. "The Hanging Temple only set foot on this path of no return after you 2 went into seclusion." His gaze turned icy as he stared at Shu Yun below. "Old bald donkey, do you still intend to continue the deception even now?" Long Shang turned to Shu Yun in a rage and asked, "Shu Yun, what is the meaning of what this guy is saying?" Shu Yun still insisted he was being framed. "You demon actually want to frame this old monk?" Suddenly, Yi Junlin pointed a finger and a burst of power shot directly into Shu Yun's brow. "If you don't want to speak, then don't. I'll just let them see for themselves." Shu Yun could no longer control his body and could only shriek in rage. "Vile creature, what have you done to this old monk?" Images from Shu Yun's memory began to emerge one by one, and were then directly projected into the brows of Long Shang and Qing Jing. Yi Junlin asked, "Have you 2 seen clearly?" The 2 shed tears of remorse. How could it be like this? You actually caused the deaths of so many innocent people. Is this what a member of the Buddhist gate should do?" "Shu Yun, you old beast who is worse than an animal, what a sin! The reputation of the Hanging Temple built by generations of sages is now completely destroyed in your hands. Did you forget the vow you made before the abbot back then?" Suddenly, bursts of black chi surged from Shu Yun's mouth as he murmured to himself, "Willing to be a bright lamp to illuminate all living beings, a boat in the sea of suffering to empty the hells. That's right, This old monk did all of this precisely to fulfill that vow and to promote the Hanging Temple. Let me tell you some good news. The Nether Realm has already invaded the Immortal Realm with the intent to unify the myriad worlds. The end of the Kunlun Realm is at hand. Haha! Shu Yun had now completely fallen into demonhood, black demonic flames rising from his palms as he thought, since I can no longer hide it, I'll take you all down with me. Seeing Shu Yun enter demonhood, Longshang roared and charged with his staff the power of the 9 nethers. Shu Yun, you actually colluded with the Nether Abyss race, Qing Jing also said in disbelief. For so many years not a single one of us noticed. Shu Yun charged at Yi Junlun with a face full of killing intent. Now I shall light the first fire of the Nether Realm Army's conquest of the Kunlun Realm. Go to the afterlife, all of you. Yi Junlun continued to look at him coldly. Hey, playing the sleeper agent are we? This momentum is quite intimidating. The corner of his mouth curled slightly as he extended a hand. Kong Yuan, end of the path. In midair, countless sword chi pointed directly at Shu Yun. These sword chi were unstoppable, directly piercing through his body. Black chi erupted from Shu Yun's 7 orifices as he wailed in pain, followed by a fit of mad laughter. Yi Junlun, killing me alone is useless. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Long live the Nether Abyss. The monks below began to chant sutras one after another. Amitabha, thanks to Benefactor Yi's intervention. Otherwise, if the Hanging Temple had truly colluded with the Nether Abyss race, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, Benefactor Yi, for slaying this heretical Buddha and preserving the 10,000-year reputation of the Hanging Temple. Thank you, Benefactor Yi, for your grace in protecting the temple. Qing Jing also spoke up. If what Shu Yun said before his death is true, then the Kunlun realm may face a great calamity. The living beings of Kunlun are about to suffer. Longshang also felt a sense of powerlessness. Amitabha, if the Nether Abyss race dares to invade my temple, this old monk shall surely guard it to the death to protect all living beings. Yi Junlun withdrew his power, his gaze filled with confidence. Rest assured, everyone, even if the 10,000 races of the Nether Abyss attack, I can make them vanish with a flick of my fingers. I'll leave the remaining matters to the 2 elders. I shall take my leave now, Longshang replied. Amitabha, thank you, Benefactor Yi. Qing Jing also spoke. Please allow this poor monk to see you off. Yi Junlun waved his hand in refusal. No need, Akun. He snapped his fingers and the Kunpeng slowly emerged from the void, its massive body blotting out the sun. It let out a few low roars. Scene transitioned. At this time the 3 royal siblings were walking down the mountain path. The princess saw the Kunpeng in the sky and looked up, saying, Big brother, look, that's Senior Yi's mount. Why are they leaving? Could it be the battle is already over? The first prince also looked up and replied, I don't know what the final result was, whether the abbot won or was brought to justice. However, the priority right now is to report to father. Qing Jing looked at the departing flow of people, overcome with grief. For the Hanging Temple to fall to this state is also our responsibility. Had we known, we shouldn't have washed our hands of everything, only knowing how to waste time in seclusion. Longshang let out a sigh. Who could have imagined Shu Yun was part of the Nether Abyss race? The most important thing now is to rebuild the Hanging Temple. Suddenly he sensed something and spun around with an angry roar. Who's there? Get out! A group of mysterious people draped in black robes appeared above, a powerful killing intent sweeping across the area. The pressure made even the 2 elders of the Hanging Temple feel a tremor. The leading man in black laughed loudly. Haha, the 3 sages of the Hanging Temple once shook the eastern region. Now only the 2 of you are left. How the tides of fate turn, Longshang roared. Where did you rats come from? You don't even dare to show your true faces, yet you dare to run wild at the Hanging Temple? The man let out a cold snort. Master Longshang, your temper is as explosive as ever. It reminds me of the meeting of the top 10 sects' high-level officials in the eastern region back then. You were shouting and yelling just like you are now, weren't you? Longshang asked, dripping with sweat. Who are you exactly? He thought to himself. Those who could participate in that great assembly were all elders and sect masters of the top families in the eastern region. It seems not only did Shu Yun collude with the Nether Abyss race, but things are becoming increasingly complex. Suddenly the man raised his hand to form a seal, then let out a great shout, kill, in the sky. Streaks of lightning struck Longshang and Qing Jing one after another. The 2 were struck so hard by the lightning that they couldn't even stand steadily, their bodies trembling violently. The black-robed man spoke again. It's a pity your current states have reached their limit and you don't even have the strength to resist. You might as well watch the entire Hanging Temple be annihilated with your own eyes. The 2 shouted weakly. Stop, quickly stop! The lightning continued to fall. Those monks were powerless to fight back, their bodies shattered by the lightning strikes. The scene was shocking and tragic. Longshang shook with rage. Who are you exactly? Why are you doing this? Qing Jing asked. Did Shu Yun offend you? The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh. Offend? Of course not. In fact, we are even allies. If you must blame someone, blame that fellow Shu Yun for having too big a mouth. I have long since laid out this great game of the Nether Abyss. Now I can only ask you 2 to remain silent and keep the secret forever. After speaking, he pointed a finger at the brows of the 2, sharp sword chi condensing at his fingertip. The 2 seemed to have realized something. Ali, could you be? At the very moment they recognized the other's identity. Their brows were instantly pierced through. In this way, the last 2 elders of the Hanging Temple also perished. From then on, the Hanging Temple existed only in name. The man in black turned away coldly. From now on there would no longer be a Buddhist holy land called the Hanging Temple in the eastern region. On this side, atop the Kunpeng, Yi Junlin noticed something unusual and let out a soft, "Eh?" Xiao Hong asked in confusion. "Master, is something wrong?" Yi Junlin replied, "It's nothing, I just smelled the stench of some acquaintances." He thought to himself, could the Nether Abyss's actions be starting? Earlier than expected, in the Pure Land country, the first prince was reporting the situation to the sovereign. After the incident at the Hanging Temple, it was feared that Zen cultivators throughout the world would soon unite to suppress the Hanging Temple. The second prince also spoke up. "That's right, father. I saw Senior Yi and the others leave just now. Perhaps the Hanging Temple has already been defeated. Should we take the opportunity to go up the mountain and launch a crusade, using this as an example to demonstrate our Pure Land country's national strength?" Seated at the head was the sovereign of the Pure Land with a cultivation at the Great Convergence Great Circle. He stroked his beard and said, "You're thinking too simply. The reputation of the Hanging Temple has accumulated for 10,000 years. It won't be destroyed so easily. Moreover, the truth has not yet been investigated clearly. Let's wait and see." Meanwhile, the princess was walking with a water sphere. She muttered to herself, "Is this matter really not over yet? This black smoke, could some major event have occurred?" Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the skies. "Foreign enemies are invading the palace." The princess looked up in horror as the sounds of shouting and killing continued. Foreign enemies are invading the palace. In the sky, the group of black-robed men had already flown before the princess. She blurted out in horror, What is this?" The group of black-robed men charged forward fiercely and roared, "Kill, leave no one alive." Subsequently, they were like tigers in a flock of sheep, beginning a slaughter of the people below. The sovereign and the princes rushed out, and the second prince shouted, "Father, what is that out there?" The sovereign let out a great shout. "This is bad." He leapt into the sky, charging straight toward the group of black-robed men. Looking at the crowd before him, he roared sternly, "Which rats dare to break into the palace and engage in a massacre?" Looking at the people dressed in black robes, the sovereign was shocked beyond measure. There were actually 4 auras of the early tribulation transcendent stage. To be able to mobilize so many powerhouses at once, the background was definitely unusual. Exactly which sect did they belong to? At this moment, sweat had already broken out on his forehead, and he said through gritted teeth, "I advise you to retreat quickly. The Buddhist Holy Land is right near the capital." A black-robed man spoke up. "Oh, are you referring to the Hanging Temple?" "Hee. That place was turned into ruins long ago," the sovereign shouted in disbelief. "That's impossible. Could you have already annihilated the Hanging Temple?" The other black-robed men said. "Why waste words on him? Kill him and wash the palace in blood. Our mission isn't finished yet." After speaking, the 4 began to besiege the sovereign. A black-robed man added, "Oh, with the support of the national destiny, he can actually reach the mid-stage of the tribulation transcendence realm." Another also spoke up. "A bit interesting, but this little skill isn't enough to fill the gaps between our teeth." Currently, the sovereign was being besieged from all sides. The veins on his forehead bulged as he struggled to hold his ground. Seeing this from below, the princes and princess shouted anxiously, "Father, why has it suddenly become like this?" The sovereign turned back and shouted to the princes and princess, "Quick, leave the Pure Land country quickly. Go as far as you can, go now." A black-robed man ordered, "Go kill them, leave no one alive. This is the mission assigned by the sect master." After speaking, 3 black-robed men immediately charged toward the princes and princess. Seeing this, the princess shrieked, "Big brother, second brother, quick." She then took out a flying Dharma treasure and shouted, "Flowing cloud screen." A black-robed man saw this and shouted, "Chase them, don't let them escape." At this moment, the princes and princess were charging toward a teleportation array. The first prince said, "There's a teleportation array ahead. I have the token in my hand to activate the array and teleport out of the Pure Land country at maximum speed." The first prince glanced back, his brow furrowed tightly. "Damn it, who are these people exactly? Once we escape, the truth must be uncovered." Just as they were about to enter the teleportation array, the black-robed men had already caught up behind them. Instantly, an attack shattered the flying Dharma treasure, and the 3 fell straight down. The second prince threw an object and shouted, "You guys go quickly." The first prince used all his strength to push the princess toward the teleportation array, fighting for a chance of survival for her as he said, "Little sister, go, I will stop them." In this way, the princess flew toward the teleportation array along with the object thrown by the second prince. The first prince gathered all his true chi and stared at the black-robed men, saying, "Today no one shall even dream of getting near this teleportation array." Seeing this, the black-robed men were startled. "Damn it, this guy is going to self-detonate to take us with him. Retreat quickly." The first prince laughed wildly and let out a great shout, followed by a thunderous boom. A massive explosion occurred in the sky, leveling everything to the ground. Seeing this scene while in the process of teleportation, the princess wailed in extreme grief. Big brother, on the other side, the black-robed men were still besieging the sovereign. He asked with a frown, "Who are you exactly? Why do you want to destroy my Pure Land country?" One answered, "If you must blame something, blame your bad luck. It just so happens that the Stargate is right here." The sovereign was filled with confusion. A black-robed man sneered again, "Once we destroy you, the creatures of the Nether Abyss will take advantage of the opening to enter. At that time, this country will be occupied. You can rest assured, the people here will have their uses in the future." By now, the sovereign was powerless to turn back the situation. He shouted in grief and indignation, A conspiracy, this is a massive conspiracy. The protective barrier around him shattered at that moment. In a certain secret tunnel, firelight flickered as waves of dark chi permeated the air. Within the Stargate, deep in the palace of the Pure Land country, a giant foot stepped out. The group of black-robed men appeared here as well. 4 months later, on a flying ship, a voice rang out. Damn it, this cursed world has been getting more and more chaotic lately. My hometown in Luo province has been occupied by creatures of the abyss. Many resisting cultivators were suppressed, and the rest were locked up like livestock. That's right. The Nether Abyss army is aggressive, and the middle and lower tier sects are simply no match. Only top-tier sects like the Yuha sect are qualified to contend. But now they are a scattered mess. Who can step forward to lead the overall situation? Li Wujie also heard these reports. He furrowed his brow and thought to himself, we haven't been away from the Hanging Temple for very long, yet the situation has turned into such a mess. Just then, a little girl walked up to Li Wujie and shouted, newspapers for sale, newspapers for sale, the latest edition of the Cultivation World Daily Express, only 2 copper coins a copy. Li Wujie took a newspaper and replied, oh thank you. Then he slowly vanished from where he stood. The scene shifts back to the manor on the Kunpeng's back where Yi Junlin's voice echoed, Xiao Hong, your craftsmanship has been getting more and more skilled lately, you truly have talent. At this moment, Yi Junlin was lying comfortably in his chair drinking milk tea while letting Xiao Hong massage his back. Although very reluctant, Xiao Hong still replied, Master, as long as you are satisfied. Just then, Li Wujie returned. He reported, reporting to Master, as per your instructions, I have brought back the latest newspaper. Yi Junlin looked up at him and asked, seeing your dismal face, has some major event happened lately? Li Wujie looked at the newspaper in his hand and replied, the paper says Master destroyed the Hanging Temple and in a fit of rage also destroyed the Pure Land country along the way, not only washing the palace in blood but also exterminating the royal family. The Pure Land country was also occupied by the Nether Abyss army because its internal defenses were empty. I didn't expect them to smear Master like this. It's absolutely shameless to the extreme. Yi Junlin was startled and blurted out, what? The Hanging Temple was destroyed? Li Wujie was both angry and confused. Could it have been the work of the Nether Abyss race? Yi Junlin frowned and said, they likely wouldn't be so blatant, let alone spread rumors. It must be the work of humans, since the abbot of the Hanging Temple was involved with the Nether Abyss. It can't be ruled out that other sects in the eastern region have also colluded with the Nether Abyss race. Just as we left, the Hanging Temple and the Pure Land country were destroyed, and the Nether Abyss creatures took the opportunity to occupy them. It seems the mastermind has been planning this for a long time. This is merely a springboard. Li Wujie asked again, Master, could they be plotting for that Stargate? Yi Junlin nodded. Exactly, everything revolves around opening the Stargate. This seat guesses that the royal family of the Pure Land country also possessed a Stargate. The Nether Abyss intends to collude with certain sects in the eastern region to open the Stargate through an internal-external cooperation and release extraterrestrial forces. Li Wujie agreed. Master is right. I saw many people fleeing just now on the passenger ship. According to their complaints, many parts of the eastern region have been occupied by Nether Abyss creatures, and the situation is becoming increasingly critical, Yi Junlin said. I didn't expect the Nether Abyss race to move even faster than expected. Is there any other important news? Li Wujie furrowed his brow tightly. This is bad. Huang province is in trouble, and even the Xuanchen sect has had an incident. Yi Junlin's expression changed drastically, and he said in a fury, what? Something happened to the Xuanchen sect. It seems because of the great distance, even the voice transmission jade slips have failed. Akun, back to Huang province. Just then, a system notification arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating a random check-in task. Check in at Huang province to obtain a reward. Divine ability, gargantuan manifestation. After hearing this, Yi Junlin revealed a smile. This seat was just wondering how to draw the snake out of its hole. I didn't expect you to come looking for me yourselves. Then this seat shall see exactly what kind of things you are. In Huang province, the Nether Abyss race was currently running rampant everywhere. Faster, from today on you people shall be slaves to my bone race for generations to come. Several cultivators were being whipped by the bone race as they pulled carts, their teeth gnashing in rage. Damn it, these Nether Abyss bone race members are actually mistreating us humans like this. Is our Huang province to be plunged into darkness forever? Back when Senior Yi made his name famous, who among the major provinces of the eastern region dared to look down on us? How long has it been since those glorious days passed, and yet such a thing has happened? Sigh, now even the Xuanchen sect is in trouble. I'm afraid that even if Senior Yi appears, he will be unable to turn back the tide. Suddenly, a person rushed into the tavern and shouted, "This is bad. The withered bone race is about to publicly execute resisting cultivators again, and this time it's actually Fairy Zhao of the Xuanchen sect." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. What? Let's go and see. Outside, a member of the withered bone race was walking toward the execution platform where a female cultivator was hanging. Everyone sighed at the sight. Sigh, I didn't expect even Fairy Zhao of the Xuanchen sect could not escape the clutches of the withered bone race. At this moment, the withered bone race member stepped forward and asked, "I heard you have a high status in the Xuanchen sect? Haha, even your seniors don't dare to open the mountain gate and only dare to shrink inside like turtles. You actually dared to run out. Where did you think you were going? The female cultivator hanging on the rack was none other than Zhao Linger, at the peak of the soul transformation stage. The creature continued, in all of Huang province your Xuanchen sect is the most troublesome, but it doesn't matter. Today I, the great Bone King, shall gather my strength once more. This individual possessed a cultivation at the integrated stage and was a general of the withered bone race. He stepped forward, pinched Zhao Linger's chin and said, "We will breach your Xuanchen sect and then slaughter everyone inside." Zhao Linger showed no fear. Instead she shouted in a furious rage, "If you dare to do that on the day Peak Master Yi of the Xuanchen sect returns from his travels, he will surely massacre your entire withered bone race." The bone general let out a cold snort upon hearing this. HMPH Yi Junlin, is it? That so-called white-haired god of slaughter. In my eyes he's nothing more than a hollow name. The reason he hasn't dared to return is likely that he's terrified and hiding like a dog. Where would he get the courage to seek revenge for you? The withered bone race crowd below burst into laughter. At this moment, Zhao Linger was furious to the extreme, yet she was powerless. Just then, Ouyang Feng, the sect master of the mountain-moving sect and a cultivator at the peak of the soul transformation stage, scanned the people behind him and spoke, "Everyone, do not act blindly. The disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. Even a collective uprising would be nothing more than a death march." The bone general let out another cold snort. "HMPH, let me see if your bones are as hard as your mouth." With that, he condensed energy in his palm and then thrust a finger directly into Zhao Linger's chest near her shoulder. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhao Linger did not make a sound. On this side, Ouyang Feng let out a helpless sigh. "Forgive me, Senior Yi. This old man is truly powerless now. The mountain-moving sect once tried to stop the bone race, only to suffer over 50% casualties. The remaining disciples had no choice but to flee the sect, hoping to preserve their lives. This old man does not wish to see any more pointless sacrifices." The bone general suddenly felt a surge of rage, thinking, what is with this deathly silence? Only by hearing this woman's painful pleas or agonizing screams can we achieve the effect of deterring the human race. Below, Ouyang Feng let out a long sigh and shouted, "What a resilient woman! Alas, Senior Yi, Huang province needs you." At that moment the bone general increased his torture of Zhao Linger in a rage, saying, "HMPH, it doesn't matter. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." Zhao Linger continued to grit her teeth in silence, wondering if it was finally going to end. Suddenly a kun descended from the sky, its massive body blotting out the sun. The pressure it radiated made the execution platform tremble as if it were about to collapse. The bone general was also gritting his teeth, struggling to stay upright. His eyes widened as he blurted out in disbelief, "What is going on? This kind of aura is something that can only be felt from the kings of our bone race." Ouyang Feng and the others also knelt on the ground one after another. "An aura of the tribulation transcendent stage. Is this a demon emperor? First the Nether Abyss army invaded, and now a tribulation stage demon emperor has appeared. Huang province might be completely destroyed this time." Just then, Yi Junlin descended gracefully like an immortal coming down to the mortal realm. Zhao Linger looked up and recognized him immediately. Is it you, Peak Master Yi?" Yi Junlin waved his sleeve and a surge of gentle spiritual energy flew toward Zhao Linger. The chains binding her shattered instantly and her weakened body fell. Yi Junlin caught her and asked softly, "It's me, and you are?" Zhao Linger answered. "Peak Master Yi, I am Zhao Linger. Perhaps it's because I cultivated for 300 years within the cursed sun that you didn't recognize me." Yi Junlin recalled Zhao Linger's appearance as a young girl and remarked with a sigh, "I didn't expect it to be you. No wonder the aura felt so familiar. In the blink of an eye you've grown so much." Zhao Linger's face turned red as she said bashfully, "What nonsense, what do you mean grown so much?" Yi Junlin teased, "Hey, where are your thoughts going? I'm talking about your age, your current years make you even older than me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger fumed with rage. "You," before she could finish, Yi Junlin used his spiritual energy to heal her wounds, thinking Linger has suffered such injuries. She must be treated as quickly as possible. The bone general, who had been ignored for a long time, shouted in terror, Is this the white-haired god of slaughter, Yi Junlin, they spoke of?" Another was equally struck with terror. What terrifying pressure! It's actually stronger than the kings within our race." Yi Junlin scanned them with eyes full of killing intent and spoke coldly, "Next, it's your turn to settle the score, you bastards." Subsequently, he immediately charged toward them. Yi Junlin stood in place, his pressure fully released. "Did you not know that this place is under my protection? How dare you come here to run wild?" With a casual wave of his hand, the members of the bone race instantly knelt on the ground in unison. The leader gritted his teeth and held on, his face covered in sweat and veins bulging as his body trembled. "Our race has kings presiding over us. I advise you not to act recklessly. If you're smart, surrender now or you won't escape death." Yi Junlin smiled slightly. "Haha, when it comes to fighting there isn't anyone in this world who can beat me." Spiritual energy converged in Yi Junlin's palm, and the bone general's eyes bulged with terror. His body was gradually disintegrating, and a desperate scream escaped his mouth. "No," Yi Junlin surveyed the cultivators of Huang province and confidently declared, "Listen well. As long as I am here, the sky will not fall. Every member of the bone race in Huang province shall die by my hand." The bone race crowd was struck with extreme terror upon seeing this, instinctively shrinking back. High above, Li Wujie couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect Master to be so popular in Huang province. I am truly impressed. To the side, Xiao Hong simply stood there with his arms crossed. By now, Yi Zhenlin had almost completely wiped out the remaining bone race members, and he slowly descended. Ouyang Feng spoke up. Senior Yi, we also want to contribute to the crusade against the bone race, but our cultivation is limited. We wonder if Senior could offer us some guidance so that we all might break through our cultivation ranks. Zhao Linger also followed up. That's right, Peak Master Yi. Linger has been trapped in the soul transformation stage for many years. Otherwise I wouldn't have been captured by that withered bone race, the crowd echoed in unison. Please, Senior Yi, guide us. Yi Zhenlan broke into a cold sweat thinking, crap, how the hell should I know what cultivation is? But seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, it would be too embarrassing to refuse. Just then a system notification popped up. Ding, congratulations to the host for arriving at the Huang Province check-in location. Would you like to receive the check-in reward? Yi Zhenlan roared in his heart in a rage. System, you're really fond of slacking off lately, aren't you? I've been in Huang Province for quite a while now. Can you handle it? I'm in a dilemma right now. Tell me what to do. Ding, this one just accidentally fell asleep. Host, don't be angry. As long as you receive this check-in reward, a system will add the Enlightenment Truths function to help you handle the current situation. Just consider it a small compensation. Yi Zhenlin nodded secretly with satisfaction. That's more like it. Check-in. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the check-in mission. Reward. Divine ability, gargantuan manifestation, which allows the caster to become incredibly massive and greatly enhances their abilities. Ding, the Enlightenment Truths function has been activated for the host. Duration 2 minutes. Every word the host speaks will be bolstered by the laws of the Heavenly Dao, possessing the effect of helping others gain enlightenment. Yi Zhenlin asked indignantly. I have to say it myself, just any random words will do? Ding, correct. The host can say whatever they wish. Hearing this, Yi Zhenlin looked at the crowd and spoke. Ahem, well, there is no such thing as a bottleneck in cultivation. When it's time to break through, you will break through naturally. As for specific insights into the Dao, I can only say this much. Those who understand will naturally understand. As for those who don't, I have no way to explain. If you understand, give a round of applause. At this time, the crowd below began to look at him in astonishment. Someone repeated, when it's time to break through, it happens naturally. Those who understand, understand. On this side, Ouyang Feng let out a great shout. I understand now. When the water comes, the channel is formed. It happens as it should. When yin and yang align with secret techniques, the channel is the path of Kun, and the water is the path of Qian. Yi Zhenlin was stunned on the spot. Crap, that works. At this moment, Ouyang Feng had broken through to the early integrated stage, and Zhao Linger had also reached the early integrated stage. She shouted excitedly. Peak Master Yi, I understand too. The crowd below began to break through their bottlenecks one after another. High above, Li Wujie was completely dazed. A single sentence had allowed everyone to break through, as expected of Master. To the side, Xiao Hong let out a cold snort, feeling displeased in his heart. HMPH, I always feel like this guy is talking nonsense, but I have no evidence. Below, Yi Zhenlin cleared his throat. Very good, everyone has broken through now. He looked at Ouyang Feng and asked, do you know where the main base of the Nether Abyss army is? Ouyang Feng answered. Senior Yi, those beasts are at Black Demon Ridge. This humble one will lead you there immediately. Zhao Linger also spoke up. Peak Master Yi, I am very worried about my father and the others. I want to go back to the state of Wei to check on them first. Yi Zhenlin replied, fine, then go ahead. The crowd below shouted in unison, we're going too. Thus, the final battle to decide the fate of Huang Province was about to begin. Fellow Taoists, time is money. Follow this seat to the battlefront immediately. At this time, the many cultivators of Huang Province were following Yi Zhen and his party to launch a fierce attack on the foreign races of the Nether Abyss. Someone remarked with emotion, it is a great honor to be able to fight alongside Senior Yi. Anyone who arrives late this time will surely regret it for a lifetime. Eastern region of Huang Province, White Bone Palace at Black Demon Ridge. Massive withered bones were strewn everywhere. Inside the palace, a member of the bone race spoke. According to the original plan, our army must first crush the forces lurking in the Stargate. Currently, most areas of the Great Province are already under our control, with only the Xuanchen sect being the hardest to crack, still stubbornly resisting. Badolu, have you notified my brothers? A subordinate answered. The other 5 Bone Kings have been notified. They should arrive shortly. Bone King Basha of the Bone Race at the mid-stage of the Tribulation Transcendent stage said with a smile, that's good. Although the Sect Master and Peak Masters of the Xuanchen sect were heavily injured last time, we could do nothing against their sect protecting array. But this time the withered Bone Race shall be unstoppable. Ha ha! Just then a purple aura descended from the sky. Basha laughed loudly. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, you finally arrived. Bone King Bagi at the early stage of the Tribulation Transcendent stage spoke upon seeing Basha. If Big Brother is troubled, how could we brothers not come? But I truly didn't expect that in such a remote province there would still be someone who could leave Big Brother powerless. Basha answered, except for the Xuanchen sect, this province is full of useless trash. I heard the Xuanchen sect has a peak master who once killed several void immortals and Tribulation stage cultivators, known as the white-haired god of slaughter, but he hasn't appeared yet, and I don't know if his strength is as great as the rumors say. Baggy held an object in his palm and said with disdain, God of Slaughter, that title is truly arrogant. But in my view, even if he has great ability, he is doomed this time. Basha looked at the object in Baggy's hand and asked in amazement, "Second brother, could this be the Nether Abyss pill bestowed by the Lord Envoy?" Baggy answered with a smile. "Exactly, we each have one, and combined with our unique secret techniques we are invincible against anyone below the level of a true immortal." Basha laughed wildly. "Good, excellent, we'll set out now to trample the Zon." Before he could finish his sentence, massive rocks collapsed from the top of the cave. A bone race member rushed in frantically and shouted, "Great King, this is bad, the humans have already fought their way in." Basha was struck with amazement upon hearing this. At that moment, Xiao Hong had already charged in from the outside, flames rolling behind him and murderous intent surging. Basha ordered, "Don't panic, quickly form the array and manifest the Dharma forms." In an instant the array was formed, and massive bone race phantoms with various attributes appeared within it. Li Wujie stepped forward, pointed at the bone race demons and roared, "How audacious of you! To humiliate the people of my Huang province and invade our territory. Today I have come to your door to execute you." With that he swung the long blade in his hand, slashing at the creatures within the array. Instantly, the bone race members were struck by the blade chi and sent flying back one after another. Basha gritted his teeth and said in disbelief, This is an aura of the Tribulation Transcendence stage." Li Wujie noticed the abnormality and let out an "Oh." Several bone race members asked in terror, "Could you be that god of slaughter, Yi Junlin?" Li Wujie answered flatly, "No, I am his disciple." The bone race members were stunned where they stood. "A disciple, this Yi Junlin? Even his disciple is a tribulation stage void immortal?" Boggy let out a cold snort. "HMPH, quite the show of power, actually sending a disciple to deal with us. You truly aren't giving us any face at all." Li Wujie attacked once again with a contemptuous wave of his blade. "Dealing with you lot doesn't require my master's personal intervention." Basha also charged forward to meet the attack, roaring, "Such arrogant words, brothers, all together. Stop him." Form the bone-slaying array. They injected demonic chi into the array and golden light flared brilliantly. Li Wujie's blade chi collided with the array, instantly triggering a violent explosion. Seeing the array split apart by the blade chi, Basha shouted, "Run!" Liang Feng led the many cultivators of Huang province to launch a fierce offensive. "Take their lives while they're down, everyone. Charge! Kill all these beasts!" The cultivators of Huang province immediately launched a fierce offensive. Seeing this, Basha gnashed his teeth in absolute rage. Damn it! If he hadn't been heavily injured and lost so much vitality to that void immortal, how could these ants have even gotten near him? Young Feng took the opportunity to swing his sword down, feeling immensely gratified. To think I could personally slay the leader of the bone race in the Great Convergence realm, how satisfying. Looking at the murderous Li Wujie above, Basha couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. How can just one disciple of Yi Junlin possess such formidable strength? Even with 5 of my brothers in the initial stage of Tribulation Transcendence helping me, we couldn't even block a single strike from him. Why is this? Li Wujie looked down with a contemptuous smile. "I told you, there's no need for my master to act against a bunch of trash like you." At that moment, Basha shoved a Nether Abyss pill into his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Arrogant human, I will make you pay the price. The Nether Abyss pill bestowed by the Lord Envoy is indeed a precious treasure. In an instant, it has allowed me to ascend to the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm." At that moment a powerful force erupted from Basha's body. He threw a punch and a white bone instantly flew out at high speed. Basha roared, "Human, die!" Li Wujie laughed wildly with excitement. "Haha, bring it on, the stronger you are, the more satisfied I'll be." With that he swung his blade and instantly severed several withered bones. Basha also laughed wildly. "It seems I still underestimated you. Bone race secret art. Bone prison kill." In the back, Boggy grew excited as well. "With Big Brother using this move, that kid is as good as dead." Countless withered bones appeared above Li Wujie's head, coiling down with a dense aura of blood. Li Wujie gnashed his teeth, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. He immediately activated the Wind Demon bloodline and slashed out. The blood aura and withered bones were all pulverized. Li Wujie's eyes turned crimson as he grinned sinisterly. "Come, let me hear the wails of your pile of rotten bones." Basha's phantom charged straight at Li Wujie, mocking him. A mere initial stage of Tribulation Transcendence dares to clamor before a peak? Kneel or be turned to dust. Hearing this, Li Wujie only let out a cold snort. He leaped into the air and swung his blade, severing one of the phantom's hands. When the phantom's hand broke, the arm of Basha's actual body was simultaneously wounded. He clutched his severed arm and let out a scream. Seeing this, Boggy cried out in shock. "Big Brother?" Basha then threw another Nether Abyss pill into his mouth and said, "I indeed underestimated the power of the Wind Demon, but it ends here. Consume the Nether Abyss pills and form the Abyss Bone Demon suppressing array. I don't believe you can defeat the combined force of 5 of us in the middle stage of Tribulation Transcendence." With that, the Bone Kings charged at Li Wujie. Li Wujie met them head-on without fear. Blade chi and bone race techniques collided violently. Just then, flames soared into the sky from afar, and a terrifying pressure swept across the area, forcing the bone race members to resist with all their might. Xiao Hong appeared and let out a cold snort. "HMPH, you're struggling this much against a few rotten bones? You really are pathetic. Get lost and rest. I'll handle them." Li Wujie, having lost his reason, roared in a fury. "You in the red dress, get lost. If you dare snatch my prey, I'll cut you down too." Basha gnashed his teeth in horror. Another disciple and a peak of tribulation transcendence at that. Just what kind of person is this Yi Junlin? Xiao Hong was so angry he became incoherent. What did you just call me? Li Wujie pointed at Xiao Hong's face and said word by word. Red dress, if you're not happy, let's fight. We'll see if your fire burns faster or my blade cuts smoother. Veins bulged on Xiao Hong's forehead as he roared in rage. Fine, very well, the wind demon has gone to your brain and you're spouting nonsense. Today, as the eldest senior brother, I'll clean out the sect on Master's behalf. With that, Xiao Hong unleashed the crimson maple blazing flame palm at Li Wujie, and a massive flaming claw whistled forth. Li Wujie was not to be outdone, swinging his blade and instantly slicing through the giant claw. Seeing this, the Bone King sneered. HMPH, this Yi Junlin not only ignores us but even allows his disciples to fight amongst themselves. Truly foolish. Above, Xiaoxi tearfully tried to stop them. Stop, please stop, I beg you, don't fight anymore. Seeing this, Yi Junlin let out a cold snort. HMPH, I wanted them to practice and stabilize their realms, but they've actually started fighting each other. Baggy saw the opportunity and said, Big brother, the violent spiritual energy from their internal battle is the perfect sacrifice to condense the Abyss Bone avatar. The opportunity must not be missed, Basha agreed. I was thinking the same thing. We'll send them on their way and let Yi Junlin witness firsthand what true despair is. He then gave a great shout. Abyss Bone as the flesh, a purple head appeared roaring as it charged with a deathly aura. The other Bone Kings also shouted. Nether Malice as the soul, giant claws and other body parts took shape. The avatar descended, its withered bone fangs bared. The Abyss Bone avatar, great circle of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. At that moment the Abyss Bone avatar fully manifested. It looked like an armored giant ape with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes. Its size was immense. Ordinary people appeared like specks of dust before it, and mountains were like ants beneath its feet. Ouyang Feng cried out in disbelief. This, standing on the Kunpeng's back, Xiaoxi also said in terror. Eek master, this giant rack of ribs is even bigger than a kun, Yi Junlin said excitedly. Interesting, interesting. The aura after this fusion is even stronger than the 3 heads and 6 arms of the Hanging Temple's 3 sages. At this point, Xiao Hong and Li Wujie also stopped their fight. Xiao Hong looked back and muttered to himself. So this is the Abyss Bone avatar, the opponent sneered. Hey, are you scared, witless? Before the Abyss Bone avatar we're invincible within the same rank. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Xiao Hong let out a cold snort. HMPH, I've seen all kinds of opponents. How long can you maintain this state? The Abyss Bone avatar angrily swung its massive arm down. Stupid woman, die. Xiao Hong's body was petite and he nimbly dodged through the gaps between its fingers. You dodge quite fast, but how about this? With that, the Abyss Bone avatar slammed its palms together. But Xiao Hong was unharmed. Flying around it at high speed, the Abyss Bone avatar let out a cold snort. Little insect, no matter how fast you fly, you cannot escape being stepped on. Xiao Hong roared in a fury. Insolent, he then unleashed the crimson maple blazing flame palm. He cursed inwardly. I was once a true immortal looking down on all living beings, yet now I'm being called an insect by this lowly dark creature. Xiao Hong's move slammed heavily into the Abyss Bone avatar. When the dust cleared, the avatar was completely unharmed and mocked. That was quite warm, I appreciate the effort. Xiao Hong turned pale with shock. What? The Abyss Bone avatar instantly threw a giant punch. Die! Xiao Hong couldn't react in time and cried out. Oh no! The Abyss Bone avatar roared. If your master doesn't show his face soon, your little lives are forfeit. At that moment, Xiao Hong was using all his strength to block that heavy punch. The force of the giant punch sent Xiao Hong flying from the sky directly into the ground. He thought to himself. The bone race is born with extremely strong defense. This solid bone armor alone can resist all kinds of damage. If my cultivation hadn't fallen, I would have burned this pile of rotten bones to ash long ago. By now, Li Wujie had completely regained his senses and joked. Hey, senior brother Hong, what a coincidence. You're here too. Xiao Hong glared at him and said angrily, it seems you're awake. Do you remember what you said before? Li Wujie immediately denied it. Haha, what did I say? After your junior brother enters a demonic state, he doesn't recognize his own family. I even forgot my own name. Senior brother, please don't take those nonsensical words seriously. Li Wujie was sweating profusely, panicking in his heart. I'm doomed. This bloodline is a trap. I think I just touched senior brother's taboo. Is it too late to run? Only then did Li Wujie look up and cry out in shock. Well, what is that? That skeleton is too big. Was senior brother fighting this monster just now? Xiao Hong answered. HMPH, I wouldn't call it a fight. I was just testing its strength. It's nothing but a pile of white bones. Hearing this, Li Wujie gave a thumbs up and praised. As expected of senior brother, your divine power is peerless. You must have just finished it off. Xiao Hong roared in a fury. Li Wujie, shut up or I won't mind cleaning out the sect on master's behalf. Suddenly noticing something was wrong, Li Wujie cried out, oh no, that monster is heading toward master. It looks like it's going to act. At that moment, the Abyss Bone avatar laughed wildly. Haha, you finally realized which bone is the hardest to chew, didn't you? Perfect. My giant bone defense is invincible within the same rank and my power is rare in this world. Yi the Sixth, open your eyes wide and watch closely. Let's see how you act all high and mighty this time. At this time, Xiao He and Xiaoxi were huddled together in terror, shouting, Master, it's coming, it's too scary. The Abyss Bone avatar stared at Yi Junlin and said, Yi Junlin, you are indeed arrogant, actually thinking you could suppress us with just 2 disciples. Now it's your turn. Yi Junlin stood there unhurriedly and said, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry just yet. The Abyss Bone Avatar was completely confused and asked, "What do you mean, big brother? He's humiliating us, he's treating us like monkeys." At that moment, Yi Junlin was doing warm-up exercises. After finishing, he let out a cold smile, a killing intent appearing in his gaze. "You think you're powerful now?" The Abyss Bone Avatar let out a cold snort. "HMPH, my body stands between heaven and earth. I can shatter the sun and moon with a turn of my hand and my eyes. You are nothing but an ant, a speck of dust." Hearing this, Yi Junlin asked in return, "Dust, remember your posture of standing between heaven and earth right now, because I'm waiting for you to kneel on the spot and sing Conquest for me." Subsequently, he activated the gargantuan manifestation. He smiled contemptuously. "A mere patchwork skeleton dares to claim it stands between heaven and earth." Yi Junlin's gargantuan manifestation appeared, and it was actually even larger than the Abyss Bone Avatar. Yi Junlin said, "Let me show you what it truly means to stand between heaven and earth." Yi Junlin then asked, "How's that? Is it still too small?" The Abyss Bone Avatar stubbornly replied, "Size doesn't equal strength. You think getting bigger will allow you to contend with my Abyss Bone Avatar?" With that, it let out a roar and threw a punch at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin gave a contemptuous glance. "As expected of the bone race, your mouth really is hard." With that, he unhurriedly reached out a hand and blocked the Abyss Bone Avatar's heavy punch. His other hand instantly swung out, striking it directly in the chest. A loud thud echoed. The Abyss Bone Avatar was struck with horror. So fast, the Bone Kings inside the Avatar cried out in shock. "Ah, big brother, this guy actually blocked our attack so easily. He vibrated my bones nearly out of their sockets. I didn't expect this guy's physical body to be so powerful, but he can never defeat our Avatar with brute force alone. After all, this is a celestial manifestation condensed from the power of 1,000,000 souls from the nether abyss. An ordinary great circle of the tribulation stage is no match for it." At that moment, Yi Junlin spoke. "Shao Li, Shao Hong, watch your master, I will only teach you this once." Li Wuji's eyes widened. He finally had the chance to witness his master's invincible style with his own eyes. Shao Hong, however, looked displeased. HMPH, he found another chance to show off on the other side. The Abyss Bone Avatar roared sternly. "Yi Junlin, don't you get cocky." Yi Junlin gave a playful smile. "Today my name isn't Yi Junlin. Please call me Ip Man Master Yi." The Abyss Bone Avatar instantly unleashed a flurry of afterimage punches at Yi Junlin. "Yi Junlin, don't think you can show off just because you know a little martial arts?" Yi Junlin lightly brushed his sleeves, blocking all those heavy punches as he said, "I told you to call me Ip Man. Can't you understand human speech? Oh, that's right, you aren't human to begin with." The Abyss Bone Avatar was filled with extreme terror. "Why can't I hit him even once? And he's not even hitting back, he's clearly playing with us." At that moment, Yi Junlin gathered spiritual energy in his palm and said, "My disciples, watch closely. In all the world's martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. This guy is too weak." With that, he casually landed a palm strike on the Abyss Bone Avatar, hitting it so hard it couldn't fight back and was sent flying through the air. That massive body slammed heavily onto the ground, letting out a pathetic wail. HMPH, as they collapsed to the ground, they screamed frantically in their hearts. It hurts so much, big brother. This Yi Junlin not only looks down on us, he's even using us as training tools for his disciples. This is an absolute humiliation. We came to Huang province bearing the heavy responsibility of the nether race. How can we fall at the hands of a human? If we can't find the Stargate, how can we have the face to return and report?" He then let out a fierce roar. "Yi Junlin, you forced our hand. 6 bones, 1 heart, Abyss Bone sacrifice." An array emerged on the chest of the Abyss Bone Avatar, followed by a hurricane forming within it. Countless heads swirled inside, entwined with dense black chi. A sharp shout rang out, "Abyss Bone extinction!" Seeing this, Li Wujie cried out in an anxious hurry, "Master, be careful!" Yi Junlin simply pointed his fingers upward and said calmly, "Flashy but full of openings." He then tapped several points on the Abyss Bone Avatar's body in quick succession. Wing Chun, inch power, pulse interruption. In an instant, the Abyss Bone extinction move completely collapsed. The body of the Abyss Bone Avatar also began to crack, eventually exploding like fireworks with a chorus of tragic screams. No, his body was dissipating. They couldn't help but think, the nether race, the Stargate, the mission. We failed. With those thoughts, they turned into flying ash and vanished without a trace. Yi Junlin stood there silently. Below, the cultivators of Huang province cheered in wild ecstasy. "Senior Yi won, we won. Senior Yi is mighty. Senior Yi is mighty. Since the Bone King has been eliminated, leave the remaining remnants for us to slaughter." At this moment, Yi Junlin stroked Akun's head and began to boast, "Akun, can you understand my feelings right now? Being invincible is just so lonely." Akun helplessly let out a drop of cold sweat. Below, Li Wujie was also filled with joy. "Master is mighty, using strength to trigger a backlash. This disciple has gained enlightenment." To the side, Shao Hong thought indignantly, "To think he killed the Bone King so easily." He found another chance to show off. "It's truly infuriating." Just then, Shaoxi jumped up happily. "Master is truly amazing. That big guy was actually taken down in a single move." "Fourth junior brother, look." By now, Yi Junlin had returned to his normal state and walked toward Shaoxi's location. Li Wujie knelt before Yi Junlin to admit his fault. "Master, your disciple knows his mistake. I've shamed you. and in the end I even had to trouble you to personally clean up our mess. Xiao Hong also knelt to the side and spoke. Master, there will not be a second failure. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yi Junlin scolded. I'm talking about you two, fighting among fellow disciples. How bad would it sound if news of this got out? And Xiao Hong, you couldn't even handle a pile of withered bones. Sigh, at the critical moment your master still had to step in personally. However, this is also a valuable lesson for you. Have you both learned? Li Wujie replied sincerely. Your disciple has benefited immensely. To the side, Xiao Hong thought helplessly. Are those withered bones really that weak? All you know how to do is show off. Sooner or later, you'll have your day of defeat. At this time, Akun set off again on its back. Yi Jun lay comfortably in his chair and said, Akun, turn around and go home. Back to the Xuanchen sect, a formation appeared, and Akun dove directly into it. Yi Junlin's voice rang out again. After being out for so long this time, we can finally go home. Upon arriving at the sect leader and the various elders stepped forward one after another to welcome them. Junior brother Yi, seeing them, Yi Junlin also said happily, Senior brothers and sisters, I'm back. The sect leader Shu Union wiped away his tears and said, Good, it's good that you're back. As long as you are here, even if the Nether Abyss army attacks again, we won't be afraid anymore. And that child Linger can be saved too, Yi Junlin replied with a smile. Ah, there is no more Nether Abyss army. I took care of the Bone King on the way back. The remaining Nether Abyss remnants are being cleaned up by Liang Feng and the others, and Linger has already gone home to visit her father. Hearing this, both the sect leader and Zhao Dezu were stunned and speechless. What? Junior brother Yi, is this true? But that Bone King was in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I heard that after he failed to attack the sect protecting array last time, he went to gather his brothers. Zhao Dezu also asked, Has junior brother Yi already become powerful to such an extent? To the side, Peak Master Su Qinshui appeared more composed. She spoke up. I say you lot, has no one noticed that junior brother Yi is also in the Tribulation Transcendence realm? How could the Nether Abyss army possibly be junior brother Yi's match? Yi Junlin replied. It was just a casual effort. At this moment, Shu Union clapped in celebration and said to Yi Junlin, Junior brother Yi, well done. To bring us such a massive surprise the moment you return is wonderful. The crisis of the Xuanchen sect is finally resolved. Now we don't have to live in fear every day. Shu Union then looked toward the back and asked, Are these two the new disciples junior brother Yi has taken? Yi Junlin then introduced them to Li Wujie and Xiao He. I almost forgot the introductions. This is Li Wujie. I presume senior brother has heard of him. This is Xiao He. Come disciples, this is the sect leader of the Xuanchen sect, Shu Union. Li Wujie and Xiao He immediately bowed in greeting. Greetings, sect leader. Shu Union waved his hand. Excellent. With your joining, our Xuanchen sect is truly like a tiger that has grown wings. To the side, Zhao Dezu suddenly remembered something and blurted out. Li Wujie, could it be that blade demon Li Wujie? Although he hasn't appeared in Huang province, he's quite famous across several major provinces in the eastern region. Li Wujie looked a bit embarrassed. I'm truly sorry. I was young and reckless, which left behind some bad reputation. Zhao Dezu replied, It doesn't matter. I've only heard that your blade techniques are strong, fast, and precise. I didn't take the other things to heart. Su Qinshui also nodded. That's right, junior brother Yi's eye for people definitely won't be wrong, junior brother Yi. You've been away for a long time. Why don't we get together, and while we're at it, you can tell us about your experiences over these past few years? Yi Junlin nodded in agreement. Alright then, let's go back to Misty Peak. Disciples, follow your master home. On Misty Peak everyone took their seats. Yi Junlin spoke up. Xiaoxi, go quickly and get some good tea for everyone. Xiao Hong, you are the eldest senior brother. Take Xiao Li and Xiao He for a walk around the peak. Xiaoxi replied, You got it, leave it to Mousy. Xiao Hong also respectfully accepted the order, as you command, master. In his heart, however, he was secretly grumbling, All you ever do is show off how well you can order people around. Only then did Zhao Dezu speak. Junior brother Yi, quickly tell us what interesting things did you encounter outside this past year. Not only has your realm improved so much, but you've also taken two such powerful disciples. After thinking for a moment, Yi Junlin said, Since senior brother is so anxious, I'll tell you about my heroic deeds. This story has to start with the floating island of the Shui family. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Junlin briefly recounted the past events to everyone. Zhao Dezu was filled with amazement. Having not seen you for a year, junior brother Yi's experiences are truly wonderful. Your life is practically my dream. Shu Union also said in surprise. The Hanging Temple was destroyed, the Pure Land Country's palace was massacred, and they actually framed you for it. Just who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Su Qinshui also said indignantly. Exactly, this is clearly a massive conspiracy. Yi Junlin took a sip of tea and replied, The mastermind is definitely related to the Nether Abyss creatures, perhaps even a powerful figure in the eastern region. Just like Shu Yun of the Hanging Temple. From the current situation, they are all eyeing the Stargate, so Huang province is no exception. Upon hearing this, Su Qinshui immediately asked, Wait, the Bone Race has been eyeing the Xuanchen sect. Does that mean our Xuanchen sect also has a Stargate? After a moment of silence, Yi Junlin replied. That is also my guess. Since ancient times, the Stargate has connected the myriad worlds. Cultivators can reach every corner of the universe through this gate, so its strategic value is simply too great. Shu Yunian slammed the table and rose in a fury. Shu Yunian will surely guard the Xuanchen sect to the death, but where exactly is this Stargate? Everyone discussed for a while longer. Given the current situation, opening the Stargate would be no different from inviting a wolf into the house. At that time, the flames of war would surely spread. Sai, that's right, the top priority is to guard the Xuanchen sect well. The scene shifts to the Qing province of the eastern region, in the prohibited grounds of the Yuhua sect. This person was none other than the holy son of the Yuhua sect, Chen Shao, in the middle stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Seeing him appear, everyone respectfully welcomed him. Welcome back from seclusion, holy son. Chen Shao spoke. Hong Tianye and that Yi Junlin, your cultivations were originally just insignificant great convergence realms. Now standing before me you are nothing more than ants and dust. I, Chen Shao, am the one who gets the last laugh. Then Chen Shao let out a great shout. Where is Zhu Yang? Why hasn't he come to see me? In consideration of our past master-disciple bond, I might be able to help him break through the tribulation to reach the void immortal realm, a subordinate reported. Reporting to the Holy Sun shortly after you entered seclusion, Lord Zhu Yang already broke through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Becoming a true void immortal, however, he, Chen Shao, pressed. Oh, however, what? I am his disciple after all. Now that I have successfully emerged from seclusion, is he unwilling to even come and offer congratulations? That person stammered in reply. Oh well, he can't come because he has already been killed, Chen Shao asked back in shock. What? Killed? Who did it? That person hurriedly replied. It was that Yi Junlin of the Xuanchen sect. Hearing this, Chen Shao let out a furious roar. Damn it. He killed my biological father, and now he has killed my master. If this grudge is not avenged, the hatred in my heart will never fade. That person quickly tried to dissuade him. Holy Son, please calm your anger, do not be impulsive. That Yi Junlin is likely powerful to an extent that you cannot handle. The pressure around Chen Shao's body erupted as he let out a cold snort of disdain. HMPH, why build up others' morale while diminishing our own? You all know my cultivation. Even if that Yi Junlin is in the late stage of Tribulation Transcendence, I'll dare to kill him before your eyes. Moreover, how much time has passed? At most he's only in the initial stage of Tribulation Transcendence, that person hurriedly reported back. That Yi Junlin is an old monster who likes to hide his strength. He is not in the initial stage of Tribulation Transcendence, nor the late stage. He is at the great circle of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Chen Shao froze on the spot and asked back. What? No, impossible. He has the cultivation of the great circle of the Tribulation realm. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it, that disciple explained. Just recently, Yi Junlin destroyed the Hanging Temple, and the 3 sages of the Hanging Temple were all at the great circle of the Tribulation realm. Yi Junlin's cultivation has long since far surpassed our own. Holy Son, you must not go to your death. Chen Shao clutched his chest, repeating through gritted teeth, far surpassed, far surpassed, far surpassed. Subsequently, due to a fit of extreme rage, he spat out blood on the spot. That disciple anxiously stepped forward to support him. Holy Son, you must pull yourself together. Although your current cultivation is inferior to Yi Junlin's, there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right now that can help you improve by leaps and bounds and turn the situation around. Chen Shao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and listened intently. The person continued, the Holy Son has been in seclusion for a long time and doesn't know that a great chaos is coming. The current situation is as follows. Subsequently, that person began to recount the recent changes. A red light suddenly flashed in Chen Shao's eyes as he said, has the eastern region actually become like this now? It seems I must prepare as early as possible to resist the invasion of the nether abyss creatures, that person said with a smile. Holy Son, with your strength you will surely shine brilliantly in the great war to eliminate the nether abyss. Won't the position of the Yuhua sect master be yours as well? At that time, all resources will be at your disposal. With the Holy Son's world-shaking talent, achieving the true immortal realm is just around the corner. Chen Shao revealed a sinister smile. That's right, becoming an immortal. As long as I can become an immortal, I will surely have my revenge. As long as I can become an immortal, I can become an existence that stands above 10,000 people. He thought of Yi Junlin's figure and shouted loudly, Yi Junlin, you just wait for me. After emerging from seclusion, Chen Shao used the influence of the Yuhua sect to rightfully serve as the commander of the Righteous Alliance. The Nether Abyss creatures were terrified by the news, and over the following months, Chen Shao led the alliance to various major provinces to eliminate the rampaging Nether Abyss creatures. Relying on his cultivation in the middle stage of the Tribulation realm and the explosive advantage of his solar celestial body, he was unstoppable, winning battle after battle and liberating countless occupied areas, striking terror into the hearts of numerous Nether Abyss creatures. Chen Shao's fame continued to skyrocket, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gradually, countless cultivators sang the praises of Chen Shao's achievements, and he steadily became the leader of the righteous path for the younger generation. Huang province of the eastern region, Xuanchen sect. Misty Peak, Yi Junlin was enjoying a massage from Shaoxi, saying comfortably, this is truly pleasant. Li Wujie approached with intelligence and said, "Master, I've brought the latest edition of the Cultivation World Daily Express. Would you like me to read it to you?" To the side, Xiao Hong was sulking, thinking that Yi Junlin acted as if he didn't have hands, needing someone to feed him even for a snack. Yi Junlin said, "HMPH, could it be more news about that fellow? Lately it's all news about him. He must have bought out the newspaper agency." Li Wujie answered with a sweat, "Master is truly as wise as a god. Chen Shao has once again repelled the Ghost Race army in the South Province. He had rescued countless enslaved civilians, and subsequently he announced that he would continue heading north to assist Gong Province, which had recently been shrouded in gloom." Yi Junlin suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "Gong Province? That seems to be where the Wendo sect, and Miaoli's sect, is located. What happened there?" Li Wujie answered, "According to the news in the papers, the largest races in the Nether Abyss specializing in assassination, the Shadow Race, the Dark Race, and the Night Race, recently joined forces to invade Gong Province. Currently, several Tribulation Transcendence powerhouses have been killed, and the sect master of the Wendo sect, Zizai, is injured. The situation is extremely critical." Yi Junlin pressed further, "It's actually become that serious? Is the information accurate?" Li Wujie replied, "Reporting to Master, I have also made inquiries elsewhere. Gong Province has indeed fallen into a crisis." Just then a system notification chimed. "Ding, congratulations to the host for activating a check-in mission. Go to the Wendo sect in Gong Province to check in. After a successful check-in, the Kongyuan sword will be upgraded to an immortal weapon ahead of schedule." Yi Junlin laughed secretly to himself. "Excellent, excellent. This reward is exactly what I wanted with an immortal weapon. Dealing with the Tribulation Transcendence stage in the future would be as simple as slaughtering chickens, wouldn't it?" Subsequently he turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct, "Disciples, prepare to follow your master to the Wendo sect to save all living beings." Li Wujie responded joyfully, "Yes, Master is truly righteous." To the side, Xiao Hong thought, "This guy is usually so aimless and unreliable. When did he become so profoundly righteous? Could he have taken the wrong medicine, or has he taken a fancy to that girl?" Seeing the Kunpeng take flight again, Shu Union, who was currently sipping tea with Su Qinshui, spoke up, "Is junior brother Yi heading out again? The enlightenment tea he brought back this time is truly miraculous. I didn't expect it to actually help everyone break through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage." Su Qinshui also added, "It's all thanks to junior brother Yi. The Xuanchen sect is getting better and better." The scene shifts to the Wendo sect in Gong Province of the Eastern region. At this moment, Zizai, the sect master of the Wendo sect at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, was admonishing his daughter, "HMPH, now that your wings have grown strong, you won't even listen to your father's words. Getting closer to Commander Chen will be beneficial for you." And Miaoli retorted with a face full of rage, "HMPH, if I'm not marrying, I'm not marrying. I have no interest in Commander Chen." And Zizai continued to persuade her, "Miaoli, just listen to your father. I have injuries on my body and have been targeted by those foreign races. If an accident happens in the future, who will protect you?" And Miaoli covered her ears and shouted loudly, "I don't need anyone to protect me. If you think so highly of that Commander Chen, why don't you just go and live with him? In the future, when I burn paper for Mother, I'll just tell her that you've already found a new Dao companion." And Zizai was so angry the veins on his forehead bulged. Subsequently he couldn't help but cough, spitting blood on the spot. And Miaoli looked over in a panic. "Father, father, what's wrong?" And Zizai circulated his spiritual energy to regulate his breath and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Although the poison of the Nether Abyss race cannot be eradicated, it won't take my life for a while. You should consider your own future. Commander Chen is young and promising. The position of the Yuha sect master will surely be his in the future. With the situation being so critical now, you won't lose out by following him." And Miaoli was stunned. "Father?" Just then, someone entered to report, "Sectmaster Commander Chen requests an audience." And Zizai immediately ordered, "Quickly invite Commander Chen in." And Miaoli thought, does he have to come at a time like this? Chen Shao walked in with several people and spoke, "Sectmaster, and just now I have already discussed a countermeasure with your sect's elders. As long as I am here, those invading foreign races won't even dream of touching a single hair on your heads." Hearing this, and Zizai smiled and said, "It's truly a great trouble for Commander Chen. Our Wendo sect is immensely grateful." Chen Shao smiled slightly and asked with concern, "By the way, is your health all right? If there is no improvement, I will go to the Yuha sect later to request a few stocks of medicine kings to heal your injuries and detoxify you." And Zizai hurriedly replied, "That would be truly embarrassing." Chen Shao said politely, "It's a trivial matter, merely a casual effort." In his heart, however, he thought, "HMPH, I was just saying that. Did you really take it seriously?" And Zizai had a face full of smiles. "Then many thanks to Commander Chen. By the way, this is my daughter, Miaoli. She admires Commander Chen very much. I wonder if Commander Chen has time to tell my daughter about your heroic deeds?" At this moment, and Miaoli kept her head down without saying a word. Chen Shao blinked and replied, "If Missin is interested, then I must certainly give a good account." And Zizai said, "Excellent then. I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. You young people take your time and chat." With that he turned to leave. and Miaoli called out anxiously, "Father?" Chen Shao smiled and responded, "Take care, Sect Master." And now only he and Miaoli were left here. He plotted in his heart, "Come on, hurry up and flatter me, as long as you serve me comfortably. I don't mind stepping in to save your life. Currently, the only one who can save your and family is me, Chen Shao." But when he looked at Miaoli, he found that she completely ignored him and was busy admiring the flowers on her own. Chen Shao thought to himself, "What does this woman mean? Trying to play hard to get with me? Sect Master clearly wants to offer you to me, yet you're still putting on airs." Subsequently he spoke, "Miss, and it seems you have a great interest in flowers and plants. In the future I will scout for all kinds of rare flowers in the world and present them to you personally. What do you think?" And Miaoli only gave a cold indifferent response. Seeing this, Chen Shao gnashed his teeth in rage, then began to boast again. "Is Miss N unhappy? You can tell me. I am willing to share your worries and sorrows. Haha, Miss N is truly interesting. Why don't we take a walk? I came to your sect in quite a hurry and haven't had the chance to carefully admire the scenery." But the answer he received was still just a simple perfunctory "Oh." He was so angry the veins on his forehead bulged, cursing inwardly. "What the hell do you mean oh? Is oh the only word in your vocabulary? Everywhere I go, I'm the center of attention with beauties throwing themselves at me, yet you're still pretending here." Suddenly the Kunpeng flew over their heads and both stopped their movements to look up, and Miaoli immediately blurted out in joy, "He's here." Chen Shao also looked up, thinking, why would a tribulation stage demon emperor attack the Wendo sect? Could the Nether Abyss race be attacking again? Inside the Wendo sect's main hall, Fan Dejung was questioning Zizai, "Sect Master, to marry the young miss off to someone from an external sect. Isn't that too cruel?" And Zizai stroked his beard and replied, "Chen Shao has achieved such things at such a young age. Looking across the eastern region, he is unprecedented. What is wrong with me entrusting Miaoli to him?" Just then, someone ran in frantically to report, "Sect Master, a demon emperor is approaching our sect." And Zizai was startled. "What? A demon emperor? I'll go and see." At this moment, several warships had already flown outside the sect protecting array. Nearing Akun, looking at Akun before him, and Zizai muttered to himself, "Is this a Kunpeng?" Fan Dejung said, "It's him. Why has he come?" And Zizai looked at him and asked, "You recognize this demon beast?" Fan Dejung replied awkwardly, "More than just recognize. It is the mount of Yi Junlin, the peak master of the Xuanchen sect's Misty Peak." Just then, Yi Junlin's voice rang out from above. "Yi Junlin has come to visit your esteemed sect." The disciples of the Wendo sect discussed in terror. "Yi Junlin, isn't he that villain who destroyed the Hanging Temple and washed the Pure Land country in blood? What intentions does this god of slaughter have by suddenly coming to the Wendo sect as a guest?" And Zizai immediately scolded, "Do not be rude. Quickly withdraw the mountain guarding array and invite fellow Taoist Yi in to converse." The mountain guarding array subsequently opened, and Yi Junlin and his party entered. Seeing him, and Miaoli approached with a face full of joy. "Master Yi," and Zizai was struck dumb with amazement. Miaoli?" He watched as Yi Junlin approached and spoke, "Miss, and we meet again." And Miaoli subsequently asked, "Master Yi, did you hear that the Wendo sect was in trouble and came specifically to help us? Or did you come specifically to see me?" Below, and Zizai's mouth hung open. Miaoli toward Master Yi, "Could it be?" Yi Junlin replied somewhat awkwardly, "Ahem, both." In his heart, however, he thought, "Of course, the most important reason is the third one. System, it's time to issue the check-in reward, isn't it?" At this moment the system was sleeping under a blanket, not forgetting to leave an automated reply. "The user you have dialed is currently powered off." Yi Junlin thought with a sweat, "Sleeping again? This guy has been lately sluggish with issuing rewards. I really must find a chance to have a good talk with it." Beside him, and Miaoli was blushing with shyness. Many thanks, Master Yi." Below, and Zizai asked Elder Fan, "Is this still my daughter?" Fan Dejung replied, "Sect Master, can't you see the young miss has long since had someone in her heart?" At the same time, Chen Shao flew before Yi Junlin in a towering rage and shouted sternly, "Yi Junlin, you shake the eastern region with the name of a god of slaughter. The bloody cases of the Hanging Temple and the Pure Land country remain unresolved to this day. Now Gong province is being looted by the 3 Nether Abyss races, leaving the people in misery. I wonder if your arrival at the Wendo sect this time is to provide aid, or if you intend to take advantage of the chaos to loot." Below, and Zizai secretly worried. Chen Shao was aggressive from the start. He clearly wants to make things difficult for Yi Junlin. And Miaoli was also very concerned. "Master Yi." At this moment, Yi Junlin and the others were staring at Chen Shao, after which Yi Junlin asked with a wooden face, "Who are you?" This question made Chen Shao's face freeze with rage. Li Wujie laughed and gave a thumbs up, as expected of Master. Low lethality but extremely high insult value. Beside them, Xiao Hong was also speechless. Now everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Shao. Chen Shao was furious, gnashing his teeth as he roared. "You," he said fiercely, "keep pretending. Have you actually forgotten me?" Yi Junlin nonchalantly picked his ear. Where did this brat come from to dare ask this seat to remember him? Chen Shao grew even angrier upon hearing this. "You go too far. My father, Chen Yunhai, the sect master of the Wind Thundergate, died at your hands, and my master, Zhu Yang, was also killed by you. Have you forgotten these things as well?" Yi Junlin scratched his head and replied, "Oh, so it's them. I seem to have a bit of an impression." Chen Shao was so angry his lungs were about to burst as he roared. Yi Junlin, you are a dignified tribulation stage void immortal, yet you ruthlessly slaughtered the void immortals of small sects. Do you not feel ashamed? Li Wujie immediately stepped forward to retort. Your father plotted to seize the Xuanchen sect. My master was merely defending the sect. That Zhu Yang attacked my master at the Shui family for no reason and ended up being killed because he was simply outmatched. It was clearly you who engaged in robbery and extortion, yet you actually bite back? Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction, thinking, not bad, not bad. Taking this disciple wasn't in vain. Then he glanced at Xiao Hong and thought, unlike some people. Feeling the gaze, Xiao Hong shivered and immediately spoke up. That's right, your master failed a sneak attack and got killed instead. It's truly a joke for all the world to see. Now you only dare to play with your lips here. Yet you still have the thick skin to call yourself a holy son. These words were like sharp knives stabbing into Chen Shao's heart. He was so angry he became speechless. You lot? He watched the three of them standing there looking at his anger, yet he didn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, Zizai stepped in to mediate. Both of you are indispensable talents of the eastern region. With the current situation being critical, why don't you put aside your personal grudges for now? Joining forces to resist the foreign races is the top priority. Chen Shao immediately barked rudely. Shut up, you have no say here. And Zizai was stunned, then asked in a fury, what did you say? Cough, cough. Seeing her father like this, and Miaoli immediately stepped forward to support him. Father? Then she looked at Chen Shao and rebuked him. Bastard, as the commander of the alliance, how dare you be so disrespectful to an elder? At this moment, Elder Lu, a grand elder of the Yuha sect who had reached the great circle of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, stepped forward and spoke. The Holy Son is just overcome with anger. Please do not blame him, fellow Taoists. Holy Son, let us go. Chen Shao was still unwilling. He gnashed his teeth and thought, I originally thought that as long as I worked hard enough and stood under the halo of the peak, I could hold my head high before my father's killer. Who would have thought that from start to finish I've been played like a monkey by the other party? Subsequently he shouted loudly, Elder Lu, I refuse to submit, I refuse to submit, I want revenge. Elder Lu immediately stopped him. Holy Son, look at yourself now. Where is your former confidence and composure? Do not humiliate yourself here anymore. Follow me back quickly. You still cannot defeat him now. Do not act recklessly. Yi Junlin said with a smile from the side. So what if you refuse to submit? I was acting in legitimate self-defense, Chen Shao roared. Yi Junlin, you shameless wretch, hiding your cultivation to kill the innocent. If you have the guts, suppress your cultivation to the same realm and let us have a fair competition, he plotted in his heart. After refining the solar true fire, my solar celestial body has reached perfection and purity. I am absolutely invincible within the same rank. As long as you dare to accept the challenge, I will definitely give you a massive surprise. Xiao Hong stepped forward to flatter. With just the likes of you, you're worthy of challenging my globally invincible master. You don't even have the qualification to fight a Kun, Yi Junlin thought with satisfaction. Fine, you finally won me back some face. Truly a student worth teaching. Chen Shao was somewhat confused. Who was a Kun? Xiao Hong waved a hand and said, naturally it is master's noble mount, an ancient divine beast. The Kunpeng, which was a Kun, heard his name and let out a sky-shaking roar. Oh, Chen Shao was so angry he nearly spat blood on the spot, thinking to himself, this is simply preposterous. They actually want me, the Holy Son, to fight an animal? Yi Junlin immediately followed up. What kind of thing do you think you are, to dare look down on my family's a Kun? Chen Shao retorted. Who am I, Chen Shao? I am a child of natural omens, the personal Holy Son of the Yuha sect. As the commander of the Eastern Region Allied Forces, if the news that I was forced into a duel with a mount got out, how would I have any face left? Xiao Hong replied with complete indifference. HMPH, you're just a defeated general under this seat, a name without substance. Forget challenging my master, you aren't even qualified to challenge me. Chen Shao was speechless with rage, after which the veins on his forehead bulged as he roared. A Kun, is it? In an instant his entire body's pressure exploded and a Kun had also appeared. Yi Junlin then said, A Kun, it's time to show your real skills. Go. A Kun instantly dove downward. Seeing this, Elder Lu anxiously cautioned from the side, Holy Son, be careful, that beast is a descendant of the ancient divine beast Kunpeng. Below, Chen Shao immediately unleashed the Great Sun Punch. Subsequently a battle broke out as he and a Kun fought from one side to the other in a heated struggle. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel. What powerful strength! Chen Shao gnashed his teeth, gathering power into his palm as he shouted, Beast, watch how this Holy Sun makes you submit. With that he threw a heavy punch. That punch struck a Kun directly on the head and Chen Shao laughed wildly. Haha, how does that feel? The cultivators below were struck with terror. As expected of Commander Chen, who has fought in every direction, this strength is enough to strike fear into those foreign races. Too strong, even a descendant of an ancient divine beast has been suppressed. Xiaoxi called out in worry from the side. Master, a Kun is in danger. Yi Junlin, however, replied calmly, Don't worry, a Kun is doing just fine. Looking at the rolling dust and smoke below, Chen Shao laughed again. Yi Junlin, I'm truly sorry. I seem to have accidentally beaten your mount to death. Haha. Yi Junlin replied flatly, "Oh, is that so?" Just then, from within the dust and smoke, a youth stepped out and slammed a heavy punch into Chen Xiao's face, cursing, "Bastard, take my Kunpeng punch." This move sent Chen Xiao flying back. He struggled to steady himself and asked in shock, Who are you?" The youth spoke. "Don't recognize me, I am a Kun," Chen Xiao said in a fury. "So you didn't die?" A Kun stuck out his tongue playfully and teased, "Hee. You're the one who died." Chen Xiao was instantly enraged. "Beast, you dare to play me? Solar celestial body, open." A Kun let out a cold snort. "HMPH, big guy, I'm not afraid of you." Two heavy punches collided once more, one side with surging flames and the other with water as smooth as a mirror below. Xiaoxi cheered loudly, "Go Kun Kun, go Kun Kun," and Miaoli also shouted, "Kun Kun, you're the best, hit him hard." Above, Chen Xiao secretly cried out in frustration, "Why is this kid getting stronger the more we fight?" Watching the battle, Elder Lu also broke into a cold sweat. To think a Kunpeng descended is actually this formidable, able to fight the Holy Sun to such an extent. By now, Chen Xiao had completely lost his composure. He summoned a longsword condensed from solar true fire and shrieked, "Ah, go to hell." He subsequently swung the sword at Akun. Akun also let out a great shout, "Ah, witness my Kunpeng punch." The two moves collided and Chen Xiao's long sword was instantly covered in cracks. His heart jolted as he thought, "This is bad." Akun followed up with a Kunpeng Iron Mountain lean, slamming heavily into Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's body fell toward the ground like a kite with a broken string, smashing a web-like deep crater into the earth. Just as he lay in the pit unable to move, a stream of warm water suddenly splashed onto his face. It turned out Akun was happily urinating on him. Akun laughed heartily. "This is too fun." On this side, Xiaoxi jumped up in excitement. "Great, Kun Kun won," and Miaoli also said joyfully, "Beautifully done, Kun Kun." On the other side, Elder Lu's face turned beet red with rage. "Vile beast, you dare to insult the holy son of my Yuha sect. To dare be so disrespectful, this old man must teach you a lesson." Countless chains shot out from within his body. Just as those chains were about to touch Akun, Yi Junlin suddenly stepped in front of him. With eyes as cold as ice and filled with killing intent, he said, "Old man, it seems you still don't know what it means to accept defeat. You even dare to touch my Akun." Yi Junlin grabbed Elder Lu's chains with one hand, his face grim. "Or would you rather practice with me?" Meeting the gaze, Elder Lu's heart suddenly constricted as he thought, Yi Junlin once suppressed the three sages of the Buddhist gate. Relying on this old man alone, I'm afraid I'll be hard-pressed to deal with him. Now is not the time to fall out. I must prioritize the big picture and wait for a ripe opportunity to settle accounts. Thus he cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, this old man had no intention to offend. I was merely acting on impulse just now. Please forgive me. We shall take our leave now." Akun hid behind Yi Junlin, sticking out his tongue in mockery. "Master is so imposing." The moment he showed his face, this old man shrank back like a turtle. Elder Lu turned to leave with Chen Xiao, not forgetting to drop a word, "Farewell." At this time, Akun turned to ask Yi Junlin, "The bad guys have been chased away. Master, I did pretty well, right?" Yi Junlin gently pinched Akun's face and praised, well done, as expected of my Kun Kun." He then added, "Your face feels really good to the touch." And Miaoli also came over to join in. "Kun Kun is too cute, let me pinch his face too." Akun immediately turned his head away. "HMPH, no, is my face something just anyone can touch?" And Miaoli put on a pleading expression. "Kunji, I'm begging you, please." Akun's heart softened and he said, "Then you have to beg me a few more times. I'll reconsider." And Miaoli immediately entered brown-nosing mode. Kunji is the most handsome." Only then was Akun satisfied. Fine, this Kunji will give you a chance." And Miaoli immediately pinched Akun's face and praised, "Thank you, Kunji, this feels way too comfortable." Yi Junlin, in the back, watched this in speechless silence. In the distance, and Zizai saw this scene and thought, "I haven't seen Miaoli this happy in a long time. If only this child could always be so carefree." Just then, his internal injuries suddenly flared up and he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, and Miaoli called out anxiously, "Father!" An elder hurried forward to support Zizai and asked with concern, "Sect Master, how are you? Why does it feel like your injuries are getting worse?" And Zizai replied weakly, "Cough, it's nothing, I can still hold on for now." That elder said with hatred, "Cursed foreign races to dare torture our great Sect Master like this." And Miaoli also asked in a panic, "Father, is this poison really incurable?" At this moment, Yi Junlin stepped forward. "It's a trivial matter, my disciple can cure this poison at will." Upon hearing this, and Zizai said in disbelief, "Fellow Taoist Yi, please do not joke with this old man. This poison is sinister and ruthless, like a maggot in the bone. I have tried 100 methods but could not fully remove it." Yi Junlin didn't explain but turned back and shouted, "Xiao Hei, it's your turn. Go and detoxify Sect Master Un." And Miaoli watched this scene and thought to herself, "Xiao Hei up." It sounds just like calling a puppy. At this time, Xiao Hei, who was hiding in the back, was given a push by Xiaoxi. "Disciple, go quickly." And Zizai asked in confusion, "Is this a new disciple Fellow Taoist Yi has taken? He looks quite shy." Xiaoxi comforted him from the front. "Fourth junior brother, don't be nervous. Go on, you can definitely do it." Xiao Hei replied, all right." Subsequently, he stepped forward and used his ability to heal Zizai. He was currently circulating the Azure Emperor longevity technique. And Zizai was instantly shocked by Xiao Hei's ability. In just the blink of an eye, an extremely powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Zizai, making Xiao Hei cry out in shock. And Meowly in the back looked at her father's complexion and shouted in joyful surprise, "It seems to be working. Father's face is much more ruddy, this is truly miraculous." And Zizai also marveled. "I'm fine, I really feel completely better." Xiao He turned to Yi Junlin and said, "Master, the toxins should be completely cleared out now." Yi Junlin affectionately rubbed his head at this time, and Zizai walked over, grabbed Xiao He's hand and kept thanking him. "Thank you, little brother, you are truly miraculous. Such terrifying toxins were actually cured in an instant." Xiao He's face turned beet red with embarrassment. "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." He felt secretly proud in his heart. So the feeling of helping others can make me feel this grounded, even to the point of no longer being afraid of interacting with people. And Zizai came before Yi Junlin again and gave a sincere bow. "Fellow Taoist, he truly is a master teacher with excellent methods. This old man must set up a banquet of the highest specification to properly host everyone." Yi Junlin waved his hand. "Sect Master An is being too polite. Since the small fry have scattered and the injuries are healed, we shall graciously accept Sect Master An's hospitality." And Meowly thought in surprise to the side, "A banquet of the highest specification. Since I was born, the Wendo sect has never held a feast of such scale. In the sect's history it has only been held twice, and I heard both changed the sect's destiny. I didn't expect Father to value Master Yi so much." The scene shifts to the Yuha sect allied forces camp in Gong Province Eastern Region. At this moment, Elder Lu was healing Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao on the sickbed said with a face full of humiliation, "Elder Lu, I am truly a piece of trash, actually losing to his mount. This matter will surely spread. The perfect image I painstakingly built has completely collapsed. From now on I will become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern Region." Elder Lu comforted him. "Holy son, that mount is no ordinary creature. You don't need to belittle yourself. As for this exchange, what if I said I have a way to prevent the news from getting out?" Chen Xiao asked back. What is the meaning of this?" Elder Lu's face turned sinister. "Holy son, just you wait and see, the good show is just beginning." The scene shifts to the Wendo sect's Hall of Heaven. At this moment, A-kun and Xiaoxi were each holding a large piece of meat full of praise. Too delicious, this is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life." Xiaoxi also nodded in agreement. Right, Mousy really likes it too." Beside them, Xiao He was enjoying the gourmet food with a red face, and Zizai pointed at his daughter and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I hear you and my daughter have known each other for a long time. It seems there's quite a bit of fate between you. What do you think of my daughter?" Beside him, and Meowly's face turned bright red with embarrassment, after which she shouted loudly, "Father, how can you ask Master Yi such things? I will make my own decisions regarding my marriage." Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin spat out a mouthful of wine. Subsequently he said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Sect Master An. I just choked. Miss N is a good girl, as cute as a younger sister to me." And Meowly felt a wave of disappointment in her heart. So in Master Yi's heart, I'm just a younger sister. Seeing in Meowly's disappointed look, Fan Dejung couldn't help but sigh in heartache. "Sigh, the hardest thing to understand in this world is love. I hope the young miss can move on." He then raised his wine glass to toast Yi Junlin. "Senior Yi, back at the Dragon Gate Inn, I already felt you were extraordinary, and later in the Medicine King Valley. You saved the young miss and me again. And this time you saved the sect master in his hour of crisis. Such kindness cannot be repaid. I toast you." Yi Junlin also raised his glass. "Elder Fan is being too polite." Suddenly, Fan Dejung actually took off his outer garment and threw it aside. Yi Junlin was struck with horror. "This, Elder Fan, no matter how great the kindness, there's no need for such exaggeration," he shrieked in his heart. "Oh my eyes, I'm being blinded by this spicy sight." At this moment, Fan Dejung's body began to twist and dance continuously, and he himself was panicking internally. "What's happening to me? Why won't my body listen to me?" Seeing this, the Wendo sect disciples were left staring in wide-eyed shock. "Heavens, I didn't expect Elder Fan to have such a hobby." Xiao Hong furrowed his brow in disgust. Sickening," Xiao He also remarked. "Elder, you're truly brave today." Seeing Fan Dejung in this state, and Zizai roared in a fury, "You with the surname Fan, have you gone mad? Even if you're grateful to someone, there's no need to perform such a lewd dance, is there?" Fan Dejung was drenched in sweat. He couldn't control his body and could only shout loudly, "Sect Master, I can't stop. I feel like there's a power controlling me." And Zizai was startled. "What? This is bad. Could it be them?" He then let out a great shout. "Who exactly is playing tricks? Get out!" At that moment, a dark shadow appeared behind Fan Dejung and said in a raspy voice, "Don't be in a hurry, the good show is just beginning." Meanwhile, others in the hall also began to act strangely. "What's going on? Senior brother, why are you hitting me? Help, someone save me. Senior sister, don't be like this, you're grabbing the wrong place." And Zizai roared in a fury, "Come out and face me. You must be from the Shadow race, one of the 3 Nether Abyss races that invaded Gong Province before, right?" The dark shadow let out a cold laugh. "Sect Master, and I didn't expect you to have some insight. Not bad, not bad." This person was none other than the king of the Nether Abyss Shadow race, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. At this moment he revealed his true form and said with a sinister smile, "The one who attacked you before was the king of the Dark race. A pity he didn't succeed then. But now we have come for your life, and the entire Wendo sect shall become a place of death." And Zizai roared in a furious rage. "Do you think the Shadow race alone can destroy my Wendo sect? Are you underestimating us too much?" The king of the Shadow race curled his lip into a smile, then clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone come forth." At this moment, Nzizai's face was pale and drenched in sweat as a dark teleportation portal appeared. The sound of footsteps echoing from within, a man stepped out and laughed loudly. "Sect Master, and do you remember me? Have you not enjoyed the taste of that poison enough?" He is none other than the king of the Nether Abyss Dark Race, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Seeing this, Nzizai roared in a fury. "So it was you, you beast. You lot have actually been lying in wait here for a long time." "Exactly when did this begin?" the man replied. "Naturally, someone cooperated with us, and I presume he is about to begin his move as well." And Nzizai looked toward Yi Jianlun, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect more than 10 peak tribulation powerhouses of the Nether Abyss to be lying in ambush within the Wendo sect. Just who let them in, this time? Even if fellow Taoist Yi is here, I fear it will be difficult to resist. I never expected that my attempt to host them would end up endangering them instead." At this moment, Yi Jianlun was still leisurely enjoying his fine wine. Outside the hall, a person was observing the darkness enveloping the entire Hall of Heaven. He revealed a sinister smile and muttered to himself, "Hee, has it finally begun?" Just then, Elder Lu asked, "Holy Son, do you wish to seek your revenge and let the people of the Wendo sect be buried with them?" Chen Shao asked in return. "Elder Lu, what do you mean by this? Could the Nether Abyss's infiltration into the Wendo sect have been arranged by you?" Elder Lu replied with a smirk. "Precisely, today is the day the Wendo sect meets its end." Chen Shao was struck with horror. "Elder Lu, you actually colluded with Nether Abyss creatures? This is a betrayal of the human race. You will be reviled by the world. If the sect finds out, how will you explain yourself?" Elder Lu only gave a cold snort. Chen Shao was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with terror. So the sect had planned this all along. He wiped away his cold sweat and thought secretly, "I never expected that the Yuha sect, the #1 sect in the eastern region, would secretly collude with the Nether Abyss, while I, the Holy Son, am actually the leader of the righteous allied forces and the instigator of all this. How fate toys with us." Elder Lu continued, "Holy Son, you will understand in the future why the sect did this. This is the irresistible trend of the world. You must believe that we are correct." Chen Shao asked with a grim expression, "So the position of commander of the righteous allied forces was also arranged by you?" Elder Lu replied without the slightest hesitation, "Exactly, your previous unstoppable momentum was all intentionally arranged by us. Did you not notice that every battle you participated in was unusually smooth?" Chen Shao asked in disbelief, the foreign armies collapsing at the first touch, and fleeing without looking back. Was that all an act? He gnashed his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. It was one thing to be played by Yi Jianlun, but even my own people treated me like a monkey. Exactly what did I, Chen Shao, do wrong? Why must heaven treat me this way? Elder Lu patted Chen Shao on the shoulder again and said, "Holy Son, you place too much importance on those empty names. In truth, the truth is not important. What matters is how you climb to a higher position." Chen Shao asked in confusion. "You mean you want me to join your ranks? Such a thing will leave a stench of infamy for 10,000 generations. Elder Lu's face turned fierce as he said, "The sect's cooperation with the Nether Abyss is merely to submit a pledge of loyalty to the forces behind them. So-called human righteousness is nothing but an illusion in the face of survival. The world is about to undergo a massive change. If we do not prepare in advance, even the rule of the Yuha sect will cease to exist." Upon hearing this, Chen Shao blurted out in terror, "What?" Elder Lu extended a hand in caution and said, "Holy Son, you have great potential. Even those great figures admire you. In the future, you are destined to have a meteoric rise. You should stand higher and look further. Why limit yourself to this corner of the world? I've said all I need to say. Just wait here, for this old man is going to begin a slaughter now." Subsequently, Elder Lu flew toward the hall and let out a great shout, "Yi Jianlun, give me your life!" Chen Shao stood frozen on the spot. Inside the hall, the king of the dark race shoved a pill into his mouth, his aura instantly exploding. He had now reached the great circle of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, and he shouted loudly to the other kings, "Kings, please consume the Nether Abyss pills today. Not even a chicken or dog shall remain in the Wendo sect. Everyone shall go to hell." Seated to the side, Yi Jianlun was still drinking, and only now did he speak unhurriedly. "You beasts of the Nether Abyss, do you have no manners? Can't you see this seat is attending a banquet?" The king of the dark race stepped forward and said contemptuously, "Where did this brat come from to dare be so arrogant? Very well, I'll start by taking your life." Yi Jianlun thought to himself, "System, are you sleeping that soundly? It's about time to issue the check-in reward, isn't it? My Kongyuan sword is already starving for action." "Ding, apologies, host. The reward is being issued immediately. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. The Kongyuan sword has been upgraded to an immortal weapon." Yi Jianlun feigned anger and said, "Lately you're always sluggish with rewards. Do you have to wait for trouble to start before showing up for the feast?" The system replied awkwardly, "How could that be? Next time will definitely be on time, I promise." At this moment, the king of the dark race was roaring as he charged toward Yi Jianlun, who remained calmly seated when the opponent reached him. The Kongyuan sword suddenly appeared in Yi Jianlun's hand, directly piercing through the dark race king's body. The man spat blood, his forehead covered in sweat and his face filled with terror and disbelief as he said, "How is this possible? This is an immortal weapon." Yi Jianlun swung his sword in a cold strike. This seat hates being disturbed while eating the most. You have violated my taboo. The Dark Race King's eyes rolled back as he let out a tragic wail, his hand tightly clutching his chest in confusion. Why would an immortal weapon appear in the eastern region? I never imagined that a legendary immortal weapon would appear in this place. But even so, we have more than 10 great circle tribulation experts. We might not necessarily be unable to fight. Yi Junlin asked back with a smile. Oh, is that so? Subsequently, he flicked his fingertip and the Kongyuan sword whistled forth, once again piercing through that king's body. Watching from the side, Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth in rage. This guy even has an immortal weapon now, and he eliminated a great circle tribulation expert with just a single sword strike. The other kings, seeing this, encouraged each other. Everyone, do not panic, he is also merely at the great circle of the tribulation stage. Activating an immortal weapon must be extremely taxing. He has already used 2 strikes, his stamina is likely nearly exhausted. As long as we join forces, we still have a chance, that's right. Join forces to kill him and seize the immortal weapon. With that, the group of demons charged forward aggressively. Yi Junlin let out a cold snort. Overestimating yourselves. With that, he raised the Kongyuan sword and slashed down. Sword chi crisscrossed, sweeping through everything. It was the move Kongyuan Calamity Light. Everywhere the sword chi passed, those Nether Abyss kings let out one tragic howl after another. The sword chi pierced through the entire building and continued its momentum unabated, soaring straight into the clouds. At this moment, Elder Lu, who was charging forward, was struck with horror at the sight. It's Yi Junlin, he can actually use an immortal weapon. He hurried to turn around and pull Chen Xiao to flee for their lives. Chen Xiao asked in terror, Elder Lu, what happened? Elder Lu roared in a fury, don't ask so much, just retreat, otherwise you'll be ground into dust by the radiance of this immortal weapon sword chi. The cultivators below, seeing this scene, were all struck with terror. What is this? This sword light feels as if it's about to tear the heavens apart. Is this truly a power that a human can possess? Could a legendary immortal weapon have descended upon the world? Yi Junlin's sword light was continuous and unending, clearly visible even from the furthest horizon in a certain deep mountain. A powerhouse in closed-door cultivation couldn't help but marvel at the sight. From that day on, the cultivators of the eastern region truly understood the meaning of a single sword strike shocks the heavens. This sword light triggered a celestial phenomenon that countless cultivators would never forget for the rest of their lives. Later generations also praised this move as a single sword's frost chills 14 provinces. At this moment, Yi Jun withdrew the Kongyuan sword and spoke flatly. Done. He turned back and raised his wineglass, smiling at Nzizai. Why are you still standing there? Play the music and keep dancing. Nzizai asked in horror. Yi, fellow Taoist Yi, do you normally carry an immortal weapon with you? Yi Junlin replied while eating, yeah, any problem. Nzizai repeatedly waved his hands and gave a thumbs up. Of course there's no problem. After this battle, the crisis in Gong province is completely resolved, and fellow Taoist Yi's fame will reach its peak, suppressing the Yuha sect's Chen Xiao until he can't lift his head beside them. Li Wujie sneered. HMPH, what kind of thing is that Chen guy? Is he even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my master? Yi Junlin felt secretly pleased but said modestly, it's just a hollow name. Your master does not seek fame or fortune. Hearing this, Xiao Hong thought displeased. Ly to the side, HMPH, posing again. But he even brought out an immortal weapon. The difficulty of my counterattack has increased once again. The banquet dispersed and Yi Junlin rose with his disciples, saying to Nzizai, Belch, Sect Master An's banquet was indeed excellent. Thank you for the hospitality. It's time for us to set out. Nzizai bowed respectfully. Fellow Taoist Yi is being too polite. It was my honor to host you. If you have difficulties in the future, my Wendo sect will not hesitate to go through fire or water. Subsequently, Yi Junlin and his party departed on a kun. Everyone until we meet again. After Yi Junlin left, Nzizai instructed his daughter, Miaoli, work hard. Such a man is truly worth your pursuit. Although you might not be able to catch up to his footsteps in a lifetime, you must be mentally prepared. And Miaoli replied, Master Yi, I do not ask to catch up to his footsteps. As long as I can watch him and follow him from afar, it is enough. 3 days later, in Qing province of the eastern region, in the main hall of the Yuha sect, disciples were discussing fervently. Hey, I heard that 3 days ago Yi Junlin eliminated the entire Nether Abyss army with just one sword strike, and more than 10 tribulation stage kings died on the spot. Yi Junlin becoming famous is secondary. The key is that the Holy Sun was actually defeated by his mount, the Kunpeng. I fear the reputation the Holy Sun built up before is completely ruined. I hope this doesn't affect his Dao heart. The future of the Yuha sect depends entirely on him. In the back mountains of the Yuha sect, in the prohibited grounds, Elder Lu was bringing Chen Xiao inside. Chen Xiao asked in confusion, this place is, he thought to himself, why would there be such a deathly silent place within the Yuha sect? Elder Lu replied, don't ask too much, the situation has changed and I am taking you to see some great figures. Chen Xiao asked back, great figures? A moment later he followed Elder Lu to stand before a man. Chen Xiao blurted out in shock, Sect Master. This person was none other than the Sect Master of the Yuha sect, Wan Chongwei, at the great circle of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Chen Xiao hurried to bow respectfully. Sect Master, why are you in a place like this? Wan Chongwei spoke. Among the holy sons of all generations, you are the only one qualified to come here. Chen Shao thought secretly. This place is so mysterious. What exactly will happen next? Who am I to meet? Just as he was thinking, he saw a teleportation portal appear behind Wan Changwei, flashing with red light. A giant eye slowly opened. A single eyeball alone was 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary person. Subsequently, a sky-shaking roar echoed out. Chen Shao's face turned deathly pale, not knowing what had happened. He looked up in terror and asked loudly, "Sect Master, what kind of monster is this?" Wan Changwei glared at him and cautioned, "Do not be rude. These are the 5 ancestors of my Yuha sect." At this moment, 5 giant eyes appeared above, each of a different color. Wan Changwei bowed and saluted. "Greetings, ancestors. This child is Chen Shao, that excellent solar celestial body seed." Chen Shao was drenched in cold sweat, thinking even the sect master is so respectful. This pressure. Could these be the legendary true immortals? A giant eye looked down at Chen Shao, its voice low and ancient. "This child's root bone is excellent and the solar celestial body has been developed to its limit. But his Dao heart is somewhat unstable," Chen Shao replied. "A few days ago this junior lost to a beast and my path of cultivation has become somewhat blurred." The giant eye spoke again. "Oh, let this old man take a look." Subsequently, he peered into Chen Shao's memory and marveled. "Oh, to think there is such a pure Kunpeng bloodline in this world?" Subsequently, he looked at Yi Junlin in Chen Shao's memory and said, "This person is by no means an ordinary individual." Wan Changwei immediately said respectfully, "This person is a peak master of the Xuanchen sect, and his strength is unfathomable. I once personally saw him suppress the 3 sages of the Hanging Temple. He is the greatest hidden threat to our plans." Elder Lu in the back also spoke up. "Exactly. The failure of the previous plan to collude with the Nether Abyss to besiege the Wendo sect was because he produced an immortal weapon and wiped out the kings of the 3 races with a single sword strike." The giant eye snapped wide open, demanding in shock, "What? He possesses an immortal weapon? An immortal weapon is nothing special. My Yuha sect has them as well. No matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, he cannot stop the inevitable trend of the world. The defenses of the immortal realm have already been breached and foreign races from beyond are closing in. Fortunately, our ancestor has already established a firm foothold among those races. When the immortal realm meets its end, it shall be the day of our Yuha sect's rise." Below, Chen Shao broke into a cold sweat, his heart filled with horror. What are they talking about? The Yuha sect has actually defected to the foreign races, and the immortal realm is actually on the verge of destruction? The giant eye looked at Chen Shao again and scolded, "You junior, if you are so timid and hesitant, how can you be worthy of being the holy son of my Yuha sect?" Chen Shao hurriedly knelt and replied, "Please appease your anger, ancestor. This junior was out of line." The ancestor spoke again. "It is no disgrace to lose to a Kunpeng, but to be disheartened because of it is the height of stupidity. You heard what was said just now. These are secrets you were meant to know. The Kunlun realm is a battlefield for 10,000 races, an era of great contention. Do you not wish to ascend to the heavens in a single step?" Chen Shao asked in return. "But are we to abandon this land?" the ancestor said. "As long as the profit is great enough, nothing is beyond trade. Think of the humiliations you once suffered. That was all because of your weakness." Hearing these words, Chen Shao's hands clenched tightly, blood seeping through his fingers. The ancestor continued, "As long as you join us, you will obtain the power to crush everything." The image of Yi Junlin flashed through Chen Shao's mind, and his face immediately took on a ruthless look. "Power to crush everything. I will never lose to anyone again. That's right, I want to become stronger. I want power. What is human righteousness? It's all bullshit." Seeing this, the ancestor smiled slightly. "A teachable student indeed. From now on, stay here and we shall guide you to achieve immortality as soon as possible." Subsequently, strands of dark power surged into Chen Shao's body. Sensing this power, he hurriedly knelt in worship. "Thank you for your grace, ancestor. Chen Shao will surely dedicate himself to the Yuha sect and serve you with total loyalty." Huang province of the eastern region, Xuanchen sect. On Misty Peak, Yi Junlin was leisurely sipping tea, thinking to himself, since Chen Shao was taught a lesson, the Yuha sect has indeed been much quieter lately, and even the attacks from the Nether Abyss have ceased. I wonder if they are plotting their next move. Huang province of the eastern region, the mountain gate of the Xuanchen sect. Princess Mingyue of the Pure Land country, who had narrowly escaped, arrived at this place. At this moment she appeared somewhat disheveled, yet she thought with joy, "Xuanchen sect, I've finally arrived." Seeing someone approaching, a gate-guarding disciple spoke up, "Young lady, for what business have you come to our Xuanchen sect?" The princess replied, "I have urgent matters and seek an audience with Senior Yi." Hearing this, several disciples laughed and said, "Oh, another one looking for Peak Master Yi, surely another fanatical admirer, right?" "Exactly. 3 have already come recently. Let's just reject her." The princess asked again, "Fellow Taoist, could you make an exception and let me in?" A disciple looked at her and replied, "I'm very sorry, but no." The princess hurriedly produced a token from her robe and held it before the disciple, saying, "I am a survivor of the Pure Land country's royalty, and I wish to find Peak Master Yi to inform him of the truth of what happened that day." The disciple beside him looked skeptical and sneered, "Girl, to see Peak Master Yi, you've actually fabricated such a clumsy lie. Girl, you're really going all out, the princess grew anxious and shouted loudly. Everything I've said is true, why won't you believe me, the disciple replied. I've heard the Pure Land country has been occupied by the Nether Abyss army with no survivors. They even framed our Peak Master Yi for it. How can we believe you in a matter like this? Another disciple followed up. Miss, people come every day with all sorts of excuses to see Peak Master Yi. There have even been those who showed up heavily pregnant, insisting they were carrying Peak Master Yi's child and demanding to find the father. So please, miss, go back and remember to make up a more believable reason next time. Mingyue gnashed her teeth in rage, thinking, I never expected that after undergoing 1,000 hardships to find this place I would be turned away at the door. No, I must get in. With that, a wave of pressure erupted from her as she let out a sharp cry. Fellow Taoist, please forgive my offense. The two disciples looked at her without fear, releasing their own pressure as well. Young lady, please do not act against your own interests. The princess was startled. Though the soul transformation stage, judging by their appearance, they are just ordinary gate-guarding disciples, yet they are actually great cultivators of the soul transformation stage. The disciples spoke again. Miss, please leave at once. Mingyu's mind was in a mess. What should I do? I refuse to accept this. Just then, Zhao Linger flew over and asked what is going on. Seeing her, the disciples bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior sister Zhao. They then explained. This girl is speaking wildly, claiming to be a survivor of the Pure Land royalty and insisting on seeing Peak Master Yi with inside information. I suspect she clearly wants to infiltrate the sect, so we are stopping her. The princess once again anxiously held out her token. Everything I've said is true. This is the royal token. Zhao Linger stepped forward and took the token, saying, Let me see. A disciple whispered from the side, Senior Sister Zhao, this is definitely a fake. The methods of current admirers to forge things are endless. Zhao Linger's pupils suddenly constricted. Clutching the token, she thought, This material is of gold leaf texture, and the runes on it have spiritual energy flowing through them. This is absolutely not an ordinary forgery. Mingyue spoke nervously. Great Immortal, please, you must believe me. Zhao Linger looked at the two disciples and said sternly, This is a genuine royal token. Step aside immediately, you nearly caused a major mistake. The two disciples turned pale with shock upon hearing this. What? She's actually really a princess? We truly were offensive just now. Subsequently, Zhao Linger led the princess inside. Follow me, I will take you to see Peak Master Yi. Mingyue was overjoyed. Thank you, Immortal, she thought secretly with relief. I've finally been able to see Peak Master Yi. The last hope of the Pure Land country rests entirely on your shoulders at this moment. Xiao Hong was massaging Yi Junlin's back and asked, Master, is the pressure comfortable? Yi Junlin sat there with a face full of enjoyment. Not bad, not bad. Just then, Li Wujie came walking hurriedly. Master, junior sister Zhao is here with someone seeking an audience. It looks like they've come from afar. Hearing this, Yi Junlin said, Oh, let them in. Seeing this, Xiao Hong stopped his movements, thinking this humble appearance of mine must absolutely not be spread outside the Xuanchen sect. Yi Junlin saw this, glared at him and asked, Hey Xiao Hong, why did you stop? Xiao Hong glared back but said nothing. At this time, Zhao Linger led the princess in and introduced her. Peak Master Yi, this is Princess Mingyue of the Pure Land country. Yi Junlin asked in confusion, The Pure Land country, is that the place destroyed by the Nether Abyss? Mingyu's tears began to fall. She joined her hands in prayer and replied, Senior Yi, I am the only one who escaped. My royal brothers all died tragically in the palace to protect me. Hearing this, Yi Junlin furrowed his brow. The world says it was I who washed the palace in blood, but only you know the truth. Mingyue recalled those black-robed men and reported truthfully, that day the palace was enveloped in a blood mist and a group of people in black surged in like a tide. A total of 4 tribulation stage powerhouses besieged my father. Father relied on the support of the national destiny and struggled bitterly to send us away. My 2 brothers sacrificed their lives to cover me, pushing me into the teleportation array. I could only watch as they were turned to ashes. I hid for 3 months, dreaming of my father every night. The national destiny is gone and everything is lost. I only heard that not a single intact brick or tile remains of the Pure Land country, and my father's dragon throne has become a footstool for the Nether Abyss monsters. Those black-robed men colluded with the Nether Abyss, and yet they dared to frame Senior Yi. They truly deserve 10,000 deaths. I saw it clearly that night. Their techniques were unmistakably those of the Yuha sect. I am alone and weak, so I could only come to beg you, Senior. Mingyue subsequently knelt and pleaded, I beg Senior to uphold justice for the millions of wronged souls of the Pure Land country. I am powerless and have nothing but this life to give. If I can have revenge, I am willing to serve as your slave or maid without a second thought. Yi Junlin thought to himself upon hearing this. As expected, recently the Yuha sect and the Nether Abyss had both been quiet. Because they were now in the same boat, he then helped Mingyue up and said, Stand up. That they dare to frame me makes them deserve death, and their collusion with the Nether Abyss makes them even more wretched. His gaze instantly became icy and terrifying as he continued in a deep voice, Your revenge, I accept it. Mingyue wept with joy. Say, Senior, you're truly willing to help me. I thought no one would care about the life or death of the Pure Land anymore. Yi Junlin replied, Rest assured, it just so happens that Misty Peak lacks a manager. So you shall stay here, he thought to himself. This girl's gaze is as clear as jade. She is a talent worth cultivating. Mingyue was moved to tears. Duh, thank you, Senior. I will surely do my work well. Yi Junlin turned and called out, Shaoxi, take her to have some snacks to fill her stomach and then show her around Misty Peak. Shaoxi responded and approached. Okay master, sister, quickly try this osmanthus cake. The scene shifts to the Nether Abyss, a place that swallows the light where only eternal darkness and void remain. 100 races have flourished in the Nether Abyss for tens of millions of years, yet they have become tools of external forces due to the Holy War. Yi Junlin's appearance has made this dark land even more deathly silent. A voice came from somewhere. Urgent report from the front. The king has issued a conscription order. All those at the 9th level of Qi refinement or above must participate in the Holy War. Subsequently, soldiers began to forcibly seize people. No, please don't, I still have an elderly mother to look after, bystanders could only sigh. Alas, it seems the war is getting increasingly tight. Even those in the Qi refinement stage are being taken. Is it not good to stay honestly in the Nether Abyss? Why must they covet external territories? Shish, careful or your words will bring disaster. If you're heard, you'll be executed. Inside the palace of the Nether Abyss race, people sat facing each other, and a voice spoke, We have lost too many kinsmen in this holy war. If this continues, the inheritance of our 100 races will be broken. King Dangyu, if we keep fighting like this, can you guarantee we will win? What if we lose? Can the Yu race bear the responsibility? Seated at the head was the leader of the Yu race, King Dangyu. He spoke, Everyone stay calm, we still have one last chance, someone asked in return. What chance? Relying on those Nether Abyss pills bestowed by the envoy, another person echoed. Those pills are simply not worth mentioning before the immortal weapons of the human race. What use can they be? Just then an energy vortex appeared in the air and a group of black-robed men emerged. The leader laughed loudly. Haha, you actually dare to say our pills are useless? Seeing this, King Dangyu cried out in shock. Divine Envoy. He hurried forward and bowed. Divine Envoy, please appease your anger. Although the pills are good, the humans have used immortal weapons causing our side heavy losses. That is why I wanted to ask the Divine Envoy how we should respond next. The one called Divine Envoy roared in a fury. How should you respond? Naturally, the 100 races of the Nether Abyss shall continue to charge with their lives, not allowed to retreat a single step, for you no longer have a choice. King Dangyu was enraged upon hearing this. Please watch your tone. The Nether Abyss is a partner, not a subordinate. At the worst, we terminate the cooperation. Now get out of the Nether Abyss, the Divine Envoy released his pressure. You group of servants dare to strike at your masters? Do you truly believe the one ruling the Nether Abyss is still your tribe? King Dangyu was shocked and pressed. What do you mean? The Yu race has ruled the Nether Abyss for tens of millions of years. Could it be you lot instead? The Divine Envoy removed his black robe to reveal his true face and gave a confident cold smile. Exactly. Today I shall let you lowly servants see clearly what loyalty to a master should look like. Everyone was struck with horror at the sight, thinking, this is not mere pressure suppression, but an innate bloodline suppression. What exactly is going on? The Divine Envoy's pressure continued to climb, and King Dangyu and the others involuntarily fell to their knees. He asked in terror, Who exactly are you? The Divine Envoy approached step by step and said, This Nether Abyss is nothing but a small world opened by my Ming race ancestor, and upon your bodies. The ancestor long ago planted a bloodline brand. For generations you are all slaves of my Ming race. King Dangyu thought through gritted teeth. What? How can this be? I have commanded the Nether Abyss for 10,000 years, only to turn out to be nothing more than someone else's pawn. The Divine Envoy gave a sinister smile. A major change has occurred in the ancient Kunlun realm, and the ancestor led our kinsmen to escape beyond. But now we shall return with the poise of kings, and your task is to sweep away all obstacles for the Ming race's return to the Kunlun realm. King Dangyu turned back to look at him and questioned, Is this why you captured us? You'll control the Stargate no matter the cost, right? The man smiled and replied, Precisely. The Stargate is the lifeline of Kunlun. He gathered a ball of energy in his hand and continued with a smile. Only by passing through the Stargate into the lands of extraterrestrial beings and undergoing its baptism can one receive the recognition of the Heavenly Dao's will. Otherwise, one will be obliterated by that very will. King Dangyu asked in confusion, But why return at a time like this? The man revealed a sinister smile. Because the Kunlun realm is on the verge of revival, natural treasures will emerge like a rising tide, and immortal opportunities will be found everywhere. The glory of the ancient era will finally reappear, and we, the Ming race, shall become the masters of that splendor. Upon hearing this, King Dangyu said, I see, but there is now a powerhouse named Yi Junlin, who can use an immortal weapon to slay the kings of the Nether Abyss. Our vitality is greatly damaged. We simply have no way to deal with an immortal weapon. Another person also spoke up. Exactly. In the Battle of Gong Province, he leveled our main Nether Abyss force with just a single sword strike. The man let out a cold snort. HMPH. An immortal weapon can only unleash its perfect power when paired with immortal energy. That fellow Yi Junlin hasn't reached that realm yet, so he can only exert a tenth of its true power. King Dangyu thought in terror, only a tenth. If it erupted with full power, wouldn't the heavens collapse and the earth shatter? The man continued. Our purpose in coming this time is to bestow upon you a treasure specifically meant to deal with Yi Junlin. With that, he produced the treasure. It looked like a lamp burning with a fierce purple flame. King Dangyu was so startled he broke into a cold sweat. This is, he thought in a panic. This flame seems capable of incinerating the divine soul. Just looking at the light makes one want to bow and worship. What kind of forbidden object is this? The Ming race man introduced it with a smile. This is a nether treasure refined in secret by our race, the nether soul-devouring lamp. Once the seal is released, the supreme nether power will transform into the fire of soul-devouring. Even if a true immortal descends, they would end up with their divine soul utterly annihilated. We have an insider on the human side. You need only coordinate with them. With this lamp, Yi Junlun is nothing more than a candle in the wind. At this moment, King Dangyu held the nether soul-devouring lamp with trembling hands, so excited that cold sweat poured down his face. The Ming race man added, "Immortal traces are about to appear across Kunlun. You must seize the opportunity. When my Ming race returns to its homeland, we shall surely embark on the immortal path together with you all." King Dangyu, who commanded the Nether Abyss, knelt on one knee and replied, "The 100 races of the Nether Abyss are willing to go through fire and water for the Ming race, awaiting our master's return to Kunlun." Over the following period, signs of Kunlun's revival became increasingly obvious. Immortal traces emerged everywhere like a cluster of stars, leaving the major powers of the central realm in awe. Once the terrestrial anomalies were detected, the peace agreement became a mere scrap of paper, and major powers dispatched troops one after another to fight for resources. Since the various factions turned against each other and fell into chaos, it was like withered wood meeting spring, or perhaps the beginning of a bloody storm. Xuanchen Sect, Misty Peak. Yi Junlun was still lounging leisurely enjoying himself. Xiaoxi ran over and said respectfully, "Master, Xiaoxi has brewed fresh tea for you today." To the side, Xiao Hong was meditating with eyes closed when suddenly a celestial anomaly occurred. Day turned to night in an instant and streaks of purple lightning struck down one after another. Xiaoxi shrieked in terror, "Eek, the noise is so scary, Mousie is afraid." Yi Junlun quickly pulled her into his arms to comfort her, saying, "Don't be afraid, Master is here." Xiao Hong looked up and cried out, This is an immortal trace, a supreme immortal trace has manifested." Yi Junlun asked in confusion. "An immortal trace?" Xiao Hong replied, "Exactly, and the scale of it is unprecedented." Within the immortal trace a figure appeared. The man stroked his beard and spoke, "I am the island master of Falling Immortal Island. Trials shall begin in 10 days. As long as you pass, you will receive corresponding rewards. The ultimate winner shall become the new island master of Falling Immortal Island, controlling all the hidden cultivation resources on the island. May you all join together to guard the Kunlun realm." After hearing this, Xiao Hong stole a glance at Yi Junlun behind him and thought, "If I can win this trial, I can obtain his inheritance and become a supreme earth immortal. When that time comes." At this moment, Yi Junlun pushed his sunglasses up, observing with a face full of indifference. Then he took them off. Muttering as he lay back in his chair, "How boring, disturbing my beautiful dream," he thought to himself. This so-called immortal opportunity is far inferior to what the system provides. However, the appearance of such an immortal trace must be related to the actions of the Nether Abyss. Xiao Hong said excitedly, "Master, how can we miss such a massive opportunity?" Just then, a system voice rang out, "Ding, congratulations to the host for refreshing the check-in location. Go to Falling Immortal Island to check in. The host will receive a massive amount of golden providence." Yi Junlun pressed further. "Golden providence," the system explained. "Ding, correct. Providence is divided into 6 types. Gray, white, red, blue, gold, and purple. Any being who obtains even a sliver of golden providence can become a founding sovereign in the mortal world or a powerhouse of heaven and earth in the cultivation world." Yi Junlun thought in amazement, "Then wouldn't a massive amount of golden providence be too overpowered?" Subsequently he said to Xiao Hong, "Look at you, so impatient. How can a cultivator be so restless? How can you ever become an immortal like that?" Xiao Hong hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, Master's lecture is correct." In his heart, however, he was thinking, "No, I absolutely cannot miss this chance to turn things around." Thus he spoke, "Master, your disciple has recently encountered a bottleneck, and is in dire need of an opportunity to break through. If Master allows it, your disciple is willing to wash Master's feet for a year." He felt a surge of despair in his heart. "I actually have to be proactive to this extent. Normally I wouldn't want to serve him even if it killed me, but if there's a task." Yi Junlun then said, Fine, who asked you to be my disciple? Since you want to go, I'll take you and Xiao Li for a trip." Xiao Hong bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Master, for fulfilling my wish." He was wild with joy. "Success or failure rests on this single stroke. I will surely soar to the heavens." 10 days later, outside Falling Immortal Island, cultivators from all paths had gathered. The crowd discussed fervently, "Heavens, who said Huang Province was backward? The density of the spiritual energy here is actually stronger than in Qing Province. It's true. It's completely different from the past. But wasn't this place very remote before?" Another person said, "HMPH, times have changed. I remind everyone, absolutely do not cause trouble in Huang Province. That great lord is a man of our Huang Province." Others nodded in succession. Right, we've noted this. No one wants to go looking for death." At this time, on a nearby cliff, a voice rang out, "I truly didn't expect Huang Province to have developed to such a state." This person was none other than Chen Shao. He gnashed his teeth and said, "I once felt ashamed of being born in Huang Province, but I never expected its fame would now eclipse Qing Provinces while my own reputation has been completely ruined." To the side, Elder Lu comforted him. "Holy Son, you needn't worry about these things given the current situation. Look, in just 10 days the 5 ancestors helped you break through to the late stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. The future truly looked bright. Chen Xiao's brow remained tightly furrowed as he said angrily, I will not be at peace until the day I become an immortal. This falling immortal island, I am determined to get it. Elder Lu added, naturally. The Holy Sun is the most perfect inheritor for falling immortal island. Elder Lu suddenly noticed something and frowned. Oh, that is, he saw a youth cradling a long sword, standing in place with an extremely composed posture. What, even he has come? This person is precisely the legendary sword cultivator of the Spring Sword Sect, Shui Wuan. He achieved divine mastery in the sword Dao in his youth and was recognized as the strongest sword cultivator in the eastern region 5,000 years ago. During a secret realm trial back then, his sword like grazed my throat. By just a fraction of an inch I would have become a lost soul beneath his blade. Chen Xiao asked in confusion, why is such a figure so obscure? I've never heard of him. Elder Lu replied, 1,000 years ago he went into seclusion at the eastern region's second largest sect, the Spring Sword Sect, to focus on his sword techniques and ignore worldly affairs. It is precisely because of his existence that the 5 ancestors dare not act too brazenly, constantly keeping a wary eye on the Spring Sword Sect. Chen Xiao broke into a cold sweat, thinking secretly, no wonder the 5 ancestors are so powerful yet didn't personally help the Nether Abyss seize the Stargate. It seems the Spring Sword Sect and the forces behind it have equal deep roots. Seeing Shui Wuan appear, the crowd also began to discuss fervently. Even a legendary figure from 5,000 years ago has been stirred. It seems a storm is about to rise at Falling Immortal Island this time. This person was indeed Shui Wuan of the Spring Sword Sect at the Great Circle of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. At this moment a sharp sword intent radiated faintly from all around him. The crowd marveled. To be able to unleash formless sword intent without even drawing his sword, this level of sword Dao cultivation must be only a single step away from the immortal realm. Just then, a teleportation portal appeared in the sky. Yi Junlin emerged from it, leading Li Wujie and Xiao Hong. The crowd recognized them instantly and shouted, Look at Senior Yi, that great lord has finally appeared and he's brought those 2 God of Slaughter disciples. It seems this inheritance is destined to be his. The gathered crowd bowed respectfully to Yi Junlin one after another. Greetings Senior Yi, greetings Senior Yi. Chen Xiao bit his lip in frustration, his heart filled with rage. Yi Junlin, all of this should have belonged to me. Yet now I can only hide in dark corners like a rat. Li Wujie marveled, Master is truly beloved. To have such a master is truly a supreme honor. To the side, Xiao Hong was very displeased. HMPH, back when I was the leader of the fire demon cult I was 10,000 times more majestic than this. On the other side, Shui Wuan snapped his eyes open and thought, he is that Yi Junlin. Subsequently, without saying a word, he charged directly toward where Yi Junlin was. The crowd shrieked, Get out of the way, the legendary sword cultivator is heading for Senior Yi. Shui Wuan was aggressive, sword chi surging around him as his hands gripped his scabbard tightly. Seeing this, Huyang Feng said in shock, what does this fellow want to do? Does he intend to attack Senior Yi? Heavens, a duel between 2 peak powerhouses. If they start fighting, I'm afraid everything within 100 miles will be turned to ash. Xiao Hong cautioned, Master, be careful. This man's sword techniques are extremely strong. He likely possesses combat power at the immortal level. To the side, Elder Lu revealed a sinister smile. Fight, the harder the better. If Yi Junlin dares to use an immortal weapon to kill Shui Wuan, the Spring Sword Sect will surely be at odds with him unto death. When that time comes, my Yuha sect can sit back and reap the rewards. Just as everyone was watching in panic, Shui Wuan suddenly came to a halt, his hands gripping his sword, trembling slightly as if he were forcibly suppressing his battle intent. He stood before Yi Junlin and actually bowed respectfully, saying, Yi, Senior Yi, can you teach me how to practice the sword? In the distance, Ouyang Feng blurted out in shock. Did I hear that correctly? The #1 sword cultivator of the eastern region is actually begging Senior Yi to teach him? Others also discussed, is this still that proud and aloof sword immortal from the rumors? Xiao Hong's face was full of disdain. HMPH, I didn't expect this fellow to change faces even faster than that Yi guy. Li Wujie, however, was full of excitement. As expected, the only one who can make a legendary sword immortal bow his head is Master. Elder Lu was also struck with a cold sweat. Has this Shui Wuan gone mad? Chen Xiao gnashed his teeth in rage. Why must even a figure like this bow and submit to Yi Junlin? Yi Junlin patted his forehead helplessly. Did you have a lapse in judgment? Why do you insist on me teaching you the sword? Shui Wuan replied seriously. Senior's single sword strike in Gong province tore through the dark clouds of 14 provinces. That was the true and permanent sword Dao. This junior has meditated for 1,000 years yet remains unable to touch that realm. I hope Senior can offer some guidance. Yi Junlin gave a dry laugh. Ah, so you were talking about that. That was just a casual wave. I really can't teach that. Shui Wuan bowed even deeper. Please, Senior, do not be modest. This junior is seeking instruction with total sincerity. Yi Junlin was feeling frustrated. After all, his cultivation was all given by the system. What did he know about practicing or giving guidance? He waved a hand and barked. Are you annoying or what? I said I won't teach, so I won't teach. Why are you so long-winded? Li Wujie was breaking into a cold sweat. This is the legendary white-clad sword Immortal. Master isn't giving him any face at all. What if he truly gets angry? Shui Wuan, however, spoke sincerely once more. For 1,000 years this junior's sword moves have reached the peak, but my heart sword has always been as if lost in a fog. Only upon seeing senior's sword did I learn what it means to break through the realm. This opportunity, I shall not abandon it even if it means death. After speaking, Shui Wuan fell silent, his gaze incredibly determined. Yang Feng watched with worry. This is bad. Senior Yi won't get annoyed and just strike him, will he? Unexpectedly, Shui Wuan actually sank to his knees once again, pleading sincerely. Senior Yi, please teach me, I beg you. Senior Yi stood frozen on the spot, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Who could have imagined that the once lofty white-clad sword Immortal would now become such a scoundrel? Yi Junlin crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. HMPH, you're annoying me to death. I already told you I can't teach you. But Shui Wuan remained stubborn in his conviction. Senior Yi, please grant me your guidance, he thought secretly to himself. Senior Yi must be testing my sincerity. I must persevere to the end. Li Wujie couldn't help but marvel, truly a sword fanatic. To be able to use every trick in the book just to seek the Dao. To the side, Xiao Hong squinted and muttered, sword fanatic, I'd say he's a lunatic. I've never seen someone so thick-skinned. Yi Junlin broke into a cold sweat at the sight of this spectacle, thinking to himself, this guy is a real troublemaker. What do I know about teaching someone to practice the sword? I rely entirely on the system's automatic upgrades, all right? Shui Wuan continued to stare at him and pleaded, Master, please give me a pointer or two. Shui Wuan looked like he was about to cry. Senior Yi, I beg of you. Yi Junlin let out a helpless sigh. Since you are so sincere and earnest, I will give you a casual pointer, he thought to himself. Fine. Since you insist on forcing my hand, don't blame me for bluffing you. Hearing this, Shui Wuan was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Yi, for your guidance. At that moment, Yi Junlin picked up a withered branch from the ground and held it in his palm. Watch closely. All my insights into the sword Dao are infused into this one character. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your own destiny. Shui Wuan was ecstatic. Senior Yi, please, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. What kind of character could it be that it can carry Senior Yi's entire comprehension of the sword Dao? Li Wujie also held his breath in excitement. It's coming, Master is about to make his move. Xiao Hong furrowed his brow and thought, putting on an act. I want to see what kind of flower you can draw. Spiritual energy surged into the withered branch in Yi Junlin's hand, and he used the branch as a brush to write in the air. Sword Chi roared, tearing apart everything in its path. Li Wujie cried out in shock. This character actually contains an aura powerful enough to suppress heaven and earth. By now, a character had manifested on the stone wall ahead. Yi Jun tossed away the withered branch, turned around composedly, and said, comprehend it yourself. Below, Yang Feng and the others were speechless. What kind of character did Senior Yi write? Why does it feel so piercing to the eyes? There's even a faint urge to bow down and worship. Shui Wuan was also blinded by the radiance and only recovered after a long while. He looked up and couldn't help but cry out in shock. The character for grass? Why did Senior Yi write this character? What is the deep meaning behind it? Grass. Grass is the most ordinary plant in this world. Since Senior Yi wrote this character, the intent certainly won't be that simple. He then shouted out, my grass, my grass, my grass. Shouting these words felt almost like he was hurling insults. He thought to himself, what exactly is the meaning of Senior Yi writing this? His lifelong understanding of the sword Dao must be contained within it. I don't believe I can't even penetrate a sliver of it. Is my talent truly that poor? Seeing him in this state, Yi Junlin couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt and spoke up to persuade him. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Actually, there's no need to be anxious if you can't see it. Whatever you do, don't force yourself. But Shui Wuan couldn't hear a word of it now. He gritted his teeth and replied, no, the great Dao is right before my eyes. How can I retreat? The crowd on the outskirts discussed fervently. I bet Senior Yi just scribbled it randomly. Aside from the character being large, they couldn't see any hidden depth at all. Someone nearby immediately retorted, what the hell do you know? Is Senior Yi's realm something a person like you can step into? On this side, Li Wujie was still observing. Master is truly amazing. With just a single character, he's caused Senior Shui to fall into a trance and left everyone in heated debate. This is the true formless great Dao. Xiao Hong thought to himself, forget it. I think he was just too lazy to use his brain and wrote the simplest character possible just to keep up appearances over there. Shui Wuan muttered to himself, grass is not just a plant, it symbolizes an unyielding will. It symbolizes the spirit of constant self-improvement. It stands firm in the wind and rain and regains new life after being scorched by wildfire. Senior Yi, I understand. So the reason you wrote this character was to let me comprehend the true essence of the sword Dao, endless life and breaking through to rebuild after destruction. To the side, Yi Junlin was dumbfounded, thinking, holy crap, you can actually force a connection like that? Shui Wuan's eyes snapped wide open, and the previously clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and an endless thunder tribulation crashed down. Shui Wuan slowly rose into the air. Yi Junlin still stood with his hands behind his back, but he was panicking like crazy inside. Crap, is he really going to transcend a tribulation here, just because of the character for grass? Seeing this, Li Wujie hurriedly asked, Senior Brother Hong, is he going to? No way, can this actually work? Xiao Hong was also beyond shocked. The intensity of this cloud tribulation is much more terrifying than when I broke through back then. Is this guy really about to soar to the heavens in one step? Below, everyone was struck with extreme terror. If Senior Shui succeeds in his breakthrough, there will truly be a divide between immortal and mortal. From now on, he will be the #1 person in the eastern region. Not only that, but even across the 5 regions of the central realm, immortals are few and far between. Each one is the foundation of an immortal ancient sect or a sacred land. Elder Lu gnashed his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Can a single character really give Shui Wuan the chance to become an immortal? Just what is the background of this Yi Junlin? Chen Xiao was also struck with shock and horror. To think someone is a step faster than me, I'm clearly the child of destiny above. Shui Wuan slowly drew his sword. 1,000-year impasse, today I shall break this thunder tribulation. You've come just in time to test my newly enlightened sword Dao. My sword is born from desperation and dies in nirvana. Today I shall use the fire of the thunder tribulation to forge my future. With that he swung his sword. Directly at the vault of heaven, the overbearing sword Qi and the thunder tribulation collided violently in the sky. Shui Wuan let out a great shout, "Break for me!" Suddenly, blood erupted from Shui Wuan's entire body as the thunder tribulation struck him directly. Yi Junlin looked up in shock. Above, the corner of Shui Wuan's mouth curled slightly. At this moment his entire body was enveloped in golden light as he lightly caressed the sword in his hand. He sighed with a smile. So this is the feeling of becoming an immortal. Shui Wuan sensed the spiritual energy within his body and marveled. The spiritual energy in my body has been completely transformed into immortal essence, condensed like stars and galaxies, flowing endlessly and resonating with heaven and earth. With that he gripped his long sword and gave a casual swipe. That casual sword light carried a terrifying power, leaving even him amazed. This power is more than 10 times stronger than before. Shui Wuan's strike carved a bottomless chasm in front of him. He continued. A casual sword strike can cut through a 10,000-meter mountain range. Previously, this strike would have consumed 70% of my cultivation. The gap between immortal and mortal is not just a realm, but a difference as vast as clouds and mud, as expansive as heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Li Wuji's mouth hung open in shock. He thought to himself, is this the power of a true immortal? It feels like a casual sword strike could kill a tribulation transcendence cultivator, yet such a powerful true immortal was actually enlightened by Master before his breakthrough. As expected of Master, the cultivators present stepped forward one after another, bowing respectfully with faces full of flattery. Congratulations to Senior for attaining the Dao and becoming an immortal. Congratulations, Senior. From now on your longevity shall equal heavens, and you can shake mountains and rivers with a wave of your hand. From now on, Senior is the pillar of the Kunlun realm. In the front, Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth in rage. He actually really became an immortal. Could that damn grass character really contain a great Dao that even I can't see through? Someone looked toward Yi Junlin and said, wait, Senior Shui became an immortal because of Senior Yi's enlightenment, right? Last time in Gong province his sword light shone through 14 provinces, and now a single character has created a true immortal. Just what is his background? At this moment, Liang Feng stroked his beard and agreed deeply. That's right. Senior Yi continues to shatter our imaginations. Could he truly be a hidden ancient immortal lord? On this side, Chen Xiao fumed and clenched his fist, thinking, why is it that kid hogging the limelight again? Senior Shui, since you've already become an immortal and that guy named Yi humiliated you so much just now, you absolutely cannot let him off. Just then, Shui Wuan walked up to Yi Junlin, gave a deep bow and said sincerely, thank you, Senior, for your guidance. My ability to witness the Dao and become an immortal is entirely thanks to your pointers. Yi Junlin thought while sweating, holy crap, is it really that miraculous? He actually really became an immortal? How about you slash me once and let me become an immortal here too? Although he thought this, he maintained a look of profound mystery on his face as he looked at Shui Wuan and said, not bad. It's good that you could comprehend my pointers. Shui Wuan's face broke into a smile. Senior, you truly went through a lot of painstaking effort for me. Senior's great kindness is beyond repayment. From now on I am at Senior's beck and call. I, Shui, shall follow you with my sword and will not hesitate, even if it means going through fire and water or dying 10,000 deaths. Yi Jun replied. It is all fate, there is no need to dwell on it. On this side, Elder Lu and Chen Xiao's faces turned ashen when they saw that things hadn't gone as expected. Why? Just why cultivators can even abandon their dignity for the sake of their realm. After suffering such humiliation just now, he doesn't even have the intention to seek revenge. Elder Lu also gnashed his teeth and thought, now that the Spring Sword Sect has a true immortal, I'm afraid the Yuha sect's future actions will be greatly hindered. This trip to Falling Immortal Island must be successful or we will lose our right to rule. Just then, several pillars of light erupted from underground, soaring straight into the clouds, signaling the opening of the secret realm. Seeing that the secret realm had opened, the crowd excitedly charged forward, wanting to seize the opportunity and claim the immortal fate. Falling Immortal Island has opened. Those are teleportation light pillars. However, when they touched the light pillars, they were knocked back. They roared in fury. Hey, this old man is already in the tribulation transcendence realm, yet I'm actually denied this trial. This is too unreasonable, it's simply unfair. Some who had recently ascended to the Great Convergence realm were able to enter the island, but this made them feel extremely frustrated. Those outside the light pillars began to plead, "Great Immortal, please let me in on this side." Li Wujie was confused. "Strange. What exactly is the criteria for judgment?" Xiao Hong spoke up. "I guess it depends on the cultivator's potential. If you have no value, you aren't qualified to enter Falling Immortal Island." Subsequently, Yi Junlin's group also began to enter the island. Yi Junlin took the lead and shouted, "Let's go." Below, Elder Lu spoke up, "Holy Son, you go in. I know my potential is exhausted and the immortal fate here is destined to elude me, but you, Holy Son, will surely succeed." Chen Shao clenched his fists and replied confidently, "All right, Elder Lu, I will surely give it my all. I'll come back after I become the master of Falling Immortal Island, after entering the light pillar." Xiao Hong thought to himself, "It's finally beginning." Yi Junlin looked nonchalant on the surface, but who knew what he was plotting? Besides, with a true immortal involved, I'm afraid this trial will turn into a massive free-for-all. Hong Tianye originally thought this was just a scramble for immortal fate, but he never expected to encounter an unprecedented challenge. Inside Falling Immortal Island, all the standard compliant trialists had arrived. Someone discovered something unusual and spoke up, "Wait, why has my cultivation been suppressed to the Qi refinement stage?" Someone nearby also checked their power and said, "Me too, but that's fine, otherwise you'd never be able to beat Senior Shui." Li Wujie spoke up, "Master, this situation is exactly the same as what we encountered in the Medicine King Valley." Xiao Hong also looked at the array above his head. Is it the interference of the power of rules again? This time it was likely set by the island master. Yi Junlin glanced at Shui Wuan behind him and smiled. "It's for the best, this way it's fair for everyone." In his heart, however, he was laughing secretly. "Except for me, of course. Haha, this way Shui Wuan won't pose a threat to me on the island." At this moment, Shui Wuan looked at the sword in his hand with some reluctance. He had finally ascended to true immortal, thinking he could awe all living beings, only to be given a head-on blow right at the start. Whatever. Even without my cultivation, as long as I have this sword in hand, I have nothing to fear. Suddenly a crack opened in the mountain wall, then separated to both sides, revealing a brilliant light inside. Someone shouted, "It looks like the trial is about to begin." Looking at everything before him, Li Wujie frowned and asked, "What is this for?" They saw a massive chessboard appear before them, with many extraordinary Dharma treasures placed upon it, radiating dense spiritual energy. The voice of the island master of Falling Immortal Island rang out. "The rules for the first stage of the trial are as follows. Everyone must roll the dice to determine the number, then move forward according to the result. Various accidental rewards will be triggered along the way. Those who reach the finish line before the hourglass runs out will pass the stage." Furthermore, the trial was very safe. Anyone who encountered fatal danger would be teleported off the island. Yi Junlin stroked his chin and thought to himself, "Hey, isn't this just aeroplane chess? I never expected to find this kind of board game here. How interesting." Just then, several dice fell from above the giant hourglass, landing before the contestants. Xiao Hong thought, "This is the first time I've seen such a setup. It seems this stage tests a cultivator's providence." Beside him, Li Wujie said, "Time is tight, let's begin quickly." Xiao Hong smiled slightly. "If it's a contest of luck, I am confident I will not lose." On his side, Yi Junlin looked at the dice with a smile. "Hey system, wake up. Where's my golden providence?" Ding, apologies host, I fell asleep again. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in reward. A massive amount of golden providence. After obtaining the golden providence, Yi Junlin thought confidently, "With golden providence I can't even imagine how overpowered my dice rolls will be." Just then he noticed Chen Shao nearby, and a wicked idea popped into his head. "Oh, this fellow actually came too. In that case, why not give him a little stimulus?" On the other side, Shui Wuan also charged forward and a treasure chest appeared before him. He thought, "It seems this light screen serves to isolate everyone so we won't interfere with each other." When he opened the treasure chest, there was a slip of paper inside. He picked it up and read, "Perform a gorilla dance on the spot for 10 breaths to immediately advance 70 spaces. If you forfeit, you automatically return to the starting point." Shui Wuan's face turned ashen. He gnashed his teeth and crumpled the paper, thinking, "How can there be such humiliating rules? I am a dignified sword immortal, but if I return to the start now, I'll surely fall far behind the others." Suddenly a burst of startled cries caught his attention. "Wow, that fairy is truly beautiful. Her dancing posture is unparalleled. That water snake waist swaying with the wind is truly enough to topple empires." It turned out Xiao Hong was currently dancing according to the trial's requirements. Because Shui Wuan didn't know Xiao Hong was male, he felt even more furious. Why is her rule so simple? It's truly unfair. Beside them, Li Wujie's face was also full of dark lines. Senior brother Hong is actually dancing in a palace dress. Will this matter completely shatter his inner demons? Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was gnashing his teeth as he thought about his trial task. Dance in a palace dress for 10 breaths. Upon completion, advance 80 spaces, otherwise be forced to stand still for 2 hours. Xiao Hong felt bitter. "I never expected such humiliating rules. Everyone who saw this, once I get out I'll definitely gouge out your eyes." A moment later, he finally finished. He thought that while passing the stage was now a certainty, the price paid this time was far too great. Where is that Yi fellow? He must not see this humiliating scene. When he glanced back, he found Yi Junlun still standing there motionless. He was startled. This guy is actually still dazing at the starting point. I wonder what he rolled. He then continued to throw the dice. Since you don't know how to cherish time, I'll take the throne of first place for myself. Seeing that Xiao Hong was already far in the lead, Shui Wuan gnashed his teeth and said, "No, that red-clad woman moved so far in one go, I absolutely cannot fall behind because of dignity." With that, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. He began to pound his chest with his hands, repeatedly making woo-woo sounds to imitate a gorilla. The crowd behind saw this and began to whisper, "What is the sword immortal doing? Is he imitating a gorilla?" Someone nearby cautioned, "Keep it down, be careful, or the senior will come back for revenge." Shui Wuan was already exploding with rage. "It's just a trial, I must not take it to heart. It's just a trial." On the other side, Chen Xiao was currently kowtowing repeatedly, performing one kowtow for every step he took. People nearby were muttering again, "Isn't that the holy son of the Yuha sect? To think he's actually kowtowing at every step. I never expected that to pass the stage, the once arrogant holy son would discard even his dignity." At this moment, Chen Xiao thought through gritted teeth. "As long as kowtowing allows me to ignore the dice numbers and keep advancing even if it damages my prestige as holy son, it will all be worth it to obtain the inheritance." With that thought, he continued to kowtow and advance. Somewhere, the island master of Falling Immortal Island was observing everyone's trial, nodding and stroking his beard with a satisfied evaluation. Not bad, not bad. Teachable students indeed." He then looked at Xiao Hong and Shui Wuan, thinking, and these two little fellows have firm wills able to discard dignity for a greater goal. He then patted his forehead and sighed. "Alas, that bunch of trash in the back who can't even let go of self-esteem aren't worthy of competing for my Falling Immortal Island, eh?" Just then he noticed Yi Junlun. "What is with this guy? Why has he been standing at the starting point for so long?" At this moment, Yi Junlun had actually brought out his lounge chair and was lying there. The island master spoke again. "This isn't a case of being unable to let go of self-esteem. This is clearly a delusional confidence in one's own providence. No, I'm going to teleport you directly out." Just then, Yi Junlun sat up, picked up the dice and began to throw. A brilliant light instantly illuminated the surroundings. The face of the dice showed the number 60. The island master's jaw dropped, his composure completely gone. He cried out in disbelief. "A 60? Although I intentionally left a small trick back then, the probability of rolling a 60 is only 1 in 1,000. This guy, as a tail ender, actually rolled a 60 on his first try." He continued to observe Yi Junlun, becoming more alarmed the more he watched. 17 consecutive rolls of 60, just who trained this child of Providence? I want to see just how long your good luck can last. Seeing Yi Junlun roll 60s one after another, the crowd watching from outside was struck with horror. "Look quickly, senior, Yi rolled another 60. Are your eyes playing tricks? Where would a die get 60 points? I saw it too, and it was golden. Senior, Yi truly is a person blessed with great providence." Yi Junlun also felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh dear, why do I keep rolling 60? Isn't this just too humiliating for the others?" The scene shifts to the second area, a world of ice and snow. Yi Junlun had already arrived here, and he spoke. "I reached the second stage so quickly, I wonder what's in the first golden treasure chest." He opened the treasure chest with curiosity, and a demonic beast appeared inside, letting out a mighty roar. Yi Junlun asked in confusion, "Oh, what is this?" A voice rang out to answer his question. "Congratulations, this is a frost-type flying pet, the frost-winged dragon. It can carry the trialist across the great snow mountain, ignoring all obstacles." Yi Junlun immediately mounted the frost-winged dragon and said, "There's actually such a benefit, I'll take it, I'll take it. Dragon brother, let's go." Subsequently, the frost-winged dragon carried Yi Junlun into the sky. Yi Junlun shouted excitedly, "Yahoo, we're taking off, this is much faster than constantly rolling dice." Shui Wuan looked up in shock. Is that Senior Yi? He was currently struggling to kill monsters below in the wind and snow, and he wondered in confusion, why can he fly in the sky? Watching Yi Junlun's receding back, he thought, alas, compared to Senior Yi I am still far behind. I hope to catch up to his footsteps as soon as possible. Arriving at the third area, the flaming mountain where magma rolled and the heat waves were oppressive, several cultivators couldn't help but cry out, "It's too hot, I feel like I'm being roasted dry." Everyone, be careful of the magma. If you get burned, you'll be teleported off the island. Yi Junlun had also arrived here, and he spoke, "It's truly a world of ice and fire. I wonder if this stage will give me another mount." Subsequently, he threw the dice and a treasure chest appeared. Inside was a scroll that read, "Just shout back off, back off, back off, and from now on your path will become entirely flat." Yi Junlun found it hard to believe. This rule is truly bizarre. I wonder if it's of any use. He then pointed ahead and gave a great shout, "Back off, back off, back off." The path ahead was instantly cleared completely. Yi Junlun couldn't help but reflect, this road has become so flat I feel like my cheating has gone a bit too far. This is even simpler than the first stage. Arriving at the fourth area, the Great Prairie, a treasure chest appeared before Yi Junlun, and he spoke, "This prairie is much more comfortable than the place just now. Let's see what good things are here this time." After opening the treasure chest, a surge of energy instantly fused into his legs. A voice rang out, "Congratulations, now you may run as you please, ignoring the space limit until you run out of this great prairie." Yi Junlun was overjoyed. Great, this time I don't even have to roll the dice. With that he began to sprint at high speed. On this side, Xiao Hong was also in the prairie area. He was accelerating forward when suddenly thorny vines appeared ahead, scratching his arm. He frowned and thought, another hidden trap. This prairie looks flat, but there are death traps at every step. With my current chi refinement cultivation, a single moment of carelessness will get me teleported off the island. Suddenly a movement came from behind. He looked back and found Chen Xiao catching up on horseback. He frowned and said, why is it him again? This guy actually has a horse. If he overtakes me, I'm afraid it will be hard to catch up again. On this side, Chen Xiao was spurring his horse forward with all his might when he suddenly triggered a trap. Countless thorny vines burst from the ground, blocking both man and horse. He cursed, damn vines, I finally have a chance to overtake her and seize first place. HMPH, such petty tricks won't stop me. I'll deal with these toxic miasmas first. As long as the horse is still here, I, the Holy Sun, will eventually take first place in this round. With that he used his hand as a sword to cut the vines. But before he had gone far, his horse stepped into a quicksand trap on the ground and began to sink. He hurriedly jumped off the horse's back and cursed loudly. Damn it, the horse is gone. Watching the exasperated Chen Xiao behind him, Xiao Hong laughed secretly. HMPH, I want to see how you compete with me now that your horse is gone. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed past him like a gale, leaving him stunned in place. He looked ahead in confusion. Wait, did something just run past? A familiar figure appeared ahead. It was the cheating Yi Junlin. He also saw Xiao Hong and hurriedly braked to a halt to greet him. Xiao Hong, so you're here. Xiao Hong was stunned. How could I run into Master? I remember he was still at the starting point, not moving at all a long time ago. Chen Xiao was also dumbfounded. On what grounds does this Yi Junlin get to do this? Why can he run so recklessly in the trial? It's unfair. Yi Junlin pointed at Xiao Hong, blinked and said, that's right, your master was afraid of affecting you. So I specifically waited for you at the start for half the day. Too bad, you need to work a bit harder. Your master will wait for you at the finish line. With that, Yi Junlin vanished with a whoosh. Xiao Hong stood dazed in place, his heart filled with bitterness. He had just said he would take first place, yet not only was he overtaken, but he was also mocked by this fellow. Beside him, Chen Xiao was even more enraged, gnashing his teeth. He is definitely cheating. Why must we struggle through the stages while he gets to stroll like it's his own backyard? At this moment, Xiao Hong and Chen Xiao's gazes locked in a fiery exchange. Xiao Hong immediately threw the dice in his hand and said, even if I can't beat that Yi fellow, I absolutely will not let anyone else have second place. Chen Xiao also made up his mind. This is only the first stage, there are still chances. With that he also began to shake the dice. On this side, Yi Junlin watched the two of them competing from afar and let out a bored sigh. Alas, there isn't even anyone to play with. Being invincible truly is the loneliest thing, he sighed again. Alas, if I'd known I would have walked slower. There's actually half the time left. At this moment the sand in the hourglass before him had only half drained. He thought to himself, but this golden providence is truly heaven-defying. I presume it will have miraculous effects in the following trials as well. At the same time, the island master of Falling Immortal Island was staring wide-eyed, questioning his very existence. Just what kind of heaven-defying luck is this? He actually reached the finish line this early. Not only were the dice rolls absurd, but every treasure chest he opened contained top-tier rewards. He crossed the stages as if walking on level ground. Could this guy be the biological son of the Jade Emperor? Looking at the others still struggling against traps on the road, he muttered, but only a person with such providence can survive the battle for the Heavenly Dao. Otherwise, they will eventually be eliminated by the long river of time. Just like the catastrophe back then, which even I could not stop. He recalled Yi Junlin's figure and thought, now that a kid with such heaven-defying luck has appeared, could it be that Kunlun's chance for a turnaround has finally arrived? Suddenly his attention was caught by the scene before him. In the image, Yi Junlin was sitting composedly in his lounge chair eating barbecue skewers. The island master's eyes bulged out in shock and he let out a cry of disbelief. Hey you brat, what do you think you're doing? This is a top-tier Kunlun inheritance trial. Can't you give me some face? The other trialists behind you are still struggling bitterly, yet here you are enjoying a life of leisure. Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth, sprinting forward with all his might, determined not to let the mud touch him. His chi refinement stage cultivation was simply insufficient to neutralize such a potent poison. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was being tightly ensnared by vines, roaring in a furious rage. Why is this damned vine-covered quagmire never ending? That fellow Yi Junlin has already vanished without a trace, yet I still have to suffer here. After a while, Xiao Hong finally burst out of the vine quagmire. He wiped the sweat from his face only to unexpectedly see Yi Junlin lying composedly in his chair, leisurely eating barbecue skewers. This sight made him fume with rage. You with the surname Yi, do you really think this is your misty peak? How can you enjoy yourself so shamelessly? Just then, Chen Xiao also arrived, blurting out in disbelief, I nearly lost my life and he actually has the leisure to eat and drink here. It's truly unfair. Seeing Xiao Hong arrive, Yi Junlin handed him a meat skewer and said, Xiao Hong, are you hungry? Have a skewer. Xiao Hong stepped forward, cupped his hands and said, many thanks, master. In his heart, however, he let out a cold snort. HMPH, keep acting. There will be a time for you to suffer later. Just then, Shui Wuan and the other martial artists also arrived. Seeing Yi Junlin eating skewers so comfortably, they were struck with profound shock. Not only had Senior Yi easily passed the trial, but he could also enjoy gourmet food so leisurely. This composure and magnanimity is truly something our generation can never hope to match. Just then, Li Wujie also passed the trial. Seeing the barbecue, his mouth watered so much it nearly touched the ground, and he lunged forward with his tongue hanging out. "Ah, I finally made it. Meat, everyone, leave some for me." Seeing Li Wujie's aggressive approach, even Yi Junlin was startled. To Xiao Hong's bewildered gaze, Yi Junlin raised a leg and sent Li Wujie flying with a kick. Yi Junlin stared at Li Wujie and asked, "Are we that close? Grabbing food the moment you arrive. Where are your manners?" Li Wujie sat on the ground, his whole body trembling as he replied, Master, I'm your third disciple. How can you not recognize me?" Yi Junlin looked doubtfully at Xiao Hong, who gave a nod. Yi Junlin scratched his head in some embarrassment and laughed loudly. "Haha, I recognized you long ago. That was just a test of your reaction speed." With that, he handed Li Wujie another skewer. Li Wujie continued to drool as he stared at the barbecue. "Then is master's test over? Can your disciple eat now?" Yi Junlin let out a hearty laugh. Eat. Do you think your master would actually steal your food? But if you'd come any later, I would have been full." Li Wujie gave him a resentful look. "Master, you truly know how to comfort people." At that moment, the last grain of sand in the hourglass fell. The island master's voice rang out. "The results of this trial are out. Congratulations to the trialists who advanced. The first place winner shall receive a celestial technique baptism." Instantly, the light of the celestial technique merged into Yi Junlin's body, leaving everyone in awe. As expected of Senior Yi, first place once again. With this celestial technique baptism, his future path of cultivation will surely be like a tiger with wings. It's only a matter of time before Senior Yi becomes an immortal. Behind him, Chen Shao was consumed with jealousy. Damn it, he took the good stuff again. Yi Junlin, you just wait. Seeing Yi Junlin's indifferent expression, Li Wujie asked curiously, "Master, with such a massive immortal opportunity, why aren't you happy at all?" The spectators outside also spoke up. If such an immortal opportunity were in the outside world, it would surely trigger an earth-shattering struggle, yet Senior Yi regards it as nothing. After all, he is someone who can enlighten a true immortal with a single word. Perhaps he has even greater immortal fates of his own. Yi Junlin glanced at the people gossiping about him and began to play along. "Whoa, this celestial technique baptism is too incredible. I feel full of power. This is so thrilling." The island master of Falling Immortal Island was fuming with rage at the sight. "This bastard, this celestial baptism is a treasure that countless sons of immortal emperors would fight to the death for. And you're actually just faking it so perfunctorily? You're going to be the death of me, HMPH. Since you're so arrogant, let's start the second round of trials immediately. I want to see just how long your good luck can last." Subsequently, he announced to the successful trialists, "The second trial begins now. Please head to the second location. All trialists, please step into the projection space one by one. The longer you survive in the projection space, the higher your chances of winning. Note, this round is limited to only 100 participants. All other trialists will be eliminated." At that moment, a spatial portal appeared before the trialists. After hearing the rules, Xiao Hong spoke up. "A test of survival time. It seems the space inside must be fraught with dangers." Li Wujie said, "No matter how hard it is, your disciple will take the first step." With that, he stepped directly inside, his figure gradually vanishing behind the portal. Upon entering the space, he found himself surrounded by a massive forest, and a strange aura enveloped his entire body. Li Wujie felt his hands and asked in confusion, "Where's my blade?" Focusing his gaze, Li Wujie discovered that his hands were aging at an extremely rapid pace. At this moment, he had actually turned into a white-haired old man. He touched his face and shrieked in shock, "Wait, this isn't my body. How can a decrepit old man covered in age spots and with zero cultivation possibly survive?" The island master's voice rang out. "Greetings, trialist. You will play the role of an ordinary old man surviving in a wild mountain teeming with ferocious beasts until you meet an accidental death." Hearing this, Li Wujie grew even angrier. "Teeming with ferocious beasts, damn you!" After venting his rage with curses, he forced himself to calm down. "Phew, fine, calm down. Don't let it end before it even begins." The island master watched as everyone entered one after another, stroking his beard with a smile. This round tested adaptability and, most importantly, intuitive judgment. Even if you had heaven-defying methods before, they were useless here. Surviving more than 100 days was considered a pass. Surviving over 150 days is excellent, and exceeding 200 days is rare. The key is that after 200 days, the beasts in the mountains will grow stronger and appear more frequently, making the difficulty comparable to a hellish level. He looked at Yi Junlin through the screen and laughed loudly. "Haha, you brat, you're still so arrogant. This time I want to see just how miserable your death will be in that world." Second stage of the trial space, day 1. Li Wujie was huddled and shivering in the freezing wind. He shivered and cursed at the same time. This damned weather is freezing me to death. This broken body can't even touch the threshold of the chi refinement stage. If I hadn't learned a few breathing techniques from mortal martial artists back then, I would have checked out of this ghostly place on the very first day." Looking at the shriveled wild fruit on the ground, Li Wujie sniffled resentfully. This hellish place doesn't even have a bit of food. He picked up the fruit and took a bite, his aged face full of hardship as he thought, this thing isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, forget it. I'll make do for now. I already shamed Master in the first stage. I have to prove myself this time no matter what. I must survive at least 100 days, day 2. Looking at a fish struggling in the lake, Li Wujie roared again, damn it, my throat is burning, I'm dying of thirst. This water is no different from poison. This broken trial has traps everywhere. This is nonsense. It's not a trial. It's clearly torturing people to death. I don't believe I can't find a way to live. I won't just pass the stage. I'll make Master proud of me. Day 10. Li Wujie chased a rabbit, shouting, so what if I take a fall? Back then, to avenge my sister, I practiced my blade and split stones 10,000 times a day without stopping even when my hands were bloody. I can take this bit of hardship. Day 20. Li Wujie was lying in wait, staring at his prey. This was enough food for 10 days, he couldn't lose it. It was already day 20, as long as he lasted another 80 days. I win. Day 50. At this moment, Li Wujie was facing a fierce beast. The creature was baring its fangs at him while he gripped a self-made stone knife. I spent 50 days grinding this stone knife, 20 hours every day. I've reached the halfway point of the 100-day goal. I must slay it today. Day 88. Li Wujie excitedly took off his coat, revealing a muscular physique as he said, I finally made it through winter. After getting used to hunting, my muscles have grown strong, only 12 days left. I can definitely do it. Just then, a venomous snake stared intently at him and suddenly launched an attack. Li Wujie was bitten and screamed in pain. Ah, what the hell is this? It hurts like hell. He immediately opened his mouth and bit back. So it was you beast. I've worked so hard to last 88 days and I'm just a little bit short. Damn it, even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. And just like that, he bit the snake to death with his teeth. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, whispering weakly, only 12 days left to show Master. His vision gradually blurred. I'm sorry, Master. In the end, your disciple failed to prove himself. At that moment, many people were being teleported out. Someone cursed, damn it, if I had eyes on my butt I wouldn't have died. Another cried, wah, I only lived for 10 days before a wolf killed me. You're lucky I fell to my death after just 2 days. Moving these old limbs is just too exhausting. Yi Junlin saw Li Wujie come out and asked, tell your master, how many days did you survive? How did you die? Li Wujie replied, cough cough, I lived for 88 days. In the end I was ambushed by a venomous snake, but I bit it to death before I died. How's that? I'm pretty impressive, right? Yi Junlin gave Li Wujie a thumbs up. Xiao Li, well done, that's ruthless enough. Li Wujie was so pleased with the praise his tail nearly wagged to the sky. Yi Junlin then looked at Shui Wen and asked, how about you? How did you die? Shui Wen had a face full of chagrin. I am truly ashamed. I was struck to death by lightning. I never expected that after surviving a real lightning tribulation, I'd pay the debt in a trial. I managed to live for 160 days at least. Li Wujie, hearing this, was startled. 160 days? That long? Senior Shui is truly amazing. Yi Junlin turned back and asked, that many days is considered amazing? Li Wujie replied, Master, I swear to the heavens it is truly too difficult in there. Shui Wen also spoke up. It is indeed so, Senior, you must be extremely careful in there. After all, cultivation does not exist. Yi Junlin replied with great interest, sounds fun. Then I'll go in and play for a bit, just to see what kind of surprises my golden providence will bring me. With that, he also stepped inside. The scene shifts to Yi Junlin's space. On day 1 he also turned into an old man. He felt his body and said, this sense of realism is incredible. I almost thought I'd transmigrated again. I've seen wilderness survival shows before. They say the first step is to find food and water. Then make tools and build a tent. If that doesn't work, find a cave for shelter. Suddenly a rabbit hopped past him. He blurted out, oh, a rabbit, food delivered right as I arrive. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rabbit, not looking where it was going, slammed headfirst into a tree trunk and passed out. Yi Junlin marveled. Holy crap, what kind of move is this? I haven't even done anything and you've already delivered yourself to my net? He picked up the rabbit and laughed excitedly. It would be a waste not to eat delicious food delivered to his door. Let's go find a place to start a fire. An hour later, the rabbit was cleaned and roasting over a fire. Yi Junlin muttered, the taste would definitely be even better if I could brush on some sauce, but it's a pity I can't find any in this wild mountain. Just then, a large bear covered in bee stings ran past. Yi Junlin stared in a daze. Holy crap, that big bear was chased like that by bees? Then he looked at a tree trunk and discovered a honeycomb full of honey, his eyes instantly lighting up. Oh, what's this now? There's even such a good thing. I was just missing sauce and honey arrives. Honey roasted rabbit will surely taste incredible. Wow, it smells so good. This treatment is way better than those few barbecue skewers at the finish line. After eating and drinking his fill, Yi Junlin added, now that I'm full, time to find a place to sleep. Hey, why is there such a large cave over there? Looking at the cave before him, he couldn't help but marvel. To actually have such a great place to stay, it even has water. I don't even have to camp out on the street. Could this all be the result of golden providence? Well, if that's the case, I won't be formal. On the third day, Yi Junlin was leisurely sitting and fishing. Having eaten roasted rabbit yesterday, he wanted to change his palate today and have some fresh fish. No sooner had he spoken than fish actually began jumping out of the lake in a line, leaping right into his arms. He cried out in shock, "This is too much, you guys are being way too proactive. I came here to experience wilderness survival, not to be a glutton. If this keeps up, I'll become utterly spoiled." Just as he was picking a pumpkin, a wild boar charged out from nowhere and slammed into a rock, dying on the spot. And so, for the next 180 days, birds and beasts continuously delivered themselves to be enjoyed by Yi Junlin. He even planted various crops outside his cave, living a life of peaceful comfort. Meanwhile, the island master of Falling Immortal Island was observing Yi Junlin's situation. His blood pressure was skyrocketing as he roared in a fury. The trial I set was for a frail, sickly old man to survive alone in a dangerous wilderness. His surroundings should be fraught with peril at every turn. How is it that after entering you've not only lacked for nothing but started living like a retiree? Damn you, do you intend to live out your natural life here? Watching the others exit one by one, he let out a cold snort. HMPH, after 200 days, it switches to hell mode. The other trialists have all come out. I didn't expect someone could actually survive past 200 days. Not bad, not bad. This time, Xiao Hong also emerged. Seeing him, Li Wujie asked, "Senior brother Hong, you're the last one out. So strong, how many days did you last?" Xiao Hong replied. 206 days. After the 200th day, not only did fierce beasts appear more frequently, but even sleep became a luxury. They moved in packs and had even mutated. Their speed was incredibly fast. Li Wujie was full of praise. "Wow, that sounds terrifying. To think senior brother Hong could hold out for so long," Xiao Hong said. "What do you know, I could have lasted longer, but the mutations came too quickly and I was accidentally ambushed by a pack of beasts," he thought to himself. "In the end, I was surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. An ordinary person would never have been able to survive in that environment, but I used a secret technique of the demon sect to strengthen my body. As long as I was careful, I could have definitely lived for hundreds more days." At this moment, Xiao Hong looked at the still open gate and asked, "Didn't you say I was the last one out? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Li Wujie replied, No, it's not what you think. Master entered very late." A slight smile touched the corner of Xiao Hong's mouth as he thought, "I see, Yi Junlin is usually so lazy he's completely dependent on others. Without anyone to rely on this time, he's definitely hitting a wall in there. Spending all day hiding and scrounging for food, just thinking about it makes me feel much more balanced, let alone the hell mode difficulty after 200 days. No, you definitely won't last that long. You'll probably be all disheveled and covered in dirt when you come out." At that thought, Xiao Hong let out a smug laugh. "I'll just wait to see you make a fool of yourself." But if he knew just how comfortable Yi Junlin's life was, he would likely be so angry he'd bang his head against a wall. Yi Junlin's trial space, day 200. He was currently lying leisurely in his rocking chair, drinking fresh water, surrounded by melons and fruits he had planted himself. He sighed, "So comfortable. Am I going to keep enjoying myself until I die of old age?" Just then, a celestial anomaly suddenly occurred as vortices of air currents appeared. Yi Junlin abruptly looked up. The weather's changing." Calculating the time, it's exactly 200 days. Could this be the turning point of the trial? With that, he walked toward the tree where beasts always committed suicide. Suddenly, a rabbit charged forth and slammed into the tree trunk, dying on the spot. Yi Junlin's eyes widened. "Holy crap, even my rabbits have mutated. Such strength, if it were a wild boar, wouldn't it break the tree? Now this is great, my lunch rabbit meat has been smashed to pieces." Just then, Yi Junlin squinted his eyes as a fierce tiger approached step by step from the forest. Seeing Yi Junlin, the tiger began to growl and roar. Yi Junlin said, "There are actually tigers around here. I haven't seen this kind of beast in 200 days. The tiger then lunged at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin said excitedly, "Finally, my precious wooden sword can be put to use with golden providence protecting me. Would I be afraid of a crazy tiger like you?" With that, he drew his sword. But before the tiger could even reach him, a giant bear suddenly lunged from behind, roaring and baring its claws. The tiger was startled by the sight, and the two fierce beasts immediately began to tear into each other. Yi Junlin was dumbfounded. "Oh, it seems I've lost my chance to act again." Yi Junlin picked up a coconut and leisurely watched the duel between the tiger and the bear, praising, "Exquisite. This hand-to-hand combat is more realistic than a 3D movie." After a while, both fierce beasts fell to the ground covered in wounds. Yi Junlin walked over, leaning on his staff. "Not bad, not bad. The bear skin is thick and suitable for a coat. The tiger stripes can be used as a blanket in winter, which will also add some flair to my cave." The island master's eyes nearly popped out at this scene. How can this be? Why is this kid's luck so heaven-defying? The beasts fighting among themselves allowed him to reap the benefits. However, the beast tide is approaching. They won't be killing each other anymore. "Let's see how you handle it this time, over here." Yi Junlin was sleeping when the ground suddenly shook violently. He sat up grumpily. "What's going on, an earthquake?" When he stepped outside the cave, he saw countless fierce beasts surging toward him. He shrieked, "Oh no, this is a meeting of 100 beasts getting ready for a feast. This is quite a spectacle." Yi Junlin frowned and thought, "Let me see what you're really capable of." Outside, the island master let out a smug cold snort. "HMPH brat, just wait to be torn to shreds by the beasts." Just then, a child's shout suddenly rang out. "Grandpa, Grandpa!" Yi Junlin turned his head in confusion. Where did children come from? Are they calling me?" He saw the gourd vines he had planted himself shaking continuously as the gourd shouted loudly. Yi Junlin looked up and muttered to himself, "Could these be the legendary gourd brothers?" The red gourd spoke. "Don't be afraid, Grandpa, we will protect your safety." Yi Junlin's mouth hung open. It seems that for elderly people, doing a bit more gardening is truly beneficial for the mind and body. It can even bring surprises at critical moments. At this time, a fierce beast charged at Yi Junlin, but he calmly closed his eyes. Just then, the red gourd detached from the vine and flew out, transforming into a young boy. The boy slammed a foot down, shouting, "I'll stomp you to death." That one foot directly flattened the fierce beast. Yi Junlin gave a thumbs up from behind. "Big brother, beautifully done." The island master was nearly going insane at this sight. "Damn it, what the hell is this? How did gourds become spirits?" At this moment the beasts were still surging frantically, every one of them acting as if they were on stimulants. Big brother's size ballooned as he said contemptuously, "You beasts actually dare to come looking for death?" He then threw a punch, sending a group of beasts flying. The island master was dumbstruck. How did that child get so big? How can such a thing exist in my trial space? Another beast took the opportunity to ambush Yi Junlin. He gave it a cold glance, his gaze remaining indifferent. However, when it bit down on Yi Junlin's arm, it was like biting into solid rock. It couldn't wound him in the slightest. A voice rang out, "You beast! How dare you sneak attack Grandpa?" It was a boy in yellow clothes. He gently pushed the arm away and the beast's teeth instantly shattered, causing it to weep from the pain. Immediately after, another boy appeared, taking a deep breath and exhaling raging flames that turned a group of beasts into charcoal. "I'm going to burn you beasts to death." Another boy used primordial water to submerge the beast's tide. "Don't even think about getting near Grandpa." Another child summoned a gourd and shouted, "Absorb." The surrounding beasts were sucked in instantly. Yi Junlin marveled. "It's truly a display of miraculous powers. This is more exciting than watching a grand play. Won't I be invincible on this mountain?" The island master's mind collapsed. Whose space is this exactly? Why do these abilities appear? The gourd brothers gathered around Yi Junlin and said, "Grandpa, I've used my far-seeing eyes to check. There are no more beasts within 10 miles. Yi Junlin laughed. "You've truly put in the effort, second brother, with you all around. Grandpa can finally enjoy a peaceful retirement." But in his heart he was secretly complaining, "Now this is great. Aside from dying of old age, I really don't know how I'm going to get out." In the following days, accompanied by the gourd brothers, Yi Junlin began a comfortable retirement mode. Day 300. Yi Junlin sat on Big Brother's shoulder and sighed. "It's lonely at the top. This view is quite nice. Big Brother, don't let that roasted bird meat go to waste." Day 500. Yi Junlin moved into a castle built by Big Brother's own hands. His life grew increasingly comfortable. Some of the brothers were pouring bathwater. Some were exhaling fire to roast skewers, while Yi Junlin lay comfortably in his chair resting. Day 1000. Yi Junlin looked out the window and sighed. So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. Compared to the constant killing in Kunlun, the peaceful days in this trial space are quite nice. It's like living a whole new life. Outside the trial space, the cultivators were still staring fixedly at that gate. They asked curiously, "He's been in there for so long, why hasn't Senior Yi come out yet?" Another said, "It's impossible. In a place full of mutated beasts, how exactly is he surviving? It's too illogical." To the side, Li Wujie retorted, "Maybe Master is practicing for immortality in there. Otherwise, why would he stay so long?" Xiao Hong shook his head in denial. "Impossible, he's likely died in there, or there's a problem with the space and he can't be teleported out." Li Wujie was so angry he shouted, "Hey Island Master, is your trial stage broken? Hurry up and let my master out." The island master roared in a fury, "What the hell do you know? The stages I designed have never had an error. Just wait, you ignorant juniors." Xiao Hong was startled and thought, "How is this possible? He really isn't dead yet? How has an old man with no cultivation lived so long in that kind of place?" At this moment the island master began to laugh wildly. "Haha, my stages never fail, yet I've encountered a freak like you. Do you really want to be the first trialist to die of old age in the second stage?" In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed in Yi Junlin's trial space. Yi Junlin was now lying on his deathbed, the gourd brothers weeping around him. "Grandpa, don't leave us." Yi Junlin spoke with difficulty. "Da, thank you for accompanying me. I will miss you after I go back." The gourd brothers cried even harder. "Boo-hoo, Grandpa." Yi Junlin slowly closed his eyes. Yi Junlin, survival days, natural death. The island master froze in place. I didn't expect him to actually be the first person to die of old age in the second stage. To be able to die naturally in that hellhole. Just how heaven-defying must his luck be? However, the first two stages were solo efforts. The last stage is different. All trialists will compete together. Let me see if you can continue to defy heaven. At that moment, Yi Junlin finally stepped out of the teleportation portal. Everyone cried out in shock at the sight. "Senior Yi is finally out. Why is he so calm? When we came out we were either in despair or filled with unwilling resentment. Yet Senior is so tranquil. Just what did he experience in there?" Li Wujie stepped forward and asked, "Master, you're finally out. Just how many days did you survive in there? How did you eventually come out?" Yi Junlin replied, "Me, I died of old age." Hearing this, Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth in rage, thinking, died of old age, how is that possible? On a mountain full of beasts he actually lived until he died of old age. The crowd was also beyond horrified. It was simply unbelievable. Everyone was struggling to live a few dozen or a few hundred days longer, yet Senior Yi had lived in there for decades. At this time, Shui Wuan also stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Yi, Senior Yi, if I may ask, how did you do it? Is there a secret mantra for this?" Yi Junlin replied, "Actually, the mantra is simple. Just relax your mind, plant some flowers and grass, and then you'll get 7 magical gourds. From then on you'll dominate the mountain and live a leisurely life of retirement. Shui Wuan was shocked and pressed. It's that simple? Yi Junlin nodded. Exactly, the crowd discussed. In such a desperate situation, how could anyone stay calm enough to plant flowers? And what are those 7 gourds? Could they be treasures? Xiaohong gnashed his teeth, snorting in his heart. HMPH, playing tricks again. If you don't want to say, just say so. Why act so profound? Shui Wuan stood there with his mouth agape, thinking, could this be the secret to passing the second stage? The core isn't survival but testing whether the trialist can remain calm, free and uninhibited in a desperate situation. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt on one knee. Senior Yi, I have learned, it turns out we were all on the wrong path. The island master of Falling Immortal Island sighed helplessly. HMPH, this brat has fooled that group again. Fine, I'll send him the reward for the second stage first. Subsequently, Yi Junlin received the reward. Seeing this, Li Wujie was incredibly excited. With 2 consecutive celestial technique blessings, Master's immortal destiny and talent will surely increase, making his path to immortality even smoother. To the side, Xiaohong was trembling with rage. Damn it, he's monopolized the rewards for the first 2 stages all by himself. Yi Junlin thought to himself, it doesn't matter. I have a cheat code that makes me stronger whenever I face a strong opponent. Why would I need talent? Seeing Yi Junlin's expression, the crowd discussed. Hey look, Senior Yi seems a bit disdainful. Don't talk nonsense, Senior must be being modest. He doesn't want to be too flashy for fear of discouraging us. The island master was once again driven to madness. This is a blessing that even immortal Venables would covet. Why has this kid looked down on it twice in a row? Does he think my rewards are trash? Fine, let's just start the final trial immediately. This is my proudest masterpiece, the most creative trial in all the myriad worlds, he then announced to the crowd. In the final trial, trialists ranked outside the top 100 will be eliminated. Those who didn't meet the criteria began to be teleported off the island. Li Wujie smiled. Although I didn't reach my expected goal in the second stage, it's great that I managed to stay. To the side, Xiaohong sneered. Hey, you act as if staying gives you a chance. The island master's voice rang out again. Next, please enter the passage in order. We shall begin the final trial. Chen Xiao was among those who remained. He stared at Yi Junlin ahead, nursing hidden hatred. Yi Junlin, so what if you took the blessings from the first 2 stages? The third stage is the true key. As long as I win, the inheritance of Falling Immortal Island will still be mine, and then taking your life will be as easy as flipping my hand. After everyone entered, a screen appeared before each of them. The island master's voice rang out. Welcome to the projection world. To ensure fairness, you may customize your appearance and wear a mask to participate in battle, so as to avoid retaliation afterward. After the setup was done, the crowd asked in confusion, What is this? The island master explained. On the island you can freely choose equipment, pills, talismans and techniques. All can be obtained by searching or eliminating exotic beasts. Various areas appeared on the map. The Ancient Sword Tomb, Valley of Chaotic Blades, Misty Forest, Crescent Lake, Frost Chill Plains and Crimson Brow Mountain. The island master continued, as time passes, a poison mist circle will gradually engulf the island. You must flee to the safe zone in time. The rules allow for mutual killing. The last survivor standing will obtain the inheritance of Falling Immortal Island. The crowd was in a heated discussion. I've never heard of such a trial. It completely subverts common sense. Is this how immortals play their trials? Yi Jun thought to himself, is this old man plagiarizing me? From parachuting to Arc Evolution to PUBG. Could you be a transmigrator too? At this moment, Li Wujie was pressing the screen, thinking with a blush. Since identities are secret, why not take the opportunity to let loose and experience what it's like to be a woman? Yi Junlin also chose his image, a gleaming bald head paired with a long trench coat, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. It was Saitama version Yi Junlin. He felt secretly proud. An invincible person like me naturally needs an invincible image. Subsequently, he was teleported onto a flying ship, as were the others. The island master's voice rang out. We are now entering the preparation phase. We will fly around the island once. You may freely choose your desired landing point. Just then, someone pointed to the side and shouted, Everyone look, this image is way too special. Appearing before the crowd was a muscular woman. The person laughed wildly. Haha, you definitely won't guess who I am. Suddenly a voice rang out, Haha, you with the surname Li, I didn't expect you to have such a fetish. Li Wujie hurriedly denied it. I'm not surnamed Li, don't make such baseless accusations, the person asked. Want to guess how this seat figured it out? Li Wujie asked in confusion. This seat, the sole sovereign, senior brother Hong were on the same side. No need to be so serious. Xiaohong pointed at Li Wujie and said, I truly didn't realize you had such a perverted fetish. If your identity were discovered by outsiders, can you guess if this would become the greatest stain on your life? Li Wujie was exasperated. Stop trying to scare me. Where's your proof? Just because of the name over my head, it's too arbitrary. As long as I don't admit it, who could know my identity? At this moment Yi Jun also appeared. Looking at his gleaming bald head, the crowd discussed. Damn, that bald head is too bright, it's blinding. Someone asked, who is this guy? He looks ordinary yet very punchable. What's going on? Xiaohong saw this and also spoke up. This vibe is very annoying, though the name looks a bit familiar. Li Wujie clenched his fists. Who exactly is this guy? He has such a punchable face. The island master's voice rang out. We have arrived at Fuge Island. Trialists, please choose your landing spots. The final trial officially begins. Everyone began to hesitate. With so many places, where should we go? The island master gave a final reminder. You cannot use your real-world techniques in the trial. All spells and mantras must be obtained at designated locations. Please choose your landing points carefully. Finally, I wish you all winner, chicken dinner. See you on the ground. Li Wujie asked, in that case I plan to go to the Valley of Chaotic Blades. Senior Brother Hong, where do you plan to go? Xiao Hong replied, I'm not as stupid as you, exposing my location before we even start. Li Wujie laughed, haha, could it be Senior Brother Hong is afraid I'll slay you first? Xiao Hong waved him off. With just you probably won't even see my face. Good luck to you. Subsequently, the crowd began to jump toward their chosen locations. Brother, let's go to Crimson Brow Mountain together to watch each other's backs. Xiao Hong let out a cold snort in his heart. HMPH, only the weak travel in packs, the strong always walk alone. Moreover, since only one can remain in the end, what use is it even if you team up? Yi Jianlun smiled. As a cool and invincible player like myself, I'll just go wherever the wind takes me. Everywhere is my home turf anyway. With that, he stepped out of the cabin, leapt down and shouted, Let's go. And just like that he plummeted straight down. He landed at Crescent Lake. Looking around, he said, This should be Crescent Lake, one of the 6 major areas. Seeing the glowing orbs before him, Yi Jianlun speculated, These orbs should be technique fragments. According to the rules, one must collect fragments to synthesize them, and they are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. I wonder what grade these are. Just then someone rushed over to snatch them. Haha, you guys are too slow. These fragments are all mine. Seeing this, Yi Jianlun was speechless. A long-haired youth grabbed them and immediately crushed the orb to fuse it into his body. Subsequently, he charged at the others. You dare to snatch my things? Die! Purple lightning punch. The people he hit were sent flying and instantly transformed into boxes. The man laughed wildly. I didn't expect this basic yellow-grade technique to be stronger than an earth-grade technique in the real world as expected of an immortal's inheritance. Haha. The others were struck with horror at the sight. He's already synthesized a technique. Everyone run. The man let out a cold snort. HMPH, at least you're sensible. He then opened a box. Not bad, there are actually this many fragments and equipment. It seems killing and looting is the way to go in this trial. Yi Jianlun laughed secretly from his hiding spot. Died and turned into a box? Too weak. I'm an expert at PUBG. Just wait while I find a set of god-tier equipment in the misty forest. Xiao Hong was moving rapidly, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. The mist in this forest is thick, making it perfect for stealthy development. Suddenly he saw something glowing in a corner. He asked in confusion, what's this? Approaching, he saw a skeleton under a tree emitting light. Xiao Hong picked it up to check. An advanced fire dragon talisman. With this level of spiritual fluctuation, its power is likely significant. Beside it was a technique scroll. Shadow meld technique. He asked in confusion, don't techniques require collecting fragments? There are actually finished versions. He excitedly fused it into his body. He hadn't expected the 3rd stage to not only have blue equipment but also ready-made techniques and talismans. It seems my luck has finally arrived. Yi Jianlun, the winner of the 3rd stage will surely be me at this time. The youth at Crescent Lake was also incredibly excited. I've probably monopolized the equipment and techniques of Crescent Lake. It's time to go out and snatch other people's things. Just then he saw the bald-headed Yi Jianlun ahead. Isn't that annoying bald kid? He's at Crescent Lake too. A pity all the treasures here have been taken by me, haha. With that he swung a punch at Yi Jianlun. Blame yourself for landing in the wrong place, just leave your inheritance to me. At this moment, Yi Jianlun turned around wearing a set of purple god-tier armor. Yi Jianlun asked in confusion, Uncle, is there something I can help you with? Seeing this terrifying set of equipment, the man was filled with extreme horror. Purple god-tier gear, how is that possible? Weren't all the good things in Crescent Lake in my hands? Thinking of this, he withdrew his hand and said awkwardly, Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to tell you to be careful after you leave the lake. The guys outside aren't as kind as me. Yi Jianlun let out a cold snort. Oh, then you really are a great person. The man hurriedly turned around. Brother Invincible, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Yi Jianlun suddenly called out to him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The things you just snatched, you'd better leave them behind. After all, a person as kind as you won't survive long once you go out anyway. With that, Yi Jianlun launched an attack. The man frantically defended and pleaded, wait a second, Brother Invincible, have mercy, I'll give you everything. But before he could finish, Yi Jianlun's attack arrived, instantly shattering his defense. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a gift box on the ground. Yi Jianlun stepped forward and opened the box. Thanks for the hard work, Uncle. You helped me gather everything in this area. It's time for me to go explore elsewhere. Seeing this, the island master of Falling Immortal Island said in a deep voice, Brat, although you've obtained the only purple god-tier gear in Crescent Lake, you're still far from matching the special measures I've placed on the island. You won't win so easily this time. The cultivators, watching the battle, were also in a heated discussion. Damn, this guy's luck is too good. He actually gathered a whole set of purple god-tier gear in an instant. He even gave himself a name like Invincibility is so lonely. How punchable. I didn't like the look of him on the immortal ship. I'll definitely have to teach him a lesson once we land. A female cultivator nearby said, but this guy is a fat sheep. If we can take him out and divide the resources, our advantage will be established. Another person asked. But he has purple god-tier gear protecting him. How can we kill him? A youth sneered. Don't worry, there's still a chance as long as we do it like this. At this moment, Yi Junlin was walking along unhurriedly. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Invincible, bro!" Yi Junlin turned around in confusion, wondering who was calling him. He saw a young girl walking up to him. He asked, "Miss, do you need something from me?" The girl replied, "Invincible, bro, I want to make a deal with you. Thanks for watching my video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so much." Yi Junlin followed up, "What kind of deal? Is it decent?" The girl put on a seductive look and replied, "Well, how should I put it? It's quite indecent. Big bro invincible. Although our identities in this simulation world are fake, the experience is real. I want to exchange some good items with you. As for the payment, you know," Yi Junlin put on a lecherous and interested expression, asking in return, "Right here, it doesn't seem quite appropriate." The girl puffed out her chest and pressed against Yi Junlin, coquettishly saying, "Oh, does this kind of thing really depend on the location? Stop pretending, big bro invincible." Yi Junlin grinned from ear to ear and replied, "All right." The girl glanced sideways at Yi Junlin, secretly despising him in her heart. As expected, so-called invincibility is just loneliness. He's probably never seen a woman before. One little flirt and he's hooked. Despite her thoughts, she feigned shyness on the surface and said, then let's begin." Suddenly, Yi Junlin threw a small sphere at her. "I want to see you do push-ups." The girl froze on the spot. She was halfway through taking off her clothes and he tells her, "Is this guy sick?" She asked again. You really want to watch me do push-ups? Is this for real?" Seeing her reaction, Yi Junlin immediately pulled out a bunch of multicolored spheres and said, "Is one not enough? Here, have a few more. Is that enough?" The girl, who was in the middle of a rage, instantly changed her expression, becoming seductive and charming once again. "Big bro invincible, you must have misunderstood. I meant you can order me around however you like. Whatever requests you have, just say them, even the bolder ones," she thought. Yi Junlin seemed to suddenly realize something and responded, "Ah, I see what you mean." The girl thought the dense guy had finally caught on, her eyes crinkling into slits as she smiled. Yes, then let's hurry and start." Before she could finish, Yi Junlin added another sentence. "Then let's add a few sets of sit-ups." The girl screamed in anger. Are you messing with me on purpose?" Just as she was about to explode, she caught a glimpse of something. Several stones glowing with purple light appeared before her eyes. She was horrified. These are mystic tier fragments. He's just throwing them around like trash," Yi Junlin asked with a confident look. "I'm asking you, will you do it or not?" The girl didn't waste any more words. She immediately dropped into a push-up position, moving rapidly while shouting with great momentum, "Big bro invincible, I'll do it all right." She thought to herself, "Fine, he's giving way too much. Whatever he wants." The young men who came with the girl were hiding in the shadows, fuming with rage. What is this flirt playing at? Is she crazy? She ran over there just to do push-ups. Now she's doing sit-ups. That guy is clearly playing us. Meanwhile, the girl was drenched in sweat, performing the exercises according to Yi Junlin's demands. The young men could no longer hold back. They grabbed their weapons and rushed out. "Don't wait, everyone attack together." Yi Junlin sighed. "Why so impatient? You lost your cool over just this much?" The girl also turned hostile, pulling out her weapon and rushing at Yi Junlin, screaming, "How dare you play me? I'll crush you to death." Yi Junlin drew his sword and casually swung a beam of sword light, saying, "What's the rush? Is everyone in such a hurry?" At the same time, a burly man holding a shield and a heavy hammer used mountain shaking charge to rush toward Yi Junlin. But how could he be a match for this invincible and lonely baldy? With just one strike, Yi Junlin turned the man into a loot box. Another person hiding nearby thought in terror, This is a lower heaven tier technique." He then forced himself to calm down. "Don't be afraid, it's just a sword technique. As long as we coordinate well, we can still kill him, and then that heaven tier technique will be mine." At that moment, countless arrows shot toward Yi Junlin from all directions. He conjured a protective shield and all the arrows were blocked outside. He smiled slightly. "Is that it? Just a tickle?" He then swung his sword at another guy rushing him. "Don't even think about running, just die." In the blink of an eye, that person also turned into a gift box. Just then, countless talismans flew from afar surrounding Yi Junlin. The guy who had been hiding in the grass appeared, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, these useless trash died for a good cause while you were slaughtering them and getting cocky. My weakness forbidden curse finally landed. You've been cursed with weakness. Even with a heaven tier technique, it's useless. Die." After saying that, he immediately launched an attack. Yi Junlin held up his defense and looked at him with contempt. "That's a pretty ruthless plan, sacrificing even your companions. Too bad for you. I brought Purify." The man's face turned pale. How do you have Purify?" He immediately changed his tune and begged for mercy. Wait a second, big bro invincible, don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have." The girl also followed suit, begging, "Big bro invincible, spare my life. After the trial ends, I will serve you wholeheartedly. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yi Junlin ignored them completely and stabbed his sword down. "Serve me, you're not worthy. Just die. You still want to ambush me? You're 800 years too early." In an instant, his technique erupted over a wide area, with golden lightning ravaging the surroundings. A moment later, those people had completely vanished, leaving several treasure chests on the ground. He walked up and opened them one by one. "Let's see what treasures you lot scavenged." The scene shifted to the dragon's lair. At this moment, a young man was locked in a fierce battle with a monster. the man thought. This is a gold quality rank 6 talisman, my ace in the hole. Success or failure depends on this one move. 6 talisman divine fire. After speaking, he threw the talisman at the monster. Instantly, flames soared into the sky, burning the monster to ashes. This person was Chen Xiao, a participant in the trial. He looked ahead and muttered to himself, the map from the gold treasure chest didn't lie. This really is the legendary hidden map. The dragon's lair, he laughed uncontrollably. Haha, as expected, I, the Saint Son, am the chosen one, no one can stop my rise. He then entered the stone cave where a tree appeared before him. A golden sphere emitting terrifying energy was suspended on the tree. He cried out in shock, this is the divine dragon power. With this, even if someone wearing an epic set stands before me, they won't last a few moves. I, the Saint Son, am invincible. Ha! Outside, the island lord of fallen Immortal Island showed a look of surprise. Oh, someone actually found the trump card I deliberately left behind back then. Could the new successor be him? Yi Junlin, let's see how you handle this. Elsewhere at the ancient sword tomb, Shui Wuan was using sword techniques to defeat other participants. The crowd was horrified. Sword immortal intent, that's impossible. Why can he still use this kind of power in a fictional world? Those people begged in panic. Sword immortal, please spare us, give us a chance. But Shui Wuan had no intention of giving them a chance. With one move he sent them out of the trial. As the treasure chest dropped, Shui Wuan coldly sheathed his sword. Just then an announcement rang out. Fallen Immortal Island trial. The toxic fog circle is shrinking. Countdown begins. The map showed the ancient sword tomb, Chaotic Blade Valley, Crescent Lake, Frosty Plains, and Red Eyebrow Mountain with the misty forest at the center. Either get stronger or be eliminated. Shui Wuan opened the announcement and muttered, the circle has started shrinking, although the ancient sword tomb is safe for now to deal with the upcoming situation. I must find a reliable mount. Just then a thunderous roar echoed nearby. Shui Wuan said joyfully, that sounds like a tiger's roar. If I can tame it, it would make a fine mount. He then followed the sound. In the Chaotic Blade Valley, a giant eagle was fighting with someone. That person laughed wildly. Haha, this big eagle is mine. With it, I can avoid the poison circle. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. I've taken a liking to this eagle, looking at the bald head. It was clearly Li Wujie. The young man shouted angrily, you're that weird woman from the boat? Li Wujie performed the earth-cleaving blade technique, taking down the young man in one move. He smiled and said, a magnificent eagle like this should naturally belong to the strong. He looked at the giant eagle with glowing eyes. Big enough and majestic enough. I like it, let's go for a flight. Seeing Li Wujie's appearance, the giant eagle's eyes nearly popped out in fear. The scene shifted to the misty forest where a streak of light flashed across the sky. People below were startled. Could this be the legendary airdrop treasure? They immediately gave chase. With such a commotion, there might be epic equipment inside. Quick, don't let anyone else grab it, don't worry. The 6 of us are working together, no one can take it from us. A one-eyed man glanced at the people behind him and showed a sinister smile. Once I get the epic equipment, why would I keep you useless trash around? I'll have to find a way to kill them later and take the treasure for myself. By then the light had already crashed into the ground. A large crater was smashed into the earth. The group arrived at the scene and the man at the back shouted excitedly, is this the treasure? But he didn't notice the murderous look on the one-eyed man's face. The one-eyed man suddenly turned around and punched him, shouting, stop looking, it's mine. The others were shocked. You actually ambushed old Li, what are you trying to do? The one-eyed man snorted coldly. HMPH, you know exactly why. A top-tier treasure like this must be kept for myself. Though the remaining few were angry, they didn't dare move. The one-eyed man's muscles tensed, and the phantom of a beast bolstered by purple-tier equipment appeared behind him. High Earth-tier techniques were only held by me and old Li. Now that he's dead, do you think I'm afraid of you? He then unleashed the magic bear sky-shaking punch, the power of which directly knocked everyone over. He roared, all of you, go to hell. From a nearby tree, Xiao Hong was watching from the shadows. He sneered, a cruel trial. To trust others in a place where the weak are prey for the strong is truly laughable. By now a talisman had appeared in his hand. After finishing off his companions, the one-eyed man was laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, now all the treasures belong to me. Xiao Hong suddenly appeared behind him. What goes around comes around. If you want to keep the treasure for yourself, you need the life to enjoy it. Are you worthy? Xiao Hong activated the talisman. The man tried desperately to resist, but his whole body went stiff. He stared at Xiao Hong in rage. It's you, you've been waiting here all along. How despicable. Xiao Hong mocked him. Haha, when you were killing your own teammates. Why didn't you say you were despicable? I'm just a bystander. How could I let someone else take my prey? Die. He then clenched his fingers, and the one-eyed man instantly turned into a loot box and disappeared. Xiao Hong landed slowly. Overestimating yourself, he walked over to check the treasure. It was actually a set of winged armor. He cried out in shock, could this be epic tier equipment? Heaven is truly on my side, haha, with this who will dare to oppose me? He then prepared to leave. The final circle is at Red Eyebrow Mountain. I can't wait to start the slaughter. Yi Junlin, you just wait for me. Meanwhile on the other side, Yi Junlin sneezed several times. Achu, who's talking about me? This is the border between Crescent Lake and Red Eyebrow Mountain. Yi Junlin was traveling on a donkey. The donkey was braying excitedly, but Yi Junlin was getting annoyed. Little Gray, where are you going? The poison circle is that way. You're going the wrong way. Are you trying to kill me? He gave its head a knock. Yi Junlin shouted, what are you doing, you stupid donkey? Suddenly, a glowing treasure appeared ahead. He cried out, Wait, holy crap, is that the legendary airdrop box? Little Gray, it seems I judged you correctly. The donkey gave Yi Junlin a hee-haw grin. He reached out to touch the treasure and marveled. Damn, this golden light is too bright. Could it really be legendary gold quality? I didn't expect such good stuff in this trial. This is getting interesting. Red Eyebrow Mountain, current survivors 40. At this time, Shui Wuan was leisurely riding a white fox. People lurking nearby discussed in low voices. It's the white-clothed sword immortal Shui Wuan. Look at his mount and equipment. They're all purple quality or higher. Don't mess with him. Let's avoid him for now. Just then, Li Wujie appeared on a giant eagle, laughing loudly. Hee hee, your mount is quite majestic, but why is there no one here? Shui Wuan replied, thank you for the compliment, fellow Taoist. It seems everyone thinks they can't win, so they're all hiding. Li Wujie held his long blade, a look of fury on his face, just as he had expected. He didn't think so many people would be hiding here. I hate these cowards who shrink back. Since you won't show yourselves, don't blame me for finding you one by one and making trouble. Those hiding in the shadows looked on with disdain. This perverted woman who rubbed us the wrong way on the ship actually dares to be so arrogant now. Senior Shui is one thing, but who does she think she is? Why don't we team up and take them out? Meanwhile, Shui Wuan also spoke. You are indeed a straightforward person, fellow Taoist. I also can't stand these people who hide their heads but show their tails. Since we share the same goal, why don't we join forces to sweep them away? Li Wujie leapt down from the back of the great eagle and replied, excellent, once I finish them all off I'll have a real duel with you. That would be a true battle between cultivators. He then swung his blade toward the hiding crowd, roaring, you cowards, if you don't get out here right now, prepare to be buried alive. The people in the shadows began to unite, rushing toward Shui Wuan and Li Wujie together. You're pushing us too far, kill them. On his side, Shui Wuan slowly drew his longsword, feeling the terrifying power radiating from the blade. The crowd turned pale with fright. Damn it, his sword is epic grade, this is bad, that technique is heaven grade, everyone retreat. Shui Wuan swung his sword, unleashing an extreme chill. Sword chi transformed into frost and surged toward the crowd. He then said coldly, turn into frost with a single slash. Everyone in front of him was frozen into ice statues. Many people vanished instantly, turning into loot boxes that fell to the ground. The survivors were scared out of their wits and fled desperately. Is this the strength of a sword immortal? I can't imagine how hopeless it would feel to encounter one in reality. This is terrifying. How are we supposed to fight? I'm out of here. But how could Shui Wuan give them a chance to escape? He pursued them closely, swinging his sword again and shouting, where do you think you rats are going? Meanwhile, Li Wujie had just finished his battle. He glanced at Shui Wuan and said, the small fry have been cleared out. Now it's our turn for a duel. Suddenly Shui Wuan sensed someone else hiding nearby. He immediately shouted, wait, there's still a fish that escaped the net. He pointed his sword in that direction and barked, who is it? Get out here. Xiao Hong slowly emerged from that side, arms crossed over her chest as she laughed. Haha, interesting. As expected of a sword immortal, your perception is much better than that of the blade wielder. Hearing this, Li Wujie felt his pride wounded and yelled, damn it, who are you insulting? Shui Wuan felt the aura emanating from Xiao Hong and warned, careful. This person actually has an epic grade set. They might be even harder to deal with than my Ice Soul sword. Xiao Hong revealed a long halberd and smiled. I intended to wait for you two to finish your duel and then reap the rewards. Since you insist on forcing me out, I'll just have to end you both myself. She then looked at Li Wujie and asked, by the way, you won't help him later, will you? Shui Wuan asked in confusion, what do you mean? Do you know her identity? Li Wujie was startled, his face showing an embarrassed expression. He snapped, shut up, if you dare to talk nonsense I'll hunt you down for the rest of my life. He groaned inwardly. If my identity is exposed, it'll be a lifelong stain. Xiao Hong thought to herself, I didn't expect this guy to be so obsessed with his reputation. Whatever, he is my brother after all. Shui Wuan smiled. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, wait to fight me. Seeing that Xiao Hong hadn't exposed his identity, Li Wujie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, eldest senior brother gave me some face. I'll take this chance to back down gracefully, he then replied. Fine, I'll wait. Shui Wuan glanced at Xiao Hong and Li Wujie thinking, it seems these two really do know each other. Who is she? Why does she care so much about her identity? Thinking this, he pointed his sword at Xiao Hong. Enough talk, make your move, Xiao Hong obliged. Fine, let me experience the strength of a sword immortal. Just as they were about to clash, they both froze as something lunged down fiercely between them from above. The two were instantly blown back to either side, both shocked by the power that had erupted. As the dust settled, a carapace and tail of a creature gradually appeared. It was Chen Shao. After obtaining that item, he had completely mutated, looking like a half-demon. He shouted, stop right there, both of you. This holy son doesn't want to win without experiencing the joy of killing. Die by my hands. At this moment, several large characters flickered above his head. I have the potential to become an immortal, making him look quite majestic. Xiao Hong frowned, thinking, this aura is so strong, and what's with this form? She asked. Who are you? Chen Shao replied confidently. Who am I? I am the child of destiny, the heir to fallen Immortal Island, Xiao Hong said contemptuously. Don't be so arrogant, do you really think you're invincible? Chen Shao remained full of confidence. Exactly, I am invincible, these epic items you're so proud of are worth nothing before me. Xiao Hong's aura exploded in anger. Then I'll beat some sense into you. Li Wujie said to Shui Wuan, this guy's power is very strange, why don't we team up against him? Shui Wen nodded. I was thinking the same thing. Xiao Hong swung her halberd, unleashing a surge of power as she rushed toward Chen Xiao. Her move had a massive range, and Chen Xiao took the hit head-on. Shui Wen was surprised, thinking, that strike was powerful. If I had to face it, I'm not sure I could walk away unscathed, but Chen Xiao remained completely unharmed. He provoked them arrogantly. Is that all you've got, HMPH? Xiao Hong cried out in disbelief. What? She was secretly horrified. That was a full power strike from an epic-grade weapon. How can he be completely fine? Chen Xiao said conceitedly. I told you your so-called epic gear is all trash in my eyes. With that he returned the blow. Xiao Hong barely managed to defend herself, but a moment later she was coughing up blood, seriously injured. Just then, Shui Wen unleashed his extreme cold sword, intent to block a follow-up hit, saving Xiao Hong's life. Xiao Hong asked in confusion, where does your power come from? Li Wujie also spoke up. Exactly, why can you transform while we can't? Chen Xiao said confidently once more. As I said, I am the child of destiny, destined to inherit fallen Immortal Island. You lowlifes actually dare to compete with me? Li Wujie couldn't stand the talk and charged in with his blade. I hate people who think they're special. Blades can cut, water can flow, you brat just die. The blade light flashed with incredible power, but before it could touch Chen Xiao, Li Wujie was sent flying by a shockwave. Chen Xiao snorted contemptuously. HMPH, an ugly freak like you dares to approach me? Li Wujie couldn't keep up with his strength or speed and was instantly knocked back. Seeing this, his mount charged forward to attack, risking its life. But with just one move, Chen Xiao sent the giant bird flying, cursing, a feathered beast dares to act wild before me, die. With another strike, the great eagle instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Stray feathers drifted through the air. Seeing this, Li Wujie's eyes widened, his rage reaching its peak. He tensed his muscular body and roared, Ah, my eagle, I'll kill you. Taste the power of my 8 talismans combined. He then fired 8 talismans at Chen Xiao from behind. He thought to himself, 6 weakness talismans and 2 raging fire talismans. No matter how strong you are, you're going to lose a layer of skin. Surrounded by the talismans, Chen Xiao roared in fury. You dare sneak attack me, you're dead. His attack went straight for Li Wujie, knowing he couldn't block it. Li Wujie shouted, You two, please avenge my eagle. Shui Wen said to Xiao Hong, While he's weakened, let's kill him together. He then charged forward with his sword. Xiao Hong followed up with the attack, unleashing a destruction ray. Chen Xiao raised a defensive barrier, saying confidently, Do you really think this is enough to deal with me? The 2 attacks slammed into him but failed to break his defense. A phantom of a black dragon emerged from Chen Xiao's body, and his pressure surged, becoming overwhelming. You have completely enraged me. A sphere of light appeared in his hand and he was full of confidence in his power. Before absolute strength, all resistance is futile. Elsewhere, Yi Junlin's donkey seemed to sense something. At that moment, the phantom of the black dragon also appeared in the sky. Yi Junlin couldn't help but marvel. Oh, there's even a dragon. I wonder whose move that is, but perfect. My gold legend finally has a use. Hee hee. Li Wujie had already been eliminated from the trial. Furious, he cursed. Damn it, that dragon man is way too arrogant. Who the hell is he? Outside, the crowd watched the battle tensely on the screens. On screen, Chen Xiao said, See, this is the fate of those who oppose me. Now it's your turn. The spectators were all horrified. That dragon man is too terrifying. It's like a demonic dragon has descended upon the world. So what if the sword immortal and the others have epic gear? They're like ants before a demonic dragon. Inside the trial, Xiao Hong was also full of confusion. How can he transform into this? Shui Wen warned, Watch out, this power isn't something that can be obtained within the trial. Chen Xiao roared, Die. He then unleashed twin dragons, devouring the heavens at them. Xiao Hong countered with purple flame blazing heavens. He shouted, I don't believe I can't stop you. When the 2 moves collided, Xiao Hong's attack was completely dissipated. Shui Wen in the back had to stab his sword into the ground to steady himself. He blurted out in disbelief, Impossible, how can this black dragon's power be so strong? The aftershock of that move is still coming. Shui Wen immediately used extreme cold shield to form a defense, yelling as he tried to block it, but the moment it made contact, his shield shattered completely. The impact was too strong to withstand. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry, I couldn't avenge you and your eagle. Chen Xiao laughed triumphantly. The legacies and equipment you brought out aren't even worthy of my dragon claws. Below, Xiao Hong's body was battered, and she grit her teeth in anger. Damn it, is the immortal opportunity of the heavens really going to fall to him? Above, Chen Xiao laughed wildly, as if the legacy was already his. Haha, after all the suffering comes the sweetness, no one can stop me now. The spectators were also shocked. It seemed the odds were entirely in his favor. How is this power any different from cheating? That's right, where did Yi Junlin go? Isn't his luck supposed to be heaven-defying? Why haven't we seen a trace of him? He probably got eliminated long ago. As it stands, no one can defeat this demonic dragon. Chen Xiao prepared to deliver the finishing blow to Xiao Hong. Once I kill you, I'll be the final winner. Feeling powerless and unwilling, Xiao Hong couldn't even raise her hand. Is it really going to end? And why haven't I seen that guy's face this whole time? Chen Xiao swung his dragon claw down, shouting, The legacy of Fallen Island belongs only to a child of destiny like me. Better luck in your next life, don't provoke me. Suddenly a voice spoke up. There's actually a dragon man in this game. Startled. Chen Xiao stopped his movement and looked behind him in confusion. Wait, there's still someone left? Seeing the newcomer, Xiao Hong thought. It's that bald guy from the Immortal ship earlier, but this sleazy aura, could it be him? Indeed, it was the Saitama version of Yi Junlin. Chen Shao stared at him and asked, "Where did this small fry come from? I am the Dragon King." Yi Junlin and his donkey looked at Chen Shao with contempt as if saying, "What dragon? You're clearly just a worm." The spectators burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, where did this bald guy crawl out from? He actually dares to tease the demonic dragon? Is he stupid? What's the difference between coming out now and seeking death? Shouldn't he just hide and take second place?" On the screen, Yi Junlin and the donkey laughed again. "Ha ha, no way. You just grew a new skin and you really think you're the Dragon King." Being so belittled made Chen Shao extremely displeased. He swung his dragon claw, wanting to tear Yi Junlin apart on the spot. "You damn animal, die!" Xiaohong just uttered, and oh, while the people outside held their heads in despair, certain the bald guy was dead. The dragon claw was truly too terrifying. That bald guy is definitely going to be crushed into meat paste. I can't even look, it's too cruel. However, the scene of Yi Junlin's tragic death that everyone expected did not occur. Instead, a burst of sword chi erupted from his position, catching Chen Shao completely off guard. A massive wound instantly appeared on Chen Shao's chest, spraying blood as he gasped in disbelief. "This is impossible." He then glared at Yi Junlin and roared in a fury, "This seat is the Dragon King, the one destined by fate. How could that broken blade of yours possibly wound me?" Hearing this, even the donkey looked at him as if he were an idiot. At this moment, Yi Junlin was holding an extremely overbearing golden saber. Seeing this blade, Xiaohong couldn't help but feel terrified. A golden legend, that's actually a max-level weapon. The spectators outside were equally horrified. We searched through all 3 areas and only managed to collect a few epic scraps. Even piecing together a complete set of epic equipment was a pipe dream. That's right, he actually synthesized a legendary-grade weapon directly. How on earth did he do it? On his side, Yi Zun asked, "Have you ever played the legend? Have you heard of the Dragon Slayer saber? I'm Joey, if you are a brother, come hack me." This was a famous slogan from a game advertisement. The donkey also began to hee-haw wildly in coordination. Chen Shao asked with a face full of confusion, "What is the legend, and who is Joey? What kind of nonsense are you babbling?" Then he was struck with sudden shock. Wait, Dragon Slayer saber? Could it be a weapon specifically meant for slaying dragons? Then wouldn't that mean Xiaohong, sensing this aura and hearing those nonsensical words, mentally concluded, this kind of gibberish paired with a heaven-defying weapon, it's definitely him. There's no doubt it's that guy. Outside, Li Wujie also became certain in his heart. Could he be Master? Only Master possesses such terrifying power. "Master, you must avenge your disciple," an old man also spoke up. "With such heaven-defying luck and ability, it must be Yi Junlin without a doubt." The girl beside him had eyes sparkling with excitement. "I told you he wouldn't be eliminated so easily. It turns out he was hiding a trump card by now." Chen Shao was gnashing his teeth in rage, his aura exploding frantically once again as he hissed, "I don't believe it. I am the child of destiny. This inheritance belongs to me." His entire body had now completely transformed into a draconic shape. "Only I shall be the winner who laughs last." The crowd outside marveled once again. That demonic dragon can actually mutate even further. This size is just too exaggerated. It's terrifying. Even Yi Junlin will likely be unable to withstand this strike. Chen Shao gathered energy in his mouth, then suddenly spat out a blast of dragon breath fire at Yi Junlin. "Go to hell, this holy sun is the new master of falling Immortal Island." Yi Junlin gave a confident smile. "With the precious saber in hand, the world is mine." With that, he swung his blade down at the blast of fire. The blade chi tore through the sky, instantly shattering Chen Shao's move and reaching him in the blink of an eye. Chen Shao shrieked in terror. "What?" He forced himself to calm down, secretly comforting himself. "Stay calm. Aside from that legendary weapon, his equipment is only of purple grade. If I can find an opening, I might still be able to turn the tables." At this thought, he once again unleashed twin dragons devouring the heavens against Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, full of contempt, casually waved his great saber with both hands. "It's useless. The so-called Dragon Slayer is meant specifically for a dragon like you." With that, he delivered a powerful vertical slash toward Chen Shao. Sensing the opportunity had arrived, Chen Shao's figure flickered like a teleportation, appearing behind Yi Junlin. Now, he swung his dragon claw directly at the back of Yi Junlin's heart. Unexpectedly, an extremely sturdy defensive barrier appeared behind Yi Junlin, rendering him unable to move it even an inch. This is..." Yi Junlin glanced at him sideways and said quite fast, "A pity my Dragon Slayer saber comes with its own 100 all-around dead angle-free defense." Chen Shao roared in a fury, "This holy sun will never believe in any 100 defense." With that, he began to hammer frantically at the defensive layer, trying to find a flaw. Yi Junlin only watched the crazed Chen Shao outside with a look of helplessness. Li Wujie laughed awkwardly. "Ha, he's clearly just scratching Master's itch." The spectators also sighed one after another. "This power is too terrifying. That one punch is enough to kill me 10 times over. Can Senior Yi's armor really hold out forever?" Inside the hall, Chen Shao was still attacking frantically. While Xiaohong observed the battle from nearby, he thought to himself, this guy's power is actually still rising. Fight on, fight even harder. It's best if you both end up dead, for only then will I have a sliver of a chance. While they're caught up in this inseparable struggle, I must hurry and go into hiding to wait for my opportunity. At this moment, Chen Shao was still attacking with all his might, giving a great shout, "Break for me?" But Yi Junlin had already held the Dragon Slayer saber horizontally before him. Although the power of Chen Xiao's strike was staggering, he was still unable to break through the Dragon Slayer Saber's 100 defense. The shockwave from the collision was incredibly violent, sweeping away everything in the vicinity. Although Xiao Hong was hiding behind a giant rock, he was still blown back quite a distance. He steadied himself and thought, cough, cough. I need to hide even further away or I'll be caught in the crossfire. On this side, Chen Xiao still hadn't given up. He pulled back into a stance once more, gathering power for the next strike. Everyone outside was struck with horror. This attack is too terrifying, even the resulting shockwaves are more than I can bear, yet Senior Yi is dealing with it so leisurely. Just how strong has he become? Xiao Hong continued to observe the battle from a distance. Looking at the state of the battle, he thought to himself, almost there. On the other side, Chen Xiao was still unable to do anything to Yi Junlin. He gathered energy in his mouth and again shouted confidently, "This holy sun doesn't believe you can take this move." Golden Dragon heaven-splitting roar. A giant fireball erupted from his mouth. Its power extremely terrifying, turning everything in its path to scorched earth. Seeing this, the crowd outside broke into a cold sweat. This power is way too scary. Even with the shield of a legendary weapon, I'm afraid he won't be able to block it. Yi Junlin still faced the attack with confidence, stating, HMPH, child's play. I told you I am invincibility itself. Chen Xiao's move came crashing down, shattering everything. Although Xiao Hong had tried his best to evade, he was still caught in the aftermath. I can't even withstand the energy fluctuations of their battle. It's truly laughable. Everyone outside thought Yi Junlin had been defeated. The white light even enveloped the entirety of Crimson Brow Mountain. Was Senior Yi completely swallowed by the dragon breath? Li Wujie clenched his teeth and said, Master, you must hold on and avenge your disciple. As the dust and smoke cleared, Yi Junlin's bald head was revealed, his body completely unharmed. Chen Xiao was struck with panic, his face a picture of disbelief. How is this possible? Why, do you have no weaknesses? Yi Junlin pointed his blade at him and replied, I told you, with the Dragon Slayer saber in hand, the world is mine. If I couldn't even handle a little reptile like you, why would I bother showing up? Now, it's my turn to make a move, isn't it? Following that, he unleashed dragon-slaying, reality-shattering slash directly at Chen Xiao. Seeing the rapidly approaching blade chi, Chen Xiao pleaded in a panic, Wait, brother invincible, give me a chance, he then roared. No, this holy sun possesses the power of the divine dragon. I am the truly invincible one. Why has it come to this? I refuse to accept this. His tragic wail echoed through the air, but it was already his final words. He had completely vanished from the trial. A slight smile touched the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth. Invincibility is so lonely. The crowd outside was also extremely excited. Too strong as expected, Senior Yi is invincible, to win every single round. From now on, he will likely be the #1 person in the eastern region. Li Wujie was also wild with excitement. Truly worthy of being master, he never disappoints. Ding, congratulations to this young hero. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yi Junlin wiped his tears and said finally ate the chicken. It really wasn't easy. Those who had been eliminated were fuming with rage upon hearing this. What do you mean wasn't easy? Crushing everyone all the way through? You really aren't giving us any face at all. Suddenly, Yi Junlin was also teleported elsewhere. Someone asked in confusion, why was Senior Yi teleported away too? I wonder what the final reward actually is. On this side, Yi Junlin opened his eyes to find himself in another space. He muttered to himself, where is this? Why did I appear here? He looked ahead to see a glowing planet with countless spaceships sailing toward it from the distance. Yi Junlin didn't know what this was. He thought to himself, this brilliant star actually gives me an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could this be the Kunlun realm? Are these scenes from the ancient era? This scene was currently being replayed before his eyes. One image after another appeared before Yi Junlin. The cultivators of that time were fighting with terrifying power to defend their homeland. He thought, was the Kunlun realm really this strong before, to have so many powerful immortals? Looking at the scene before him, he added, is this a battle at the immortal level? It's so intense that even the stars can't withstand the impact of the fight. An image of a group of black-robed men appeared, letting out sinister laughter. The situation is settled. Why do you persist in your stubborn resistance? The cultivators of the Kunlun realm were fearless. What does my generation of cultivators have to fear in battle? We swear to coexist or perish with Kunlun. Hold the line, swear to coexist or perish with Kunlun. With that, the crowd charged forward together. A black-robed man gave a cold snort and said contemptuously, HMPH stubborn. You are nothing but pawns abandoned by the divine court. Do you still expect someone to come save you? A cultivator roared. Without relying on the divine court, the Kunlun realm can save itself. The black-robed men laughed sinisterly again. In that case, let them taste the river of death and let them know the price of resistance. HMPH, it is time for the Kunlun realm to feel true despair. With that, he flicked his fingertip and black energy diffused from it, charging straight toward the cultivators of Kunlun. This power was more than the cultivators could handle, and they wailed in agony. Someone shouted, this is bad. Every drop of the river of death contains the pure power of death. Anyone touched by it is certain to die. Hurry and retreat below Kunlun. Seeing this, the black-robed men laughed wildly. Haha, the Kunlun realm is about to meet its end. This planet will be ours sooner or later. Suddenly a voice rang out, with this seat here, do not dream of succeeding. Activate the formation instantly. Countless formation diagrams appeared, covering a vast area. Countless talismans shot out from the diagrams. The river of death and these talismans began to clash violently. Seeing this, everyone realized the island master of Falling Immortal Island had taken action. His formation can actually change the flow of the river of death. Great, this gives us the strength for a final showdown. At this moment, the river of death reversed and charged toward the black-robed men, frightening them into fleeing in all directions. The Kunlun cultivators were overjoyed. The island master's divine might has saved the Kunlun realm. Seeing this, Yizhan marveled. Such an extreme move, turning the tide in an instant. Truly brilliant. He suddenly thought of something and wondered, wait, they said the island master of Falling Immortal Island? At this moment, the island master of Falling Immortal Island stepped out and said, Junior, are you surprised? This is the entire truth of the Kunlun realm back then. Yi Junlin turned back, looked at him, and asked, who are you? The island master replied, listen well. This seat is named Lu Wangshu, the master of Falling Immortal Island, and the supreme Grand Master erased, recognized across all heavens. Yi Junlin looked at him with a face full of question marks. Lu Wangshu thought to himself, Junior, this aura should be enough to awe you, right? But to his surprise, Yi Junlin revealed a skeptical expression and asked, where are your 5 tiger generals? Lu Wangshu was completely bewildered. What the hell are 5 tiger generals? He then spoke up. Junior, I do not understand your meaning. Yi Junlin gave an O. Then I'll just call you Senior Lu. He then bowed respectfully. Junior Yi Junlin pays his respects to Senior Lu. Lu Wangshu stroked his long beard and nodded with satisfaction, thinking he at least knew his manners. Then Yi Junlin asked again, so it turns out you haven't fully died yet? Lu Wangshu froze instantly, he thought to himself. This kid really brings up the one thing that shouldn't be mentioned. Yi Junlin continued to ask, by the way, Senior Lu, you said this planet is the truth of the Kunlun realm. Lu Wangshu explained, in the late ancient era, traders colluded with foreign races to pollute the star core, drawing in the extra-territorial allied forces. Yi Junlin asked in confusion, wasn't Kunlun teeming with immortals then? Could no one stop them? Lu Wangshu replied, how could there be no one to stop them? It was simply impossible to stop, because the rebel was none other than one of the 4 supremes, Luan. Yi Junlin found it unbelievable. So it was a top-tier big shot who defected. I thought it was just some small fry causing trouble. Lu Wangshu continued, Luan colluded with the 9 Nether to pollute the star core. Although the other 3 powerhouses tried to stop them, they all met tragic ends. DTN was executed, Fu Yao fell, and Chang Sheng went missing. With the star core polluted, spiritual energy simply could not be used. Our cultivation environment continued to deteriorate, and combined with the loss of our top combat power, we were abandoned by the Divine Court. In a state of isolation and helplessness, I set up the formation. Once forcibly changed the course of the River of Death, defeating the 9 Nether in one fell swoop. Subsequently, the various powerhouses joined forces to gather the power of 10,000 worlds and opened the immortal realm. Although Kunlun can no longer be compared to its golden age, it is not far off. Yi Junlin gave a thumbs up to Lu Wangshu and said, impressive, so you were the ones who created the immortal realm. Hearing this, Lu Wangshu stroked his long beard and replied modestly, you flatter me, you flatter me. He then pointed at Yi Junlin and urged, remember, the fate of Kunlun is in your hands. The Divine Court is not to be trusted, and the 9 Nether is a mortal enemy. Yi Junlin smiled confidently and replied, rest assured, Senior, whether it's the 9 Nether or the Divine Court, if 1 comes, I'll suppress 1. If 2 come, I'll suppress 2. I'll throw them all into the star core to serve as fertilizer. Lu Wangshu laughed with relief. Haha, good, a young man with such ambition. With you, Kunlun has hope. Just then, Yi Jun cleared his throat twice and said, speaking of which, Senior Lu, the trial is over. Shouldn't the inheritance of Falling Immortal Island belong to me now? Lu Wangshu nodded and replied, indeed, from now on, all living beings and treasures of Falling Immortal Island are at your disposal. He then glanced at Yi Junlin, thinking to himself, this is a supreme immortal opportunity that countless cultivators dream of but never obtain. This brat will surely be moved to tears of gratitude toward me. But when he saw Yi Junlin's indifferent expression, he was instantly petrified. That's it. Besides being the master of Falling Immortal Island, this old man is also a supreme array master. Arrays are ranked from highest to lowest as Supreme Dao Array Marshal, Heaven Array Marshal, Earth Array Marshal, and Spirit Array Marshal. How can I let a junior look down on me? I must reclaim my dignity. He then cleared his throat and said, Junior, what do you think of my array mastery? Yi Jun replied, could a hero invited to save Kunlun be anything but impressive? Lu Wangshu pointed to his head and continued, do you know what the rank of an array master is closely related to? It is spiritual power. If your spiritual power is insufficient, even if you have the most superb skills, you cannot set up the corresponding arrays. He then held up 2 fingers. Spiritual power is divided from low to high into levels 1 to 200, and I am precisely at the level 200 standard. Hearing this, Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. Level 200? If he directly faced off against this big shot with his golden finger, wouldn't his spiritual power be able to hit the peak directly at this moment? Lu Wangshu was bewildered. Why does this kid's expression look a bit off? Why do I feel like his eyes are full of anticipation? Yi Junlin then bowed again and said, Senior Lu, please by all means use your level 200 spiritual power on me. Lu Wangshu shouted in a fury, "This is just a wisp of divine thought. Where would I get my original body's spiritual power?" he thought to himself. Has this kid's head been kicked by a donkey? Yi Junlin, however, smiled and replied, "It's fine, I don't blame you." Lu Wangshu grew even angrier and shouted, "What do you mean by that? Who cares if you blame me? Although I don't have level 200 spiritual power, I can test what your spiritual power level is," he thought smugly. HMPH. I finally have a chance to crush this kid's arrogance. He then placed 2 fingers on Yi Junlin's brow and reminded him, HMPH, if the measured result is too low, don't be too disappointed. After all, you aren't even an immortal yet. Being a bit lower is quite normal. The number 10 appeared above Yi Junlin's head. Lu Wangshu let out a cold snort. HMPH, as I expected, it's probably around 10, but before he could finish his sentence, his mouth hung open in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. The numbers above Yi Junlin's head were jumping frantically. Lu Wangshu thought to himself, 20, 50, it's actually still rising. Then the value froze at 100. He cried out in shock. Level 100, he screamed in disbelief in his heart. This is impossible. Yi Junlin, however, looked very disappointed in himself. Alas, only level 100, it's far behind Senior Lu's level 200. Senior Lu, you were truly too amazing back then. This junior is deeply ashamed. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Lu Wangshu trembled all over with rage. He grabbed Yi Junlin by the collar and thought, only level 100, is that what a human says? When this old man first became an immortal, I wasn't even at level 50. This kid is really too much. Seeing Lu Wangshu's face, Yi Junlin was at a loss. Did I say something wrong? Lu Wangshu let go of him and gave a cold snort. HMPH, you didn't say anything wrong. Level 100 spiritual power is indeed passable. He sighed inwardly. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River behind drive the ones before. The old wave is dying on the beach. Thinking of this, he spoke again. Junior, do you want to learn arrays? I can give you a few pointers. He then began to demonstrate an array for Yi Junlin. Junior, watch closely. These are ancient array flags. Once you learn them, you can immediately become a heaven array master and walk tall in the immortal realm. Yi Junlin, however, turned his head and yawned. Thank you, but I'm not interested. Lu Wangshu froze on the spot, and the array he had just demonstrated crumbled. He let out a shocked ha. He leaned in and whispered in Yi Junlin's ear. Heaven array masters in the immortal realm are a hot commodity, with countless fairies and powerhouses lining up to beg you to set up arrays for them. Yi Junlin remained indifferent and let out a cold. Oh, Lu Wangshu continued to entice him. Wealth, status, you can have whatever you want. Yi Junlin picked his nose and said, "Oh, again." Lu Wangshu shook with rage. You bastard, stop pretending. Yi Junlin looked at him innocently, not understanding the fuss. He thought to himself, with the system's direct empowerment, who would bother to work so hard to learn this stuff? The system nearby signaled its agreement. Outside, the crowd was still gathered. Another day had passed. Damn, even Senior Shui has come out. Just who could be so powerful as to eliminate Senior Shui? Exactly. What kind of sacred being could remain until the very end? At this moment, Shui Wuan muttered to himself, how will she view a powerhouse like me? Is he thinking about Li Wujie? That's some heavy taste. A graceful smile touched the corner of Shui Wuan's mouth. The image of the Li Wujie girl appeared in his mind as he imagined holding her in his arms and saying, that uniquely charming combination of masculinity and cuteness is truly lovable. One can't help but want to protect her. After speaking, his old face couldn't help but turn red. But why hasn't she come to find me yet? Am I the only one who treasures that feeling of fighting side by side? Behind him, the female cultivators began to shriek with excitement. Wah, Senior Shui is so devoted it makes my heart break just to see it. The red-clad figure to the side Xiaohong was full of embarrassment. What the hell is going on? He turned and asked Li Wujie. Surnamed Li, did you hear that? The sword immortal is obsessed with you. Why don't you just reveal your true self and fulfill this beautiful tale? Li Wujie looked as if he had lost his parents. A stain. This is a stain on my entire life. On the other side, Chen Xiao was trying hard to hide his figure, gnashing his teeth in rage. The opportunity originally belonged to me, and now it's all gone, that shameless bald guy. I will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Just thinking about Yi Junlin made him boil with anger. The crowd here was growing restless. So much time has passed, hasn't the inheritance been settled yet? What exactly happened to defeat so many experts and stay until the end? Just what kind of brilliant big shot is it? I bet 10 high-grade spiritual stones that it's some reclusive old monster hiding among the young people. Who else could have such ability? Just then, a massive pillar of light erupted in front of them, soaring into the sky. Everyone was ecstatic. Look, he's coming out. Yi Junlin slowly emerged. Lu Wangshu's voice rang out. The inheritance is settled. From this day forth, Yi Junlin is the master of Falling Immortal Island. The laws resonated at this moment. The crowd cheered. It's Senior Yi, it really is him. Congratulations, Senior, congratulations. Li Wujie was also genuinely happy. Haha, it's Master, that's great. Xiaohong, however, was gnashing his teeth. Heavens, what exactly is it about me that's inferior to that guy? Why do you favor him so much? Shui Wuan was also struck with awe. I see, Senior Yi truly is unfathomable. Chen Xiao was equally furious, and beside him, Elder Lu was also going mad with rage. It's him again. HMPH. Yi Junlin, enjoy yourself while you can, your death is near. Yi Junlin glanced down and smiled, thinking, hey, this scene is quite grand. but why do I feel like those few small flies are looking at me strangely? Whatever, being invincible is its own kind of loneliness. At this moment, Shui Wuan spoke up. Senior Yi has taken first place in all 3 trials. You're truly the chosen one by destiny. It's enough to make anyone green with envy. Yi Junlin looked at him and replied, you performed well too, at least you were there for all 3 rounds. Shui Wuan froze on the spot. You're right. Suddenly, a change occurred as the sky turned dark in an instant. Everyone revealed looks of confusion. Why did the sky change so suddenly? There's killing intent, such heavy killing intent. Just then a blue light flashed and the barrier shattered. A voice rang out from within. I am the strongest king of the Nether Abyss, Yi Junlin, give up your life. King Dangyu emerged alone from the void. Holding the nether soul-devouring lamp, he laughed wildly. Ha, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Even if you luckily obtained the opportunities on the island, you are nothing but ants trying to shake a tree when the Great War begins. You won't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Today this king shall send you on your way, especially you, Yi Junlin. You've jumped around long enough, it's time for the curtain to fall. Before the words had fully landed, Shui Wuan had already swung his sword and charged forward to attack. Nether Abyss Abomination, a mere tribulation transcendence realm cultivator, dares to be so arrogant here. Die? The cultivators below, seeing the eastern region's strongest sword immortal making a move, watched with total composure. It seemed the Nether Abyss was at its wit's end if even a king had to act personally. Unfortunately, this was like hitting a rock with an egg. The power of this sword strike from Sword Immortal Shui was enough to slay immortals and demons. This King Dangyu was surely a dead man. King Dangyu, however, laughed loudly. Nothing but a small swordsman who just stepped into the true immortal realm. Today I'll let you see what it means to have heavens beyond the heavens. With that, he activated the nether soul-devouring lamp and gave a great shout. A pillar of fire soared from the lamp, followed by countless chains flying out, heading straight for Shui Wuan. The fire inside the lamp grew increasingly violent, then transformed into several purple dragons that roared and lunged at Shui Wuan. The cultivators below were shaken so much by the pressure of the nether soul-devouring lamp that they could barely stand. Such strong pressure, I can't even breathe. On this side, Shui Wuan quickly propped up a sturdy defensive layer. The purple dragons roared as they slammed into the defense. In just an instant, the defensive layer shattered completely. Shui Wuan was sent flying back to the ground with heavy impact. He struggled to steady his figure, his face full of disbelief. How can this be? With my true immortal cultivation, I couldn't even block a single move. The power of this Dharma treasure definitely doesn't belong to this world. King Dangyu let out a cold snort. This is a supreme nether weapon bestowed upon me by the envoy. How can you ants resist? Now all of you become nourishment for this nether weapon. Subsequently, countless sharp daggers shot out from the nether soul-devouring lamp, aimed directly at the cultivators below. Everyone was struck with terror. My soul! No, save me! King Dangyu laughed wildly. Haha, the taste of divine souls is indeed exquisite. This is a terrifying treasure from the outer domains. Now I shall use your immortal soul as the first drop of blood for my weapon's immortalization. Watching the approaching daggers, Shui Wuan shouted powerlessly. No, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Have I only just become an immortal only to perish here? Just then a hand patted his shoulder from behind to comfort him. It was none other than Yi Junlin. He spoke coldly. Step aside, this fellow is coming for me. Shui Wuan said in shock. Senior Yi, Li Wujie also cried out, Master. Xiao Hong, however, wondered secretly, why is this guy going to his death? Seeing Yi Junlin step forward, the cultivators couldn't help but shout, Senior, don't. King Dangyu laughed wildly. Yi Junlin, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. This king shall use you for the sacrifice today, and then kill everyone here. Instantly, the purple dragons in the nether soul-devouring lamp lunged at Yi Junlin again. But the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes shot out golden light, and his body began to frantically absorb spiritual energy. Ding! Detected host is under attack by a true immortal of the 5th layer. Triggered stronger against the strong passive effect. Obtained true immortal 6th layer cultivation. Feeling the pressure erupting from Yi Junlin, the crowd's mouths hung wide open in shock. The crowd's faces turned pale in an instant. They had truly worried for nothing. Above, Yi Junlin let out a cold snort, then spat a glob of phlegm at the charging purple dragons. The power contained in that spit caused the purple dragons to wail in agony, then disintegrate into dust before everyone's eyes, exploding in midair. King Dangyu was struck with extreme horror. The cultivators of the eastern and Huang provinces were also so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Shui Wuan shrieked in even greater disbelief. True immortal aura, Senior Yi, you. Could it be you were already an immortal long ago? King Dangyu also fell into a state of extreme terror. This nether weapon is a level 5 true immortal Dharma treasure. Even a true immortal could not dream of easily breaking through this nether soul-devouring lamp. At that moment, Yi Junlin appeared before him and said, Traveling all this way just to deliver some XP must be hard on you. King Dangyu retreated in terror, his face a mask of confusion. Deliver XP? Not understanding what XP was, he immediately fell to his knees and offered up the nether soul-devouring lamp with both hands. Exalted immortal, as long as you are satisfied, anything is fine. Yi Junlin took the lamp and asked, You just said this nether weapon was bestowed by an envoy. Tell me, who is that envoy? King Dangyu kowtowed repeatedly before answering honestly. Reporting to the exalted immortal, this object was granted by an extra-territorial envoy. I was blinded by greed and stupidity to follow his orders. I beg you to stay your hand and spare my life. I am willing to lead the nether abyss to serve under you. Yi Junlin's gaze turned cold. For these past 2 years, your nether abyss has been fighting across all directions. On the surface it was territorial expansion, but in reality it was to occupy the site of the Stargate and seize control of it in advance, right? King Dangyu trembled violently. He actually knows about our Stargate plan, Yi Junlin continued. The Stargate connects all the worlds. Once it opens, the extraterritorial allied forces can invade the eastern region of Kunlun. And the envoy you mentioned is likely from those extraterritorial forces. Is my analysis correct? Though terrified, King Dangyu still spoke up. Exalted Immortal, I admit you are indeed powerful in the eastern region, but compared to the true powerhouses beyond our world, you are simply not worth mentioning, rather than waiting to be invaded. It is better to cooperate with them and secure a bright future in advance. Yi Junlin stroked his chin and smiled. You want to recruit me? Interesting, King Dangyu hurriedly added. If the Exalted Immortal has such an intention, I am willing to introduce you. Yi Junlin turned to look elsewhere and said indifferently, Fine, help me bring a message to your master. King Dangyu looked delighted. Please go ahead. Yi Junlin suddenly pointed at his face and barked, Your blade is dull and your horse is thin. Do you really think you're worthy to fight me? King Dangyu stood there dumbfounded. Yi Junlin flicked his finger, making a motion as if to kill King Dangyu instantly, which scared the king so much his limbs went weak and he broke into a cold sweat. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, King Dangyu soared into the distance like a rocket. Yi Junlin let out a long breath. The world is finally quiet. The cultivators behind him witnessed this and were frozen like stone statues before erupting into cheers. Senior Yi is valiant, Immortal Yi is invincible, Immortal Yi's divine might? Yi Junlin glanced at the crowd and said modestly, It's nothing much, let's keep it low-key, he thought to himself. Phew, this matter is finally settled. Time to go explore the inheritance of falling Immortal Island. The scene shifts to the Yu clan in the Nether Abyss Palace. King Dangyu spat out blood on the spot, shouting in extreme terror, I never expected Yi Junlin to be a true immortal. Fortunately, that was only an avatar. Otherwise I would be completely finished, an envoy asked. What happened? The mission failed. King Dangyu knelt in fear. Reporting to the divine envoy, Yi Junlin hid his true immortal cultivation. Though that nether weapon was strong, it couldn't do a thing to him, the envoy asked in confusion. That nether weapon possesses the supreme technique of a level 5 true immortal. Could it be that Yi Junlin's cultivation is level 6 or higher? King Dangyu replied. I couldn't see through him. I only know that the 9 furious flame dragons released by the weapon were actually snuffed out by a single glob of his spit. The envoy was also taken aback. That fellow surnamed Yi hid himself that deeply? His state of mind is truly impressive, but fine, a mission that goes too smoothly is boring anyway. Next it's time to make him pay the price, King Dangyu asked hurriedly. Does the divine envoy already have a next step? The envoy smiled sinisterly. The Nether Abyss is a sacred land created by the ancestor of our Ming race, containing world-shaking secrets. With this trump card, even if the Kunlun Immortal Army invades, they won't return alive, let alone a single Yi Junlin. What is he worth? King Dangyu was horrified, not expecting the Nether Abyss to have such a method. But he asked, but how can we lure the human cultivators inside? The envoy snorted coldly. HMPH, that's where the pawn I placed outside comes in. At this moment, Chen Xiao's figure appeared on screen. He was likely the pawn the envoy mentioned. The scene shifts back to Misty Peak of the Xuanchen sect. Shu Wunian saw Yi Junlin and was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. Junior brother Yi, the rumors outside are going crazy. I never expected you to have already become an immortal. Several peak masters also spoke up. I'm convinced, so you were intentionally hiding it from us all along. Do you even know how to speak? Junior brother Yi was tempering his state of mind and experiencing the mortal world. His vision is on a completely different level. Yi Junlin waved his hand. It was nothing. To the side, Xiao Hong curled his lip, putting on an act again. Li Wujie was wild with excitement. Master, don't be modest. You even inherited Falling Immortal Island this time. That's a top-tier inheritance of the immortal realm. Hearing this, the sect master and peak masters had eyes full of envy and anticipation. Junior brother Yi, quickly, let us see what that inheritance actually looks like. Do we have a chance to step into the immortal gate? Yi Junlin held up the miniaturized Falling Immortal Island in his palm and said, This is the Falling Immortal Island inherited from Lu Wangshu. Whether you can become immortals depends entirely on your own destiny. To the side, Zhao Dezu stared at the island and asked in confusion, Why is this island so small? How do we get in? Su Shishui also asked, Is it just a Dharma treasure? Yi Junlin explained, This is actually a spatial immortal island. The world inside can be large or small. Not only does it contain abundant cultivation resources, but it also houses many celestial spirits from the ancient era. After hearing this, Li Wujie remarked, Master, then let everyone go in and have a look together? What if there really is a great immortal opportunity? To the side, Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a golden opportunity for me to return to the true immortal realm. Seeing Li Wujie say this, Yi Junlin wasn't stingy and nodded in agreement. Since you all desire an immortal opportunity so much, I shall allow you to visit the island, but your fortune depends entirely on yourselves." He then began to form hand seals. Heaven and earth condense, the immortal word gathers spirit. Falling Immortal Island instantly erupted with light as streaks of celestial radiance enveloped everyone, sucking them onto the island. After entering, Li Wujie muttered to himself in confusion, Where did everyone go? Why am I the only one left?" Looking around, he muttered, "This place feels a bit familiar." Looking up at the sky, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the great eagle that had sacrificed itself for him in the trial was right above him. "Hey," he shouted, "Big Eagle, my big eagle, so you didn't die. This really is the Valley of Chaotic Blades." The eagle also stared at him in confusion. Li Wujie was still excited. "I thought you were dead for good." Unexpectedly, the eagle pooped directly on his head, then flapped its wings and flew away as if it didn't recognize him at all. "Don't run. Don't you recognize me? Even if you don't, there's no need to poop on my head." Just then, a shimmering golden feather drifted down from the sky into Li Wujie's hand. He shouted in joy, "This is a top-tier material for artifact refining. If I use this to forge a blade, it could probably rival an immortal weapon. And this golden feather is completely different from the eagle before. Could it be that it's not an eagle but an ancient celestial spirit?" Elsewhere, Shui Wuan was staring in a daze at a pile of things radiating five-colored light. He was beyond horrified. This is immortal soil. What a massive opportunity." Without a word, he grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Though it looks like poop and is a bit hard to swallow, this immortal energy is definitely real. Just then, a movement ahead caught his attention. He looked closely and saw a spirit beast with its rear raised, defecating. And the waste was exactly the same as the immortal soil he had just eaten. He instantly began to vomit violently. "Am I really eating poop?" But then he changed his mind. "For the sake of my cultivation, I will endure." Subsequently, what Shui Wuan continued to do is best left to the imagination. Elsewhere, a beast resembling a rhinoceros was releasing terrifying lightning. The person facing it marveled, "This celestial spirit can actually control lightning to such a degree. My path of thunder has always been stuck at a bottleneck. Seeing this today, I have truly reached a grand enlightenment." In a sea of flowers somewhere on Falling Immortal Island, Su Shishui was excitedly darting through the woods. This flower sea contained celestial spirit energy that could open one's Dao resonance, she marveled. "I only sat still for a moment, yet I've created the technique that suits me best." Such a heaven-defying opportunity is simply unheard of. On the other side, Xiao Hong was walking among the mountains, watching celestial birds fly. He remarked, "These beings likely have extraordinary origins. A pity such an immortal fate has nothing to do with me." Suddenly, he arrived before a small courtyard in the mountains. He asked in confusion, "Why is there a courtyard here? Could it be the residence of an immortal?" He pushed the door open and entered. "I wonder what inheritance is inside. Please don't let me down." There was a small pond in the courtyard with goldfish swimming happily. A donkey was tied nearby, looking very much like the one Yi Junlin rode during the trial. Xiao Hong said disdainfully, "Is this it? An immortal's residence is actually this ordinary?" Unexpectedly, the donkey suddenly shouted, "Son, son, son!" Hearing this, Xiao Hong was enraged. "Shut up, you stupid donkey!" He waved his hand and smashed a vase on a shelf, cursing, "Damn it, a waste of my anticipation. This dump doesn't have the immortal opportunity I want at all." At that moment, the plant he had thrown on the ground suddenly released an incredibly dense celestial aura. He was startled, crying out in horror. This is that legendary thing that turns even an immortal to ash upon contact, preventing them from ever being reincarnated, the immortal incinerating grass. A phoenix's cry suddenly rang out in the courtyard as a bright red phoenix manifested, startling Xiao Hong into retreating several steps. He was struck with extreme terror. Phoenix, this courtyard is actually full of phoenixes." The small goldfish in the pond also leapt out, transforming into a golden dragon that soared into the sky. The pond water was instantly pulled high into the air. Xiao Hong fell into a panic once more. "That's a dragon, and a pure-blooded five-clawed golden dragon at that. What kind of ghost place is this?" The golden dragon and phoenix stared fixedly at Xiao Hong, then lunged toward him. He shrieked, "Ah, don't come over here." Just then, the donkey transformed again, revealing a mouth of sharp fangs and turning into a massive beast that charged at Xiao Hong. He was incoherent with fear. "This demonic aura is too terrifying. It's practically a supreme great demon." At this moment, Yi Junlin appeared and looked ahead in confusion. He saw Xiao Hong crouching on the ground, trembling, while the donkey still had its usual dim-witted look. Yi Junlin spoke up, "When did this rebellious disciple become so cowardly?" Hearing a human voice, Xiao Hong snapped his head back. Seeing it was Yi Junlin, he scrambled over and wailed, "Master, save me!" Yi Junlin asked in confusion. "Save you? There are just a few chickens and a donkey here. Where's the danger?" With a pale face, Xiao Hong cautioned, "The true forms of those chickens are phoenixes. That donkey is a supreme great demon, and even the grass on the ground is immortal incinerating grass. It can kill an immortal." Yi Junlin looked around and asked back, "Do you have a fever? Where are there phoenixes and great demons?" Xiao Hong pointed behind him and shouted, "Look right there." But when he looked back, the donkey was still just a donkey, even giving him a smirk. Xiao Hong's face turned green. "How can this be? It clearly wasn't like this just now." He pointed to the chicken coop again. Yi Junlin stroked his chin and said, "This hen is quite interesting. She reminds me of an old acquaintance, Jeannie Tai Mei, the rooster also cried. Coco Rico. Yi Junlin pointed at the chickens and asked, "Is what my disciple just said true?" The rooster turned its head away with an air of arrogance. Xiao Hong was going mad with rage. "Master, they're all faking it, you have to believe me." Yi Junlin went over and patted the donkey head saying, "I don't know about anything else, but isn't this just my Xiao Wei? How could it be a great demon?" The donkey glanced at Xiao Hong, the corners of its mouth turning up. Xiao Hong turned pale with fright. Then Yi Junlin sat down, casually grabbed some grass from the ground and said, "This grass is very ordinary too. How could it be immortal incinerating grass?" "Xiao Hong, you haven't gone crazy from wanting to be an immortal and started having hallucinations, have you?" Xiao Hong began to question his life. "Impossible, how can this be? They must be trying to harm me." Yi Junlin then pushed the door open to leave and said, "Xiao Hong, don't overthink it, let's go." Xiao Hong stared at the chickens, ducks and fish, asking in confusion, "Oh, we're leaving just like that? There really is something strange about this place." Yi Junlin waved his hand. "If you don't want to leave, stay and keep them company." Xiao Hong was startled. No, I'm leaving right now." With that, he immediately caught up with Yi Junlin. The donkey and the rooster stared at their departing backs. Once the door was closed, Yi Junlin let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Hong whispered, "Master, so you were faking it too?" Yi Junlin made a shushing gesture. "Shush, don't ask. Those who know, know." Xiao Hong continued to mumble under his breath. Once again, he put on that unfathomable cryptic act. Yi Junlin looked back at the courtyard, sensing the dense celestial aura radiating from within, and thought to himself, "Truly staggering. This small courtyard is practically the most dangerous forbidden zone in the Kunlun realm. Everything inside likely has an extraordinary origin. Even though I've inherited Falling Immortal Island, I still can't fully control it. Perhaps it will take the right opportunity for the truth to be revealed." Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, the hen spoke proudly. "Did you all see that? The new island master just complimented me on my beauty." The small rooster immediately chimed in with flattery. "The new master is right. Grandma Phoenix is indeed peerlessly beautiful." Beside them, the donkey looked disgruntled. "But the new master has absolutely no sense of aesthetics. How could he give me such an ugly name as Xiao Wei, little gray?" The willow tree by the pond finally spoke in a hushed tone. "The appearance of the new island master means the gears of destiny have begun to turn. The reason for our existence is to assist him in protecting the Kunlun realm," the hen added. "It's just that the new master's cultivation is still shallow, only at the 6th layer of the true immortal realm, and we have been sealed for far too long. Our realms are no longer what they used to be, and I fear we will face many difficulties." Below, the goldfish also spoke. "The Kunlun realm is currently in a recovery phase, but the laws of heaven and earth are still being perfected. Beings of our level will trigger a backlash if we act rashly." The willow tree continued, "I understand your concerns, but this successor was personally chosen by Master Lu. He is surely the child of destiny. We need only wait for him to grow in peace and step in to help at critical moments. I believe all problems will eventually be solved." Subsequently, everyone was teleported off Falling Immortal Island. Everyone was jubilant, having obtained their own unique opportunities. Shu Wunian stepped forward, cupped his hands and smiled. "Many thanks to junior brother Yi for this supreme treasure. Everyone has gained much on the island, and we've all broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm," Yi Jun replied while sipping milk tea. "No need for formalities. Whether the blessing is deep or shallow depends entirely on the destiny of my senior brothers." Suddenly, a talisman flew up and self-combusted. Shu Wunian was startled. "A voice transmission talisman? What is so urgent?" After reading it, he said with concern. How could this be?" Su Shishwei saw his troubled face and stepped forward to ask, "Sect Master, what happened?" Shu Wunian replied, "I received a transmission from the elders. The Yuha sect has assembled an allied force and is preparing to invade the Nether Abyss to eliminate future troubles once and for all." Beside him, Zhao Dezu let out a cold snort. "HMPH, has the Yuha sect changed its nature to be so proactive as to dare a direct assault on the Nether Abyss?" Shu Wunian also had his suspicions, saying, "HMPH, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Although the Nether Abyss was recently hit hard by junior brother Yi at this time, assembling all their experts must mean they have other motives." He then turned to Yi Junlun and asked, "What do you think, junior brother Yi? Shall we go to the Nether Abyss?" At that moment, the system suddenly prompted, "Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a new check-in location. A successful check-in at the Nether Abyss will yield accidental rewards." Seeing this, he tossed away his milk teacup. Ming Yue had said before that the Yuha sect was colluding with the Nether Abyss, so there must be something fishy about this trip. However, since the Yuha sect had framed me before, I'll go personally this time to see what kind of tricks they are playing. Hearing this, Shu Wunian smiled and said, "Then we'll trouble you, junior brother Yi. With you taking action, the Eastern Region's campaign will surely be victorious." The transmission mentioned that the Allied forces will gather at Shanhai Pass in 3 days. Yi Junlin replied, "Understood, Ekun, let's go." The scene shifts to 3 days later at the Eastern Region's Shanhai Pass, where various forces were now gathering. A man stepped forward to report to Wan Changwei, the sect master of the Yuha sect. "Sect master, everything is currently proceeding smoothly. The experts from the major sects of the Eastern Region have all arrived. We're only missing that one person now." Just then, Fan Dejung and Miaoyi arrived. Fan Dejung announced, "The Wu Dao sect is here to assist, my great Zhou dynasty is here to assist, the Shui family of Ling province is here to assist, the Spring Sword sect is here to assist," Wan Chongwei said with feigned respect. "On behalf of the Yuha sect, I thank all my fellow Taoists for coming to support us." Just then, a Kun appeared on the horizon, his massive body blotting out the sun. Everyone was terrified. "That's the divine beast Kunpeng, Immortal Yi has arrived." A dignified demon emperor at the peak of tribulation transcendence has actually been reduced to a mount. It's truly unbelievable. The scene shifts back to the Yuha sect in Qing province 10 days ago. A hand crushed a voice transmission jade. Beside him, Elder Lu asked Wan Chongwei, "Sect Master, the inheritance of falling Immortal Island failed. What are the divine envoy's next instructions?" Wan Chongwei replied, "The envoy has ordered us to assemble the experts of the 14 provinces of the eastern region to form an allied force to invade the Nether Abyss." Elder Lu was shocked and pressed. "What, attack the Nether Abyss? Aren't we allies? Could it be they think the Nether Abyss has been so badly damaged by Yi Junlin that the Stargate plan is hopeless, and they intend to abandon the Nether Abyss to build up the Yuha sect as the new master?" Wan Chongwei clenched his fists and let out a cold, angry snort. "HMPH, the Nether Abyss is the ancestral land of the divine envoy. How could it be easily abandoned?" The envoy emphasized that all experts must be assembled. "I suspect they've set a trap waiting for us to lure all the eastern region experts inside to wipe them out in one fell swoop." Elder Lu looked very excited upon hearing this. "The sect master is wise. If the plan succeeds, there will be no force left in the eastern region to oppose us, and the Yuha sect can dominate alone. From then on we can rest easy." Wan Chongwei continued, "Extra-territorial forces are indeed ruthless, but my Yuha sect's choice was not wrong. As they say, he who understands the times is a wise man. Yi Junlin, this time you can just obediently serve as a sacrificial lamb for the Yuha sect." Back in reality, a Kun had already approached the crowd below. Everyone present was trembling with fear. "Is this the pressure of the divine beast Kunpeng? I can't even breathe. It's too terrifying. My legs won't stop shaking." Wan Chongwei's brow furrowed and he let out a cold snort in his heart. "HMPH, you've got plenty of momentum, but I'm afraid this is the last time you'll ever act arrogant." On a Kun's back, Yi Junlin spoke. "Kun, dial it back, you're scaring them." Just then, Shui Wuan flew up from below, cupped his hands and said, "Senior Yi, it is an honor to meet again." Yi Junlin looked at him in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" "Oh, I remember now, Little Snow Shao Shui, right?" The cultivators below were all shocked. "The dignified #1 sword immortal of the eastern region is actually called Little Snow. Did I hear that right?" Wan Chongwei was also taken aback, thinking secretly, "What? Shui Wuan is so arrogant, how can he stand such a nickname?" "Yi Junlin, you really think too much of yourself." Meanwhile, Shui Wuan's face darkened for a moment, but then he unexpectedly broke into a wide smile and replied, "Yes, it's Little Snow." The crowd was once again struck with shock. "What? Is this still that cold and aloof white-clad sword immortal?" Wan Chongwei's face turned even grimmer. "How is this possible? Is Yi Junlin's status in his heart actually that high?" Yi Junlin looked at the crowd below and said, "Everyone's here." Quite a few familiar faces. At this time, Fan Dejung also stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Immortal Yi, I specifically bring greetings on behalf of my sect master." And Miaoyi also looked at him and smiled. "Young Master Yi, I didn't expect to see you again after you've become an immortal. It seems this little girl will never be able to follow in your footsteps." Yi Junlin walked forward, patted on Miaoyi's head and laughed. "There's still a chance now that Kunlun is recovering. Who knows, you might one day obtain an immortal opportunity and surpass me." Just then, the Shui family ancestor jumped out, waving excitedly at Yi Junlin. "Immortal Yi, ever since you left my manor I've been constantly thinking of you. Do you still remember me?" Yi Junlin squinted at him and asked, "And who the hell are you?" The Shui family ancestor hurried forward and respectfully reintroduced himself. "I am the ancestor of the Shui family in Ling province. I previously hosted a banquet in your honor and you were kind enough to attend. Moreover, for your sake, I personally disciplined those 2 sons of mine." And Miaoyi, thinking of something, blurted out, "I never expected young Master Yi to be that kind of person." Yi Junlin was full of question marks. What kind of person? He then immediately stared coldly at the Shui family ancestor. "If you don't want to die, explain yourself clearly to this immortal." The Shui family ancestor was terrified, turning pale and breaking into a cold sweat as he replied, "No, what I meant was those 2 rebellious sons offended your beloved disciple, the Blade Demon. So I sacrificed my own kin for the sake of justice." Yi Junlin barked, "Old man, think carefully before you open your mouth next time." At this moment, Wan Chongwei also arrived behind Yi Junlin. He cupped his hands and bowed. "I am Wan Chongwei, sect master of the Yuha sect and the initiator of this allied force. Greetings, Immortal Yi." Yi Junlin glanced at him, then smiled. "So you're the sect master of the Yuha sect? A great sect. Truly is remarkable. After I killed so many of your people before, you can actually still scrape together such a bunch. Not bad, truly not bad." Wan Chongwei was so angry the veins on his forehead bulged, yet he didn't dare speak out of turn. "Immortal, you must be joking. My Yuha sect is never short of people." Yi Junlin suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, by the way, where's that holy son who fought with my Kun and ended up being drowned in a urine pit?" Wan Chongwei replied thoughtfully. "The holy son has remained at the Yuha sect to guard it. If I should fall in battle at the Nether Abyss, he will be there to take charge of the sect's affairs. Hearing this, Yi Junlin picked his ear with his pinky and said, "Simply put, he's staying there to clean up your mess, right? I hope he can handle the pile of trash you leave behind." With that, Yi Junlin turned to leave. Behind him, Wan Chongwei was driven mad with rage but was helpless. Subsequently, Yi Junlin took Shui Wuan, Fan Dezheng and the others onto a kun. Yi Junlin stated that the pleasantries were over. "Prepare to depart," Shui Wuan added. "Everyone follow Senior Yi to pacify the Nether Abyss, assist the Immortal in sweeping away the remnants, and usher in a peaceful and prosperous era for the eastern region." Immediately after, the crowd followed a kun and departed. Wan Chongwei's heart was still full of resentment. "I am clearly the commander of the alliance, yet everyone treats you as the leader. You just wait." The scene shifts. After an unknown amount of time, a kun had arrived at the entrance of the Nether Abyss, which was a dark and deep black hole. Shui Wuan spoke, "We've arrived. Ahead is the Nether Abyss, the most dangerous territory in the eastern region." Beside him, and Miao Yi let out a cold snort. "HMPH, those monsters of the Nether Abyss fled in defeat last time they ran into young Master Yi. This time, our entire army is striking out. We must kill them all, leaving not a single one behind." Everyone's confidence was boosted upon hearing this, and they shouted in unison, "That's right, they are just gasping for their last breaths now. Today let us follow Immortal Yi to eliminate evil completely and restore a clear sky to the eastern region. With Immortal Yi here, the Nether Abyss monsters will surely be vulnerable. Follow Immortal Yi to kill the rebels." Subsequently, the crowd began to step into the teleportation portal to enter the Nether Abyss. In the back, Wan Chongwei began to gloat secretly. "Excellent, these fools have finally taken the bait." A moment later, Yi Zhanlin and his group had entered the interior of the Nether Abyss, and Miao Yi hugged her slender body and curled her lip. "Is this the inside of the Nether Abyss? Why is it so cold and gloomy? It's truly uncomfortable." Seeing people intruding, the Nether Abyss outsiders shouted in terror, "Heavens, the humans have actually invaded. It's all the king's fault for insisting on military expansion. Now they've fought their way back. What are you still doing there? Run." Yi Junlin pointed ahead and shouted loudly. "The Nether Abyss monsters once invaded the eastern region, bringing suffering to all living beings. Today is the time to avenge the fallen souls. Kill." Li Wujie and Xiao Hong were brimming with fighting spirit. "I can't wait any longer. They must pay for their crimes with blood." The eastern region cultivators behind them also launched a charge at the same time. Fellow Taoists, kill. The Nether Abyss side immediately launched a counterattack and both sides fell into a fierce battle, everyone's momentum like a rainbow. Xiao Hong charged forward, unleashing raging flames. He barked, "Tremble before my power, you lowly ants." Immediately after, he dived directly into a nearby group of Nether race outsiders, instantly burning them to charcoal. Not to be outdone, Li Wujie brandished his great blade and delivered a sudden slash. A terrifying blade intent swept out, and the Nether Abyss outsiders in a large area were instantly killed. Elsewhere, 2 streaks of sword light slashed through. It was Wan Chongwei's sword chi. Sensing this terrifying power, the surrounding cultivators were all amazed, as expected of the Yuhua sect master. His strength truly is formidable. With sect master Wan leading the way, our allied forces will surely be unstoppable. Wan Chongwei thought to himself at this moment. Those few moves just now finally reclaimed some of my reputation. Now I must find a way to lead the allied forces to the royal city. Thinking of this, he stopped his pace, the corners of his mouth turning up. He then pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, the main forces of the Nether race have collapsed. The royal city is right before us. Follow me in a full-scale assault straight into the Abyss King's palace to slay King Yu and end the trouble forever." Behind him, Elder Lu also spoke up to incite the cultivators. "We swear to follow the sect master to the death, charge to the royal city, wash the Nether Abyss in blood and avenge our fallen compatriots." Yi Junlin remained on Akun's back observing the battlefield. A slight smile touched the corner of his mouth as he thought secretly. Wan Chongwei suddenly acting so proactive and even snatching command of the army. It seems he can't wait to play his tricks. Wan Chongwei also glanced at Yi Junlin, thinking, "In a little while you will all become sacrifices for the Nether race's trap. Yi Junlin, your time has come." Inside the royal city, King Dangyu was still watching the battle from afar. At this moment, a large army had already gathered before him, a dense black mass of figures. Suddenly a figure appeared behind him, giving him a start. The newcomer was none other than the divine envoy. He stepped forward and said in a gloomy tone, "I have already sensed the aura of the human army approaching. It is time." King Dangyu asked with some doubt, "The combat power of the Nether Abyss is nearly exhausted. Divine envoy, are you truly certain you can eliminate Yi Junlin and the others?" The envoy revealed a treacherous smile and said coldly, "Since I said I have 10/10 certainty of removing them, I will certainly do it. Do you even dare to doubt the words of this divine envoy?" King Dangyu replied in terror, "This lowly one would not dare. Since the divine envoy has absolute certainty, I can rest easy. I only wonder, what exactly is this trap you have prepared?" The envoy turned to leave with his hands behind his back, throwing a sentence back without even turning his head. "You are not yet qualified to know the full picture. You will naturally witness its power in a moment." With that, he stepped forward and stomped his foot violently. A massive stone pillar, its top carved into a ghost's head, burst out of the ground, emitting thick black energy. The envoy immediately pressed his hand onto the ghost's head. In an instant that dense black energy began to be frantically sucked into the pillar. A sinister smile appeared on the envoy's face as he thought to himself, Yi Junlin, the moment you step into the palace will be the moment the entire allied force is annihilated. As the allied forces neared the Nether Abyss Royal Palace, Wan Changwei brandished his sword toward the front and shouted, "The palace is right before us, everyone. I shall lead the charge. As long as we slaughter these abominations, the war is over." Hearing this, the cultivators in the rear felt their blood boil, completely unaware that danger was already at their doorstep. Sect Master Wan leads by example. How can we fall behind? We are willing to follow Sect Master Wan to attack the palace, level the Nether Abyss and avenge our compatriots. Upon the city walls, King Dangyu stood with his hands behind his back, looking down with a cold sneer. You human cultivators actually dare to trespass into my Nether Abyss royal city. He threw his head back and laughed wildly. Today I shall have you all buried here. Shui Wuan, his fighting spirit soaring, was the first to charge forward, shouting a stern rebuke. Arrogant that day, you only luckily suppressed me by relying on the power of your Dharma treasure. Today I shall wash away my previous shame and slay you, abomination, with my own hands. With that he swung his sword violently, and a sharp sword light surged toward King Dangyu like an overwhelming tide. At this moment, Wan Changwei and King Dangyu exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a deep sense of a successful conspiracy. Wan Changwei lurked in the rear, secretly gathering power in his palm as he prepared to ambush Shui Wuan, a treacherous smile on his face. Shui Wuan, that fool, has let rage cloud his mind and actually revealed such a massive opening. This is the perfect opportunity to show my loyalty to Immortal Slayer. Just as he was about to lunge at Shui Wuan's back, Shui Wuan sensed the killing intent behind him and whipped his head around. Before Wan Changwei could strike, a giant fire wolf suddenly lunged from the side and bit down hard on his arm. Under the intense pain, Wan Changwei's ambush was abruptly cut short. The person who made the move was none other than Xiao Hong. He appeared to save Shui Wuan, then immediately flicked his figure to attack Wan Changwei, mocking him with a look of contempt. You shameless villain, you actually dare to stab someone in the back. Wan Changwei angrily crushed the firewolf and roared, So you are that notorious disciple of Yi Junlin. Xiao Hong curled his lip and sneered. Master already anticipated you were harbored ill intentions and specifically told me to keep an eye on you. Did you really think such low-class methods could fool anyone? Seeing he had been exposed, Wan Changwei stopped pretending and laughed wildly toward the sky. Since I've been found out, there's no need to hide anymore. He shouted arrogantly toward the sky. The tide of the eastern region has already turned. From now on, the world belongs to the Nether race. Prince Dangyu, my Yuha sect, is willing to bring the strength of our entire sect to submit to the Nether race and assist you in pacifying the eastern region. The cultivators of the eastern region only now saw Wan Changwei's true colors, and all were filled with righteous indignation. Wan Changwei, you thick-faced, shameless traitor, we trusted you so much and you actually colluded with the Nether race. You've utterly disgraced the human race. The Yuha sect calls itself the #1 power in the eastern region for nothing. Shui Wuan was even more furious, having nearly lost his life just now. He roared through gritted teeth, "Traitor, I'll slay your backer first, then come back for your dog life." With that, his longsword left its sheath as he unleashed a move of frosty sky slash, directly at Wan Changwei. Suddenly a pitch-black vortex appeared in midair and a massive black hand reached out from within, intending to physically stop Shui Wuan's sword light. In the blink of an eye, the sword light Shui Wuan had swung was completely crushed by that giant hand. Immediately following, a group of figures slowly descended before Wan Changwei. Leading them was none other than the Divine Envoy. A mere first-layer true immortal dares to act wild here. This Divine Envoy was named Mingye, and his cultivation had reached the 4th layer of the true immortal realm. Shui Wuan was shocked. In a tiny place like the Nether Abyss, there are actually 6 powerhouses at the true immortal level lurking. Yi Junlin, sitting on a Kun's back, only smiled faintly. I knew it. Why would you, Wan Changwei, turn traitor for a mere tribulation transcendent stage King Dangyu? It turns out you have true immortals backing you, which is why you're so willing to be their dog. At this moment, Mingye looked at Wan Changwei and asked playfully, Hey, they're calling you a dog. How do you plan to refute them? Wan Changwei now had a face full of flattery, responding with a subservient bow. As the saying goes, a wise man understands the times. What's so bad about being a dog? To be able to serve the Divine Envoy is my, Wan Changwei's, supreme honor. Hearing this, Mingye laughed with satisfaction. Not bad, I like people like you who understand the situation. Follow the Nether race to rule Kunlun and there will be no shortage of benefits for you in the future. To the side, King Dangyu also chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Now that we've said this much, why don't you bark a few times to add to the Divine Envoy's amusement? Wan Changwei glared fiercely at King Dangyu, cursing in his heart. I had no grievances with you in the past and no grudges recently. Why are you trying to screw me over from behind? Seeing him suffer, King Dangyu laughed even more brightly. Oh, it seems this fellow Taoist isn't very willing. I must remind you, deceiving the envoy is a capital offense. Wan Changwei's face turned pale instantly, and he steeled his heart. If I have to bark like a dog, then I'll bark. What's the big deal? As long as the envoy is happy, I'll bark as long as he wants. Subsequently, he turned and gave 2 woof-woofs toward this side, then 2 more toward the other side. Mingye burst into laughter, clapping his hands in approval. Good, truly good. That bark was absolutely lifelike. You truly are a man after my own heart. Wan Changwei cupped his hands and bowed. Many thanks for the envoy's praise. Barking like a dog is indeed my specialty. Seeing this scene, the Eastern region cultivators were all filled with extreme rage and disgust. For a person to be so despicable was truly a unique feat in the world. We were truly blind to ever trust such a beast. Shui Wuan radiated an incredible killing intent. Wan Changwei, you and the entire Yuha sect will be nailed to the pillar of shame for all eternity, never to be reincarnated. Yi Junlin sat on Akun's back and clapped in praise. In terms of being mean and shameless, you truly are at the peak, especially those 2 barks. They were simply too realistic, Wan Changwei thought through gritted teeth. Yi Junlin, keep being smug while you can. Once the divine envoy makes his move, today will be the day you die. Mingye stared coldly at Yi Junlin and said, So you are Yi Junlin. You've caused quite a bit of trouble in my plan to subdue Kunlun. If you were in the outside world, I might be somewhat wary of you. Mingye suddenly raised his hand with a wave and shouted, Open for me. Thick black energy soared into the sky as a massive array instantly enveloped the surroundings. Yi Junlin let out a slightly surprised, Oh my, it seems to be an array, indeed a premeditated plan. Below, Shui Wuan recognized the array and shouted in terror, This is the immortal prisoning demon slaughtering array. Mingye let out a cold snort. HMPH, you lowly mortals actually have some insight. This array is a 6th grade immortal array co-created by a nether race powerhouse and a heavenly array master in the ancient era. Even an immortal monarch who accidentally wanders in cannot escape. The Eastern region cultivators frantically attacked the array trying to break out, but found they couldn't even shake it in the slightest. Not good. My cultivation is disappearing. I want to get out. It's all the fault of that damned Wan Changwei. I really shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Wan Changwei laughed with excitement. Ha ha ha, this is the fate of those who don't understand the times, you bunch of trash. Actually thought yourselves clever. Divine envoy, this time Yi Junlin won't escape even if he grew wings. At this moment, Mingye, who was hiding behind King Dangyu, suddenly spoke. Correct, but before that I need your subjects to do me a small favor. King Dangyu asked in confusion, What do you mean? At that moment, the Nether Abyss commoners within the royal city let out screams of agony as their life force was forcibly sucked away by some terrifying power. It hurts so much. My energy is almost drained, King. Save us. Watching his tribesmen falling one after another below, King Dangyu hurriedly turned back to question Mingye. Divine envoy, why are you treating my tribesmen like this? Mingye sneered. Activating this array requires a massive amount of life force as a sacrifice. Your subjects should feel honored to sacrifice themselves for the great cause. Nearby, Li Wujie was so weak he couldn't even stand up, but he gritted his teeth and cursed. Killing even their own people, this nether race truly is inhumane. Beside him, Xiao Hong's condition was also extremely poor, and he thought to himself, Damn it, is my grand ambition going to end here before it even begins? I refuse to accept this. Around them, people were crying out in despair, It's over, even Senior Yi won't be able to hold on. Mingye looked at Yi Junlin with a face full of smugness. Yi Junlin, your expression right now must be quite spectacular, isn't it? However, when he looked over, he found Yi Junlin still standing calmly on Akun's back. Not only was there no panic, but there was even a faint trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Mingye's heart suddenly sank. What's going on? Why doesn't this guy look despairing at all? Does he not fear death, or does he truly have a trump card? He then thought, this immortal prisoning demon slaughtering array is a 6th grade immortal array, sufficient to turn an immortal into pus and blood. Yi Junlin is nothing but an ant. Thinking of this, he suddenly increased the power of the array and roared, I want to see what kind of miserable death you master and disciples meet. Xiao He and Xiao Shi were nearby crying their eyes out. Master, I don't want to die if it's certain. I want my fallen leaves to return to their roots. Yi Junlin reached out to pat the 2 children's heads and comforted them softly. What are you crying for? How could I ever let you die? You think a broken array like this could stump me? It's nothing more than a pile of trash. Xiao Shi and Xiao He were stunned, looking at him in confusion. Upon hearing this, Mingye let out a disdainful snort. Death is at your door and you're still putting on an act. Yi Junlin gave him a cold glance. Is that so? He slowly raised his hand, thinking to himself, the array experience pack I got from checking in at the Nether Abyss earlier finally comes in handy. In an instant, a burst of strange energy erupted from his fingertip, heading straight for the core of the operating immortal array. Xiao Hong watched this scene in astonishment. He's actually forcibly breaking the array beside Mingye. Wan Changwei hurriedly shouted, Envoy, don't panic, this kid is definitely bluffing. How could he possibly shake the heavenly array you personally set up, don't you agree? However, Mingye's face at this moment was as dark as the bottom of a skillet, and his heart was in turmoil. Impossible. This 6th grade immortal array can't be broken even by an immortal monarch. Could Yi Junlin be a heavenly array master? No, it's absolutely impossible for such a monster to exist in the Kunlun realm. To become a heavenly array master, one's spiritual power must reach at least level 100, and an ordinary immortal is only at level 12. Even a mystic immortal can hardly reach it. Seeing Mingye silent for so long, Wan Changwei asked anxiously, Divine Envoy, what happened? Mingye spat out 4 words with a trembling tone. He is a Heavenly Array Master. Wan Changwei froze, asking in confusion, Heavenly Array Master, what is that? To the side, King Dangyu seemed to be more knowledgeable, and asked with a trembling voice, could it be the legendary Grand Master of Arrays who can set up great arrays to plunder the providence of heaven and earth, deciding the rise and fall of a race? I've heard that even immortal monarchs must greet such existences with a smile, and treat them with the utmost courtesy. Hearing this, Wan Changwei's face turned pale, his eyes full of disbelief. Yi Junlin is actually that kind of existence. If it's true, this array can't trap them at all. Sure enough, in the next second, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the immortal prisoning demon-slaughtering array. Yi Junlin gave a great shout with a playful tone, break for me! With a thunderous boom, the entire array collapsed before everyone's eyes. Shui Wuan was frightened out of his wits. Senior Yi actually broke a 6th-grade immortal array with a casual move. This method is practically heaven-defying. Seeing the array broken, the Eastern region cultivators were all overjoyed. We're saved. Immortal Yi saved us. We shall never forget your great kindness and virtue, exalted Immortal. Xiao Shi and Xiao He hugged each other, their tears turning into smiles. Master is too amazing. Wow, we don't have to die. We can stay by Master's side forever. Watching the array he had painstakingly set up turn into nothing in an instant, Mingye simply could not accept reality. How is this possible in today's Kunlun realm?